Qatar is the venue for the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024. And we are in the dawn of a golden era. In the last couple of seasons, the advent of the hypercar regulations have transformed the top class of endurance racing into an absolute feast of manufacturer involvement. And this year, the GT3 category has arrived to increase the number of manufacturers who are competing in the World Championship. We started a brand new venue in Qatar, moved to Imola in April, another new Italian venue, before the traditional warm-up for Le Mans at Spa. And then after Le Mans, we head across the oceans for the remainder of the season with a host of teams and drivers. It's a mouth-watering prospect, this championship, and the Lusail International Circuit, for the very first time hosting the World Endurance Championship, known for its MotoGP races particularly, but also, of course, it is a high-speed circuit. Turn one, great overtaking opportunity, end of a long straight with a fairly decent braking area. Through the right-handers at turn 4 and 5, down to the hairpin at turn 6, the slowest corner on the track, and another opportunity to get by the GT3 cars for the hypercars, because the corners that follow are going to be pretty tough to pass. Then the first of three, long right-hand fast sweepers, 12, 13 and 14, bringing you down through corner 15 towards the end of the lap. And we will do 335 of those. Overhead, the Alzim Academy with their air show of Pilatus PC21 trainers. And for those of you with a certain vintage, PC21 also a Penske IndyCar nomenclature. That was their 1993 IndyCar Challenger. 5 wins, 3 poles. To the delight of the captain, Roger Penske. It's almost like we rehearsed this stuff, isn't it? Well, on the grid, not just local dignitaries, but Pierre Fillon there, the boss of the ACO, and Fred Lecan, just beyond him, who is the man who runs the FIA World Endurance Championship. And Graham Goodwin, a whole host of drivers that we know, but a whole host of drivers that we don't know, particularly in this championship. 26 absolute rookies who have never started a WEC race before, and another handful who have done maybe 1 or maybe 2.
Yeah.
And some of them recognizable, like Valentino Rossi, stepping up to the World Championship on 4 wheels for the very first time in his career.
It is a fabulous new dawn for this championship. It's been an exciting week so far. It's new cars, new colours. This one is both the 55 car, Vista AF Corsa this year for the AF Corsa GT effort. Of course, a brand new car to the World Endurance Championship, the fabulous 296 GT3. And another evidence there of the camaraderie here, chat between teams with opposing drivers, different cars, different classes. We've got probably a 10-hour race here, and we're going to run out of time rather than things to say in terms of the new.
Genuinely.
That's fabulous.
Genuinely are. And I'm sure lots and lots of fans watching around the world will have in their sort of data banks stories of the great sports car racing eras, the 30s, the Italian domination of Alfa Romeo, the domination of Ferrari in the 60s, and then Ford versus Ferrari, Ford bringing the GT40s. Group C, of course, is held up as the golden era of modern sports car racing. But this knocks all of those into a cocked hat. There has never been so much new, exciting machinery in a race.
Going to give Hollywood a real problem further down the history of this race, because Ford versus Ferrari is a short title. You can't do that with 14 manufacturers. This is a brand new era for McLaren. First time in the FIA World Endurance Championship for another famous make, and the first time in GT in the FIA World Endurance Championship for United Autosports, a previous title-winning team, of course, in LMP2. Marino Sato it was there, just getting settled into the McLaren GT3. No longer the McLaren 720, by the way, now renamed. It's the McLaren GT3 Evo.
Yep. And that's one of the big changes. For those of you who have been occasional sports car fans, LMP1 disappeared a few years ago, replaced by Hypercar. LMP2 has now disappeared from the field as well, because we have so many manufacturers in Hypercar and in the GT class, which has changed from GTE to GT3, a more production based but not strictly a road car category, which is a little bit more affordable, a little bit more comfortable for the gentlemen and lady drivers who are the bronze-rated drivers to handle.
It's Nico Pino from Chile, and great to see so many different nationalities. It is a World Championship in its truest possible sense, not just where we go, but who we've got.
Yeah. Well, we just saw the captain. We've seen the doctor. Have we got any more nicknames on the grid? We'll work to that later.
By the time we finish, we will have.
The Iron Dames are back, and in fact, both Iron Dames teams are here. I'm sorry, what now, you idiot? Well, Iron Dames started out with a female racing drivers team. They also now have they sponsor a team of equestrian riders. So they have an all-female equestrian team. Their season opener in the Longines Global Series was here in Qatar yesterday, and victorious with their trophies. They are here on the grid to support their sisters in sport.
Another on new cars. This is the 2024 version of the Aston Martin Vantage. Looks stunning. Really aggressive looking styling on this car. The choir that will be singing the national anthem start to gather for that moment, and a key moment here for this nation, a very proud moment for this nation. But Heart of Racing for the first time under their own banner. Remember, last year they were with us, but under the Northwest AMR banner. So we're going to fly past now by the Pilatus aircraft.
A little bit of a solo. In fact, there's a solo pair, I would imagine, because there were 5 that came over initially. Toyota Gazoo Racing, the benchmark from transition from LMP1 into Hypercar. They have returned a whole new look to the car. Dorian Pam becomes a full-time Iron Dames GT driver, and we have a host of familiar faces, familiar liveries. The two of the Aston Martins that raced last year, D-Station, they're back, same livery, also on an Aston Martin. So for the idiots like me, that makes it easy to remember, because there are a lot of names that have a brand attached to them. You think WRT Audi for so many years. Here, TF Sport Aston Martin was just one word. It is no longer, because TF Sport are now running Corvettes. But the Aston Martins now being run by ProDrive out of Banbury, where the cars are built. The two Aston colours liveries that we saw last year are still on Astons. We saw the 54 Ferrari with this VistaJet livery of Thomas Floor's company. That was a single car last year and in years gone by, run by AF Corsa. AF Corsa running a pair of these brand new 296 GT3s, the car that won its first 24-hour race at the Nürburgring in the middle of last summer, and they're running a pair of them, both in VistaJet liveries. Now, not all the GT teams have identical cars. You'll see the two different Astons, the two Ford Mustangs are violently different colours, so that makes it slightly easier to tell apart. The two Porsches are very different colours as well, although they run out of the same garage. Imagine it's a single-seater team. You've got driver A with his sponsor package, driver B with his sponsor package, run by the same guys. They look totally different, and for some of our GTs, they're going to be easier to spot. Some, we're going to have to get used to them. You're going to have to get used to them. You're going to have to excuse me, because I'm a bear of very little brain, and it will take a while.
This is Pure Racing and the number 92 car run by Montai for the Lithuanian flag team, and they've been massively successful in their first year in GT3 racing, with their debut coming just at the Dubai 24 Hours last year. Since then, Class Championship in the GT World Challenge Europe and the Asia Le Mans Series. Alex Manikin is their bronze driver and was right up there in contention, second on the grid. But it's this car, Martin, that took pole position, and a historic pole position.
It is. Tom Van Rompuy, the first man to take a WEC pole on his debut since Pipo Derani did back in 2015 when he made his debut in LMP2. That is one of a pair of Corvettes run by TF Sport, not by Corvette Racing, the American team that were running Ben Keating last year. And their livery is yellow and black. One car is yellow with a big broad black patch in the middle, the other one is black with a big broad yellow patch in the middle, and gradually through the race we will start to remind ourselves which is which. Now, this first race here in Qatar is the Qatar 1812. Nothing to do with overtures or retreats from Moscow. The 18th of December is the national day here in Qatar, the day the country was formally established. So it is in honour of their national day. Now, when we get into our hypercar class, there is Gilles Duquesne, team boss in LMP3, in LMP2, in Michelin Le Mans Cup, in European Le Mans Series, and a constructor now, but also the team charged with running the brand new hypercar for the tiny, boutique and long moribund Italian Isotta Fraschini brand. Another Italian brand, Lamborghini, less tiny, less moribund, but not just with a hypercar, they also have the cars run by Iron Lynx, Iron Dames in the GT3 category. So Lamborghini represented in both classes.
Yep, and we'll be talking about some of the new faces of the driving lineup. Here's one of the personalities for a long time of the WC, Philippe Signo, and it will be one of his cars. Next up, the 35 Alpine, another global debut. The first three cars we see all making the global debut right here in Qatar. It is the Alpine A424. This is the 35 car, sits down in 17th place on the grid, and marks a new era for Renault's sporting brand.
Now, a year ago, an Alpine in 17th place would have been midfield in LMP2. That's how huge hypercar has become. We have 19 hypercars in the field. We have 18 GT3 cars. I can't remember a time when the top class in endurance racing was bigger than the secondary class. It's absolutely I've been doing this for more than 40 years. It's absolutely staggering. Last year making its debut and racing in IMSA, that is the BMW M8, V8.
M hybrid V8.
Indeed. Run to LMDH specification, so it's got the mild hybrid battery powertrain running on the rear axle, which all the GTP cars use in IMSA racing, and there is an equivalence in the rule set here to balance out the different ways that the cars look. You can see the BMW looks very different and like a BMW from the Lamborghini, which also is absolutely unquestionably a Lamborghini. They look different from the Peugeot, they look different from the Toyota, they look different from the Ferrari. These are all balanced together by the ACO and the FIA.
3 of our 9 rookies to the WC are in that BMW team, but they're quite the trio. 2 DTM champions, and Raffaele Marciello is a special talent. Mick Schumacher here, one of the big names joining. He's another of our rookies, of course, but the current reserve driver for Mercedes-AMG in Formula 1. This is the second of the Alpines, the 36 car. Nico Lapierre, Mathieu Vazevier. There is Raffaele Marciello with Dries van Toor. What a record in endurance racing Dries van Toor has got. And one of 2 sets of brothers in this field. An exciting pair of brothers, both in hypercar and both for different makes. Proton Competitions number 99, tribute to the 94 Le Mans winning Dower Porsche.
And also colours that raced in the Group C era for several years, actually, on Brum Porsches, the Fat Turbo Express Transport Company. Forerunners perhaps of Norbert Donstresangle.
In the black shirt there, that was Julian Andlau, the addition to the team there. Nick de Vries, what an exciting return he's having to the World Endurance Championship. We're so pleased he's back. I think he probably is too. And then another of the huge stories here, Martin.
Privateer Ferrari for the first time in private hands, I guess, since Giampiero Moretti ran 333 SPs in Momo colours 25 years ago, probably. Robert Kubica is probably the best known international name in that car, run by AF Corsa, but aside and separately from the 2 red factory Ferraris. So for the yellow, Scuderia Francorchamps, which was a very well-known 1960s independent team, that kind of echoes that.
Missing Hyperpole, the top 10 was the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley. It's the new black livery for the GR010. They're going to be crushingly disappointed with that performance yesterday. They do have a car on the front row of the grid.
Still no kind of understanding of why that car was so far off the pace when the number 7 car is on the front row. So we'll try and find out a little bit more about that. We are getting ready for the local Qatari national anthem. So we'll just take a little look up our grid.
Into the top 10, and the final race for the tailless wonder from Peugeot, the 9X8. We should see the new car at Imola, but this car has been on the pace, Martin.
Yes, it has. It definitely seems to suit this circuit, or vice versa. The circuit seems to suit it. Earl Bamber for Cadillac. Just again, you know, there's so much of a relaxed atmosphere in the paddock. They'll go at it hammer and tongs on track, but the drivers definitely enjoy being here in what is a fairly comfortable, relaxed and low pressure out of car environment.
One of two Hertz Team Cota Porsche 963s, both into Hyperpole yesterday. Jenson Button qualified this car and could do no better than 9th. It was super close through the top 10 order.
Yeah, because Hyperpole, which was formerly just for Le Mans, has been brought in for the whole championship. Now, there's our trophy for the winners. Qatari national anthem, beautifully delivered, and we are ready to race for the very first time in this Gulf state at the Losail International Circuit. Drivers and teams will now clear the grid, leaving just a couple of mechanics and the starting drivers. No tyre warmers, no preheaters, everybody starting on ambient temperature tyres, as you would do in your road car, but you ain't going to get the kind of grip from your road car tyres that these guys are going to generate. As a result of the no tyre warmer introduction, we will have, well, after the 5-minute board, we will have 2 formation laps. So starting drivers being bolted into the cars. James Calado.
8th on the grid for the Le Mans winning squad, and this, by the way, across the 2-car squad, the only team on this grid with no changes. No changes to the car, no changes to the driver lineup. There is a change to the livery, a bit more yellow on those cars, and actually I think it does make them pop a little more. The caddy, Sound of Freedom, the number 2 car, 7th on the grid for this solo caddy, run of course by Cadillac Racing with the Chip Ganassi organisation. It will be Alex Lynn to start the car. He's been stellar through the week. The only car to have been in the top 5 in all of the sessions to this point.
Yeah, he shares the car with regular full season partner Earl Bamber, and joining them this weekend is Sebastian Bourdais. So Bourdais doing this one race, not sure whether he will do others, possibly back at Le Mans, but he has Sebring to deal with. The Sebring 12 Hours is next weekend. He'll be in IMSA operation then.
Not next weekend.
2 weeks.
There we go with the second of the Peugeots, the 93 car this time. And it's Nico Muller to take the start there, and that is 6th on the grid. And there's one more 2-car team. We've not seen either of their cars yet, and this is the first of them, the number 6 car. 5th on the grid, Lance Ventura. What a weekend they've had so far. We'll talk about the big story when we get to the pointy end of the grid.
Yeah.
But Lance Ventura, of course, the other of the Ventura brothers. Yeah. Brother Dries with BMW. That's going to be a storyline all the way through.
The 2 Vantor brothers.
Going to be one to listen to.
Yeah, the 2 Vantor brothers and the 2 Van der Linde brothers are the pairs of brothers. They may be brothers from another mother. There are a few of those on the grid, but
we don't know.
From the actual same family, those are our driver pairings.
4th on the grid, the number 50 car. Miguel Molina will take the start in the second, or rather the first, of the Ferrari AF Corsa factory cars. These cars competing for the World Championship. The yellow car competing for overall race wins, remember, with the Hertz Team Cota cars and the Proton cars, but not for the World Manufacturers Championship. They will compete for an FIA World Cup, which is the second priority for the number 12 car in the hands of Will Stevens at the start of this race. Make no mistake, they're looking to take scalps.
Well, you can win the FIA Cup and also win the race outright, and that clearly is the intention. Yeah, Will Stevens loaded for bear, starting on the inside of row 2 of the grid. So good run through from the number 12 Hertz Team Cota car, but the 38 car, a little bit of attention to the brakes of that car on the grid. Onto the front row. Not the Toyota lockup that all the cynics would absolutely have insisted was going to happen. And a driver lineup change. Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, their longtime teammate Jose Maria Lopez is now racing in GT3, leading their Lexus program. And they've been joined by Nick de Vries, who was a very quick bunny in qualifying. Michael Christensen starts the number 5 Porsche from Pole, the one with the black highlights in its red band, and that car qualified supremely well by Matt Campbell, who made everybody else look like they were still in LMP2 cars. He was absolutely stellar in qualifying. Matt Campbell on the winning car strength on the Daytona 24 Hours in January, winning in the Bathurst 12 Hours just a couple of weeks ago, and now in his first World Endurance Championship race in the same type of car in which he won in Bathurst. So he's on a bit of a roll. 1 minute to go, and then the cars will be waved away from the grid. 2 formation laps. The safety car will peel off, and we will then be ready to go for 335 laps of the Qatar International Circuit and or 10 hours, whichever comes first. Now, our rough maths is if we don't get too many interruptions, we should be looking at somewhere between 8 and 8.5 hours for the full race distance. But if hell, high water, plague of frogs or something comes along, the maximum cut-off time would be a 10-hour race.
15 seconds.
The voice of our race director, Eduardo Freitas. Another consistency across the years of the World Endurance Championship.
Green flag, start of the first of 2 formation laps. Green flag, start of the first of 2 formation laps.
So effectively a green flag lap, but the Qatari national flag being waved to send the cars on their way. This mammoth field of hypercars, some that we're familiar with, some that are brand new to the championship, and some that are brand new to racing anywhere, like the Alpine, like the Isorta, like the Lamborghini. And then the GT field follows. GT3 cars from Corvette, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, McLaren, and BMW and Lexus. A mouth-watering array of 37 cars, 3 driver lineups in each of them for this race weekend. It is going to be long, hot and hard for the teams, the crews and the cars.
37 cars across just 2 classes. The first time we've been able to say that in the FIA World Endurance Championships history since 2012. It's a brand new era in so many ways. And Davidson's just joined us from the grid. What's it like down there, and what's your heart rate like?
It's hot down there, yeah. It's a bit of a longer circuit as well, so that caught me out, legging it back here up into the commentary box. But I'm so excited for this race today. We've got 19 hypercars fighting it out. They all look super quick. The drivers know they've got a job to do. I bumped into a few of them, some friends, some that I've driven with before, some new to this circuit, new to this championship even. They all know the challenges that lie ahead. Mike Conway, we can see there behind the wheel of the number 7 Toyota. Nick de Vries, a phenomenal job. We spoke to him on the grid. Phenomenal job yesterday in qualifying. And they were all saying that the tyres, and we spoke to the tyre manufacturers, both from Goodyear and Michelin yesterday, they were both saying how tricky it is to get these tyres in the right window without breaking them apart, without graining them. This track, super smooth. As they spoke to me yesterday, said it's got a very low micro to the circuit and macro, so that it's a very smooth top to the stones, which causes the tyres to kind of split open, causes that graining. If you push them too hard too soon, some of the GT drivers, they've got less of an issue with that. And they were saying we've got to expect that the hypercars will be going slightly slower than we anticipate they can be, or that they can go, particularly the first opening laps of the race. So we could see some GTs perhaps into turn 1, as we see here, through turn 2, right on the tail end of the hypercars for maybe 1, 2, 3 laps.
In the briefing for the top 4 starting drivers in each class, which the race director always does, the gap between the last hypercar, which is going to be the Lamborghini, the Isotta rather, and the first of the GT cars, which is going to be the TF Sport Corvette, that can be no more than 10 car lengths. So they're not allowed to make a big gap to the hypercars, which then means that if the GT tyres are up to temperature, they are going to be in amongst hypercars that may be struggling a little. Don't forget, some of the teams, like Peugeot, like Toyota, like Porsche, raced their cars last season and know the cars and the tyres. There is the Isotta, is in trouble on the formation lap. We may get an aborted start, because if that car can't move, then it is in a very dangerous position for the start of the race.
Jean-Carl Vernet
looking
at
very
the wheel.
warm.
Yeah.
He's an experienced driver, and he'll be talking with the team how to. We see this quite often with these hybrid hypercars that they can speak to the team, they can reset it and get going again. So hopefully they've got like a safety recovery system on board there, and he can at least limp back into the pit lane, and we can get this race underway.
If you're new to the FIA World Endurance Championship, he has got it going. Yep. Wonderful stuff, great stuff. He will join this formation lap. Cars will get into grid formation by turn 14. Isotta will, I hope, make it to the rear of this this train.
But leaving big black marks all the way behind him as he weaved up and down the straight. Now, it is a brand new car, unrelated to anything else, engine-wise, chassis-wise, or anything else in the field. And Duquesne Engineering is still relatively a small team. It's not a big manufacturer operation like Ferrari with AF Corsia and Formula One. It is a very small team, and they have definitely got their work cut out, but they are rolling, so we should get to the end of the second formation lap, and we should get the race underway. Leaders are coming around. The three right-handers, turns 12, 13, 14, where you really start to work the tyres hard. And again, you see a lot of weaving still going on.
So grid formation from about this point. Remember, the cars must run through the grid hatchings for the start here.
Yep. So pole position will be on the driver's left-hand side, and each of the class pole men will start on the left-hand side. So on the right-hand side, it looks like, actually. So the Porsche on the right-hand side, and you will see the yellow Corvette will also be on the right-hand side, no matter what the row in front is doing. Ready to start the 12 kilometre race in Qatar, the season opener for the FIA World Endurance Championship. A new golden era of sports car racing begins here in Doha, Qatar. We are racing for the first of 335 laps. The number 5 Porsche on pole position. The Ferrari's already making a move around the outside, and that's Miguel Molina around the outside to try and take the lead into the first corner. Toyota's run wide, a spinning Peugeot, and it is the Ferrari that has the lead from the number 5 Porsche that started on pole position. And again, there is some of the value of knowing how to warm these tyres up that they learned the hard way last year. Ferrari and Porsche and Peugeot leaving the newcomers behind.
An amazing aggressive start there from Miguel Molina in the Ferrari number 50. Round the outside, he pinched Mike Conway momentarily, who had to back out of it. We saw one of the spinning Peugeots, number 94. And here goes the
83
the Ferrari off the track as well, down at turn 6.
Now there's been a bit of argy-bargy in the front of the GT class, because one of the Peugeots and one of the BMWs have got away very slowly. It is still the TF Sport car that
there's
started
contact
on
there,
pole.
sorry Martin, contact there with the
contact.
Alpine and the Ferrari in turn 7. And again off track on the inside. They all know how hard this is going to be to overtake on this track, so they're trying to make the positions while they can.
Alpine up the inside of the 83 here with another lock-up for Robert Kubica, struggling there. I don't think the Alpine, those made it through.
Well, that was Nico Lapierre in the 36 Alpine. Couldn't get around the inside, can't get around the outside now. 12, 13, 14.
Seb Buemi has dropped back amongst all this, down into 14th place now.
And Jean-Carl Vernet in Isotta is now 2/3 of the way up the GT field, being led by TF Sports' Tom Van Rompuy.
One of the Ferraris off in the penultimate corner, 51. That was James Collado at the wheel there.
Okay, so that is multi-4 off, multi-4 off.
So
very good job, mate, very good job. Elbows out now, elbows out.
that'll be their launch control system or whatever to give him maximum in the first lap. But 3 wide further back, there is the private Ferrari, the lead BMW and the 35 Alpine.
Kubica's struggling here. He's been off the track briefly once with a couple of brake lockups, holding up the new cars behind him.
That is the 36 Alpine. We ride on board in the BMW. This is Marco Wittmann. Somebody already is in the pit lane, and that's not the Isotta, it's one of the McLarens.
59, it's Nico Costa in the 59 McLaren. We've got yellow flags at turn 1 at the moment, so I think that's the Mustang.
Yeah, 88 Mustang is going slowly, so has there been contact in the GT3 field? We'll catch up with that when we get a chance to catch our breath. But yes, in the yellow Ferrari, it is Robert Kubica who is struggling for pace. Marco Wittmann behind him, Nico Lapierre in the Alpine, and another pit caller.
No,
that is the safety car has made it in, the medical car at the tail of the field. Well, there's the McLaren, one of a pair, run in orange and black by United Autosports. 59 was the number on the car that won at Le Mans, the Ueno Clinic McLaren F1 GTR Longtail, and the other car is numbered 95 because that was the year in which they won. On board with Mike Conway, the number 7 Toyota, currently down to 7th place from the outside of the front row of the grid.
I saw one car, it just flashed out of view, but one of the cars towards the back of this gaggle we're following here has some damage to the car.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Left rear it looked like. It's not Conway.
I would say stick to plan, Michael.
Yeah, what is plan? Should I try to push him or not push, but should I try to get by? That's my question.
Keep your tires under you. Keep the tires under you.
Yes, so this is going to be the big thing for them. I mentioned that you've got the tyre graining as a possibility, especially when the track is a bit more green at the start of the race before the rubber starts to get laid down. Following a car so closely like Christian is doing here, Christian is doing it with the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, you're in the turbulent air, you're in the wake of the car in front, and that's going to cause excessive sliding, unwanted sliding. So he's saying, well, what do you want me to do? Put pressure on him or drop back and look after the tyres? And interestingly, his engineer right back at him to say, look at the tyres. It's all about that right now.
Because you've got to make them last a double stint. Looking at the GT class, the yellow Corvette is the leader, Tom Van Rompuy. Then the white Porsche, Alexander Malikin with the yellow highlights in second place, ahead of D Stations, Clement Mathieu in the Aston Martin. 3 different brands in the top 3 as we get back to the Ferrari battle with Porsche for the lead of this race.
Yeah, Tom Van Rompuy, by the way, pulling away from Alex Malikin at this stage of the race. It was attention to the right rear on that McLaren number 59 in the garage for Nico Costa.
Giorgio Roda in the 88 Proton competition. Mustang has dropped a little back from the tail of the field again. For how many years? I don't know, 20 years we've been seeing Proton competition. Porsche, maybe 30 years. Now it's a Ford Mustang that they're running.
Look at this Peugeot hanging on with them as well. I mean, when was the last time we saw that? Probably Le Mans last year.
Yeah.
So this is still on the old concept of car. They've got a new one coming, we believe, after this race. But this smooth surface on this track and very little bumps. It's only a few years ago the whole track got resurfaced. I think it's serving the car really well.
Absolutely right. This is a car that was designed only for one job. That was to win Le Mans. Here's the number 6 Porsche having a look at the number 7 Toyota. So that is Lawrence Fantor all over the back of Mike Conway.
The 2 delayed cars at the start, by the way. The Isotta has cleared the GT traffic. It's just hanging on about 5 seconds back from this train. Paul de Resta in the Peugeot number 94 that spun in 16th place and is making progress.
In fact, the Isotta is lapping quicker than the Lamborghini ahead of it. 45.0 last lap for Jean-Carl Vernet, 45.4 for the Lamborghini.
But compare that to a new fastest lap of the race. That time around went to Michael Christensen, a 1:42.9.
Yeah.
Debris on track, we're told, between turns 15 and 16.
That may well be from the McLaren. Looking there again at Robert Kubica.
There's the damage I saw. The left front of Kubica's car.
Yeah,
I think that's when he tagged the Alpine.
Looks like it's dinked a headlight. Hasn't damaged the splitter. You can see the splitter is still there. Double yellows at the entry to corner 16, which
that's
means
for the debris.
Yeah, marshals will be looking to try and rush out and recover that before the field spreads out too much.
This is really interesting. So Christensen definitely looks like he's got the pace over Molina, but is Molina just managing things as well? And Christensen actually just dropping back ever so slightly.
Well, what do you do if you've got somebody behind you? You back him up towards the guys that are behind him. You don't let him have clear air behind. So that's if you can do that without opening the door for him, that's a great way of dealing with an attacker.
But what I'm seeing in this early phase of the race, the Porsches, they all look pretty racy, whether it's the Jota or the Works Porsche or the Proton Porsche. As we look now, running ball with Vantor, he's going to look to the inside. Conway wants to cover it, he does, so he's going to switch to the outside. And on the braking into turn 1, he's going to get the job done here by the looks of it. He runs right round the outside onto the dusty part, but what a move that was.
Yeah,
excellent stuff.
Fantastic stuff. Move up the order from the number 6 Porsche. Fastest race lap, by the way, has just been set by Nico Muller in the third-placed Peugeot. So everybody is now starting to feel the tyres under them. Well, the Peugeot was designed for Le Mans, which is medium to high speed and flat and long corners. This is even flatter, no chicanes, which is a Brucey bonus, and decent medium to high speed corners. It's the sort of track where the Peugeot should go well, and bingo, here it is.
I talked to Anthony before we came here to ask him what this circuit was like, and I've talked to a number of the drivers since, and what they've said is the corners go on forever.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit like Le Mans, isn't it? Now then, so we got Ferrari leading, Porsche in second, Peugeot in third, Hertz Team Cota fourth and fifth. Hello everybody, those are the two privateers, and of course Cota were the first team to have a privateer Porsche. They debuted that at Spa last year, so they're now nearly a full year into that learning process. They've now got a two-car team, and they're ahead to the better of the two factory Ferraris.
Yeah, Rene Rast as well in the BMW WRT car. He's looking pretty racy and starting to close now that the Porsche's overtaken Conway. He's now starting to take that place. So it's pretty static out in front. The two Jotas you can see there behind the Peugeot running line astern. Great performance by them so far. Looks like they're just waiting in the wings, doesn't it? To something to happen later on in the race for them, perhaps. They've got this Peugeot in front of them, but so far, like you say, Martin, he's holding his own there.
Getting the tyres under them, that's going to be crucial. And that is where Ferrari, Peugeot, Cota, to a degree Proton, and especially Toyota have the advantage over the other teams in Hypercar, because they've used this tyre, they've done these races, all right, not here, but they know what their car does. BMW know what their car does on American circuits, in American conditions, on a different tyre. So they're learning all of that, and so are all the other new teams. They have to learn the tyre as much as the car.
Yeah, you say getting the tyre underneath them, keeping the tyre underneath them has been the key through this Hypercar era. Now we've got a battle for the lead.
Yeah.
GT3 into the final corner. A little cheeky look down the inside there from the Porsche.
Yeah,
and so everyone was surprised by the speed of Van Rompuy, who got pole position in a dominant fashion yesterday. And I spoke to Sarah Bovey on the grid. She said, we don't know where that came from. And that kind of explains why now he's under pressure, because they didn't obviously see that speed all the way through testing.
Oh, Alexander Malikin in the pure racing Porsche looking down the inside. That's one of the two Porsches in GT3, both run by the Manthey organisation. There's Sarah Bovey, and who started 46? It was Ahmed Al-Hati, the man who qualified that car. He joins Maxime Martin and Valentino Rossi. There was a touch there between the Lambo and the BMW. Again, for the GT3 cars, Tom Van Rompuy comes from LMP2, not a GT exponent. If it had been a Van der Linde or, you know, another GT expert, you would have gone, okay, fair enough. But that's his first drive in a GT car on this tyre in this championship. That's an astonishing qualifying performance.
First traffic of the season coming. It's going to come the shape of Giorgio Roda, the number 88 Mustang. We think had a bit of a problem very early in the race, but is catching up. Is that the rear deck that's gone again?
It looks like it might be. The Mustang is a brand new car, has not raced in Europe.
Oh, that was a moment there, sorry Martin. Yeah, so I was going to say, the trick of following or getting past these slower cars, the GTs, you've got to go onto the dusty part of the track, and that completely caught out Nico Muller momentarily. And now look at the Cota behind, catching up of Will Stevens.
We saw the two Daytona, the two factory Mustangs, brand new, both suffer the same rear deck failure. Boot lid, trunk lid if you're from Mustang land, and I didn't get a clear view of that. I'd like to see it. By the way, a mark of the variety here, 7 of the top 8 cars at the moment are different makes.
Yeah, so you've got
GT3.
You've got the yellow and black Corvette, you've got the white and yellow Porsche, then you've got the green and black 777 D-Station Aston Martin. 4th place in the class, you've got the Ferrari of Thomas Floor, the VistaJet car. Then in 5th place, you've got the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and the Iron Dames Lamborghini with Sarah Bovey in 6th position. So top 6 in GT3, 5 different manufacturers. Top 6 overall, 5 different manufacturers.
Top 4 overall, separated by a single second now, and that came with a little bit of that was a touch in traffic from
Number
the 2nd place car.
Michael Christensen. That will be a penalty I would think, for the Porsche driver.
No, I don't think so.
They're
That was just
very hard on it.
It was just racing there. Through the traffic, things bunch up, and it drifted out wide on the exit. Just a bit of contact with the Peugeot, who was right up there, but now under pressure from Will Stevens. And that's what I said, it's hard to overtake in this category. They don't have things like DRS. You can't use overboost of the battery pack, for example. So it's pure racing. You've got to really earn your position on track, and the way that they can do that, luckily for them, they've got the traffic, so that really spices things up.
Michelin with a soft, a medium, a hard and a wet option for Hypercar, a medium and a hard option in GT, as long with a wet from Dunlop. So Michelin supplying Hypercar, tyre unchanged from last year, so everybody who raced on it last year has that knowledge advantage over the newcomers who didn't. For GT3, brand new tyre. Never been raced anywhere before, specifically for GT3, to deal with cars like the Lexus there that's just got come by the Porsche.
Oh, look at this as they catch the the BMW in turn 12. The Hypercars can use and exploit the downforce much more through this section. And they're in full-on traffic here, caught at the worst possible place for the Hypercars at this part of the track.
They're all going by in the fast lane. That was Darren Leung, by the way, the red rear of that BMW, the second in WRT cars. Darren Leung, the reigning British GT champion in his first World Championship start. And most of the GT cars have started their bronze-rated drivers. That tends to be the way you go, particularly in the longer races. Get their minimum driving time out of the way. If they can stand the heat to do a double stint, do it, and try and get their minimum driving time done. There's the turquoise Mustang, the other one of the two TF Sport Mustangs. That is the quicker of the pair at the moment.
Oh, and I tell you what, Martin and Graham, this is a proper baptism of fire, isn't it? For a lot of these rookies here in the GT3 category, they would have never seen anything like this in their life of being a racing driver. And it is cat and amongst the pigeons, as they are darting left, right, centre through these GT3s. That was pretty audacious stuff down into turn 1.
Well, there's nearly as many Hypercars as there were Hypercars and LMP2s last year, so they're all coming in a massive train.
Alex Manikin to the lead then of LMGT3 in the pure racing car from Lithuania.
And look at that damage. Yeah, damage to the left-hand side of the Lamborghini. And that would have been that moment that we saw before, as this is so close in turn 13, 14.
Is that going to give the Peugeot a chance? It is.
Yes, it is. We'll have to go the long way around the outside, the Peugeot. That's not really going to work, is it? Nico Müller giving it everything. These guys are trying to save their tyres, apparently. It does look like the final 10 minutes of the Formula Ford race.
What a cracking move.
Yeah, absolutely. Kept the Porsche offline, so Nico Müller up to second. Now then.
And now he's going to have a great run through. This is 13 and 14, sorry, I got it wrong before. Look, a great run down the inside towards the penultimate corner, right behind Molina now. Yep. Some proper plucky driving here from Nico Müller. Great opportunistic stuff to the max.
And he's also worked the traffic well. Molina hard on the inside to go inside the D station Aston. There's the Corvette in front. I said it was a TF Sport Mustang. Of course it's not. It's Proton competition Mustangs.
It is 4 Porsches in line astern here.
Müller going for the lead.
Traffic.
And is he going to challenge into the first corner? Not quite.
Wasn't quite close enough, but I mean, I think he's got the speed to live with the Ferrari, but the car that's got the ultimate speed so far has been knocked back from second to third, quite literally.
Ferrari in this, Peugeot in this, Porsche, Penske Motorsport are in this, Hertz Team Jota are in this. What is that? The top 6 cars, 1.5 seconds through traffic, and the Cota not that far behind.
This is tense stuff, and what I'm seeing is the new GT3 cars, they haven't got the downforce of the GTE from last year, and I'm seeing a huge discrepancy in that performance, particularly the high-speed corners. The closing speeds are faster than last year.
It is making them easier to pass to a degree, but yeah, the leader in GT3 pulling away from the intense battle for second as the Hypercars come through.
They're driving all over the place, man.
Yep, I see that. And if you can, white delta 0 if you can.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah, tell me at a time when it's not quite as hectic out there, and I might just be able to do that. Kind of got my hands and eyes full at the moment.
White Delta Zero sounds like the nuclear tyre-saving, fuel-saving option, because he went, wow, what? We're going there already?
No, I think it was more like a wow, you've asked me to do that now.
Yeah. Well, he said if you can, you know.
I think the problem at the moment for Michael Christensen is he's under pressure from behind from 3 other Porsches. Identical performance parameters for those cars, and that's a change for second place, the 95 McLaren going through now. Oh, that's the other, apologies, that's the other Corvette.
The other Corvette, yeah, so that is the other Corvette, yeah, so we've got black nose McLaren, black nose Corvette. So the 2 Corvettes are basically a photo negative of each other, yellow and black.
That was Josh Cahill on Hiroshi Kazumi.
Yeah.
Hiroshi will be getting some advice from his translator on the radio this weekend, who is none other than Taki Inouye.
On and into. And this is the battle for second place. Tom Van Rompuy in the TF Sport Corvette with D Station, with Clement Mathieu. Driver lineup changes in D Station and no longer run by TF Sport as they were for the last couple of seasons, being run still in an Aston Martin, a brand new Aston Martin, the GT3 car, but being run by the Pro-Drive team from their factory in Banbury, of course, the people who build the GT3 Astons. Well, the incident between Costa and Sarabovi will be investigated. One of a number that are going on, I think. Riding on board the Isotta Fraschini. The what now? Well, if you are into elderly cars like me, Isotta were a 1930s highly exclusive manufacturing brand. But yeah, have not made a car since then.
59 car back out on the pit apron. 1907 Targa Florio winners, I believe.
Yeah.
Isotta Fraschini's their big motorsports achievement so far in their history, but it's a brand new history with Michelotto, who built this car, previously looked after lots of the Ferrari customer cars, and this is their new project. 325 laps to go, our timing screen says. If you're new to sports car racing, this is what it's all about. It's about variety, it's about consistency, but most of all, it's about traffic.
It is
and
about
what we've seen with traffic is those gaps that we're extending all of a sudden compress back, and that's where you get the action and the opportunity.
So they've gone through, I would say, the hardest moment in the race in terms of traffic, where you've been in free air for a few laps, 6 or 7 laps, and then you catch a whole gaggle of the GT3 cars, and then they slowly, as the race goes on, it becomes a bit more segmented.
Great dive down the inside from the Australian driver, Yasser Shaheen. EMA is an Australian sponsor. They own the Bend Raceway in South Australia, and run by Manthey, one of the 2 Porsches, moves up there ahead of the Vista Air, of course, the car, Francois Heriot.
You mentioned Matt Campbell and that win at the Bathurst 12 Hours just a couple of weekends ago. Well, it was with Manthey EMA
Yes.
and one of their pro cars. So Manthey pairing here with EMA for this orange car and also the leading car at the moment.
And look at the battle behind. You just saw a glimpse of United Auto Sports Josh Cahill with TF Sports Kazumi Hiroshi in that Aston, in the Corvette, and then Team WRT's Darren Leung in the BMW right behind. So it's so many battles going on. Thank goodness we've got a good 8 or 9 hours to talk about this, because we're going to get to the end of it like we do so often at Le Mans and go, didn't mention that car at all. Well, here's a prime example. The Lamborghini not on the pace. Brand new car, first ever race globally for the SC63. Scuderia Corsa 63. The number of the car, the nomenclature of the car, that's the year that Ferruccio Lamborghini founded the road car company, because of course he was a tractor manufacturer before that, the same as Aston Martin's owner David Brown was. Here we are, 13 laps in, and it's chaos right from the start. Opening encounters of the FIA World Endurance Championship 2024 with this monstrous grid of hypercars, 19 of them, and 18 GT3 cars, all at it hammer and tongs. We've got 13 laps in, now on lap 14 of the race, out of a total of 335 laps. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin and world champion Anthony Davidson watching the action. Louise Beckett and our new kid on the block, Bruce Ioane, will be down in the pit lane. We'll hear from them during the race. But at the moment, it is all about the on-track racing action. There's the yellow and black Corvette that started on pole position. Under pressure is Tom Van Rompuy. This is now for third in GT3. From the silver Ferrari are Thomas Floor, and Ian James in the blue heart of racing Aston Martin is right there to pick up the pieces.
Well, the great news about the competitive level of this new class is our three current race leaders, 1, 2, 3 in LMGT3, all rookies for the FIA World Endurance Championship this year. Thomas Floor, race winner last year, knows he's got a fight in his hands, and that's super close there.
Yeah, Ian James stuck his nose inside, and Floor, Anthony Davidson, you don't really dare close the door. You're not quite sure where he is because he's out of view there of the rear-facing camera.
Out of view, yeah. Well, the rear camera is a very wide angle, so you will pick that up, and you can see that just to the right-hand side of the driver's hand. He's got the arrow pointing where the car is. It's got a proximity measuring device as well to show you how close. It's mostly used for the hypercars when they're catching you, of course, but you can definitely use that and rely on that in wheel-to-wheel combat with the same category. But and you got ABS, don't forget. That's a big change from the GTE cars to the GT3s that we have this year. So you're not going to see any lockups, basically, from the cars when they go for moves like we saw down the inside of turn 6.
Making good progress, by the way, up the order. It's the number 99 car in this heritage livery for Proton competition, and harrying the number 7 Toyota with Mike Conway for 8th place. It's Neil Jani, of course, one of our 16 world champions in this grid. Between them, 41 world championship wins.
That's a stat you haven't popped out so far. So we got a 17th world champion here in the booth. We'll be joined by an 18th world championship a little later in the race, because FIA Vice President Robert Reid is here, the world rally champion. With
There's a 19th, and that's Alex Wurz, who's here.
Correct.
Who is a BMX world champion.
Right, okay, very good. And a circuit designer by all accounts as well.
Yes, indeed.
So, yeah, I mean, we are throwing talent at this championship like never before, and actually part of that is the way that the FIA and the ACO and IMSA, it has to be said, have worked together on this hypercar class to make it affordable. It is not a financial arms race. It is not a financial power race. It is a well-defined set of targets that they have to meet for performance, but it has brought in so many teams.
Yeah, but you know the race is long. We're going to come back as long as we don't lose the lap. We're coming back.
Yeah, we will.
What? That's Sebastian Buemi not panicking. Hang on, I'm making a note of that now. No, he's full of confidence. We will come back as long as we don't lead a lap. But as long as we don't lose a lap. But look at them, the number 8 Toyota, the world champions.
Yeah.
14th place. Cadillac, by the way, got knocked off at the start, down in 15th place, and they're looking at whether they're going to have to change the nose because of damage after that opening first couple of corners.
Well, one of the things we've learned, gentlemen, in this hypercar era is here's where we are, getting deeper into the first stint for these cars, but a second stint on the same rubber is very often a totally different story, and that chapter's yet to be written.
Lawrence Vantor in the Porsche has just set his fastest race lap, and 2 cars behind him. So is James Collado in the 51 Ferrari that was our Le Mans winner last year. Back at the front of the GT3 class, Mantai's Porsche, the white car, pulling away from the D-Station Aston Martin, and then everyone else is third. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in that third place battle. Yeah, introducing GT3 has brought a lot of different varieties.
Aston Martin makes the place. That's Ian James taking the opportunity of the Ferrari running wide and getting that place.
Yeah, so but Thomas Floor in that Ferrari is really holding his own, and I think when we get the pro drivers in, you know, the silvers, the golds, the platinums later on in the race, as we see a real close fight here now down into turn 1 at the lead of the race. Outright, I think Molina might just make this difficult for Muller on the outside. Gives him room though, and it's going to be the Peugeots towards turn 2.
Well, that's exactly the move that Molina pulled on the front row of the grid to take the lead at the start. The long way round the outside gives you the tight entrance into corner 2, and that's a big move.
I spoke to some of the Peugeot mechanics and engineers a few days ago. I said, how's the car looking for this year then? more reliable? Because that was pretty much their Achilles heel last year. And he said, yeah, oh, yeah, definitely more reliable. I said, and the speed? And they went,
more reliable.
So-so. So-so. Yeah, really so. If that's so-so, then I'd love to see what they can do with the new car.
Well, look, if it's performing well here, it means the platform is doing what it was designed to do, which the knock-on effect of is it should be good on its tyres as well, rather than having to wrestle it around somewhere like Monza, where it's out of its element and struggling for tyre. So, I mean, this could be a really positive. And of course, they've got a new car in the wings. It's due to debut in Imola, which is a very different track. So this might be the perfect send-off where the car's really performing at its best since Le Mans.
Just seeing Thomas Floor and the Ferrari once again here in this GT3 battle. I was going to say before we saw that lead change in the hypercars was that I think when the pro drivers get in, that Ferrari is looking very quick.
Now, for the first time in GT, we have what we've had in Hypercar last year, the virtual fuel tank, part of the balancing of these different types of cars.
Well, that was a little bit naughty there. I felt a little bit, he didn't need to start turning, you know, releasing the steering wheel mid-corner. He was always going to come around the outside there. He had to give a bit of room, but no harm done. Maybe a little bit of damage perhaps to the Aston Martin, if any, but it's a long race. It's early days in the race. Just keep it cool.
Yeah, I was just about to say, each of the cars in GT3, as you watch
let's have another look at this. So yeah, he actually, the 27 sending it down the inside. To be fair to him, he had a little bit of oversteer. He had to correct it. So I take that back there. That was he had a. It was a late move. Lost the rear end slightly and had a mini tank slapper, and then was out. They see the move into turn 6.
Jota car dives, and Suncoat, the number 6 car, the other Penske car, looking to dive through as well. So a bit of opportunism from Lawrence Vantor, nearly dive bomb Michael Christensen, but it was a great move. Will Stevens up to 3rd place. Miguel Molina looked like he was dropping back suddenly into that pack. He's just pulled away a little bit more. Maybe now that was traffic induced.
Now Will is, we know from before, we're going to see maybe a replay of this. No, Willis is on board with it. Number 5. Oh, that was so risky, wasn't it? Was that off track as well, that move over the white lines?
And there was the Ferrari in between them. Well, a little bit, but
did he just give it up because of that?
I'd like to see that again from the off-board. It was hard to see from on-board, but the battle continues now between the two works Penske Porsches. I was going to say with Will Stevens though, he's learned his trade in LMP2 of looking after the tyres.
Good job. Heavy traffic in this lap. Heavy traffic in this lap.
That's a little delayed because look at the traffic. It's like rush hour here for GT3 cars.
But he's caught it in the perfect place.
He has.
He's caught that traffic and he's managed to make his way through a long row of traffic. And I'm not sure Molina managed to do it. He did not.
So with some medium speed corners coming up, like we said before, where the hypercar can really stretch its legs in the higher speed and use the downforce that they have over the GT3 cars, that's where Molina and the rest of them are going to be bogged behind for now. But you never know how it'll unfold later on when they hit the traffic again. Not literally, I mean, but later on in the race.
Well, possibly literally as well. They're all diving through traffic. The gold Jota Porsche, Will Stevens in 3rd, being hounded by Michael Christensen and Ian James in that blue number 27. Heart of Racing Aston looking for 3rd place from Tom Van Rompuy in the Corvette that started on pole. Through goes another I mean, look at the massive queue of cars. It really is massive queue of cars. It's like everybody queuing to get into the malls here on a Friday evening.
Did notice around turn 5, turn 6. At some point, I think there you go. We've had somebody off the track. There is gravel all over the centre of the track there.
I mean, it was like that in qualifying as well. So, Alex Lynn, the number 2 car, and the 94 Peugeot of Paul di Resta. That was the contact. The stewards are going to investigate it. That was clearly the contact where Cadillac are worried about their nose. There is the blue Mustang, and that is a strong battle with the Iron Dames.
Looking back from Thomas Floor's number 54 Ferrari, you see Sarah Bovey, the Iron Dames behind, still with that damaged bodywork. I wonder what they're going to do when it comes around to the pit stops. Doesn't seem to be affecting performance too badly, as we see. Is that the Peugeot back there darting into the pits? Yes, it's Paul
Is he
DeResta in the
Yes, he is.
94.
Okay, so leader stays out, Paul DeResta drops in, and again, maybe a one-lap undercut. When you're pitting both of your cars together, you tend to try and make sure that you don't pit both of your cars together right at the beginning of the race. You offset them. Now, interestingly, all the hypercars, their fuel designation, the amount of energy they're allowed to use per stint is designed to give them the same number of laps.
Correct.
At Le Mans, so it might vary here. There is a little bit of a scuff on the front of the 94, so that's possibly a bit of Cadillac paint on that wheel. Cadillac.
Is that a set of medium tyres, I thought, going on there?
Reds, they're hard.
No, it's the hard still.
Now, was that a full set or just fronts?
I think that was an early stop, wasn't it?
A very early stop. They should be going. That's about halfway. Or I think
it's 18 laps.
So 32 laps for a hypercar. Am I correct?
Didn't recall.
And 26, if I recall correctly, for GT3 is broadly what we should be looking for. So listen, what's going on with Imola?
Copy the gap. Tell me if you want more tyre management. Tell me if you want more tyre management.
Copy.
At the moment, Peugeot's bookending this hypercar field. Still those 19 hypercars. 30 seconds or so from front to the leading car, the Peugeot, to at the moment the Assetto Fraschini. Bearing in mind the 94 cars behind that one has just pitted. It's a new fastest lap of the race to Nico Muller, 1:42.427. Plenty of pace left to come in this race.
And plenty of tyre under that car at the moment, it would seem. Where Sebastian Bourdais in the garage, watching the action from the Cadillac team. You can see one light out on the front of Alex Lynn's car, so it was a left front corner that clearly was involved in that impact because it's lost its headlight. Not a drama here in the daytime hours, but later in the race we will be racing into darkness.
So left front damage on the Peugeot and left front damage on the Cadillac as well.
Well, one of them might have been facing the wrong way. The Peugeot was, wasn't it? So, yes, I don't know if that was cause or effect. You would think maybe the spin might have initiated the contact since they seem to have come together facing each other. Anyway, Alex Lynn in the number 2 Caddy, 15th place, behind the number 8 Toyota, and a very bullish sounding Sebastian Buemi. But I mean, he's there was a little mention I saw online saying, how many times will we hear the phrase, it's a long race? Here's the first time. It's going to be a massive endurance test for everybody here.
Zach Robichon there in the Mustang, the number 77 car, the sky blue car, I think we'll call that, in the mix here. He is the silver driver for that car in the mix with all of the bronze drivers starting this race.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to say then that the car hasn't really got the speed. If that's a silver driver, you would naturally expect to be a little bit quicker and getting more out of the machinery. And to be fair, that's what we saw in qualifying, wasn't it, yesterday?
It's really early days for this Mustang, no doubt at all about it. We're going to see the pace coming. We've seen the cars run at pace in the Imola Sports Car Championship season opener.
So riding on board now with Laurent Van Tor, he did the fastest first and second sectors of all on that last lap and has actually caught right up to the back of the sister car. So he's taken his time through this race, not quite as spectacular, should I say, as his teammate Michael Christensen, but I think that might start to be paying dividends now.
On the right-hand side, you just saw throttle application, brake application, and NRG. Now, again, that's the virtual fuel tank, showed to be about half full. We are on lap 20, or we have completed 20 laps, expecting it to be a 32-lap stint for the hypercars. They are all balanced to have essentially the same power output and, as a result, fuel economy, no matter how they generate their actual fuel or their energy, rather.
Bear in mind the first stint also includes the 2 formation laps, so it may be slightly earlier than that.
Might be down to 30 laps, yes, exactly. So we had 2 formation laps, a lap out from the pit lane to the grid, so it should be between a 32 and a 33 lap stint for the normal race distance, but might be in 29 or 30 laps, depending on how confident they are in their fuel economy figures. Ahmed Al-Hati for Team WRT. Now, again, a front-engine GT car, but Ahmed Al-Hati has spent a lot of time racing Aston Martin front-engine GT cars, and he struggled in qualifying to really find a quick lap in this car. Now, it's got the engine at the front, it's a GT car, but it's not that simple. It must be a very different beast to drive, because Ahmad hasn't suddenly forgotten how to drive over the weekend, and you can see that number 46 BMW up behind Sarabovi in the Iron Dames car, as we come back to the hypercar class and our privateer, the number 83 Ferrari. That car currently riding in 9th and chasing the number 7 Toyota. Number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway starting the race. Habitually, that would mean at this stage, Anthony Davidson, he'd either be first or second. Neither Toyota is first or second.
It's so strange to be seeing this, isn't it? A very different story playing out compared to last year. And I expected them, honestly, to be further up in the race order right now, because the car did qualify second position yesterday in the hands of Nick de Vries.
Well, with 37 minutes in, potentially there is another 8 hours for them to pick off 6 cars or 7 cars, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Kamui Kobayashi did say earlier in the week that he thought it was going to be very hard for them to score points here. Well, they're already both in points-paying positions, but I would have thought that the likelihood of a team that is so experienced with this format of racing, with that car, with this tyre, is unlikely to be really struggling badly throughout the end of the race.
No, the 8 is actually down in 14th, but
so
not in a... Let's have a listen to what's going on with Polish superstar Robert Kubica.
Okay, Robert, for tyres, we are considering changing left-hand side only at the next stop to scrubbed.
I think we should keep.
Copy. Copy.
Well, no, that's a bold choice, Anthony. You know, the engineers go, maybe we'll just put the scrubbed will be the set they used in qualifying, or half the set they used in qualifying. But he's going, no, I think we stick with what we got.
Well,
okay.
he's clearly done a good job managing them, and that's why we didn't see. I mean, he was embroiled in a big fight, but you could see at the same time he was really trying to just sort of drive his own race and avoid pushing the tyres too much in the beginning, and actually now he's starting to catch back up with Mike Conway, and he feels pretty comfortable with how the car's feeling, and no need from his point of view anyway to change that left-hand side of the tyres. And the reason they put just the left-hand side on is because it's a clockwise circuit, the left-hand side of the car, and therefore the tyres be taking more of the forces going through them. In corners like this one we see here with Nico Müller through 12, then into 13 and 14. You can see all the time, by the way, guys, the rubber coming down onto the track, the surface getting darker and darker on that racing line, and that's going to be giving the drivers a better feeling as we take a look back at the start.
Well, there has been a penalty applied to the number 78, a Codis ASP Lexus, for contact with the 88 Mustang at the start. They are towards the back of the field, but at the start, around the nose of the front row.
It was unfortunate for Paul de Resta. I've just seen that. So the caddy, I think, got a bit pinched into turn 1, lost control momentarily, and then just speared into the side of the 94 Peugeot. So looking back here from one of the Penske Porsches, is this? Yes.
Yeah. There's the caddy in the middle. This is on board with number 6. The caddy is behind.
He gets tagged from the rear.
Going on board with the BMW. There's Robert Kubica locking up, going wide around the outside in the number 20 BMW, and they had a get out of jail free card there, didn't they? And
the one I really want to see is who hit Alex Lynn up the back into turn 1, because that triggered that whole sequence. Oh, that was a late dive, wasn't it? And there's the contact.
Might have been
through turn 4.
Might have been the Jota car, might possibly have been the 94 Peugeot, don't know.
So, yeah, that was the
managed to get out the gravel.
That was where the gravel came from that we didn't see. The contact, by the way, between the Lexus and the 88 was at the start of lap 2.
Okay.
So 11:02 on our clock. So that would have been the 78 car of Arnaud Robin, the reigning Michelin Le Mans Cup champion. It's a GT3 championship that supports the European Le Mans Series, and the unlucky Giorgio Roda.
Still the battle between Sarabovi just in front of us and Ahmad Al-Hati. This is for 7th and 8th place in the GT3 category. The Iron Dames car's gone from the sort of lurid pink of last few years to a more magenta pink. Maybe that's a Lamborghini production colour, but around the outside goes Ahmed Al-Hati, and inside, corner 1 to corner 2, does not quite get the overlap that he needed to keep his nose in there. Alex Lynn and Phil Hansen, the 38 Jota car, being investigated at turn 1 at the start. So that might be the answer to your question of who punted Alex Lynn from behind.
I was just looking at the grid again, actually, through those replays, and it was, as they started, it was one of the Jota cars behind the Cadillac directly as they sat on the grid.
And that's the 38 car, and he would have followed Alex Lynn through a spreading field and potentially got out of sequence himself with where the corner was.
I'm sure it's going to be a recurring theme how busy it's going to be in turn 1 with this 19-car field this season.
Yeah, definitely right, and the same in the GT category. But the good news is we don't have to have eyes on 3 different categories, only on 2 at the same time. Through goes the Jota Porsche, chasing the Ferrari for third. Will Stevens with a hammer down, chasing Miguel Molina, and Michael Christensen worrying about his teammate Lawrence Vantor right behind him.
Watching, by the way, the continuing pace of the Porsche Penske Motorsport pair, that's a lot of P's, apologies, they are putting in some stellar lap times and sector times. It is the new fastest lap came a couple of laps ago to Michael Christensen, 1:42.095, but this pair dragging up to the rear again of Will Stevens and dropping Phil Hansen as they do it.
Well, and also Will Stevens looks like he's faster than Miguel Molina as well, who's still doing a great job hanging on to that second position. But like I spotted quite early on in the race, actually, that that Porsche platform, which obviously the Jota shares that platform as well, it seems to be the fastest car out there right now.
Good form as well for Nico Muller. 5.5 seconds clear now, and we should note as well, Alex Malikin is 10 seconds clear in GT3.
This is going to get spicy because they're just catching this gaggle of cars. Here are the hypercars. Through turn 4 they come, and they're fully in the heart of the traffic now. 5, 6, 7 cars maybe lay in front.
Oh, look at Will Stevens. If the Ferrari opens the door, Will Stevens is getting his foot in it as well to go through with that gold Jota car.
And now they're going to be sitting behind them on the most critical part of the lap, the higher speed corners, where you see a huge discrepancy of speed.
I think there's side-by-side contact, albeit only gently, between Michael Christensen and Sarah Bovey.
And look at the gravel on the outside.
That's
the
well spotted,
the GT3s are kicking up their gravel on the inside. They can take more of the track on the inside, and that spews the gravel all the way onto the racing line. Then, of course, the cars brush it to the exit as Kevin Estra getting a bit of lunch in before his
Shouldn't
duty.
that be popcorn? like the GIF. There is the third place, Jota Porsche. So we have Peugeot out front now by 8.5 seconds.
That's through that traffic. That's
running
that traffic
away
in the
out
wrong
front.
place again for
and in fact,
chasing pack.
Yeah, coming onto the straight, we have our 2 class leaders. 92 goes across the line in the lead of GT3. 93 goes across the line in the lead of the race, and they have no rivals nearby. Look, there's the Peugeot turning into turn 1 as the rest of the field comes out of turn 16.
So on the back of this, do we think everybody's going to take their cars away and take the tails off?
Yeah, cut those wings off, everybody.
It's remarkable stuff from Peugeot.
It's interesting when the track suits a car, how much difference it's making. Now, again, it is the first stint on fuel, the first stint on tyres. How it survives on the used tyres, we'll wait and see. Looking back from Ian James, Aston Martin, there's the Proton competition Mustang of Zach Rubicon. And again, when you start your bronze driver, their job is to lose as few places as possible if there are faster drivers in the field. Into the pit lane has come the Isotta, by the way, for its first fuel stop.
And we're expecting the GT3s to be coming into the pits round any time soon. Predicted stint length was 26 laps, as there's a move down the inside from Ian James.
From Ian James, goes by Tom Van Rompuy for third place in GT, and the Mustang is right there. Zach Rubicon as well, the Canadian,
the big two,
to have a go.
Chevy and Ford, one of the big stories in GT3 this year, new cars from both the American giant manufacturers.
Well, you know, and so many other stories, you know, Ford versus Ferrari, Chevrolet versus Ford, BMW and Aston Martin and all the rest. I mean, you know, we're looking, and again, when we get get to Le Mans, we'll be having even more cars with the LMP2 field joining in as well. Dive down the inside from the Toyota coming through this battle.
Watching, by the way, the times of Paul Di Resta since that pit stop, but he is finding time now. It's the 143s. That's a new fastest lap of the race for his teammate, though.
Yep.
1:42.065 now from Nico Muller, and it's 11 seconds. It's a Ferrari on pit lane.
On the last lap, the two Peugeots were the fastest cars on track. It's the number 50 car, Miguel Molina, the early race leader, pits on lap 27. So that is perhaps a little bit earlier than we had anticipated. Comes in to the AF Corsa team. Now, the Lollipop Man was in yellow last year, the rest of the team in red overalls, so it's not that he's pulled up at the wrong garage for the yellow Ferrari, he's pulled up at the right garage. I wonder if their pit lane man will be red instead of yellow.
91 Porsche also on pit lane, by the way, Anthony.
Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane. Louise, good morning.
Good morning. I've just got to the 50 Ferrari and they are getting ready for left side only change on the tyres.
All right, that's interesting. So I wonder if they're going for a slightly softer tyre. We'll take a look. Actually, Lou, if they've got hards out. Okay, well, there you go. That answers that question.
You can see the energy on the graphics there. Most of them front runners around about 10-11% of energy still remaining, therefore the fuel. So yeah, that's a bit of an early stop there, wasn't it, for Molina?
That's some good news, by the way, for our viewers online with our broadcast partners. And if you're going to be at the tracks this year, and why wouldn't you be, with Michelin bringing new and more prominent tyre markings from Imola, you'll be able to see which tyres are on the cars, even at speed.
Yep, absolutely. So pit stops for the Peugeot 94 car, the 50 Ferrari, and the number 11 Isotta Fraschini. Jean Carverne staying at the wheel. So do Paul Di Resta and Miguel Molina. And drive-through penalty being served by the 78 car. Has that been served yet?
Yes,
no,
it has. Yes, it has. Yes.
Yes, it has. Yeah, he's just done that.
Josh Cagle in, by the way, in the 195 McLaren.
And actually, interestingly, the Manthey Porsche in the pit lane, Yasser Shaheen. So we have the second Manthey car in the pit lane, and the Pure Racing is in as well. That's the race leader in GT3.
Some mighty times coming in at the top of the field. Nico Muller has set the fastest time of the race until the last lap from Will Stevens, a 1:41.2. That's 0.8 of a second quicker than anything we'd seen to that point.
Well, he's been released now, hasn't he? So he's now on the charge to catch up Nico Muller, who leads this race, and without Molina in the way, you really felt like that was the cork in the bottle with the Porsches behind that Ferrari. You got a bit of a look down the inside from Sarabovi.
Yeah, he's trying to go outside, inside again. This is down into turn 6, and again Sarabovi shuts the door. She gives them both racing room.
Good stuff.
Yeah, really good driving by both.
Great racing.
Third place battle. There's the Corvette that started on pole position. That car is in as well. So Malikin, Clement Mateur for D Station, Proton 77 is in, TF Sports 81 car is in, the pole sitter 55 for AF Corsa, WRT's Darren Leung is in as well. There's his car. Well, that's the car he is driving.
Yeah, Darren, the British GT's reigning champion, and he's in the championship alongside the man that tormented
struggling
him
to start that. They were struggling to start that, the 777, so they lost a huge amount of time.
Restart. Still has not restarted. Come on, baby, come on, baby.
I think that was a stall as well, just as it finally fired up.
So fuel only, Louise Beckett is saying, for the TF Sport Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy. Now, in the final year of GTE AM, the drivers had enough tyre supply in their allocation to change their tyres every single stint. In GT3, not the case. They are going to have to do multiple stints on the tyres.
Whole range of things for new fans of endurance racing to get used to.
And old fans as well.
including driver time. Some restrictions on so these drivers have got to do minimum times. 4 cars on pit lane now.
They are the race leaders.
That was a nice pit entry there from the Ferrari. I think that was Thomas Floor, isn't it?
Yep.
Really nailed that pit entry and caught up a huge amount of time. on the Aston Martin of Ian James. Super aggressive on the brakes.
Look,
timed that very well.
Attention to that rear deck, it had popped up
Of the,
on the Mustang.
of the Mustang, yeah. Obviously their bonnet clips need to be a bit stronger than the ones on the Forest
Daytona.
Minor.
It literally ripped the carbon fibre trunk lid up and off the car.
You get a 200 mile an hour wind into anything, it's going to take it away.
Looks like a much tighter squeeze this year, doesn't it, into the Lamborghini for the Iron Dames drivers compared to the GTE car from last year.
Michelle Gatting taking over. So Dorian Pant, their new WEC driver. She's not new to the WEC. She's raced in LMP2 before, of course, for the last 2 seasons. But she's new to the Iron Dames trio in their GT category car.
Has raced with them in GT3 before and was part of the squad that took a class win at the Spa 24 Hours in GT3.
I've just seen on the screen warning flag for car 2, Lynn, for causing contact with car 94 at turn 1 at 11:01. That's the start of the race. It wasn't his fault. He got smashed from the back.
Yeah, well,
how can you get a penalty for, or a warning flag when you've been hit up the back? I think that's crazy.
Yeah, especially if they're investigating somebody else for hitting him at the start.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's being investigated for being the cue ball.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's
or the cannonball.
Totally unfair. I would say
Yeah.
take that warning flag away. He doesn't deserve that.
No, agreed.
You mentioned Dan that they were struggling to restart that 777 car. That cost them 30 seconds on pit lane.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised.
Minute 46 for them. It's about a minute and 15 is the running average for that stop.
And in this company and in those GT3 cars, making up 30 seconds is going to have your fastest driver hard on it for 2 hours, and he's still not going to make up 30 seconds on everybody else in the field. You could lose so much in the pit stops. And more pit stops going on. There is the Iron Lynx Lamborghini in the pits. Driver change for the number 60 Iron Lynx car, brought in by Claudio Schiavone, the man who is Iron Lynx. And into the pit lane comes a battle between the 2 Porsches. Time to introduce Bruce Ioane, I think. He's down at Penske as the number 5 car arrives. Bruce?
Yes, absolutely. Refueling, and there's going to be a tyre change as well. Looks like 4 scrubbed hard tyres.
Okay, now they came in just before the Jota car, so run like the wind all the way to Jota. And tell us what's happening there.
Welcome to your new life, Bruce. Welcome to the team. First race, Bruce.
Bruce, we can see you. You're not running. Here's the Jota. We've got the other camera there, so that's great news. Fuel going in. And that happens first in isolation from anything else for safety reasons, same as ever, and then they can change tyres if they want to.
We're saying at this point, the Brady branding on the rear wing end plates, and it is the number 12 for Tom Brady's shirt number.
You would have seen the mechanic just wiping the rear end or the rear wing on the underside, checking that there's no marbles, tyre marbles sticking to it, because that can dramatically reduce the downforce of the car. So that level of professionalism there at Jota is what we've all come to recognise and acknowledge.
Taking a look at the damage on the front of the 83 while it goes through its fuel stop here.
And again, the 777 D-Station Aston Martin battling with a TF Sport Corvette, but not the same one that it was battling with earlier on at the front of the field, because this is the other car with the black nose and rear, and the leader is in.
Leader of the pits, and here's Nico Muller with a 10-second gap. What a stint.
So what
Muller.
He's gone faster and further than his rivals who pitted on the previous lap, because he comes in while they're still there, but they were at almost a lap back.
That was Vantoro, though, goes longer still and puts in the fastest lap of the race. To spin for the number 77 car. Also on pit lane, Phil Hansen, 38, and another car popping by. It is the other Ferrari.
77, Ryan Hardwick has taken over that car and overcommitted. A bit too much speed in corner 4, too much into corner 5. We saw that in free practice as well, not from them, but from McLaren.
Cold tyres, remember.
Yep.
Caddy on pit lane as well.
Yeah, just out of turn 7 on power. It's easily done when, like you say, Graham, when you're coming out with the colder tyres. And even in this heat that we have here in Qatar, the drivers would still be preferring that without the tyre warmers, as Jenson Button gets into the car 38.
Yeah. Driver change. They're still under investigation. So Jenson Button will have his first Porsche stint here in the World Endurance Championship. Last time he raced in the top class, it was LMP1 with SMP.
Has raced the Porsche for JDC Motorsports in the States and also the Acura GTP, so he's got plenty. And you hear the whir of the hybrid just firing the car out of pit lane. There is the damage for Alex Lynn.
I'm not sure that there's any question about having to change the nose on the number 2 Cadillac. I think that's a given. If you don't, you're going to be back in the pit lane because the race director will make you change it.
So 3 cars yet to pit, by the way. It is the new race leader, Laurens Vanseur.
So watch the caddy here. You know what? You know what? He didn't get hit up the back.
He didn't.
He didn't. Watching it again, that's the first. So, yeah. That warning flag was correct. I take it all back.
So he checked up in the middle of the field, but could not avoid the back of the Peugeot and tagged the Peugeot into a spin.
Eduardo's 2 representatives can now go back to pit lane and take the shotgun with them.
Laurens Vanseur, the race leader, is in the pit lane in the number 6 Porsche.
The other 2 cars, by the way, they've gone long here, are currently 2nd and 3rd place by dint of everybody else pitting. They are. And here they come. The number 8 Toyota in the hands of Seb Buemi, and the Alpine, number 35, in the hands of Ferdy Habsburg. Feather-footed Ferdy.
Oh, very good. Knew there'd be some nicknames coming this year. So Ferdy Habsburg, again, stepping up from LMP2 into the hypercar class. And Sebastian Buemi very much at home in this number 8 crew. Unchanged since last year, the reigning World Endurance Champions. Alex Lynn has stayed in the Cadillac, but with a brand new schnoz.
The next phase of the race begins after the pit stops.
And that means that is our new race leader now, the number 93 Peugeot of Nico Müller. He stayed in, and he had tyres and fuel. Toyota, are they going to need tyres? Or are they going to start double stinting? You have to double stint your tyres for almost all of these races.
So far we have had 3 different hypercar leaders. Race led at turn 1, well, I guess briefly 4 different with the Porsche on pole.
Yeah, it was that we saw the Toyota just creeping away there from the pit box without a change of tyres.
So at the moment, Nico Müller leading. And the 2 Penske Motorsport Porsches looking very strong, and the Hertz team judge on the leaderboard currently. Before it all shakes out, we've got Peugeot, Porsche, Ferrari, then the best of the Toyotas in 9th position. But again, in another lap, once the pit lane changes have all sort of reinstated themselves, we'll revisit that. But the Porsche has looked like a very well-balanced car here all week long. Ditto the Peugeot, and of course the Porsche team, Penske and Cota, the privateers and Proton have got a year, or some of a year, of running their cars on these tyres in this championship, and so they're a much more well understood package than they were last season, and that ups their performance. They're getting more out of the potential that the car has been given to race with.
So we think fuel only, yes, for the number 94
Absolutely,
car.
yes.
Into the top 10 now from the back of the hypercar field by dint of saving that time, saved about 10 seconds by not taking. So while we've got car number 50 from Miguel Molina under investigation, crossing the white line at pit entry for that routine pit stop. So the Peugeot's now 1st and 10th, but Paul Di Resta, having taken track position, is on older Michelin rubber.
Yep. So there is the 94 car. This is Mike Conway, number 7 Toyota. He's just ahead of Di Resta. Conway didn't take tyres either. We saw the number 8 Toyota not taking tyres. There is the AF Corsa car you saw in the white racing underwear. Ye Yifei, the Chinese driver who has been part of Porsche Middle East, Porsche Far East Asia Pacific team for so long, and now a full Ferrari driver. Well, after the number 12 Cota team handed over from Will Stevens to Norman Nato, gives us a chance to hear from the bearded wonder.
Will Stevens bringing in the number 12. You're 4th at the moment on track. What's it like out there? Because it seems like there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I think, as always, the traffic's a tricky one. You can see it bunches us up a lot of times, and especially in the high-speed stuff, the the closing speeds of the GT3s is quite quick, so that's when it gets quite hairy a little bit a few times. But obviously it's a long race, 10 hours. So for us it's about staying patient, but obviously trying to move forward when we can. So we managed to do that during my stint, and I think we'll see quite a lot of different tyre strategies through the race. So far we're happy. Everything's going to plan, and just need to stay patient, and the race hopefully will come to us.
You've had a while to be here. The Prologue was here as well. So what is this circuit like? It's the first time we've been here. Where are the opportunities?
I think it's actually very different to a lot of other places because it's very high speed and there's actually not much braking zones. So overtaking is very tough, but also there's not a huge amount of tyre deg. So people can push quite hard, but then there's some manufacturers who are struggling more with tyre deg than us. So it's a good track. It's also one you have to be a bit careful because you can gain a lot of lap time by cutting corners here. But then it also damages the car. A long race, we need to look after it. So, like I said, it's about patience. We're doing that at the moment, so then we'll see where we end up.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks.
There's one thought, Will Stevens alluded to it there. You mentioned it as well, Anthony. And it is another new dynamic for the World Endurance Championship in this new era with Hypercar and LMGT3. The different dynamics of those GT3 cars is absolutely adding something to the traffic.
Yeah, we spotted it, didn't we? And so Will's just echoing what I had seen earlier on, in that the closing speeds seem much quicker than last year. And I know we're on a circuit that's built up more medium and high speed corners, and you'd naturally see that separation between the performance of those cars. But yeah, even if we had the GTE cars here from last year, I think we would have, on this track, we would have seen less of a closing speed. So it's something for the drivers to get used to, and for us as well, so to judge where you can or can't overtake. And I think that's why it was catching some of the drivers out earlier on in the race. As we look back from the rear end of Mike Conway's number 7 Toyota at the closing 94 car, there we are with Paul di Resta at the wheel. Still with those fresher tyres. Remember, Conway will be double stinting these tyres, and so Paul di Resta from that early hit in turn 1 from the Cadillac, still making up for lost time.
Yeah, di Resta trying to work his way through traffic, just found the door shut by the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Ian James stays in, remains second in the GT category. No further action on the 38 Jota car at the start of the race, so that's good news. But 88, the Mustang, and 93 are both under investigation.
The race leader.
For technical infringement. Not quite sure what that is. We have a McLaren in the pits, and that will be the 59 United Autosport car that stopped very early on with that left rear corner, right rear corner damage.
Information to pit lane. Car 50 has a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at pit entry. Car 50 has a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at pit entry.
Now, what we don't see from that on board is, had he just passed somebody coming out of corner 16, a GT car maybe, and then left it too late to pull over. But you've got to do these things, because the penalty for that one pass, you might have held yourself up a second going into the pit lane, but you've cost yourself a drive-through penalty, which is 30 or 40 seconds of penalty. It's a no-win situation.
And Davidson, you've been in enough drivers' briefings with Eduardo Freitas. What does he say about the white line?
Well, he says he treats it as a concrete wall. So he said if you cross over the white line, then I'm going to believe that you've damaged your car, because for me it's a concrete wall. I need to stop you just to check your car's okay. So the drivers know this, and you go through this with your team as well. Prior to the race, you have lots of briefings, and this should be just ground into you. You should know not to cross the white line. The only thing you can say is if he was given a really last-minute call by the team in a frantic panic, sometimes you can get caught out that way. But still, you need to treat it like it's a solid. It
won't have been, because it will have been a scheduled fuel stop in the first stint of the race. It's not. There's a full course yellow coming now.
He did come in early.
But
we still don't know why he pitted so much earlier than the other hypercars. That remains a question mark. So maybe it was maybe they could see something on the car, but it was a frantic late call. We don't have that information, but still, you need to know not to cross our white line.
Yeah.
Both on the way in and the way out.
Meanwhile, Nico Müller, the race leader, potentially under investigation for a technical issue. Teams splitting their strategy. Number 50 Ferrari, whose currently lies in 6th place, took left side tyres, fuel, no driver change. 51 Ferrari, just fuel, no driver change, no tyres. And the 83 car, we heard Robert Kubica's engineer offering them left side only. No, let's stay with what we've got. They just took fuel on as well. And I imagine that most teams up and down the order, and particularly you think of somebody like BMW with a brand new car that they've not raced in this championship, all on this tyre, you're going to sort of hedge your bets a little. Do a left sides only on one, or a fresh set the next time with the other car, and just see how that tyre wear pattern works out. Peugeot, with more knowledge of the car, more knowledge of the tyre, well, they're really using it well. What the technical infringement might be, I think we're only going to find out if a penalty comes. Well, we are 1 hour and 7 minutes into the race. 38 laps completed in the season opener here in Qatar. A phenomenal sight with 19 hypercars and 18 brand new GT3 cars. So many different teams, drivers, and combinations coming to the start of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024. If Group C was a golden era of sports car racing, this could be the platinum era of sports car racing. And from the start, with the Porsche Penske team on pole position, pacing Toyota around the outside. A great move from Ferrari's Miguel Molina to take the lead, as behind there was contact, the caddy running into the Peugeot and getting clipped by the 83 Ferrari as well in an intense field of traffic. 19 identically paced hypercars and 18 identically paced GT3 cars, making life very tough in the opening going, working their way through traffic. Peugeot third early on, behind the Ferrari and the Porsche, and then contact between the Lamborghini Huracan and one of the McLarens on the first lap of the race. Saw the McLaren with broken suspension heading into the pit lane. 83 is the first private Ferrari hypercar racing, ahead of the brand new Alpine and the Corvette that started on pole in GT3, being passed by the pure racing Porsche, with the Aston Martins queuing up to have a go. Peugeot carving its way into the top three. Great pass by Nico Müller on Michael Christensen to get ahead of the number 6 Penske Porsche. Really stuck to his guns, moving up into second place, chasing down the Ferrari that led the race. And as he got to Molina, it took him 3 or 4 laps to get into position, and then drove around the outside to take the lead of the race. Peugeot led into the first fuel stops and continue to lead. The number 50 Ferrari coming into the pit lane, getting a penalty, which it has just served. But the battle behind rages on, with Porsche looking very strong. Both of the Jota cars, both of the Penske Porsches dicing in the top half dozen. It's only the Proton Porsche that has not yet managed to find the speed to join in. So Peugeot leading the first hour in the GT class, all change Aston Martin, and the brand new to World Endurance Mustang starting to muscle their way past the new Corvette GT3 car. The Aston moving up to third place, and the Corvette losing in the battle, but it is Peugeot that leads the early going in Qatar. We've just had that drive-through penalty for the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari of Miguel Molina. So he has dropped down to outside the top 10 into 15th position. Still frantic battling going on in the GT class. We just saw the headlights being flashed by Tom van Rompuy trying to get by one of the... in fact, that's the Mustang just in front of him. That is...
Yeah, so Laurent Vantore, you see on screen here in the car number 6, is really closing down on race leader Nico Müller now. The gap was just a few laps ago, it was up at 3 seconds. It's now 9/10. You can see there as we come to the right-hander of turn 7, how the Porsche is starting to close up to the back of the Peugeot as the team watches on.
Trying to remember now if we saw a pit stop for and a tyre change for the Porsche. Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 6 car. So at the moment, after everything has sorted itself out, Peugeot leads, and then we got the Penske Porsches in 2nd and 3rd. We got the Jota Porsches 4th and 5th, and Ferrari, the lead Ferrari is now the 51 car, which is in 6th position ahead of the 83, the yellow privateer Ferrari. So Porsche and Ferrari looking very strong here, but Peugeot, perhaps the dark horse, are surprise race leaders, but that is now the lead battle. So time to welcome yet another world champion into the booth. We've already got world endurance champion Anthony Davison. Delighted to have world rally champion Robert Reid joining us. And Robert, with your FIA hat on this weekend, you must be feeling fairly happy with the way rule sets are working for endurance racing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a real pleasure to be here, and you know, the start of a new era for endurance racing with so many manufacturers, and you know, it's a great spectacle. You walk on the grid and see all the cars.
Strategy, shall I fight or better not lose time?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Great strategy. Yes, yes.
Walking along the grid, you know, seeing all the cars, it's just fantastic, and also seeing so many, you know, faces I know from other disciplines of motorsport in the paddock and in the garages, and you know, we see obviously the Peugeot leading now, and Christian Deltom, the team manager, was actually race engineer for Richard and I when we were at Peugeot in 2003.
And Peugeot have always had a little bit of an inventive streak. You think of some of their rally cars, the 205, the 206, you know, they were fairly standard cars. The 307cc, I mean, that was an interesting car, and they have absolutely the most interesting looking hypercar on the grid, because they've got this fabulous wingless Wanda. I mean, a very different way of making the whole thing work. So, I mean, it's a company that's got a great motorsporting heritage right from the very founding of it. Like Louis Chevrolet, you know, they were racing from the day they first started making cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you mentioned the 307 there. That's not a car that Richard and I drove in competition. We tested it, but we were destined for another team at that point. So as soon as we said we were going, we didn't have any further exposure to it. But yeah, I mean, back in terms of rally, you know, 205 T16, absolutely iconic, and it was you know, one of the things that made us want to go to Peugeot, you know, to go to Velize, to the factory, and just all the heritage that's there. I mean, you know, first day when you go there, it's really something special.
You mentioned, sorry, Martin. Yeah. You mentioned that you worked with Christian Deltom. He's still at the team today, of course. How do you think he'll be feeling seeing one of his cars here on screen, Paul de Resta 94, working his way through, but race leader is under pressure? What's he like as a character? Will he be keeping his cool at this stage, you think, or biting his nails off?
No, Christian's a pretty cool character. He was great when we worked with him, and you know, kept in touch since then. But you know, he was always a calming influence. So he'll be delighted to see the car at the front. But obviously, a little bit ironic that it's the last race for this car, and there's a new car coming.
That's always the way, though, isn't it? You just decide to sell your car and then it stops breaking down. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Just right, we got a whole range. We talked earlier, 16 world champions with 41 world championships across 4 disciplines in this field, but also a lot of young drivers, and some of them, as one of your guys was reminding me just yesterday, have come from the very bottom of the ladder with the FIA Motorsport Games. Dorian Pan in those first Motorsport Games in Vallelunga in karting slalom, and here she is in a world championship.
Yeah, I think as recently as 2019 that was, and there was a couple of them now on the grid here that started in, as you say, you know, a very grassroots discipline in the motorsport games, which is great, you know, for us as the FIA to see all the countries coming together, and you know, it's one of the few times people can actually compete for their country rather than individually.
Well, that's something that must be very familiar to you, because when you and Richard first started the Peugeot Challenge in rallying in the UK, Peugeot ran a school at Silverstone. The drivers, the co-drivers were trained by the factory and by factory co-drivers, and you could take your car there and have their factory driver advise you on setup. So having that top-down influence is where you started your career, and it must be rewarding to see that that is still working on a sort of international scale.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think the other.
Okay, just watching the Lexus horn.
Okay. So I was just going to say, I mean, the other program that the 7 drivers on the grid here that Alex Wirtz and I work with in the FIA Institute Young Driver Excellence Academy. So, you know, good to see people coming through, you know, with the support that they got at that point as well.
Must be a lot of hard work to define in this really challenging period for motorsport, geopolitics and the challenges to industry, to get these formulas right and sustainable, and that sustainable word in 2 different ways, the technologies we've got, and to actually have something that has got a long potential lifespan. It seems to have worked here.
Yeah, and you know, I think you look at automotive in general and the polarization that's going on. You know, supercars, GT cars are becoming very aspirational. People have.
Oh, challenge for the lead from the Porsche, could go around the outside, had a little moment in the middle of the corner, Anthony, just didn't have the front he needed.
No, he got onto the dust, that's why, and as I said before, as the race continues, he's going to get more and more rubber on the racing line. That makes overtaking like that ever so difficult, but the fight is on, isn't it? It's great to watch.
Yeah, really close stuff.
And the technologies as well. We've obviously all the cars we've got in the top class here in the hypercars. So we'll take a listen to what's going on with Nico Muller aboard the 93 car right now.
You're doing good, Nico, you're doing good. Keep pushing left tires. 20 laps to go. Pace is good. We fight the Porsche.
But selecting those technologies, where to put the bet on, if you like, for what's going to be relevant in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. We saw coming out of the World Motorsport Council some statements about the future with hydrogen. That's a big call these days.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the benefit that we have in motorsport is that we can be the laboratory for different technologies. You know, there's no one future technology that suits all categories of motorsport. We've got so many different categories. We can have different categories of running different solutions.
Race continues here in Qatar, 45 laps in, Peugeot with a slender lead from a sea of chasing Porsches. Back with Nico Muller and Laurens Vanthoor battling for the lead here. Laurens Vanthoor and Nico Muller, contact between them being investigated. No further action for any of the investigations in the pit lane, by the way. The potential Peugeot infringement. Going to catch up with Bruce Ioanni in a moment, but that replay of the attempted pass from Nico Muller, and he was very close.
Well, I just want to see why this might be under investigation. It was this moment that they're looking at. And I don't believe that he was pushed wide at all. I can't see any. Oh, no, there was contact. We need a better shot of it, actually.
Here we go. You're going to get it.
We just need an off-board shot to see if there was a lock-up or what from the Peugeot. But the cause of contact, from how I see it, probably was, at this point of view, Peugeot the 93. But I don't know why. I don't know why there was contact.
Let's hear from Vanthoor and the Porsche team.
Copy that. Stay cool, stay cool. He's going to struggle more and more. He's coming to us.
Yeah, I just need a better shot of the off-board shot. That it's too low down, the angle that we had. But I mean, from what I can see anyway, from the camera angles I've had, looks like the cause of contact was more towards the 93 than the 6.
It's a World Championship level event here, Robert, in a fabulous facility, quite amazing place here in Losail. It is what we're calling a golden era for endurance racing. It sort of feels like that. And it is, I guess, as well, an opportunity to have elite series in a number of different disciplines, and to break that cycle of everybody feeling as if they're in competition with everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's my first time here at the circuit, and as you say, it's really a world-class facility that we've got here. I went for a couple of laps with Pedro in the safety car yesterday.
Oh, good luck.
And it was, he was commenting I didn't flinch at all, and then I explained my previous past, so he understood it at that point. But you know, what struck me is how flat the circuit is and how difficult in some places, you know, particularly 8 into 9. It's really hard to pick out where the track's going. And obviously, you know, we only did a few laps, but the changing grip was very, very evident even at that point.
Yeah. The bonus view, of course, being even if it went off on your side, which habitually it would do, no trees. So
yeah, that is true. I was quite encouraged by the amount of runoff there was.
Working their way through traffic. This is going to be such a feature of the races this year. This is quite a wide open circuit in Imola. Traffic is going to be very hard to negotiate because the straights are shorter and it's all a bit tighter.
The only thing in Imola is that you got slower speed corners, so the mechanical grip of the GT cars will be almost on par with the hypercars, I should imagine. This is probably one of the biggest differences of speed, maybe apart from Le Mans, of course, of the entire season, but Imola is definitely a lot narrower than this circuit.
Yes, hour and 22 minutes into this race, and by the way, all 19 hypercars still on the lead lap at this stage. There's about a minute and 29 seconds the gap front to rear from those 19. Ricard Leitz looks on in the Monti Racing pits, and again, this depth and this variety in this field. Well, it's LMGT3. And we will be seeing some of the advantages to you watching in from this new formula as we get deeper into this race this season, to be able to see the state of play, not just with times. And by the way, Alex Malikin, what a drive from him. 28 seconds clear now from Ian James.
He's got a monster lead, hasn't he? Ian James is not hanging around in the Aston Martin. So we've got Ferrari, Porsche leading from Aston Martin and Ferrari, BMW in 5th, Corvette in 6th, Lamborghini, where's the Lamborghini, down in 9th place. One of the things I think is most exciting for the future, not just of this sport, but of the way that rules are formulated, probably outside Formula 1 because that's an entire microcosm, is focusing not on air restrictors restricting the power of an engine, which would have been the case in WRC in your era with Richard and Colin and the rest of them, but having a package where, so for instance with Hypercar, it's lift, so aerodynamic drag versus downforce, power and weight. Those are the 4 criterion that are established. There is a basic cardboard box. The car needs to have 4 wheels, no more, no less, in a certain shape. But other than that, you're free to make it look the way you want, which gives us the visual variety, powered the way you want, which gives us the oral variety, and all of this is so visceral. But it's worked so well in Hypercar that from LMP1, which had 3 or 4 supporters, suddenly so many different manufacturers that would never have looked at that are now not just looking, but are here, and more coming. And in GT3 as well, you've got this broad-based format that keeps costs intact. That seems to be happening in rallying as well. That's the way this is working, surely is heralding a new generation, the way that rules are formatted, I think.
Yeah, and I think we have to. You know, there's not a consistent, you know, base car across different manufacturers now that where you can have a formula where you simply limit an air restrictor. And, you know, you mentioned rally. I mean, we've got, you know, basically a city car, a 5-door hatch, and a crossover, all able to win World Championship rallies.
Yeah.
And it's the same concept here. You know, let's equalise the playing field as much as we can. Okay, it's motorsport, so you've got to give people ways that they can still innovate, and, you know, the engineers can still find their different advantages.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right, and I think that is the future of it. You know, we talk about equivalence of technology or balancing through torque curves or inertia or whatever more now than we do about limiting with likes of air restrictors.
Okay, I'm at 2 LMDH coming, 2.
Yeah, that's the sort of, yes. But that's the sort of message you need on the radio. 2 guys are on your 6. Here they come.
One final question from me, Robert. So we've got it. It's 37 cars here. It's 19 hypercars. It's 18 in GT3. We'll have a listen into what's going on with Michael Christensen.
You really need to look at this vibration. I don't think we can do this.
Well, also he's carrying a vibration.
Vibration is confirmed left rear, 15 laps to go, and you're the 4th fastest car on track, ahead Peugeot and Harry.
Yeah, I can't see out of my eyes with this vibration. That's how bad it is.
You can even hear it in his voice as
You
well.
can hear it in his voice.
That's nothing that he's done, by the way.
No.
So that's not front locking that's caused that. It's just the rear just getting, as it's aging, they're less circular. You're driving on a 50 pence piece, and it's just really starting to, it's disconcerting for the driver, but I think structurally the tyre should be okay, and that's what the team can see.
No investigation needed, by the way, in that incident with the 6th and 93 with the touch. So the follow-up really here is, Robert, we've got this fabulous grid, great calendar, all off to the restaurant for team medals then. Or is there still work to do? What happens now? I guess the question is, it's a cheeky way of putting it, but it doesn't stop, does it? Because you guys are not thinking about this year or next year or the year after that. How long does the view go?
Well, it has to be long term. I mean, you mentioned World Motorsport Council talking about hydrogen the other day, and this discussion around liquid versus gaseous hydrogen. I mean, you know, that's 4 years, 5 years in the future perhaps. So we've got to be thinking about all these things and you know, making sure that the championship isn't just good now. You know, when you walk down the paddock here, you'd sometimes think it wasn't that good when you listen to some people, but you know, there's always a competitive aspect to everybody. You know, and you can't rest on your laurels, because leave it alone now and don't manage it, and in a year's time, who knows what happens.
Robert Reid, delight as always to have thoughts from you, and
good luck with it all, because
yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
governing bodies get a hard time, and actually we're watching this because sensible people sat down and put together a sensible rule book that fitted what manufacturers and teams and drivers wanted. That's why we've got what we've got, and good luck with what comes next.
So you don't fancy a swap? I'll commentate and you can
come on, have a go. I'll give it a whirl. Watch this being Ashes in a year.
Yeah, you have nothing to talk about.
Come back to us in Imola, because that is a culinary feast for the senses. So be a delight to see you. Thank you very much for popping in, and congratulations to the FIA and the ACO for what is a growing and burgeoning World Endurance Championship. It's fantastic to see the way that this new way of couching rule sets that give you the latitude to be yourself is just. We've never seen a field like this. 94 Peugeot into the pit lane. Now Paul di Resta will probably jump out now. This is the end of his double stint. Stopped a little early in the first. Will stop a little early in the second. The wrong door is open, so this is going to be a triple stint for di Resta.
Well, 2 and a bit, wouldn't it? So because he stopped so early before,
yeah.
So he's very out of sync compared to the rest of the front runners. So yeah, what they're looking at, what could really change this race for them, is a safety car or full course yellow or whatever. It's because they're so out of sync. Sometimes it can go in your favour.
Well, yeah, because the end of the race has been judged not to be the end of a perfect fuel allocation. So there's no guarantee that now half a stint of fuel out, they're actually closer to full stints all the way through. Of course, as soon as you make plan A, you rip it up and throw it away because plan B happens.
And sometimes you can run your own race as well, because you're out of sync of different tyre ages. You run in clearer air for a lot more of the race. And we're seeing this car here, the Porsche number 6 and the number 5. They've been in traffic the entire race so far. They haven't had a clear lap. So that's the 94 Peugeot has had that luxury, at least, albeit not fighting it out with the front runners. But they're running their own race.
In fact, both Peugeots, because 93's been in clear air most of the time and able to kind of dictate the way that they get into traffic. And that vibration for Christensen has harmed him. He's dropped back down to 3rd place now. Laurens Vanthoor up to 2nd in the number 6 Porsche. So has he lost balance weight? Has it picked up an enormous lump of rubber, or something like that? Or is it just the tyres going oval? I guess they'll find out when the tyres come off the car, but it did sound like he was struggling. So the lead battle remains Peugeot versus Porsche. Laurens Vanthoor got ahead of Michael Christensen earlier on and is sticking right to the tail of the Peugeot. There's Claudio Schiavone, the man who created this Iron Lynx team. Had a chat with him about where the name came from. And it was, as most things are, sitting drinking a glass of wine and coming up with names for a new team. And Iron Lynx sounded aggressive but not too full of yourself. And what a team it has become.
Hasn't it just? Storylines all the way through motorsport. We talked about the Iron Dames earlier and their new equestrian programme, but also karting, junior single-seaters, as well as a feeder GT3 line now, with new iron Dems coming in to the LMS package this year. There's yet more traffic with the number 50 Ferrari coming past the 77.
Yeah, down in P14 now is Miguel Molina. Yeah, he was leading this race once upon a time. So he's had that drive-through, of course. This is the battle in GT3 we're watching here with the 777 D-Station car. This is for P8 and P9 in their respective category.
Darren Leung, British GT champion, first race here, first time in this car, first time in this championship. He's doing a pretty stand-up job, double stint, and we're probably 4 or 5 laps away from the end of this second stint for the GT3 cars. Again, all of them have a certain allocation of energy per stint. Now, in their terms, it's liquid fuel, whether it's hydrogen, nitrogen, gasoline, diesel, chip fat, whatever you're running it on, they are all going to get the same distance out of their fuel allocation.
Yeah, Michael, pace is good, so we have to survive 11 laps.
Yeah, the thing is, I really hope the car's not exploding at some point.
Copy. Now, keep us updated.
He's not generally prone to overreaction.
No, he's not. And if they, they will know that. They'll know Michael very well indeed. Michael is as cool as a frozen cucumber normally, and that's not panic, but concern being expressed, and concern with an evidence base.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have seen cars fall apart as we see Muller running wide through turn 1.
Lead change.
That was because of traffic, so he went to go around the outside, got on the dust, and now he's staring at the back end of our new race leader, Laurent Vanthoor. Finally, we see the Porsche out in front.
Don't know who mentioned it, by the way, but the 93's investigation for a tech infringement was a reprimand only, same as the 88. So,
going back to the potential problems that are vibrations, particularly the rear of the car, that can cause. We've seen cars break apart in the past, but today you've got a lot more sensors on the cars that I'm surprised from the engineer saying keep us informed, because it should be the other way around. The team have sensors on all of the load cells of the suspension. They can see exactly what kind of load is going through the suspension there. And if I was Michael Christensen, I think he should be demanding, as we look at this Peugeot going wide once again through turn 1. If I was Christensen, I would be demanding the absolute opposite. No, you tell me if you're happy with the loads of this car. What can the suspension take? You do enough R&D when you design these cars to know exactly what it can take. They have to manufacture that into potential curb strikes and things like that. And vibration on the tyres is one of those elements that you have to live with sometimes in a racing car. And Christian saying, I'm happy with it. Physically, my body can take it. Yeah. But what about the car? That's my biggest concern right now.
Arnaud Rabat in the Lexus for a pit stop. Giorgio Roda just rumbled below us in the Proton competition Mustang to serve a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits excessively or far too frequently. There is a view of the Lexus. Haven't seen too much of them in action at the moment, but as Nico Müller flashes his way by, with the lead. And that onboard from Laurens Vanthoor showed exactly what you need, which is instant reaction to a situation that you may not have anticipated. As the Peugeot tried to go the long way around the McLaren drifted out a little wider, I think, perhaps than he was expecting, and then he found less grip than he was expecting, and Nico Müller washed out. Didn't have a major drama, but that's the advantage for Laurens Vanthoor of being up his gearbox the entire time. You're waiting for that one chance in a double stint, and he took it.
Another significant change of position. Norman Nato goes by Michael Christensen and takes third place. So it is Porsche Penske's number 6 car leads this race from the 93 Peugeot, and now 20 seconds back it is Norman Nato with the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche.
Yeah, Norman Nato again, that's a different name in a Jota car that we're going to have to get used to. Norman Nato, a real veteran of the World Endurance Championship I wonder how many cars he's actually driven now, half a dozen.
Look at that for a move. I know they're on different strategies here, but that's really plucky driving there from Paul Di Resta around the outside of Christensen.
Shows how much Christensen is dying a death here, because the car is absolutely hemorrhaging speed.
Remember what we said, start of the race, pushing. Oh, he's backing off there quite some.
Look at the wheel. You can hear it vibrating.
something's wrong here with Kristensen's car. We know that he's got the vibration, but there's something more than this now. Has that tyre actually let go? Because he's lifting off even in straight line.
I'm not sure it's let go. He's going rather too quickly for that.
You can see it.
You can see the car bouncing around. It's got.
So was this a case of just pushing far too hard, too early on in the race?
Or has something broken? I mean, is it actually tyre or has a damper started? I mean, they should have sensors that tell them these things.
Hearing a little bit of feedback from my colleague Stephen Kilby in the press room, they're going to change the crankshaft, a rehomologation, not in this race,
but I was going to say,
that car later in the season.
Quite a long stop.
In briefings about that, it has been mentioned that crankshaft does cause vibrations.
Look at the left rear though. He's had contact at some point, yeah? It's all the...
Oh, that's a Ferrari.
It is a Ferrari. 50 or 51, which is it? And that is WL, that's turn 16, that's the final corner. Did one of the Ferraris just come in?
Was that on the penultimate corner that's happened?
In the TV truck, it's down the back.
On pit lane.
In the TV truck, they are rushing to find the Ferraris. Yeah, 51 is in, James Collado. You will see that Louise Beckett will see that the rear end of the car is missing. It'll look like a pickup truck. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I can't. This isn't on air, but this is what we're getting on talkback from Louise. Let's take a look. What have we found?
What happens here?
Well,
it just separates.
He's had contact somewhere as well, hasn't he?
Well.
These things are built to withstand the Mulsanne.
Wow, see how it almost spun the car?
Almost collected by the McLaren. That's what I call debris.
We are hearing... in the pit lane is Bruce Ioane. Bruce.
Yeah, this is the tyres from vibration coming from the tyre from Kristensen. The tyre has completely blistered and is nearly exploded. You can actually see the metal on the other side of the tyre, actually not showing off very much at the moment because they don't want to see that so much, but there is a plain hole in the tyre.
Wow, that's really dramatic. Thank you, Bruce Ioane. And real drama here at Ferrari as the entire back of the car basically blows off. They've taken the engine cover off because the engine cover attaches to the whole rear clip.
They were not ready.
Of course they were ready. Let's hear from Louise Beckett.
We will go on a full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, the team definitely weren't ready for
full
that.
Course yellow.
Pierre Guidi was getting ready to get in the car anyway, but he saw what was happening and quickly ran over. They're trying to fix his car in the pit lane, but let's see.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Right. Thank you, Louise, for that report. We had that automated message from race control. That's automated Lisa. Well, look at this. Here's the view from behind. Contact.
He did get hit by the McLaren.
He had a puncture. He's got a right rear puncture, and it's taken the bodywork off as well. That contact caused a puncture. And there's the bodywork.
The bodywork was astray immediately after the contact, and then the airflow just took it off.
It was a heavy hit, that's why. So they're now looking at the back of the car as the whole rear section gets carried away.
That car is effectively out of the race because now they're going to have to start looking at drive shafts and couplings and suspension mounts. If it punctures the tyre and takes the bodywork off, that looked like a glancing blow. That was a hard hit.
So if you follow that pickup truck a lot more downforce.
Absolutely. If you follow Qatar eBay.
It's a serious upgrade to this has come to that.
There is nothing happening here.
That's going to be the fastest cornering Toyota Hilux you've ever seen in your life.
But it's not going back in the garage. They're just going to do that. Okay, so full course yellow. Now then, full course yellow is normally going to be for a lap or at most 2.
That should be a 2 lap. That's their expectation.
Yeah.
So we've not gone. And we've not yet had a chance to talk about, and we will if we get there.
We'll talk about it if we get there, yeah.
But you're right, it is a short intervention, which generally speaking will be debris. And that, my friends, was the very definition of debris.
It really was. And I mean, I'd love to see that shot again, because I don't think you could really blame the driver there for the rear contact. But it's just amazing how it just took off the whole rear section. It was a pretty heavy hit, as now we look at Pierre Guidi behind the wheel.
Also out, by the way, in the number 5 car, Matt Campbell, our pole sitter, and that car because he's out of sequence, has emerged in 17th position.
Which of the two, Spotter's guy won't tell me because of the side shot, which of the two McLarens do we think it was? Because Nico Pino came into the pit lane.
Quite likely him then, because it was quite a big hit,
but he's come and gone. So it was a big enough hit to rip the Ferrari's body off and puncture its tyre, but not to do any significant damage to the McLaren.
Well, what the Ferrari team was certainly doing there was looking at the mounting points to make sure whether or not there's damage to there, because what they don't want is that happening again, for a whole range of reasons.
All of them related to speed and safety.
Indeed.
On board with Ferdy Habsburg.
So it's great, you can see how the 80 kph limit holds the car with the driver off throttle now, but he was completely full throttle before. There we go again on the right hand side. You see the graphics next to the energy remaining for this stint.
And that's basically your fuel tank like you have in your car. You know, you can see it's 2/3 down, nearly 3/4 used. So yeah, Antonella Coletta, the head of the engineering program for Ferrari AF Corsa's hypercars, and there is the third of them run by AF Corsa.
Please bear left on the start-finish straight. Please bear left.
So a little bit of housekeeping going on as well, maybe a bit of debris. Some of the marshals have recorded.
We are removing full course yellow at 12:43.15. We are removing full course yellow at 12:43.15.
It is now 12:42.33, so in 45 seconds, basically 48 seconds. So, yeah, that's the voice of Eduardo Freitas. The automated voice you heard is so that Eduardo can press the button and then talk to the team on the ground about what needs doing while initiating the full course yellow countdown, but without having to do it physically himself. I think that's quite a good idea.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow removed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Thanks, Alexa.
That is the voice of the assistant race, Lisa, the assistant race director, but clearly, you know, recorded to do the countdowns while they're doing other things.
When people talk about AI, terrifyingly, that's what Eduardo Freitas sounds like in AI.
Put through AI. Okay.
He's made himself posher.
All right, well, James Collado out of the 51 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi is in. Louise Beckett will try and have a word with him if we can. Okay, so fuel stop starting now for the leader in GT3, and that is...
What a stint. 34 seconds clear by the time he finished that double stint. That Alex Malikin.
We're right on board with Ferdinand Habsburg in that car 35 Alpine, with the car number 8 in front of him, with Sebastian Buemi still at the wheel. Buemi was confident earlier on, wasn't he, that they'd be bringing this car back to the front.
I don't think he necessarily meant by the end of the second stint, but I mean, but remember when we were in Bahrain where they started last and then, you know, just drove through the field?
But they were quick from the word go in Bahrain, and they just obviously it got better for them as the race went on. But here, I mean, that's he's a lot more confident than I am.
What have we always hoped since the introduction of Hypercar? That it would allow others to gradually catch Toyota and make a multifaceted battle of it, not just who was going to be third and on down. Well, hello, this is exactly what we have. Toyota now have what looks like a gloves-off, even playing field fight on their hands. Their historical knowledge advantage has now been negated by historical knowledge that their rivals have. Not all of them. Alpine will have to build that. Not all of them. BMW will have to build that. But certainly there are enough heavy hitters who are good enough at what they do to exploit the performance of the cars, and that's the secret of the BOP regulation, is to exploit the maximum performance of the car. So here's how BOP works. They set the BOP for each of the cars, and then the teams have to get the best out of it. And it stands to reason that if I'm running a car or driving a car in Hypercar, I'm not going to get as much out of it as a decent team with decent drivers. And that's why you see some cars not as quick as the other, despite the BOP being the same.
And the other thing to remember, of course, is it is a long World Championship. And with the adjustments that have been made across the performance of these cars, there will be other strategies in play.
Yes, and of course here, because it's one of the longer races, 150% points and a half in old money, so 37 rather than 25 for winning. Double points at Le Mans, that's, I mean, it's such a monstrous thing to win that you probably need quintuple points, but that would destroy the championship. 46 driver change here, I think. Amador Harty is double stinted.
I think his valet was next due in, Valentino Rossi. One quick piece of housekeeping. You saw it scroll across the top of the screen if you're watching our live streaming or TV pictures, but it's going to be an extra 5 seconds added to the next pit stop of car 35 for a pit stop infringement. Oof!
So some cold tyres coming out of the pits there for car number 5. It's so easily done. And now you're going to be carrying for a double stint a flat-spotted front tyre.
Yeah. If you thought the vibration was bad at the end of the double stint on a tyre that hadn't been flat-spotted, it's going to be a long, long 2 hours in that car. The 35 car with that 5 second added to its next stop is the better placed of the two new Alpine. So the Alpine are currently in 8th and 10th, both in points-paying positions. Lamborghini is creeping up there as well, isn't it? In 11th spot ahead of the two BMWs. The Cadillac, long road to recovery after that first lap incident.
Interestingly, sorry Martin, I have to butt in there, but interestingly on the lap times there, just seeing that Mike Conway set his personal best first sector on this current lap that he's on. And Laurent Vantour as well, personal best first sector for him too.
Well, not just personal best for Laurent Vantour, but best in the entire race. Neil Jarny is just the fastest lap of the race for the Proton Competition 99 Porsche. Now that has not stopped for a second time yet. Miguel Molina has in the 50 Ferrari. Our early race leader has handed over to Nicolas Nielsen, so from the Spaniard to the Dane. This is a good, strong driver lineup as well. Antonio Fuoco rocked Toyota, didn't he, in Sebring last year? The first ever race weekend for that car. Boom, pole position. And Brendan Hartley was going, I don't know how they've done that. I got the best out of the tyre. It was a big wake-up call to suddenly the playing field had altered. Great stint from Thomas Floor as he gets out of the car.
From second place for the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari 296.
Great double stint, sorry.
Yeah, no, it really was a great double stint. I mentioned earlier on that I thought the car looked like it's got pretty good pace, and I was speaking to Castellacci, his teammate, who I think's just getting in the car now, and he said, our car seems to be very good on its tyres, and it's been noted by Goodyear as well.
Yeah.
The quality is there, so hopefully we'll be able to make headway in the race, particularly later on when it settles down a bit. So yeah, let's keep an eye on that VistaJet number 54 Ferrari 296.
Well, and the sister car as well, which Simon Mann's just brought in, because if that's good on its tyres, then you assume the other car will be as well. It may well be that works well for them here. I was going to make another point and I've completely forgotten it, so we'll move on. Race leader is in, Ian James, who's just rumbled in underneath us.
Sure, we are cycling through, for the most part, to the silver drivers in the LMGT3 category. So Ian James comes in. Jules Sturm is aboard what has been the dominant performing Mansai Pure Racing 92 and will regain that lead. As Francesco Castellacci is confirmed aboard that car. Michel Gatting is in the Iron Dames car, Rian Drade in the 8C1 TO Sport, etc.
Amador Harty has stayed in the 46 BMWs, who he is triple stinting, burning all his driving time now.
Porsche. I saw a driver get out that car.
Not according to the timing screen. Porsche Penske, we didn't see a driver change. We didn't see a driver standing there either for the 46 BMW. And it is Porsche Penske who lead. Laurens Vanthoor in the number 6 car. Probably only a couple more laps to go before they are in the pits, along with Nico Müller, who got caught out in traffic and lost the lead. Here's the Cadillac chasing the two BMWs. We'll catch up now with the driver of the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, who is with Thomas Floor.
Thomas Florsport in the 54 Vista. Wow, what a run that was from you. I can see that you've worked hard.
Yeah, very hard work. The last half an hour. Car is sliding. Obviously, there's no second new tire. So second stint with old tires and at the peak of the heat. So, but you know, I think my rally driving helps me with some of the sliding, but fantastic performance of Ferrari and the team. Very happy, very happy.
And also, you're happy in general with the GT3s, the new setup you've got. You've had a big smile on your face all weekend already.
Thank you, yes. Yeah, the car just feels perfectly balanced, and how we put the car together is just incredible. I feel we have a good car. The team is amazing, and we just need to work on those tires. Double stint on tires in this heat is a big challenge, but we made it. Now from here, temperature should come down, and continue to push.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Worth mentioning, Thomas, by the way, still looking pretty fresh there. One of the two oldest drivers in the field, both age 63, himself and Claudio Schiavone. He is getting his breath back and hoping that camera turns away anytime soon.
Yeah, give the poor man a rest. I would imagine he'll be out of the car now for a couple of hours, get back in when it's a little cooler. That's sterling stuff. And when you put the bronze drivers in, they know they're going to have to really dig in deep physically because they're not the gym bunnies. He runs VistaJet. It's a successful leasing aircraft leasing company. He's got a proper full-time grown-up job. He's not just a gym bunny who races for the money. So he's got to try and stay fit.
Why are you looking at him?
In his sixth decade.
After this race is finished.
But racing drivers spend their entire life being fit for the brief moment that they actually spend driving cars, correct? Whereas he's got to combine that with actually running a highly influential company. So
third place, Hertz team, Jota number 12 on pit lane. And by the way, last time around, Lawrence Vantor, a new fastest lap of the race, at a 1:40.592 in the lead, 6 seconds clear. It's ebbing and flowing beautifully, this race so far.
Driver change, Norman Nato is out of the number 12, and that's an odd number for Jota as well. Number 12 Jota car.
That's the one with the black mirrors. Thank you, Sam Hignett. We did ask whether or not they could differentiate these cars. They did that here for us. Thank you.
Here comes Robert Kubica to that. He's driven an amazing stint as well. A little bit ragged at the beginning. He got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. But after that, he overtook the Toyotas and he brings that car in the AF Corsa Ferrari in P6.
Well, he got eased off track in the first corner, avoiding an incident, and so dropped half a dozen places from where they would have been. There's the 54 car with the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and this is the battle now for 5th place. Michel Gatting and Francesco Castellacci hard at it.
Battle of the Browns and battle of the Silvers here.
And of course, Ferrari Lamborghini, that's never been a niggle, has it?
So I'm interested to see this battle here as the pro drivers get behind the wheel now. You'll get to see maybe a clearer picture as there's less difference that the driver can make from pro to pro versus bronze to bronze. There's a bigger discrepancy, I think, in performance from bronze drivers. We see that in qualifying. So we see a driver change there down at Peugeot car number 93. Used to be race leader, brings it in P2, Nico Müller.
In the GT class, by the way, Ian James and Ahmed Al-Hati staying in for a 3rd stint, waiting to hear from the Aston Martin racing team whether or not that is the 3rd stint on the same set of tyres or not. Because boy, that's a lot. James Collado, and it was James Cottingham in the 59 United Autosports car that were in contact. That is under investigation by the stewards. Again, it did look like too many cars and not enough racetrack, but they will have all the views of that. Out goes the Lamborghini in front of the Jota Porsche.
So that's Button. Jenson Button coming in for his first racing pit stop with this team.
Ooh, and it's going to be a driver change as well.
Only a single stint for Jenson.
He's getting on now.
Yeah, probably a bit tired.
And you're going to have a word with him about that as well. He's getting on, but Roger Penske is going to go all the way through in the back of the garage, and he's a mere 84.
You will remember me saying earlier in the race that there are, of course, some drive time considerations in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's a lot simpler this year. Every driver entered must race, and in order to score points, must complete 60 minutes of the race. This is dubbed as a 10-hour race. Both the bronze and silver drivers in LMGT3 must complete 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Right, that's going to be a tad more than a triple stint, I think. So they will...
It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
We're going to be getting very close to that with a third stint for the two drivers you just mentioned, as out comes Rasmussen.
It's going to be close here between himself and the Porsche that's behind. So the car number 5 that had, with Matt Campbell at the wheel. That was a tight squeeze, wasn't it, to turn 2.
Campbell trying to get his Porsche underneath the Mustang because there wasn't quite enough room to go around.
And by the way, good news for that Mustang, because it's still the same battle with the Corvette we were talking about, 10 minutes ago?
Yep.
And they're still there nose to tail.
Always difficult when you're a fresh driver just jumping in and you've got a driver that's been out there, say like Matt Campbell, that's been behind the wheel now for a few laps. You get your eye in, it's very difficult to just get yourself right up to speed as quick as the other driver that's already had the laps behind under their belt, as I say. So that's when mistakes can creep in, things like lockups that we've seen, some cars immediately coming out of the pits. Actually, Campbell was that driver who came out of the pits and immediately locked up. So you're under immense pressure, even as a pro driver in those kind of moments.
Toyota Alpine battle for second place now. Sebastian Buemi ahead of Featherfoot Ferdy Habsburg. Featherfoot Ferdy Habsburg Longeran, as we now have to refer to him.
This alliteration is going to get bigger.
I know.
In fact, Featherfoot Ferdy's in third. So
Featherfoot Ferdy in third, you're right.
I'm not giving you third. No way.
In a French car. Caddy of Alex Lynn up to 4th. Callum Eilert, we just saw take over number 12. Joe Takar, he's in 5th, ahead of Mikkel Jensen in 6th place. Another driver change in the number 5 Porsche. Number 6 Porsche, rather.
6 on pit lane from the lead.
In or out, but he's in and then out. Like in cricket, you can be in before you're out.
And may come out here and retain the lead, by the way.
Yeah, they had a handy advantage.
It's going to be tight, but it's going to be close.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, Buemi was a long way back from second before the round of pit stops changed. So driver change, and it looks as though they're going to go for a full set of tyres, which would make sense.
They've been on some journey, haven't they, those tyres from the start of the race, and a much needed new set going on to car number 6.
Just being reminded that Roger Penske celebrated his 87th birthday this last month, February, rather than his 84th, and still the Don.
For me, gentlemen, the biggest change year on year here is the way in which the Porsche has been able to manage its tyres into a second stint. Quite incredible.
Do you remember how it started this time last year at Sebring?
It just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, it was huge tyre dig. And actually, some of the systems that they've worked on, particularly the braking system, has really helped to improve that. The beginning of last year, the rear was all over the place. They found it tricky under the management from the hybrid system, handing over to the mechanical brakes. All of that's improved. And that's something where, as we see Toyota here on screen, something that they didn't have to learn with their car. They'd been through those teething troubles 10 years ago.
Yes.
And you learn the systems over time. So that's one huge advantage that Toyota had over the field last year. Less so this year, and hence why teams like Penske, Porsche, Cadillac, etc., have caught that gap. And maybe the teams like Alpine now, Lamborghini, it's also Fraschini, they're going through those harder learning curve times, and you're playing catch up. It's not easy.
That, in no small part, is why we've got Cadillac and Ferrari delaying the upgrades to their cars to understand the basics better.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Porsche's Lawrence Van Tor. Bruce Ioani down at the garage.
Yes, Lawrence, an amazing beginning of a race. You close the gap, put pressure on the Peugeot, find your way out. How do you feel, and how is it to manage the tyres?
I was just pushing to come in as quickly as possible because the drink wasn't working in the cars. Yeah, it was a good stint. I mean, I had a good start, but then I was always sandwiched somewhere and I always backed off. I lost some positions, but gradually could make my way back up. And then just trying to be smart and save fuel. And once made a move on the Peugeot, but he didn't really play it nice for the first 2 hours, and then he eventually made a mistake. So I guess got my payback back, and yeah, the car is really good. So hopefully we can continue like this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce Riney. Thank you, Lawrence Van Tor.
And now it's up to Kevin Estra, who leads the race. He's taken over from Van Tor to ease those tyres in, as Van Tor did so well. We didn't really mention him at the start of the race, did we? And then he caught up his teammate Christensen, who had blistered the tyres, and that's only a cause. Blistering from the tyre, by the way, we didn't have time to speak about it before when it was actually happening, but that's only caused through heat build-up. It's not through sliding the tyre, it's an internal heat temperature build-up that arises through the surface, the compound of the tyre, and literally bubbles up. And the compound of the tyre starts to fray apart. So that's what happened there.
Remember, in about 10 days' time, one of the other special things about this era of the FIA World Endurance Championship will be available to everybody, available free, with a look behind the scenes of the championship. And I'm sure the dramas at Porsche might well feature in that kind of thing, as with Ferrari with that incident in these first couple of hours of the race. So full access available on our YouTube channel. Every race this season. Excellent work last year by the crew, and a lot more to come. Look out for that, as well as the highlights and the full race replays. You won't miss a minute.
And you can watch all of last season, and especially actually all of last season's full access. If you don't have time for all the full race edits, you can definitely watch this. Now then, looking at the battle here, Matt Campbell all over the back of the Jota car. That's the 38 car of Oliver Rasmussen. This is a battle for 4th place. Just outside the top 10 are the 2 M-Team WRT BMWs. Louise Beckett down with the team. Louise, we haven't really talked about them. They haven't been in the lead battle. What's the story looking for BMW so far?
Well, both the 15 and the 20 both came in and changed right side only tyres on that stop. That's the first I've seen that in this pit lane, I think, for the right side.
We could have a move coming up here. Matt Campbell's in the slipstream, dives to the inside of Oliver Rasmussen, and I feel like he's going to get this done. Oliver tries to hang on around the outside, but no, they're great move. And Matt Campbell's driving very, very well. I could see as we're riding on board, he's using all the track, and he's keeping it calm as well. He's not hustling the car too much. He's got the speed here, and I feel like we're going to see this car number 5. Remember yesterday's pole position holder with Matt Campbell.
It was indeed, yeah.
She looked at me quizzically.
No,
I started to doubt myself, but it was. And I feel like he's got a proper handle on this car.
Matt Campbell, a seasoned factory-level driver, but does seem, Anthony, and it's a question I've asked pro drivers before, when big results come your way, somehow find another level. He's won the Rolex 24, he won the Bathurst 12 hours, he's put the car on pole, and you're right, he's driving beautifully. How does that happen?
It's a confidence. It's an inner confidence, and you just feel like you can just get that inner confidence. You're so self-analytical as a driver. You're always fighting for tenths of a second. It's easy for self-doubt to creep in. Believe it or not, no matter how successful you are. I've spoken to multiple world champions before in the past, Le Mans winners. You're all racing drivers quite insecure, and I'd say any top athlete in that regard as well. You're quite insecure because you know the pitfalls that can be there to catch you out, and you know how strong your competition is as well. If you start getting some proper race results under your belt like Matt Campbell has, the belief in yourself heightens more and more to the point where you can, like you say, you raise yourself to a level of basically the human brain is so powerful, and if you can, usually it works against you.
Yeah,
things like mental health conditions, that's the brain very powerfully working against you. If you can convert that and turn that into a positive, then sky's the limit.
Well, there's one of the arch exponents of the brain overriding everything else, and not Maxime Martin. no disrespect, but Valentino Rossi. Valentino Rossi's purple patch probably lasted about 2 decades.
Amazing.
I mean, genuinely. And actually, we were talking about this off air before we came on. My other fun family of bobsled, Francesco Friedrich, the world's most successful bobsledder ever. always says, we don't know we're going to win, but every time we go to the track, we believe we can win. And actually that mindset where you don't expect to, but you expect to be in the mix every time is hard to achieve. And what we talk about most is harder even to recover when that purple patch ends, as it inevitably does. So the ability for Valle and guys like him, and you look at Schumacher's long reign, you look at Hamilton's long reign, Max Verstappen now, when you're in that sweet spot, it doesn't seem like hard work, it's just happening. What you imagine, what you visualize is what happens. But then again, when when the golf has got the yips, or you're not timing your service, or your form goes, finding it again, that's the hardest thing in sport.
Lots of people talk about being in the zone as an athlete, and it's the same for the drivers as well. When you can get yourself into that zone, we were talking about that level of confidence that Matt Campbell might be going through now because of recent successes, winning big races, pole position here to open the season campaign, and driving beautifully well. Being in the zone is just kind of, you're on autopilot, and I could just see the way he was driving, how he believes he's the fastest one out there. Actually, he knows he's the fastest one out there, and that allows you as a driver to not push the car too much, and in turn can actually make you faster. It's when you're not trying too hard, sometimes you get the best out of yourself.
The result of the investigation for the contact with car 59 is a warning flag to James Gallardo for that incident that lost the rear end of the 51.
Looking back from Michel Gatting's Lamborghini to Rui Andrade. I can get your head around this. This is the yellow-nosed TF Sport Corvette. Rui Andrade, world champion LMP2 last year. That's his car. Behind him, Simon Mann in the other Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, not 54 but 55, tucking his nose in underneath, and catching them is the battle between the Acodis Lexus of Esteban Masson and Sean Gelael in the Team WRT BMW.
And the key point about that is it is the other Ferrari catching Michel Gatting, because Francesco Castellacci has passed and driven away from the Lamborghini. Battle of the Silvers has gone pretty comprehensively the way the Ferrari at the moment.
Yeah, the Ferrari looks in a very happy place at the moment. Mind you, the Peugeot doesn't look too bad either. Mikkel Jensen in the 93 Peugeot that was our leader almost to the second round of tyre stops. That car is still in third. The second Peugeot still in sixth, and this is absolutely the best race they've had since last year's Le Mans 24 Hours with that car.
Battles up and down the field in both classes. Our moving map at the moment looks like a jigsaw puzzle on a cruise liner, doesn't it? It's all over the place.
Worth mentioning that if you're watching this on broadcast television, I know a lot of you are, if you download the WEC app, you can watch live timing as well. And boy, that helps the understanding of what you're seeing, especially when we're confusing cars.
Simon, you need to try to overtake now in front for the position, because destroying the tires is also behind. You are much faster than both cars in front.
Yeah, Simon Mann being told that both cars in front are struggling on tyres. You can see how much quicker he is, can't you, in that Ferrari? He's, he gets pushed back in traffic, whoop, he's right on them again.
And he tried in turn one there actually, and ended up, I don't know if there was contact, or he definitely lost control and therefore lost a bit of time as the hypercars continue to surge their way and muscle their way through the GT3s when they're having their own race. And the Corvette there closing on the back of the Iron Dames. Once again, we've got the Cadillac now in between that trio of cars, but the is it the 55? Yes, of Simon Mann. They're saying, look, you can get past these. You can get past these two in front of you. You've got the speed. You've got the tyres there. Look after them, but also you have to get through, because they're the ones in trouble at the moment.
That was the Italian engineering talk for, go on son, have him. Graham.
Who had, at this point in the race, 4 Porsches and 2 Peugeots in the top 6 in their fancy FIWC.
Second use of It's Still a Long Race. But I mean,
great stuff from Peugeot at this point. Amazing from Porsche.
Yeah, and in GT as well. Look, Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Corvette. I mean, there's even a Lexus in the points as well. So I don't think we're going to be able to call a winner in this field at any racetrack, because we've got zero experience of what these cars are like at every different track that we're going to. And also, by the way, so have the teams that are running them. So it is going to be a world of exploration. And if you put money on a GT car to win it, that's heart, not head. That's just, I like the colour of that car, or I quite, like their driver lineup. Anyway, position. Yeah, Nick Nielsen recovering, goes by Sharma Lacey for 14. Still some way for the points. And actually, we've been giving Kamui Kobayashi a hard time for saying we're probably going to be struggling to earn points here, but half the hypercars won't. That's well worth pointing out. Half the field won't get a point.
What also say here, who would have had the 83 as the leading Ferrari at this point, which it is. And actually between the two Toyotas, so the top 9 are completed by Tota AF Courses 83, and then the number 8 Toyota, and then the 15 BMW completes the top 10.
I'll tell you what, when I looked at that driver lineup though, to be fair, even before coming here with the number 83, Robert Kubica and that combination of Robert Schwartzman as well, who has been a very successful F2 driver. Not many people would know actually in this scene in the World Endurance Championship. I'm really pleased to see Robert Schwartzman here take to the wheel of that number 83 Ferrari. And I think just that combination of those two alone really will pay off as the race unfolds today. I'm intrigued to see how Schwartzman will handle the traffic. Yes. That's something that will be completely new to him. But Robert Kubica will be a great coach, I should imagine, and has turned in a really good first couple of stints there.
And Yefei, the third driver in that lineup, has got traffic experience with his LMP2 racing as well. So he's got still, a little bit more to learn in the hypercar. But you're right, it's a great driver lineup. Now, I wonder when we're back in the Middle East in Bahrain in November, whether we're going to think back to this race and go, this is where Ferrari's championship hit the skids and it never recovered. Battles in the GT class. The pink Iron Dames Lamborghini. The Vista Ferrari gets by the Corvette. That was the move that the team were encouraging Simon Mann to make a lap or two ago. He goes by the Corvette of LMP2 world champion Rui Andrade. That's the yellow and black car. So Simon Mann in that silver Ferrari up to 7th place. The sister car with Francesco Castellacci is 2 cars further ahead, and Mann already looking to go by Michel Gatting.
Yeah, that trio in the 55 already did the Daytona 24 Hours together, then did the full Asian Le Mans series together, and it's paid dividends. A long chat with Simon Mann during the 5-race series in Asia, raising his confidence levels in this car and this effort, and I think that's beginning to pay off. And with Alessio Rivera still to come in that car, great stuff ahead. The sort of Fraschini we get on camera on track for first time in a little while with the Lamborghini closing.
He was getting awkwardly involved actually in that fight there.
Oh, Simon Mann on the inside, great chance there.
Yeah, and it's just that, it's also Fraschini was really, like I say, getting awkwardly involved with their battle, and he tried to overtake into turn 6, but didn't quite have the mechanical grip in mid-corner. We're watching the Cadillac here on the BMW down towards turn 1. Yeah, he's going to have to go the long way round if he's going to.
It's a great IMSA battle. Sebastian Bourdais around the outside of the BMW of Robin Freins, and he gets the inside line.
Brilliant stuff between those two. Really well planned by Bourdais, and good respect between the two drivers as well. Good, clean racing, but they took it right to the edge. That's what you want to see.
Top-notch stuff from top-notch drivers.
Pit stop infringement warning for Jota. There's so many technical infringements and warnings being thrown around. Isotta being examined for a technical infringement as well. We saw the caddy moving up past the 20 BMW. Let's hear from the sister car.
Robin, is it okay?
The car shifts, but the steering wheel is frozen still completely.
Copy. Try to continue when you can. Try master reset. Try master reset. 2 indicators hold.
For how long? Because nothing is working.
Okay, that's an exasperated Robin Fries, not Raffaele Marcello. So he's got the steering wheel's frozen. It doesn't mean he can't turn it. It means that the TV screen in the middle is either blank or has just completely frozen and is not updating itself. So he's got no data on anything. And that means if you're trying to change settings in the car, you can't, because you can't see the screen.
I hope he's still got, for his sake, the audio beeps of the gear shifts, which they have to tell them when to change gear, and also, more importantly, if you haven't got the audio beeps, to have the actual rev lights. Because if you lose that in conjunction with then that becomes even harder, and you will definitely lose lap time. Losing just your screen and the information of making changes, that's one thing, but if you lose your rev lights, where to change gear, so we see around the outside there. That was good, close racing, wasn't it?
Nice manoeuvre there. There goes. I know. There goes the Corvette. Now we're on board in the Corvette. He's going to get her. He's going to get her. He's going to get her. He is going to get her. Yeah, I'm going to look for the inside here because she's offline. She's going to brake too late. Corvette's down the inside.
And I know some people will say that Simon Mann overtook off the circuit, but I do believe that he was a little bit pushed out there as well.
And only 2 wheels off.
No worries, they're on different tire. We keep going. You still have 2 cars behind you. Keep going.
I got overtaking around the outside. What the hell?
Well, we still have 6.5 hours to make up on it, so no worries. Keep going. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Yeah, you can get overtaken around the outside if you're on different tyres. There's so much performance in it. And now she's under attack on the inside.
Yeah,
the
Sean
BMW going
Galale
through.
in the BMW. As the Peugeot comes through, and the BMW jumped the Corvette because the Corvette had a look, got held up, and Galale went right by both of them in a lap.
And now the Corvette passed as well.
Yeah.
Switching back to that conversation we had, 10 minutes ago about confidence levels and the psychology of this.
Yeah.
That's Michelle Gatti. You could hear it in her voice. She's just on a bit of a downer about her own performance at the moment.
And here's Esteban Masson queuing up behind in the Lexus. So again, another brand new shape to World Championship racing.
Brand new mate to World Championship racing.
Exactly, yeah. You know, never basically seen them racing much outside of captivity in Japan. So the Lexus, again, look at this. Look at the BMW family sedan. You've got road supercar, road supercar, road supercar, and another family sedan behind. I mean, okay, the RCF is not quite, but it is a homologation special. You know, it does not look like a schoolboy fantasy fast car.
It's a mix of GT cars and supercars.
Yeah.
They are what I would describe as being a mixture of the kinds of vehicle you would buy if those lottery numbers came up.
The things that give Jeremy Clarkson trouser trouble, exactly so. I mean, but that's what it is. They are hugely desirable vehicles from hugely prestigious manufacturers banging their door handles against you. So,
absolutely.
And you're absolutely right. You know, tyres in the locker is going to make Michelle Gatti feel a lot better in 5 hours' time about the positions that she's giving away now. Imagine you're in a battle with all the pro drivers and they're all going by you, and it's going to come back when you have your pro driver in. That's what's going to happen here. But when you're not stretching your tyres, then that's going to come back to you as well.
The last 2 laps, she has lost positions to Simon Mann in the 55 Ferrari to Sean Galale in the 31 Team WRT BMW. Rui Andrade's gone by in the 81 TF Sport Car, the 777D Station Aston Martin of Erwan Bastard. He's gone by, and now Esteban Masson in the 87 Acodis ASP Lexus.
And the 95 Nico Pino, that delayed McLaren, is also catching. So basically she's going, I'm in the same class as them, they're all just going straight by me and there's nothing I can do. I mean, the frustration of, he went around the outside of me. Yes, because we're saving tyres. And we hear it, we used to hear it so often in GT, particularly with the Porsche engineers. You're doing well, save the tyres, save the tyres, save the tyres. And that's the message. And I'm sure the engineer will be, we're only hearing a tiny microcosm of it. I'm sure it'll be, lap times are great, but they're passing me. Lap times are great.
It'll be somebody else later on.
Yeah.
You know, what goes around comes around in that game.
100%.
Michi, don't worry. Let's just try to not lose too much time. We are in the second stint. Do your best. It's fine.
You just have to run your own race. Yeah. Forget about the cars around you when you're not fighting them like for like in terms of equipment. You know, they're on newer tyres than you, different fuel stage as well. I'm just looking at this Lexus on the inside. He overtakes off the track.
All four
I'm
wheels
sure.
off,
I mean, there's a bit of a pixelated view we've got of this one, but I've seen a couple of cars doing this.
Lots of white.
I'm not sure I quite agree with that, and I wonder if some people will start getting picked up for it.
Well, I would point out, by the way, you can tell by the pit stop times here that 4 of those 5 cars that went by her did take tyres in the last pit stop. They've got pit stop times around or over 1 minute 30. She did not. She picked up time on the pit stop. She's giving that back and then some with the worn tyres in this stint. But now, they've got more tyres in the lockup.
Yeah. Final thought before we get back to our lead class is that Simon Mann in the 55 Ferrari is closing down Francesco Castellacci in the 54 car. So Simon Mann also not having a shoddy stint. Back with Kevin Escher, our race leader. And there's the Corvette that was on pole position.
81 car, and that 81 car now in the hands of Rui Andrade.
Yep.
Drops down a few positions, and that will put him right into the clutches of...
Back to Michel Gatti.
Indeed.
He's your champion from last year in LMP2, of course, Rui Andrade. And so it's very different machinery to be getting to grips with in this GT3 category, and it's hard. I've done it myself as a driver. You go from a car that's lower down, more downforce. We're going to see a replay of this. Maybe did he have a bit of a helping hand in this spin? Nope, he's just lost it. Yeah, and he's expected too much from the rear of the car, something that he would have had, of course, in last year's LMP2 car.
Funny, actually, conversation we were having in a couple of days ago. Will Stevens and Harry Tinknell both enthusing about how much fun this track would have been in an LMP2 car. Oh, mate, this would have been so fast. Yeah, so those, they haven't gone away. They're still racing in the ELMS. They'll still be racing at Le Mans, but just not here in the World Championship.
Looking at Sebastian Bourdais, they're closing in on the back of the next BMW. He's already overtaken one of them. He's now behind the
Raffaele Marcello in the 15 car,
in traffic.
Now, Louise was saying they took right sides only, which on a clockwise circuit is an unusual choice, but perhaps that means that the right sides are going to stay on for 4 stints or something, because they do much less work here than the left side tyres do.
I must admit, of all the shapes you don't want to see coming up in your mirrors, there's something about that caddy that is particularly menacing. It's like a kind of, I don't know, gangland hitman.
I think you'd hear it before you see it.
You'll absolutely feel it.
Well, and behind the second of the BMWs there, behind the 20 car, is the race leader, Kevin Escher. Is that Kevin Escher going by? Or number 5 car, Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell, number 5 car it was, going by. So starting to work through. The leaders have now lapped up to about the top
12
dozen cars.
That's exactly right. In fact, has just gone by the 12th place car. So this is another phase of this race beginning to develop now.
Yeah, Bourdais, he's driven a good stint so far in the caddy, and obviously they had their problems on lap 1 and had driving around with a damaged bodywork as well when Alex Lim was still at the wheel. So now the car's in tip-top shape. Bourdais got the bit between the teeth, and closing in on that BMW, like we say. I'm sure it'll be a matter of time before he's through, and he's now in P11.
Well, now he's soon going to get blue flags in his driver cockpit monitoring system as well, because the race leader is behind it. It is the number 6 car. So there is the WRT Brains Trust. There's the Cadillac team.
There was Andreas Roos closest to the camera, and by dint of the cap, you can tell that was the back of the head of Vincent Vos, Thierry Tessa, the team manager here. It's the Belgian super team.
Yeah, so as good as it's been, actually, that was a good spot there, Graham. That Bourdais really losing fight in the rear there. But he's got the race leader coming up behind him to go a lap down. Yeah, so the race leader lapping up to P11 already.
And the race leader's already lapped both Ferraris.
Yeah.
And both Toyota, both Toyotas still in front. So both Toyotas in the top 9, the 7th and 9th, but showing not the sort of pace that you would hope at the moment.
I think Bourdais thinks he's fighting that car. He defended on the inside. I'm not sure he's seen that blue flag.
But if he defends on the inside and the Porsche goes through, he wants to be able to cut back and follow the Porsche through the gap that the leader is going to open up on the BMW. He should have defended that a little less hard. I'm questioning Sebastian Bourdais' judgment. What on earth am I doing?
Another birthday boy this week, Sébastien Bourdais, and Cadillac held a bit of a cake-related party for the now 45-year-old, still blisteringly quick.
I'm making no candles and fire department jokes.
Just further up this order, I just saw the car number 8 of Brendan Hartley.
Yeah. He's coming back to them.
By on the. He's about to get lapped as well by the
He's coming
Porsche.
back to them because he's doing 146s. They're in the high 144s. He's at least a second slower than this battle between the BMW and the Cadillac. Never mind the speed that the race leader is doing.
Estra clears the BMW, and you're right, Anthony. His next target, astoundingly, is Brendan Hartley in 9th place,
and that's on genuine pace.
Yep.
We haven't come to this scenario through safety cars and full course yellows that have really mixed the order up. They're on the same strategy here. That really, I mean, that says a huge amount to me. With just had 2 hours 26 minutes of this race, and we're already looking at car number 8 getting lapped by the leader.
Absolutely right.
Last year's world champions.
Bourdais
on the attack again. Goes to the outside this time.
He's ceded the lap to the leader, but he's not seen that position this time. It's a much... Oh, my God, he's still there.
But
still there.
He's done it.
I
He's
think
put
he
it
has
down the
got
inside.
him.
Great stuff by Bourdais.
And the BMW bouncing around over the curb seals the deal, because there's a bit less grip when you're in the air than there is when you're on the tarmac. So Raffaele Marcello tucked up like a kipper, outside, inside, and left with the curb to reduce his traction to fight back. And again, you know, that's absolute vintage Bourdais, isn't it? You know, he's been in the cut and thrust of top flight single-seater racing most of his career, and has been in a sports car race since.
There's that moment where he was going a lap down to Kevin Estra. They got very close.
Oh, did he touch him?
Estra leaned out on him.
Let's have a look.
Estra could have had a tighter line on the exit, I would have thought.
Not sure he did.
Well, but I could see the blue flag flashing for Bourdais, so you don't really have an excuse. So your blue flag means get out of the way of the
Estra goes
race leader.
straight for the exit curb.
But you're expecting a blue flag to do its job. So as good as what a great job Bourdais done, you've got the race leader behind you. Unfortunately, as hard as it is to take, you have to let them pass.
Yeah, but you're on Formula One blue flag rules.
No, but that's what a blue flag means in any discipline of motor racing.
A blue flag is a warning that a quicker car is approaching. In Formula One, it's a law where you have to get out of the way.
You have to get out of the way.
Is that the effect of the camera? I suspect it is, with the LED rear lights on the
I hope it is.
If not, it's all a bit disco.
We might see on this one if we on the off-board camera.
Why should our hotel bedrooms be the only one that have a built-in disco? Alessandro Pierguidi chasing Edo Mortara, a Lamborghini versus Ferrari battle. A bit of that this year. Looking at our hypercar class, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Isotta Fraschini, 3 Italian brands in the last 3.
I feel like I have a big porthole. Mount Cota, first boost. Actually, all the 13 corners, please have a look.
Copy, we'll have a look, copy.
Yeah, like just accelerate at Mount Cota.
I didn't get a word of that apart from we'll have a look and can you have a look in some of the fast corners.
Yes.
Don't know what he was worrying about.
94 car in from 5th place, I think, at the point at which this changeover is coming. Out against Paul di Resta.
Again, strong driver lineup. Paul di Resta, Loic Duval, Stoffel van Dorn. Not giving much away in pace, not giving much away in experience.
It'll have been a massively morale-boosting run so far for Peugeot.
There is Alpine versus Ferrari. And this is the AF Corsa car, Mick Nielsen versus Mick Schumacher. Whoa! Off. And Schumacher off! Just have to throw that in occasionally. Mustang coming into the pit lane. So GT3 stops are starting now. Did you hear that off our mics in the pit lane?
Yeah,
we can hear them when they come in.
I felt it.
So Aston Martin back there got a bit of damage.
That's the D station car.
If it's the 27, it was carrying that from the first lap. Yes,
okay, just from the on the left front.
It was. This is the moment for Schumacher.
Yep.
Just locked up on the dust on the inside, trying to defend position.
Over defending is as cardinal a sin almost as not defending, isn't it?
Yeah, it can really go against you in moments like that, and particularly on a circuit like we have here, where you've got so much dust around, and the more that the race goes on, you know what? Particularly when it starts to get dark, then you can't see where the dust is. At least in the daytime, you have that possibility.
So it's the Mustang and the McLaren on pit lane, and that has had side-to-side contact somewhere.
Yep, on the side there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where the holes are. Yes.
That was very short for fuel. Was that a fuel stop? We didn't see that they'd been assessed a penalty. That's a very short fuel stop.
Let's have a quick look and see just how long he was on pit lane.
I like their teabag strainer there in the window of the McLaren. That's quite handy. United Autosports Nico Pino. That's the 95 car that was delayed at the start after contact.
That was bang on schedule for, on the numbers rather, fuel only stop for the Mustang. 1 minute 18 seconds on pit lane for them.
So full fuel on board with Nick Nielsen. And now, having just dispensed with the Alpine of Mick Schumacher, he's all over the screenless Robin Fries. So that's the BMW right in front. And again, BMW has raced in IMSA all last year. It's very well understood now by RLN in the States, but brand new to these tracks, to these tyres, and to this World Endurance Championship. So very much a work in progress.
You see the energy level there, riding on board with Niklas Nielsen. So getting close to another stop.
Actually, when we had Robert Reed in the booth, we were looking at the energy levels, and when the Peugeot finally came in, 94 car I think it was Formula E style. It was down to 1% on the last few corners of the lap, so eking everything out. Talking of fuel, by the way, back in GT, there are more fish to fry than just using their tyres. We're hearing from Corvette that the 82 car is getting close to making up an extra lap in this stint on fuel saving. Now, one lap out of 355 doesn't sound like 335 doesn't sound like very much. Until you get to lap 334, then it's quite a long distance.
Or indeed, depending where you are, when there's an opportunity with a caution as well. So there's all sorts of things here. We will, when we get back to the GT battle, I'm sure, get to see our new graphic, which shows how they're doing with energy. So we can see who's being feather-footed like Verdi.
Feather-footed Verdi. We're hearing that Brendan Hartley was complaining about a torque cutout. Now, whether that's the torque monitoring, or whether that was he was complaining about, or whether it's just the number 8 car is having a torque monitoring system problem, I'm not sure.
Sebastian Beau on, you can see in the picture-in-picture, on pit lane in the number 82 TF Sport Corvette.
From one Seb to the other.
Yep, the young Frenchman. Biggest wins so far come in the Ligier European Series, the JS2R, the effective GT one-make class in that series, supporting the European Le Mans Series.
And here comes Bourdais onto the back end of Brendan Hartley's number 8 Toyota.
I'm hearing and seeing that car 87, Esteban Masson, is indeed, Anthony, correct, under investigation. Oh wow! For overtaking car 85, Michel Gatting, beyond track limits.
Yeah. That was a big, ambitious lunge there from Sebastian Bourdais. He thought, oh, go underneath the back marker, the Toyota will have to go the long way round. But then he got onto the dirty side on the inside that nobody uses, and hence the lockup.
Yeah, Brendan's got a bit of a breather here because he's managed to get past that Mustang through turn 7 and 8.
Not much.
Leaving Bourdais behind, so he's got to recover that work. But yeah, that thing's got a bit too tight. A bit too close for comfort, didn't they? One on the outside, one on the inside. And but I think Bourdais, he had to go for the free air.
Yeah. And he's hunter killer, isn't he? Bourdais
he's
is
loving this.
Absolutely. Full tail-up action from Sebastian Bourdais. Well, we've talked a lot about Peugeot in this race for all the good reasons. I imagine we might have a very smiley Paul di Resta.
Paul, difficult start of the race, but then you've been catching up and the pace seems to be really good now. How is it going?
Yeah, I think we're obviously in good shape as a team. We've obviously got a clearly good understanding of the tyre, but just very disappointing at the start. You're in the midfield, you expect some commotion, but It just seems to be every time there's a race start these days with the amount of cars. It's Demolition Derby. I was a victim of something. I think it was a Cadillac ran into me. So you're playing catch up. We're out of sync now. We're quick at times. We're going to be on the back foot in other times. But I think if we can have a clean race, we hopefully can get at least into the top 7 or something like that. It's a long race, a lot to happen. But we'll just keep doing what we can do. The good thing is we have a car that we can fight our way through. And we'll just see when we go into the night if the car comes into the window we need.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well, he's a very smiley Paul di Resta. Now, the secret to not getting involved in imbroglios at the start is to be at the front after qualifying. Now, problem for the 81 TF Sport Corvette.
That's our pole sitting car, remember?
I've already put in a pound in the jar on that one. 46 is in. That's Ahmed El Hati finishing a triple stint. Did take tyres that time round. Again, trying to get it to... There is no fire in the hold, is there?
He's trying to recycle that car, and he's now trying to start it.
Yep. And everybody is coming in. I mean, this is... He's not moving, except on the timing screen where he's in free fall, because everybody... Sarah Bovina, okay, I've got one back at least. They're all coming in.
He's cleared the white line, so he can get assistance should he require it.
Yep. And there go the team.
Yeah, it looked like he managed to fire the car up, but as soon as he tried to feed the clutch out, it was just a switch, wasn't it? He had no feel there at all.
And compared to any kind of car you've ever driven as a road car, these things are a switch anyway. Competition clutches are either on or off. There is no happy medium, but that didn't look like there was any clutch friction at all. It was just going into gear and locking solid. So big tough break for the 81 TF Sport Corvette. Rui Andrade dropping to the tail of the field. And of course, if there was an MP2 Orica, he'd know instantly where everything is, but that's all part of the education process for drivers and for the team, is where all the functions are. Go to map 3, do this, do that, do the other. Do you remember at the end of Le Mans, talking the drivers through, as he did it last time, Ale, engine off, in neutral, clutch in, press the button. You know, everything has to happen in a distinct sequence or it doesn't happen at all.
It's, obviously a lot more complex on the hypercars with their hybrid systems. But this being a more conventional
these will be
ICE.
the same.
Just take a look at mission control there. This is for LMGT3. There is no shortage of information available to these teams.
No, and they've got 3 times more there to monitor each car than we've got in the booth to monitor all 37. Porsche staying out of the way there, doing a decent job. That's the Porsche EMA car, which is currently in 5th place. Maurice Schuring haven't said his name, but back with Sebastian Bourdais, because this is where the heat is in the hypercar fight at the moment.
Yeah, Schuring, by the way, made his way up to 2nd place. It was a Porsche 1-2 until those pit stops. Ian James is still out there, but will owe us a stop, I believe.
So Bourdais will have to rethink this one, because he hasn't got the straight line speed advantage, it looks like, compared to the Toyota, as he enjoyed with the BMWs, which put him in a position where he could go around the outside into turn 1. He's going to have to use the speed of that car somewhere else. Can't do it in towards turn 4 this particular time. In the dirty air through that corner, doesn't lose too much. That's what I love about the sports car racing as well, that they rely even more on ground effects for their grip, and they've got a lot more mechanical grip as well, so they can naturally follow closer than what you see in some other single-seater categories where they rely much more on the wings on the car. So that's why the rear wings are so tiny on sports cars, because the surface area you have to deal with is massive.
Yeah.
And that's where more of your grip comes from.
81 back with TF Sport is being fueled before attention is paid to whatever the issue is for Rui Andrade. And
good thing for the mechanics that legged it all the way up the pit lane and pushed it all the way back is it's not a hot race.
Yeah, so that car going into the garage, I'm hearing from Louise Beckett, who's down there and on the scene.
Well, he's still trying to get the flappy paddles to select neutral, I think. I think that's about as far as they've got. Car going up on the air jacks. Interesting, I thought the dolly wheels would come underneath. They have.
And knock on the right-hand side of the screen, you've got Matt Campbell in the number 5 Porsche, Penske Porsche, catching up this fight between the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais and Brendan Hartley. There he is in the background.
Well, now that's, yeah, Campbell's on an out lap, so this is his first lap out of the pit lane, so they owe him a pit stop as well as the rest of us. So Campbell has made the 3rd stop for that car that he put on pole position.
Long race, and it's very easy to get yourself disoriented at just about how long. We've just passed race distance for a regular IMSA sprint race, 2 hours and 40 minutes for this race.
Wow.
We're not even halfway yet towards a regular 6-hour WC race.
If you'd asked me how long the race would be going on, I would have said about 90 minutes. So we've walked another hour forward since then. We're riding on board with Sebastian Bourdais. I'd love to see a little bit of on board with the BMW that we were hearing from Robin Fries to see what is ailing his display, what he's got and what he doesn't have, because you saw there the shift lights on the top of the steering wheel, which is a very familiar place to put them, very sensible place to put them where the hands aren't, but the eyes can always see. I wonder, as you said, if Robin Fries has got those, he should. It's like having a rev counter in a normal car. You can still see what the engine's doing without doing too much damage. But this is a transmission issue, isn't it? It's
such
not
a shame.
suspension.
Yeah,
but
it's such a shame to see the pole position car in the pits getting worked on, and this is where the mechanics really earn their money, trying to get the car back out there as quick as possible. And in such a long race, you know, it's not unthinkable that some points could still be scored.
Yep.
We've only done 2 hours 40 minutes.
And there is the other Corvette, Sebastian Bode in the black and yellow Corvette, black at front and rear, yellow
here we
in
go.
the middle, and he's having a run at the Lexus, trying to go through. And
that was close. 3 into 1 there,
Well,
and I don't know how they all made it through unscathed.
2 Toyotas nearly lost a spot because the Lexus did, but Brendan Hartley didn't in the number 8 Toyota, so he got through. Still got Sebastian Bourdais right behind him. Then the pole-sitting car, beg your pardon, the race-leading car, the pole-sitting car of Matt Campbell, isn't it? That is next up, but it was a change as Sebastian Bourdais got ahead of Takeshi Kimura.
Back to the lead in GT3 is the 92 Pure Racing car, Joel Sturm, 19 seconds to go from the other Monti car, the EMA car of Maurice Schuring. I'm just taking a look there, and Joel Sturm, by the way, did take tyres in that stop. It looks to me as if Schuring did not.
How many minutes into the race are we? 2 hours 43. What's the minimum driver length for a bronze driver?
And a silver driver.
2:43. Okay, so Ian James is in the pit lane, having started the race in the heart of racing. Aston needs to do another 12 minutes, either now or later. Correct. So that'll be a short stint. Brendan Hartley still under pressure from Sebastian Bourdais, but Bourdais no longer with a clear rear view mirror. And when you're attacking Anthony Davidson, having no one behind you is so much of a bonus. Having somebody behind you really makes life difficult.
Can he get the move done this time, though? He had a brilliant run through that final corner, much closer, tucks right up to the back of that Toyota, pops to the outside. I'm not sure he's going to get it done, though, through the outside this time around. Like I said, that it's a very different car that he's fighting against compared to the BMWs, and all the time, to answer your question, Martin, he's got that Porsche catching up behind. It's going to be frustrating because he knows he's got the speed over the car in front of him, but at the same time now has to divert his attention to make sure he is not the one that's getting overtaken. But the Porsche's enjoying this, catching up to the back of this fight, clearly with a speed advantage.
Yeah, he was 0.8 of a second quicker on the last lap than Sebastian Bourdais, 1.2 seconds quicker than the black Toyota number 8 of Brendan Hartley. So he is coming up with a head of steam, and he wants to get by now before they start to slow him down.
Relative lap times at the moment, it's going to be ebbing and flowing with traffic, but the lead car 4 seconds quicker than most of the rest of them in the Hypercar class. But let's go down, because we've got Tom Ferrier down in pit lane, the troubles with the 81.
Tom Ferrier, we can see the crew of the 81 working hard on the car. Can you give us an update what they're looking at, what's going on?
Yeah, it looks like some kind of gear shift issue at the moment, or something to do with the gear shift that's causing some electronical problems. So, yeah, a real shame. Starting on pole was not the dream to happen, but it's part of a learning process for us, and yeah, we'll get it back out and learn some more.
Well, it's still a long race, but I don't know how much time that you're going to lose from this.
No, hopefully not too long, but it's such a tight, close field now, so for us it's not a chance for a result, but like I say, we've got a lot of learning to do, so we'll focus on that.
All right, thank you.
Well, the key thing to take away from that is that kilometres under their wheels are going to be absolutely crucial for the TF Sport team, learning about the car, learning how to race it, learning how to set it up, learning how to fix it as well.
That's
because
the point.
nothing never breaks.
That's the point. The point I was going to make is that this is going to take them longer than it would have done with an Aston Martin, simply because they've had years with that car and they've had months, weeks with this one. A couple of little messages popping in from race control and commented on that overtake off the track by Esteban Masson on the 87 Lexus. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for that car for overtaking Michel Gatting or outside of track limits.
Maybe he thought he was still kart slaloming there.
And Carl Bennett in the number 11 Isotta Fraschini just actually on the way out the pits now. The tyre driver under investigation for speeding in pit lane.
No, it won't have been him doing the speeding unless he sped on the way out. It could be.
It could be.
It could have been.
Unless it's his second stint, which I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it is. You're more likely to speed on the way in. It's more likely you get pinged for not bringing the speed down than for sitting in the car without your thumb on the speed limiter button.
It's one of those experiential things, isn't it? It's a young driver. It's a big leap for him. Did a season of LMP2 in the Asia Le Mans series over the winter. Was pretty impressive there, but make no mistake, this is a giant leap forward for him, one of the youngest drivers in the race.
Here comes the number 5 Penske Porsche. Matt Campbell still chasing Brendan Hartley and Sebastian Bourdais, and Bourdais again having another look. He's trying to make Brendan defend late on the inside, but it looks like actually the Toyota is just better on brakes, just enough better on brakes to deny the Cadillac a chance to get through.
Interestingly, Kevin Estre not pushing hard to get involved with this pair at the moment.
No, because it's going to burn his tyres up, because he'll be in turbulent air behind two cars. Ye Yifei takes over the 83 customer Ferrari. So the AF Corsa car, and Robert Kubica drove early on, and Ye Yifei now takes over. Robert Schwartzman hasn't driven it yet, has he? That's, I think, the first driver change for that car, and we are 2 hours and 48 minutes in. Whoa. This is proper threading the eye of a needle stuff, isn't it?
Good stuff from this pair. Great battle. Kevin Estre with the front row seats and watching on as he comes closer and closer to his next pit stop. I believe about 4 laps away for the number 6 car. Estre looking after the tyres on that number 6. Closer here though, as the pair of cars ahead of him battle through. A little bit more traffic.
Our race leader Kevin Estre and Matt Campbell now up to 8th place. Porsche, Penske going very quickly. Estre's just lost a lap for exceeding track limits, but he's regularly in the 1 minute 41s, and Campbell with this group now down to 143s.
My bad, that's the 5, not the 6. So I've identified that as Kevin Estre. It's Matt Campbell, but again not involving himself in this.
No, exactly, because either, as we saw with the Porsche chasing the Peugeot earlier on, you're going to have the advantage because there's a mistake in traffic, or you are not. So you just sit and bide your time. We have Hypercar pit stops. Callum Eilert in the pit lane from 3rd place in the number 12 Jota Porsche. 99 the Proton Porsche also in Harry Tinknell, and AF Corsa we just saw Ye Yifei leaving in the 83, the yellow customer Ferrari. So 3 customer cars are in, and there is the number 12 car. So driver change going on there as well. Callum Eilert out. They're single stinting. Now they won't be single stinting their tyres, but they are single stinting their drivers in the heat of the day. They may well end up double stinting a little later in the race when some of the heat has gone.
Yeah, it's another of the aspects of endurance races, particularly with the length of race we've got here and a track they know less well most of the teams, although Jota have been here for a while. A bit of a winter camp here at the Gulf.
Now, there were tyres ready to go. Okay, so definitely left sides. Did they do the other side? Will they do the other side? Left.
Yes.
Oh, yes, looked like it. So that'll be a full tyre change. So this is their third stop. So have they single stinted the set in there, or was that a triple stint on tyre? I can't believe they'd have done a triple on tyres.
The last stop for that car was a fuel-only stop.
Okay, well, so was that a double then?
Looks like
in the number 12.
Double. 12 car did 1 minute and 14 seconds on pit lane.
But Norman Nato handed over to Callum Eilert at the last stop, surely.
Looks as if they
and
went
Will
out on old
Stevens
tyres.
has doubled. Maybe they put scrub set. No, can't have put a scrub set back on. They were fresh tyres, surely. Meanwhile, back with our never-ending battle between Brendan Hartley and Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais with his sleeves metaphorically and actually physically rolled up almost here, cutting through traffic. What was that? Was that the...
Just looking to see what we'd got there.
Oh, that was the Isotta. Okay, so didn't recognise the back of it.
And the Isotta on colder tyres. Carl Watana Bennett not long out of pit lane. And he will be tippy-toeing a little, dial himself in.
And especially for Isotta, kilometres, you know, every lap you can turn. It almost literally doesn't matter what speed you're doing.
Fine-tuning systems. Tuning systems, then fine-tuning systems.
Well, I don't think you're even blunt tuning.
No, absolutely.
Just what works, what doesn't work, what are we going to break, what aren't we going to break? You know, how can we start to learn how to make this car live and breathe, because at the moment it's on the slab and they've just had it delivered. They don't know what on earth it needs.
38, the sister car from Hertz Team Cota. Great start to the race from the team. Both the cars been in the top 5 more or less throughout. Scrub set tyres we're hearing from Lou Beckett down in pit lane.
And that is for Phil Hansen, Le Mans winner, European Le Mans Series winner and World Endurance Champion.
But that was a driver change underway, wasn't it? Was Phil getting in?
No, that was Phil getting in, because when it came in, 38 had Oliver Rasmussen in,
Number 5 Porsche still on the rear of this pair. This trio cracking on. And at the moment, this is the battle for third place with the pit stops going on around them. It won't be for long.
Good news for Corvette fans and or TF Sport fans, of which I know there are many in both camps who are now going to have to make nice instead of being enemies. Rui Andrade has left the pits in the 81 car, so whatever ailed it, they have hopefully unailed. Back with Brendan Hartley, Sebastian Bourdais, and in our rear view mirror on our 6 is Matt Campbell. Alessandro Pierguidi being warned about track limits in the 51 Ferrari, which is 18th out of 19 hypercars. Not a phrase I expected to say, but of course they had that bodywork issue where the entire rear clip blew off after contact on the in-lap for the pits with the 59, I think it was the 59 again, wasn't it?
It was James Cottingham at the time, and it was the ruling went against the Ferrari.
Yeah, it did. It was the 59 United Autosports McLaren, which has been the problem child thus far in the race. There's the 95 car, by the way. Well, that's the 59 car there. It's the very car we talked about. In the is the leader. So Kevin Esht staying in. There will be no... there are tyres on the apron, but they're not looking like they're going to change tyres. That does not have all the hallmarks of poised and ready to leap into action. Lots of people touching the car. I thought you said they're only allowed to do fuel, Martin. They are. They're allowed to do fuel and safety items. So clean the screen, clean the lights, vents full of muck and rubber and all of that. But you're not allowed to do a tyre change at the same time.
Well, they've talked about lights. We're going to see this race finish under floodlights. And these cars, particularly this year, with some fabulous looking cars and colours this year. But when we get to Le Mans, it's altogether darker. 2 significant changes for 2 of the front-running teams. The first is for Toyota, who've opted to go back to their 2022 headlights. The drivers turned in too much glare from the 2023 items. And then Ferrari, who were out at Yas Marina as we arrived for the Asia Le Mans Series this year, testing a new middle, small light cluster in the centre of the front panel to add even more light to it. I can tell you, the one car out there, and with no floodlights, the light power was absolutely astonishing.
On board with the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, still trying to find a way by the number 8 Toyota. And can't get away by Sebastian Bourdais. And as the pit stops happen, by the way, that's now the battle for third place. Mick Schumacher's made his first stop in an endurance race for Alpine. He's come and gone. So too is Robin Freins, who's still in the 20 BMW, and in comes the battle. So in the end, Brendan Hartley held him off all the way through. Kevin Escher leads and has rejoined in the lead after the pit stop, ahead of the second place 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen. This battle coming in from third place. Rui Andrade, to add insult to injury, now being warned about exceeding track limits in the Corvette that has lost a couple of laps in the pit lane. So it's now, in fact, lost more than a couple of laps to the GT3 class. And again, you can see there in the inset on the right, the caddy engineers or technicians just clearing out the vents of rubber.
Behaviour of cars 54, 46 and 91 at turn 1, 12:26 under investigation.
That's 90 minutes ago.
Yeah,
so that's at the end of the first hour, basically.
That might be something that's been brought to race control's attention by a trackside observer.
So 54 is the AF Corsa car, which would have been Thomas Floor. 46 is the BMW, which would have been Ahmed Al-Hati. And 91, who would have been in that? The EMA, Manthey EMA car at the time. This was all the three bronze drivers, wasn't it?
It was Yasser Shaheen, the Aussie driver and co-owner of the Bend Motorsport Park, which is promoted through the fabulous livery on that car.
Well, Sebastian Bourdais did not get ahead of Brendan Hartley on track, but the number 2 caddy definitely came out in front after that pit stop. So what did Toyota do that Cadillac didn't do? Driver change and tyres, or just something
Cadillac
else?
is a 1 minute 12, that is a fuel-only stop. The Toyota,
1 minute
19, slower. They're just slower in the pits.
7 seconds. Well, were they...
If they, left sides?
If Hartley had a problem,
right
if Hartley had a problem also with the
right side tyres,
torque monitoring, then I wonder if they are going to need to look at doing that.
So 236 laps to go for the maximum lap count. Just over 7 hours to go for the time limit on this race.
Almost there.
And so far, what a different look and feel to the racing, let alone the grids of this FIA World Endurance Championship. And Davidson.
Sorry, yeah, just I was off microphone for a little bit there.
Was that fuel only?
It was fuel only, yeah. And I was watching over your shoulder. Actually, it was definitely the right side of the tyres going on the Toyota, and that's why the Cadillac jumped them in the pits. So now you're going to have to watch for Brendan Hartley potentially coming back at Sebastian Bourdais through this next stint.
It's the Lamborghini in traffic with one of the Hertz Team Jota cars and the 35 Alpine, two absolutely brand new cars to World Motorsport in that trio. Lamborghini SC63 and on board with the screamy, in a really good way, Alpine A424.
Yeah, it does sound really good, doesn't it? But it's draining for a driver though, especially when you do, say, the 24 hours of Le Mans. You're sitting on those long straights, lap after lap. The sound of the engine actually does deteriorate the driver a little bit quicker than a quieter engine.
Just hearing from the fans, they don't care.
No, they want the complete opposite. Absolutely, from the outside, you want the noise. I'm just saying,
but you're right.
It's as good as it sounds. It's actually an extra fatigue element for the driver. But you know, I think you would always go for the car that sounds better, even though you know it's going to tire you out.
Anybody spending a long car journey with me feels much the same about the noise coming from.
Taking a quick drink there.
Absolutely.
Hot work today before the sun goes down.
Charmelesi.
Sweating away is Charmelesi, a very quick driver. First burst onto the scene in the WEC in the LMP2 car, and really raised a few eyebrows with the speed he could turn in the WRT team, I think, is the car he first drove with.
Did a year, didn't he, with the Richard Mille team? With Seb Ogier for much of that season, and one of the youngest drivers in this deep hypercar class this year. 3 hours done.
So the Alpine there working its way through the GT3 fight to Ferrari's turn into turn 1. But yeah, the start of the front of this field, I've been watching the lap times actually between Kevin Estre, Mikko Jensen is continuing to evolve and increase. Actually, it's up to 32 seconds now. So has anyone got an answer for that?
Pushing on in both classes, Kevin Estre leads this race by almost 34 seconds after this latest round of pit stops from Mikkel Jensen in the number 93 Peugeot, still there. He's the meat in the Porsche Penske sandwich. Matt Campbell cycles back up to 3rd ahead of Will Stevens, the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars. In our LMGT3 class, it is still a Porsche 1-2 Jules Sturm from Monza Pure Racing, Lithuania, the 92, ahead of the 91 car, Marcus Schuring from Monza EMA. Then it's the 2 Ferraris now 3rd and 4th, D-Station Racing's Aston Martin 5th. Lots of investigations around for Niggles as part of this, and has got a little bit of a first day back at school feel on pit lane out there on track.
Well, it was always going to be, wasn't it, Graham? Because
so much new.
It's not just drivers a little bit rusty, race rusty. You see a car off there, the Mustang on the exit of one of the high-speed corners at turn 14, I think that is.
Zach Robichaud, that car's going very slowly. It looked like he might have been down the left rear corner there.
But it's to be expected. First race, you always see mistakes, race rusty drivers, but also a different category to get used to as well for the drivers, not just driving these LMGT3 cars, but for the hypercar drivers as well, to be figuring out, like we said at the start, figuring out where they can or can't overtake, and new drivers, 26, is it? 26 rookie drivers here.
26 first timers in the WEC, plus 3 who've only done 1 Le Mans. So that's 29 drivers out of the 111.
Yeah, it's a huge proportion, getting to learn how each other race as well, and race within the rule sets of the World Endurance Championship.
Zach Robichaud has managed to get the Mustang back into pit lane here. It's a great overview of this circuit. There he was. Does look, I think that car, as I can see it, it's the left rear puncture for the Mustang.
Yeah, very good spot. So he was trying his best just to stay out the way. You can see here just turning into 14, the car really losing grip, fighting to keep it in a straight line even on the run down towards the penultimate corner. He's back into the pits, that's good to see. Now where did he pick up that puncture? That's the question.
Well, we've heard from a couple of drivers that the curbs here are pretty aggressive.
And also that you got to see that corner there, turn 7 exit. You got or is that turn, it's turn 8, isn't it? The right-hander of turn 8. And you've got so much gravel on the outside.
Yeah, indeed, and that's been there from very early in the race.
And I think it's actually got worse because the GT3s, they tip on the inside and just bring the gravel across the circuit. I wonder if at some point that's going to have to be cleared up.
Yeah, certainly when we get to it being rather darker. So far this Seoul International Circuit producing good racing, good mixed class racing as well. And for me, the biggest surprise, Anthony, has not been just the depth of these two classes, it's the very different dynamic, and not even for not having LMP2, but between these two classes, it's a totally different sort of racing.
It's a tough track actually for them to live together on, I'd say, with the nature of the corners being mostly high speed. I love watching the cars race around this track because you see the cars, there's the race leader Kevin Estre slot in between the two GT cars. And you know, it's threading the eye of a needle at some points, and some people might think it's unnecessary, but you have to take these risks to keep the pace.
So 3 hours down for the opening round of the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship. Started in bright sunshine. Display from
Green flag.
The national flag welcomed the entry into competition of a very new look to the FIA World Endurance Championship. 37 cars and plenty of enthusiasm as we went racing for the first time in a brand new year. Into turn one, it was 3 wide, but the action was behind, and it was Alex Lynn getting involved and tagging into a spin. Paul Di Resta, the Cadillac driver, would be penalised for that later. Di Resta would fight back into contention, but it was Miguel Molina that put his 50 Ferrari to the front as Di Resta fought back through a deep LMGT3 field. No shortage of action either between the GTs, and no shortage of hip checks and bumps and bruises amongst them, as Alex Malikin fought his way through past Tom Van Rompuy, the pole sitter, to take the lead that they would retain to this point of the race. Battles too in the hypercar field. Great stuff from the Porsches and from the Peugeots. They would emerge from the melee to dominate proceedings in the first third of this race. 93 car going to the lead with a move on the outside of Molina at turn one. Great stuff from a car we may not see again, the tailless 9X8 Peugeot. Miguel Molina pretty powerless to resist that at that point. Board with the Peugeot, and to go wide there to get by the Ferrari 296, and then it was about Porsche coming to the fray. The number 6 car going to the lead at that point for a moment, dropping back, but would soon be back ahead of the French car. Drive through for the 50. And then traffic would play a part. Just a lapse of concentration by the leader, and that was all that was required for Porsche to take a lead that they would retain to the 3-hour mark. Porsche Penske Motorsports fighting away with the Peugeot TotalEnergies cars in 2 separate battles. Then drama for the Le Mans winning squad after contact between one of the United McLarens, and that's what happened. After contact side to side would require change of rear deck and the rear clip for the 499P. Back live now, I've not seen that before in this era, and it was a clout, but it just must have hit it in a real weak point.
I think it just hit it at an angle, didn't it, as well? Dislodged that whole rear section, and then the aero did the rest. You know, the drag that these wings create was enough just to, as you saw, rip it from the back end of the Ferrari. And I think they're lucky that it didn't do further damage. They did hold the car for quite some time, so that's why we see it down there now in 10th position. They've got the speed in the car to be higher up than that. They were gradually pulling away from the likes of the Toyotas out there, for example, who remain in front of them at this stage in the race. So, yeah, what could have been the car 50, they led the race, like you said, going momentarily, and clearly have the speed to be higher up than P10. But that's all it takes. Just one moment in this hard-fought GT category, just one little lapse of concentration, or the GTs from their side as well, and you can clearly be stuck in the pits.
Well, we're a few laps away from 1-2 for Porsche overall. We have Porsche 1-2 overall in GT3. Looking here at the Mustang 77, just about to be overhauled by the battle for 4th place, the healthier of the United McLarens. That's the 95 car. Looking back from Ryan Hardwick. Oh, and through comes the Toyota.
That's Nick de Vries, isn't it, in the car number 7. Qualified in 2nd position, did Nick de Vries, now currently runs in P6. So they haven't had the speed that they enjoyed in qualifying. And actually, the team, to be fair to them, they said we are very surprised that we managed to get P2. That was before the start of the race today. And you have to say, now I can see why they were so surprised, because the pace just hasn't been there. Hasn't been there all week in free practice sessions. and it's clearly not quite there in the race as well. Now, GFA in front of car number 7 in the AF Corsa, number 83 Ferrari.
Look at the two Ferraris here. They are running in 5th and 6th. And we spoke earlier about Simon Mann having a great stint in the second of those cars. Francesco Castellacci taking over from Claudio Schiavone in the 54 car. And Simon Mann has closed up on the back of Castellacci and is right with him now as they chase down United Autosports McLaren driver Nicolas Pino. That's the black and orange car there. Again, the number 6 race leader, Kevin Estre, coming through. Now, Estre 36 seconds ahead of Mikkel Jensen in the second place Peugeot, but Matt Campbell lapping quicker on the last lap, on the previous lap actually, than both of them, is closing in. He's now just about a dozen seconds behind third place, but Porsche 1-2 at the moment. Ferrari staging another resurgence. They seem to be quick and good on their tyres, and that's going to be very useful around here. So the GT race is just as tight and just as tough to follow. Valentino Rossi now with his balaclava on, listening in to team radio, and that suggests that we're not too far away from our next round of pit stops for the GT cars, because he will be racing with his teammate from last season in the GT World Challenge, Maxime Martin. And then the car in 46 as well. Starting the car was one of our standout drivers over the last couple of seasons in the Aston Martins, Amadou Harty. He's moved disciplines to become a BMW driver and sharing that car.
Look, Duval now driving the 94 Peugeot. You can see there at the top of the screen in the graphics. And they're making headway, as Paul di Resta was saying earlier on. Yeah, we got turned around at the start. We're out of sync with the rest in terms of our strategy. They pitted way before anybody else. He's now in P8. They've dragged that car up well inside the top 10 now, and they're continuing to make headway. They've still got the Toyota in front of them as well. They've got the Hertz team, Jota, who I think they're pretty similar on pace with. There it goes, just flashing through the screen there. So they're in a good fight and continue to pull themselves into a better position in this race today.
And that's the 94 car in 8th place. Look behind it. They're ahead of both the 50 and 51 factory Ferraris. Yeah. They're ahead of the number 8 Toyota. And those are the cars that would have been benchmarks last year, which they would have been chasing. Now, 50's had a problem. They had a drive-through for coming in the pits and over the white line. 51 lost the rear bodywork and had a puncture, so that cost them time. Number 8 Toyota, not really sure what's ailed them. They didn't qualify, didn't make it into the top 10, into Hyperpole, and haven't looked like they've been at the races at all today, despite the very positive spin that Sebastian Buemi was putting on things. It doesn't seem to have really found much pace, and has not made up any lost ground, and that's the key thing. Last year, when Toyota lost ground, if the car was healthy, they made up lost ground. This year they can't.
The answer, by the way, in qualifying was Brendan saying he drained his tyres. Basically had no real answer beyond that point.
Yeah, like we said all along, if you push too hard too soon, particularly around this circuit, which is very punishing on the tyres, it's you're going to get that cold graining, and you might get to experience a bit more of that later on in the race actually, as the sun goes down. Track temps will cool naturally, ambient will go down, and that's where you can potentially run into a few more issues like they saw in qualifying.
Battle there between the green Lamborghini and the red Ferrari that won Le Mans last year for the honour of being not second last.
He's boxed in there to see that. Pierre Guidi he wanted to go right, he couldn't go right. He had a big, bright, aggressive looking Lamborghini to his right hand side.
Yeah, Eduardo Mortara in the Lambo. This is the Lamborghini's first World Endurance race, and it is struggling to keep the pace up ahead of the Ferrari.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a lot, haven't we, from the Lamborghini, with lots of front locking, particularly when they've got combined entry like you saw there. We believe those rear lights aren't flashing like that.
I think they are. I think they are normally. No, they're solid there, aren't they? So it's the onboard camera doing something strange. TF Sport doing a bit of calisthenics. Don't see Tom doing that. He's more of a bike rider, to be honest, and doesn't mind a bit of jogging, but I'm not sure that stretching and touching your toes is high on his remit. Back with Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Yeah, the last 3 cars in Hypercar are all Italian brands. Maybe not a surprise to see Isotta Fraschini down there, and maybe on their debut, not a surprise to see Lamborghini down there, but it shows what sort of a tough race the 51 Ferrari car has had, that it is down in between the two brand new Italian branded machines.
Well, that of course is the car that had the rear bodywork fly off and spent a lengthy time in the pits. Real shame for them. I'd love to see that incident again, because I can't quite work out how he managed to get hit up the back quite as hard as he did.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was Collado, wasn't it, at the wheel at the time?
Yeah, it was hit, it was that right rear corner, because it punctured the tyre as well, so it wasn't, you know, nose to tail, it must have been a side-on slap with the United car. This is Carl Wattener Bennett in the Isotta. The Isotta has been mentioned in dispatches a lot of times so far in this race, and not necessarily any of them for good reasons. Not only do they not know how to get the best out of the car, but they're very new to the rule set as well. Decade Engineering have not raced in World Endurance before, so they're learning all the rules and trying to remember them. There is a lot more going on here than in the European Le Mans Series races that they're used to. So 90-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Now, again, we don't know whether the incoming driver, Carl Bennett, was the driver who sped, or whether it was the outgoing driver who done the deed. But either way, they are getting pinged for it. It was Antonio Serravalle who was handing over to Carl Bennett. So it was one or other of them. I think we can fairly safely assume that Jean-Carl Vernet was not the guilty party in that instance. Looking back from the Lamborghini. And again, one of the joys of this broad church approach to hypercar, what have you got? Come and race it. We'll make it work for you. Is that cars look different. And the Lamborghini, no matter what you think, does look like a Lamborghini.
Your battle is on TV. Your battle is on TV.
Your battle is on TV. Right, so now more lock stops, smoking it off the corner. Let's give it a bit of Valentino Rossi showmanship.
Well, it's a bizarre comment.
Well, no. The TV cameras are watching you. Don't go off track.
Yeah,
You're going to get really busted.
But they've got eyes on you everywhere anyway. So, you know, they've got cameras, they've got the marshal, they've got a very good team. Having been into race control over the last couple of days, just have a bit of a nosy to see how they operate.
Your battle's on TV.
They can see. They don't need the camera that we're looking at.
And Anthony's giving you a slagging. So Phil Hansen with Loic Duval right behind him. GT car in the middle is the Manthey EMA Porsche, which is currently lying in second place in the GT class. It's like old times, isn't it? Porsche leading overall and in GT. Can't argue with that. I'm sure the people at Weizsäcker are very happy with the way the race is progressing so far. Again, we're barely halfway in. 200, in fact, we're not even remotely, we're a third distance. We've completed 111, we've got 224 laps to go, so we are almost at the 1/3 distance, and we've done 3 hours and 20 minutes. Who said it was going to be an 8-hour race?
I think it'll be 8.5, 9 hours.
Okay, we haven't got a third of the way through, but it's 3 hours and a third, so multiply that by 3. Or by, 3.
Track will speed up when it gets cooler.
It'll be 9 hours and 3/3, which will be 10 hours. So, I mean, and we have not had a slowdown situation. We've had a lap and a bit of full course yellow.
It's a reprimand again for the latest technical infringement. That's gone to the leader in LMGT3. We had one of those for the overall leader when it was the 93 Peugeot as well. So maybe there's a little bit of just, here's your warning.
I'd like to know what some of these are actually about, whether it is to do with monitoring systems, of which the FIA have a gazillion, all live, all relating data from the track to their monitoring systems at the track, or whether it's not following the right protocols in pit stops and fueling and all the other things, and they're just going, we know you're all new, we know you're all new teams, we're not going to really hammer you hard for this, but we are going to point out that you must have the earthing strap attached, or you must have the fire extinguisher, or visors must be down while fueling. I mean, all of those little things that are in the rules but shouldn't necessarily cost you a race.
We didn't get to it with Robert Reid earlier, but there is one other thing that I hoped we would, which is one of the major aspects of the sport that has improved, not least because of the input of the governing body, and that is safety. Not just safety of the cars, but safety for the drivers, for the pit crews, for everybody else involved. And it is those small regulations that can often make that difference. Collected the that's one fewer Michelin marker.
Well, Kevin Escher trying to go around the outside of this battle, which suddenly became quite it grew on him quite alarmingly here. He commits to the outside of the Iron Dames, hits the Corvette up the backside. It's rather uncalled for.
No, I don't think he did. I think that was him clattering on the curbs. The Corvette was hitting the polystyrene.
It just goes to show how you just follow the car in front of you sometimes as well. So he didn't even realise he was going off track. He was that committed, that close to the car in front, just followed him off.
I'm afraid following a car off track would be an excuse that I could make. That's Kevin Escher. He's not allowed to make excuses like that, no matter how often Anthony might have done them in his career. Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini.
I can tell you, by the way, having looked out the window at the Lamborghini, that is an optical effect with the camera, and those are very steady LEDs.
Okay, looking at the pit stop for car number 93, which is the Mikkel Jensen, Nico Müller,
second place
Jean-Eric Vert. Jeff hasn't been in it yet, has he? The car that's in second place for Peugeot. Mikkel Jensen is in it. Nico Müller started the race and did a double stint. Nico's doing he did a double stint at the start. Mikkel Jensen doing a double stint. And Jean-Eric Vert has yet to drive that. Or if he has, he did it while I was having a bite of sandwich, which doesn't sound entirely likely. We're approaching GT3 pit stops again. Josh Cargill is in the pits, Cagill rather, in the pits for United Autosports in their 95 car from the middle of the top 10. And you can see here from the Ferrari as well of Alessandro Pierguidi, that's, I don't know, what's that, 10%, 15% max still left in energy for the stint?
I'm sure we'll get that the percentage reading shortly, but coming towards the end of the stint for the 51 car, trying to fight their way back, but they're a long way back. They're in 18th place after losing all that time for the bodywork replacements after the clash with the McLaren.
Corvette 82 due to peel in. Stefan Winkelmann there closest to the camera, the former head of Automobili Lamborghini, moved then to a position in the Audi group and back at Lamborghini, brand of which he is enormously passionate.
Their first time ever with a top-class sports prototype factory car. The doctor is ready to go.
Doctor is ready to see you now, sir. You may approach pit lane at your leisure. I think it'll be at maybe another lap before we see whole field changes. Will be a driver change for the 82 Corvette, which grumbles under us now as it comes in.
Still pretty warm out there. Sun very high in the sky, but it does tend to head towards the horizon like a stone in this part of the world. And with a flat track like this, it's going to happen quickly. Then the floodlights here will take over, and an entirely different look to this race at the Brazil International Circuit will start.
Well, don't forget, if you're enjoying this on tele, we'll be racing in Europe next time out at the circuit at Imola in Italy. Flights to Bologna are plentiful and cheap. Hotels are plentiful and cheap in Imola. It's a beautiful location. It's a fabulous racetrack for spectating at as well as for racing. It's not a classic circuit for no reason. It always produces good racing. And the food is exemplary, as Luis is just saying in my ears. It will be mental. It will be absolutely mental there. This is going to feel like a big circuit in comparison to Imola. Tickets are available now, as they are for the race at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. And again, if you've never been there, time to treat yourself to an early or late birthday present and do so.
Ferrari versus Lamborghini versus the vast array of Visotto Fraschini Italian tifosi, and of course the doctor.
And the doctor in the house, yeah, absolutely.
Here he comes. This will be the start of his racing history. Let's hope it's long with us in the FIA World Endurance
There we
Championship.
go. This might have been the opportunity that Pierre Guidi was looking for. A bit of traffic has helped him out here as they run up towards the fast corner of turn 12. He's trying to go around the outside, and he makes it work. Brilliant stuff between these two.
And this is hugely encouraging for Lamborghini. First time out, and how long has it taken Alessandro Pierguidi in a well-sorted Ferrari that he knows inside out to make that move? Answer, a long time.
Well, we said even before the start of the race, overtaking was going to be difficult around this track. You haven't got a lot of technical aspect to the track in terms of slow speed corners, and that's where a lot of mistakes can happen. And then you're behind them. As good as these cars are at following each other, when you're following in more higher speed corners like we have here, the circuit's mostly made up of those, so it naturally is harder to follow the car in front, and the straight is relatively short as well, so yeah, that also makes things a bit more tricky. So you do rely, especially in hypercar, you rely on coming across the slower cars to help you out, and that's exactly what we saw there. We can hear from Al Harty.
Okay, copy Ahmad. Box this lap, confirm. 2 LMDH behind, box this lap, confirm. Driver change to valet, try to help him for that. Full service, don't forget to remove your seat insert.
And a very significant moment for this entry, because Ahmed Al Harty has been in from the start. His driver time is done. I'm pretty certain we've not seen another driver in that car. That will be the fight.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Just checking. We've got slight conflict between what we thought and what our official timing is telling us on the timing for Ian James. But absolutely, Ahmed Al Harty does not have to get back into this car for the remainder of this race.
Well, he's done a Ben Keating, hasn't he? He's taken it from the start and just driven until basically 3/4 of the race is completed and given his teammates as little time in the car as possible. Now, Valentino Rossi is also under similar time restraints. He's a silver graded driver, so again, he's got to do the 2.5 hour minimum drive time. And then Maxime Martin, platinum, can do as much or as little as the regulations allow. So
now watch this, he's going to move the steering wheel. He did this yesterday in practice, and I was watching actually how, you see how hard he's
trying to get the door netting
strapped. Got to push, that's got to go in, it's not going
clicking.
in.
Right, he's
What's
trying to pull
there?
it out. How's it got twisted around? There
Finally
you go, clicks in, yeah. I mean, it is super tight, yeah, super tight. And you've got gloves on and you're exhausted. Valentino is done and gone.
I think they might have wasted a bit of time with that netting there, not going
well, Valet didn't look like he was ready to go even when the door was being closed, but it wasn't far off.
I was going to say, yesterday in practice, I was watching Rossi and how he was doing the seat belts up, and he was quite a perfectionist. He wanted to make sure they're absolutely spot on, and you haven't got time to be that perfect in many ways when you're doing the seat belts in a rushed pit stop like that.
Now, the one thing we didn't see there was what we always saw in MotoGP, where he squatted down on his haunches to stretch the leathers and get into the car. You don't need to do that so much with the race suits.
At worst, it was about a second longer than it could have been with that problem with the door netting.
But I've never seen a netting like that so tight to install, get the pin in there. So I don't know if that's going to be a continuous problem for them down there at WRT BMW.
I don't know what the deal is, maybe with a driver helper, whether the driver can leave and a driver helper who's not absolutely exhausted can do that.
I always think it's putting a lot of pressure on the driver that's particularly a bronze driver that gets out of the car, putting a lot of trust in them, a lot of pressure.
After driving for 3.5 hours in this heat.
Mistakes will happen.
One potential drama, one absolute drama. Potential drama comes to the 93 car, under investigation for an unsafe release. 200-second stop and go penalty for the Assetto Fraschini for a technical infringement. Let's go down to, while they're listening, to the 46.
You can push out laps, but don't use curves for 3 laps. Don't use curves for 3 laps. You can push, but don't use curves, please, for tires.
Anthony, because...
it's an interesting one. They're clearly seeing extra wear from going over the curbs. I've never actually heard that one before. Maybe they're talking about traction events. And he gets a well-deserved round of applause, does Harty, from a heroic effort.
I know he's an Omani driver, and so heat in the desert is one thing, but heat in the desert multiplied by 3.5 hours in a hot, hard work racing car. That is proper hero status stuff. There's what remains of one of our styrene tyre boards that is now drifting around the ether.
And that could end up in cooling systems. You know, the radiator's got these big open gaps on the cars where the airflow is important. I wonder if any of that polystyrene is going to find its way in there and get lodged in place.
Be like wasabi peas in the International Space Station.
Could be
floating
just like
around and blocking vital ducting.
So just a note to those of you that will be following, as I'm sure that very many people will be, the progress of this is going to be the start of this 200-second stop and go.
And for those of you thinking, why don't we get excited just then watching the number 6 overtaking the Toyota is clearly letting that car lapping them go.
Yep. And
as you should do under a blue flag.
And that's the key phrase, lapping him. Wow.
I know.
Oh, wow.
How times have changed.
Yeah.
Just all it takes, what, 3 months ago? Would have been a very different story last year.
Well, don't forget, before the previous pit stops, Brendan Hartley was holding off the Alpine of Mick Schumacher. He is not now. Schumacher's gone up the road. There's Ahmed Al-Harty. That is a degree of heavy lifting. I think 3.5 hours. That's an enormous opening stint. Debriefing with Max Martin.
It's when you see on the driver plan before the start of the race, you look at it and you think, okay, what are the team? What's the strategy behind this race? And you see the stint length that you're due to be in for. You go, I beg your pardon, 3.5 hours.
What if I need a wee?
60 car on pit lane, and it is left side tyres. Goodyear's going on for the Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Now, we heard from Claudio Schiavone after he double stinted at the start. He is double stinting again now and only 1 stint off. Again, that is rock hard for a 63-year-old driver. Let's catch up with Joel Sturm in the pits.
Joel, very strong beginning of a race. Actually, Porsche is leading overall, but you're also leading in GT3s.
Yeah, so far it's quite an okay race for us, I think. Pace is looking quite okay compared to the others. I think we're still struggling a little bit, maybe here and there, but for now it's looking quite okay, so strategy was good for sure. But it's still a long race ahead, so there's a lot of things which can happen.
Okay, the night's going to be good for you think?
Let's see, I'm not sure right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it's what would add Bruce there talking to Joel Sturm, and they are indeed in a very strong position for the Monza Pure Racing squad. A new fastest lap of the race, a significant one, the first under 140. It's gone to Matt Campbell in his pursuit of Mikkel Jensen. 10 seconds back now, and looking to see what they can do about putting this to be a Porsche Penske 1-2. At the moment it's 1-3. Matt Campbell though, last time around, almost 4 seconds quicker than the Peugeot ahead of him.
Just goes to show when you get a free run, no traffic, no lapped cars to get through, and clearly he's very quick. We saw that yesterday, pole position in qualifying, but yeah, a 39.7 compared to the 41.5 of Kevin Estra's last lap.
Let's go down to Louise.
Ahmed Al-Harty brought the 46 in. You've been in the car since the start. I kept coming back to speak to you, and Emma, the PR girl, kept saying, no, he's still in the car.
Yeah, we had an option to keep me in the car for the entire my driving time, and the team was just asking me how I was feeling in the car. My first race in a BMW. And I just told them, if it means the strategy works, I'll stay in the car. Yeah, 3 hours, approximately 3 hours, I'm not too sure, but it was a battle from when I started until I got out of the car.
And not only that, I heard that your drinks wasn't working, so you didn't have a drink.
Yeah, I found out in like 45 minutes when I first wanted to drink. It has happened to me before, so I stayed calm. But not having any water in this race was tough. But luckily we had pit stops where I could drink, and it wasn't a problem. I was just motivated to give my teammates the best place possible, the most respectable possible place with a good car to race.
Well, you absolutely deserve that round of applause you got. Well done.
Thank you so much.
The official timing says 3 hours and 22 minutes for Ahmed Al-Hati. He's a super guy. He's very competitive and quick in a GT car or in an LMP car. Great to see how much he, well, I'm not so sure he enjoyed it, but he'll have real pride in what he's achieved.
Well, and his pace didn't drop off either.
Sixth, came in 6th.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. And if it works for the team, I'll just hack it out there. And yeah, I mean, that is hard as nails stint. Again, Claudio Schiavone, double stint at the start, out for 1 stint, back in for a double stint. Ian James, Aston Martin Racing, confirmed they believe he has completed the minimum drive time in that Heart of Racing car that is now up to 2nd behind the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche that leads. Manthey EMA, that's the orange and black car of Yasser Shaheen. You can just see at the front of the picture there being dive bombed by the leader. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
That was late, very late. He didn't know where he was going to go, and you can see the closing speed here is huge. And I think he had to go to the inside because otherwise he just would have rammed him up the back.
Yep, or gone straight off the track.
Yeah, so that was his only option. And he's very lucky that he was given the room there.
Drive-throughs being handed out here for
both
the
Corvettes.
81 and the 82, both Corvettes, and for the 85 Iron Dames Lamborghini, 95, beg your pardon, which is the United Autosports McLaren, one of the 2 United McLarens.
That's an easier way to do it, just around the outside. This time around for Kevin Estre, race leader. The gap's gone up now from 34 seconds to 37, those last couple of laps. And behind him, his teammate.
And again, you just saw the
still
graphic.
putting in some good lap times.
So you saw the graphic of the 2 leaders. That was one going past the other. That was the overall leader going by the Porsche that leads in GT. And again, Alexander Malikin back in the GT car again, getting those hours done, getting those drive time hours done while it's still hot, rather than later when it's cooler again.
He's still got more than a full hour to do, Alex Malikin. It was a stellar opening stint from him, without a shadow of a doubt, but he's done about 1 hour and 48 minutes of his required 2 hours 55.
And I mean, like I said, hats off to Malikin there for avoiding action basically from what could have been a race ruining incident for both leaders of the GT3 and...
Apologies, that was not the leader of GT3, that's the EMA car.
The EMA car was the one in the first corner, but the one we just saw him passing as we began that shot was the overall leader, because they are 1-3 now, and they're about a minute apart on track.
Indeed, and Yasser Shaheen trying to keep with Daniel Mancinelli, who is the silver driver for Heart of Racing team. Again, I would stress that against our timing, we thought Ian James had to get back in for a short period of time. Live timing I'm seeing at the moment says he's done almost 3 hours.
Brendan Hartley being warned for track abuse. Again, sentences coming in this race that I didn't think we'd be saying. There's one of them.
Should look back at Mick Schumacher in the car number 36, Alpine. A new experience for Mick.
Great view there of eyes of the driver looking a long way ahead of where the car is. You looking all the way through the corner to guide the car through. Now, that's all part of your awareness of traffic, because you're not trying to see where the corner is. You know that's intimate, that's already a rhythm, but it's where the car in front is, where am I going to catch him, and where am I going to have to moderate my pace to find a clean way through. He was fortunate there, catch him out of turn 16 onto the straight by the Heart of Racing car, which has now got Daniel Mancinelli at the wheel.
Nick Nielsen on pit lane and will cede the seats of the number 50 car.
Cameraman apologising to cameraman as the photographer there rushing in to get the shots of the driver change ahead of our TV cameras.
Tony Fire and Antonio Fuoco aboard the car.
He was rapid last year. A couple of pole positions to his name.
Yeah,
very first pole, as Louise is just reminding me in my ears. First pole position there at Sebring.
Shocked to them, shocked Toyota, shocked us.
And he's quite often the fastest driver, actually, in all of the 6-driver lineup there at the works team at Ferrari. So interested to see what he can do now, jumping aboard that car 50. We saw some dramatic fighting, didn't we, at the end? the two Ferraris fighting it out in Bahrain towards the closing stage of the race last year, and I think that was Pierre Guidi and Foucault, I think, yeah, so he's a feisty little driver as well.
Absolutely right, and I think there's, as with, I'm sure, and in any factory team, there's a little bit of needle to see who's regarded as being the driver that can actually produce the ultimate performance. It certainly looked that way in that exchange. Justin Taylor, the man that came out with the infamous radio call with Cadillac this year now.
Oh, is that where he's ended up?
Where
he's with Cadillac now.
He is. He has no manners, I think was the...
Be careful, man, he has no manners.
That was the commenter last year on the radio.
It's brilliant. Yeah. The 88 Proton Mustang, the black and gold car, Giorgio Roda being warned about exceeding track limits for the second time. That means he's already served a penalty for exceeding track limits and is now up to his maximum track limit exceeding things before he gets a penalty for a second time.
Coming through the shot there, car we've not really said very much about is the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. Is one of 4 cars currently on the lead lap with a few pit stops around here. 20 seconds back from Will Stevens' Team Jody car. Great pace from that car through this race so far. Not been in contention for the lead at any point, but they've hung it in there, and that is a very impressive performance.
Good race here as well for Team WRT's 31 car, the one that's not got the motorcycling superstar in. Darren Leung, the reigning British GT champion, doing a good job up till now of holding off Alessia Rivera. Much more experienced in international sports car racing, much more experienced with the Ferrari than Darren is with the BMW as well. And there you go, as if by magic, the shopkeeper appears. The 83 car is in the pits. Yeyifi gets out, and they've single stinted their drivers. They've just rotated. Or they haven't actually, because this is the first time that Charles Schwartzman is in. That's right. So they've gone from Kubica to Ye, to Kubica to Ye, and now Robert Schwartzman gets in, making his closed top racing debut.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how Robert gets on here. I didn't get to see him actually in free practice, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on his pace through this stint. As you can hear, the tyres being changed there. Deep breath for Robert.
Whole different thing. I mean, even not clicking down the visor, which is the very last thing you do before you select the gear in your single-seater, you know, opening it more. That's for a bit of airflow. That's Tom Van Rompuy getting in, by the way, into the pole-sitting Corvettes. The 81 car putting Van Rompuy in for the second stint in this car. He's done doing a think.
He's not ready. He wasn't ready. I saw him fumbling around with the belts there, and the steering wheel was getting moved all around while they were doing the front wheels.
Yeah.
The mechanics actually prefer, if you're holding onto the steering wheel, to keep things absolutely straight.
Foot on the brake, hand on the wheel. Yeah.
Exactly. When I saw it wobbling around as they were doing the front wheels, I thought, I'm not sure he's going to be ready here because it's getting tight. We've seen this with a couple of GT3 drivers now. I wonder if these cars are harder to get in and out of. They looked tighter to me compared to the GTE cars from last year.
Well, maybe there is more safety construction around the driver this year. You know, safety never sleeps. Everything moves on. Of course, you have to make road cars as accessible now as they were in the 60s or the 40s, but they have so much more safety built in. Racing cars, it's all about the safety.
Will Stevens there, taking it through turn 6.
Third place overall, so it's still a Porsche 1-3. It's just a different Porsche in third. With the number 12 car, number 5 has dropped back down to 8th place now after its most recent pit stop, and that car with Fred McAfee taking over from Matt Campbell. That car now actually is one of only 2, AF Corsa being the other. 3 made that, but because the 94 Peugeot has made a 4th stop as well.
It was actually turn 10 for all of you thinking, I don't know this circuit. Those two corners, 2 left-handed, they're really similar to drive as well as look at. So Will is actually coming into the 3rd sector, now coming into the pits as he follows the Works Penske Porsche in front. Is that that's the Proton? Yeah,
that's the Proton car.
Another car we've not really said very much about, but that one is finding pace. That was kicking around the top 10.
Yeah, they've been similar to the Jota's pace, actually. Two customer teams using the Porsche platform.
But like the number 8 Toyota, an early delay, and it's almost impossible to make the time up because there is no massive speed differential.
Look at this spread now of the energy between. It's completely all over the place.
But it gives you a great idea, doesn't it, of who's where. And, you know, you can expect first and second, fourth and fifth to disappear immediately. 11th will drop out of the top 10. 13th will drop back as well. And the Isotta, that's due a pit stop in the next couple of laps. And so you can see why, just from that graphic, cars suddenly go, where's he gone? Why is he 7th?
The interesting one is that the Toyota number 8 still got 13% energy remaining. And they're on the same strategy as the leading Penske Porsche, so they're saving a bit more fuel, but I don't know how that's going to play out towards the end of the race. How big is that splash going to be?
Well, the key is going to be, do we stay green? That's the real key, because there is another tool in the toolbox for race control that we've never experienced before. As to how that's going to impact a race if we do go to a virtual safety car, which would be followed by a safety car procedure. We'll only talk to you about that in detail when we see it, I think.
Eduardo Mortara getting after. Noticed actually we're talking about something else, or listening to an interview, but when Matt Campbell left the pit apron, boy, he was getting after it. That was Johnny Herbert, Volker Weidler, Bertrand Gachot, Mazda, Le Mans era leaving the pit lane. He was up to maximum RPM before it even started moving.
A few years ago, it's something that was not allowed.
No, absolutely. That would have been a drive-through.
And it was something I'd always look at the IMSA Championship, what they do in America. Great envy, because they could do these fancy burnouts and just completely mash it out the pits.
But now it's important because it helps start to build the tyre, the rear tyre temperature. We are looking at our next round of hypercar pit stops. Number 6, Porsche from Penske Motorsport, still leading from the 93 Peugeot. You're looking at that right now. That's the second place car. And that is being driven by Mikkel Jensen. Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota in 3rd. That's the highest that a Toyota has been. Now, they've been in 2nd place, in fact, during the pit stop sequences up until now. But again, they will owe us a stop. Number 8. Toyota back in the top 10 as the pit stops cycle through, but realistically, they're not a top 10 car, not a point scoring entry at the moment.
Just a quick word about those coloured lights at the front of the car as we see Jean-Eric Vergne about to climb aboard the car. In the 2 car teams, those LED lights at the front are programmable and they will have contrasting colours so that in an emergency the team can tell which car is approaching them. So green lights on this number 93 car.
Yeah, so seasonal debut for Jean-Eric Vergne. He has not driven the car so far in the race.
It's interesting in the hypercars, and it's a question I need to ask the GT3 teams actually. You have a driver helper in the hypercars to do the seatbelts up and somebody that's dedicated to that job. You're allowed to do it, it's within the rules. I don't know whether it's not allowed in GT3, but they seem to stick with the driver helping the other driver with the seatbelts, and you leave. There's a lot to be lost with that, I feel. You know, there's a lot of risk involved. And we saw with Al Harty at 3.5 hours behind the wheel, and then you're asking him to get out. He's hot, he's tired, your mind's all over the place, and then you're having to do seatbelts and the driver net.
And it's a safety critical component. So on safety grounds, you would think that the driver helper is because in a tight, confined hypercar cockpit, even doing your belts up is almost impossible. But it's very nearly the same in a GT car as well.
One quick moment is to see the number 7 Toyota on pit lane, as indeed is the 38 Jota. On this lap at least, because the 6 car is, as it has been before, going longer on fuel. For the first time in the race, he's lapped the field.
Wow. Now, 36 Alpine, 3% remaining. That car came in with less than 1% at the end of the previous stint. Driver change here from Nick de Vries to Kamui Kobayashi. There are 2 ways of winning a race, economy or speed, and it's hard to have both. Toyota, and especially the number 8 car, The number 8 car has beaten the number 7 car in head-to-head fights with economy before now. Think back to Spa a couple of years ago. They just eked out a couple of laps over 6 hours of fuel, and that was all it took. They didn't have to stop so long, and that reversed the order. They're not going to come from behind where the number 8 car is now, 7th place, on pace. Porsche have the pace, so they've got to try and sandbag them somehow or whack them over the back of the head with fuel economy. I think that's the number 8 car's only opportunity. You know, right at the beginning, Sebastian Buemi said the race will come to us. Right from the beginning, was that always their plot, to feather-foot it around and to try and just constantly save fuel, while also coincidentally looking after your tyres. Andre Lotterer getting into the lead car. Saving fuel, not so much of an issue. Keeping your tyres alive, still as much of a concern if you're first or last.
Number 88 car, the Mustang, will be serving a stop-and-go penalty for 30 seconds for abuse of track limits.
Yeah, that's Giorgio Roda's second penalty for abuse of track limits.
That will be his third if it's 30 seconds.
Oh, right, okay.
It'll be a drive-through, then a stop and go, and then 30 seconds.
Stop and hold. Yeah.
Efficient work down there at the Penske Porsche team.
They look
the race leader.
They look transformed this year. They look completely different this year in every single regard. Porsche, Penske Motorsport have turned up in the motor race this year.
Yep.
And at times last year it did not look like that.
I get a feeling, I mean, so much of Penske you sense comes from Roger Penske himself, and you sort of get the feeling, okay, first year it's really not acceptable, it's not ideal, but it's acceptable, we're learning everything. Cota somehow have managed to find their feet quicker with the car. At times it looked like Proton, even newer to the car than Cota, had found their feet quicker than Penske did. But by the end of the season, Penske really seemed to have a handle on that car. They were very competitive in Bahrain for a much longer time than any stage. And whatever they've done during the season, and I suggest possibly quite a lot of that has been the conflab between the US arm and the World Endurance arm to try and compare notes and see what works and what doesn't and accelerate that process. You're absolutely right. It is a transformed team. And actually, you would say that Peugeot has done something very special over the winter to produce the pace from this car, but I think it's just a track that really suits what it was designed for, and it's still super competitive. Here, the Cadillac back up to third. I think the Cadillac probably is only a couple of laps away from a pit stop.
Yeah, Bourdais been running some really quick lap times in the 42s last time around. Most others around him are 43s and 44s in that last lap. So yeah, he's putting pressure now on the other Frenchman out there, of Jean-Eric Vergne.
Well, Andre Lotterer is leading the race in the number 6 Porsche, and that means that Kevin Estre is in the pit lane, and Bouchouani is with him.
Kevin, super strong run again. You're showing great form. How was it? It was tough to manage the traffic.
Thank you. Yeah, no, the car is good, but just we came out in traffic with the lapped hypercar, which is a bit strange to say, but whatever. And to be honest, everybody took, or most of them took way too long to let me by, and you just spend 3, 4, 5 laps behind a lapped car, and you use the front tire, and it's very difficult to pass here. So I was a bit frustrated, I have to say. There was sometimes some blue flag not respected, sometimes no blue flag. I think there we can all do a better job, but overall, no, the car felt pretty good. No mistake, just a slight touch with the GT in traffic. It's sometimes a bit tough out there in the traffic. You can feel that everybody have to get used to each other. But no, the car felt good, no issue. I think everybody is doing a good job. Everything is running smooth so far. So now Andre is in the car, and let's see if that we can continue that way.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the very first time, Kevin Estre and Penske Porsche Motorsport know what it's like to beat Toyota, don't they? And this is new. Don't forget, 2 years ago, who's in the GT class battling with Ferrari, but with LMP2 ahead and Hypercar ahead of that. Last year, they were struggling and they were not in that position. This year, came out of the pits behind a lapped hypercar, which is strange. And it is strange, and the first time it happens, it's going to feel very strange. It's how quickly they can become accustomed to this and rinse and repeat it. That's going to be very interesting in their story. Meanwhile, the only competitive Ferrari, the customer car that's been run with a brand new driver lineup, is all over the back of Kamui Kobayashi for 7th place, and that is the better of the two Toyotas right now. The number 8 car has just taken on Ryo Hirakawa, and that again has dropped out of the top 10.
Well, remember, coming into the season, there are very many observers that were talking about this will turn into Toyota versus Ferrari this season. Well, this is the Toyota versus Ferrari battle, and it's for 7th.
Yes. And again, at no stage would we have definitely put Peugeot, Porsche, Cadillac battle at the top of the leaderboard and not included a Toyota somewhere in the top 3. It's a different race to maybe the one that we might have guessed at, but then we haven't been privileged to all of the developments and all of the work that these teams have been putting in over the season.
Indeed, and work too, not just in terms of the performance, the reliability, the consistency is the big thing here as well, but also in the systems that are supporting this drive for an equalisation of performance. That was a concern. You know, there's been two sorts of voices. Ones that are saying it's a problem, ones that are saying it's a 3-year-old mature program at Tota, and others have got to learn to catch up, make fewer mistakes, as we see.
Speaking of fewer mistakes, here's that moment into turn 6. We saw with Schwartzman so close down the inside of the car 91, and great awareness. Who is in the 91 at the moment? Shaheen.
It's the bronze driver, he did well there.
Really well to avoid that one, because he slung it down the inside. It's reminiscent of actually Sebastian Bourdais in the fight he was having at that time with the Toyota. Here's the rear view shot from there. Really avoiding that.
Side by side, he's got this in turn 1.
Well, they got the McLaren in the way as well. That was so close. I wondered if for a moment, that's such a difficult camera angle, that one, to see what's going to happen. The angle of it really skews the view of the car in many ways. I thought that for a moment Schwartzman had lost the rear end.
See it again, it was way over.
So it would have been
right.
Much more of a simple move without the McLaren in the way there. So Schwartzman had to pick his braking zone, not just to get past the Toyota, but also through the inside on the McLaren.
Absolutely. And
these GT drivers, they've got their eyes everywhere today.
I think he's lucky. He's got a bright yellow car. I'll tell him that. That's way over to the right-hand side.
He's still got wheels over the white line, so
absolutely.
He's allowed to be there.
And again,
Kobayashi took it right to the limit.
And again, the apex of turn 1, also with wheels on track easily. Well, that was Ferrari versus Tota number 7. Going down to pit lane, where we've got Brendan Hartley from Carnan Brate, and he's with Louise Beckett right now.
Brendan Hartley has stepped out of the number 8 Toyota. Are you guys playing the long game?
No. At the moment, no, we're off the pace at the moment. I didn't have a great stint. I damaged the tyre in qualifying yesterday. I was really nervous to do the same again today. It looks like it hung on, but the pace wasn't particularly great. So we're currently where we started, unfortunately. I think we're going to have to rely on the others having a few mistakes or something. We definitely don't have the pace to challenge the front guys today.
How does that make the team feel? What's the morale like, and what do you do with this new era of hypercar going into 2024?
I mean, we're still fighting. We're trying to maximize all the potential we have, but today we don't have the pace. The other guys are much quicker, so yeah, we're going to have to analyze a bit after. But okay, there's still a long way to go. I don't want to be too negative, but right now we're a lap down already, and I think the sister car's pretty close to being a lap down as well, so it's not looking good at the moment.
Right, thanks, Brendan.
The sister car 1 minute and 36 seconds away from the current race leader. Andre Lotre with a 28-second gap to chasing Jean-Eric Verne aboard the Peugeot for the first time. Let's look at the 35 Alpine going through its latest pit stop.
And it's such new territory for Toyota, isn't it? You see that Alpine wheel spin away. Such new territory. You can see with all the drivers, it's kind of like what on earth is happening here? We're not used to this, battling away in the midfield. And it just goes to show the progress that's been made over the winter by the other teams. And that was a proper tank slapper moment, wasn't it, there on the Lexus through turn 2.
Wow.
And they're not going to be completing the 1,812 kilometres of this circuit today, because yeah, that was clearly taking a shortcut. It wasn't faster, but it was a shortcut.
I'm assuming that was Timo Boguslavski rather than Jose Maria Lopez, but I didn't quite catch which car number that was. Was that behind the Corvette, or was that behind? It was behind the McLaren, wasn't it? So it was Boguslavski. Well, the hypercars, couple in free practice ventured the medium tyre. I don't think anybody realistically is going to be running that until maybe darkness. Depends a little then, even then, on how much residual heat there is in the track, and also on how much wear they're getting on the harder tyre. Number 8 Toyota, we heard from Brendan Hartley, struggling for pace. Ryo Hirakawa is in the car at the moment, ahead of Antonio Fuoco. And this was sort of the battle we expected to see for the podium. Last year's best 2 cars, the Toyota and the Ferrari, but it does look as though, well, Ferrari had a penalty for the number 50 car for coming into the pit lane over the white line. You've got to come in on the right-hand side of it as the driver sees it, not cross over it. And that earned them a penalty, cost them a drive-through, which is 45 seconds or so. And the number 8 Toyota did not make it into the top 10 in qualifying, and basically starts where its pace leaves it, in 11th place. More track limits abuse warnings being given to GT and to hypercar drivers. So, as well as the dangers or the difficulties of making the pass in traffic, it's actually keeping the car on the track while making the pass. I'm sure most of those were traffic related. And again, you can see this hypercar battle coming up behind a Lamborghini Corvette battle. A Corvette going through on the inside. That's the 81 car, Tom Van Rompuy. He's been warned for track limit abuse, but he goes cleanly by Claudio Schiavone in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Yeah, so Fuoco looking like he's got the speed as predicted, as he stares at the back of that number 8 Toyota with Ryo Hirakawa driving at the moment. They got this D-station Aston Martin to try and get through before turn 12, which he does. Now it's a great part of the track. You got the 1, 2, and then 3, this triple apex right-hander.
Don't forget how long it took the Cadillac to get by the number 8 Toyota. Yeah. It never managed in a stint. That was Sebastian Bourdais driving then. He's with Louise.
Sebastian Bourdais, you're putting in a hard drive, it would seem, in that stint.
Yeah, I mean, we're pushing really hard. You know, obviously, you know, the start really killed us. And Alex didn't do anything wrong. He got hit by the 38 and sent us into the Peugeot. And we ended up having to change at the pit stop, both the front and the rear, because the car was seriously damaged. So it kind of ruined our race, because now you're losing, you know, about 40 seconds on the sequence on the first one, and then after that another 30 seconds changing the tail and the nose. So, you know, on races like this, which are pretty straightforward, no safety car, no nothing to regroup everybody, you know, we got stuck behind slower cars after that, which made us lose even more time. And you push really hard into the tires to try and make passes. So yeah, it's setbacks after setbacks, but we're pushing through and trying to get the best result we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seems to be a lot of disagreement with whether that Cadillac was pushed or not at the start. I can't see that the 38, and it was under review at the beginning, and I saw that they revoked that actually.
The one thing that is the balancing comment, and I agree with you visually, it didn't look that way. He said they had to repair the rear of the car.
Because I think it did end up getting hit in that moment, but not. It wasn't the catalyst to him going forward. I think after he had made the contact with the Peugeot, he might have been hit. So a lot of confusion surrounding that. Yeah, we need to have a closer look at that. That's something that the stewards have at their discretion. They can look at that to their heart's content and make a decision. And as it turned out, I think, from what I've seen anyway, it turns out to be the right decision in forgiving the number 38. I don't think that car was involved actually, from what I've seen. But Seb, clearly is still of that opinion.
Valentino Rossi down the inside of Yasser Shaheen for 4th place in GT, and coming by as well is the McLaren.
That's the Corvette.
Corvette rather, of...
that's the 82 car, but lap down. The point I was going to make about Valentino Rossi, we know that Ahmed Al-Hati came in from 6th. Valentino Rossi rejoined in 8th, he's now up to 4th.
Yep.
So this is the progress we'd expect, and remember, that is with that team having done all of their bronze time.
Well, silver drivers are subject to the same time.
2:55.
2 hours 55 minutes. Valentino will have to drive in the remainder of the race. We're just at the 4-hour mark, 4 hours and 5 minutes completed, so probably the better part of another 6 hours still to go.
Coming through that battle, by the way, was a battle in Hypercar. That is Julian Andlauer, a new addition to the Hypercar squad for Proton competition, chasing down Mathieu Vazevière in the 36 Alpine. 5 seconds meanwhile added to the next pit stop for car 77. That's the blue Mustang. For a pit stop infringement. They're not having a great day, the Proton Mustangs, today.
No,
the curve is very steep.
The 77 car looked like it had pace early on, but that doesn't seem to have held up. So whether they've got an issue or not remains to be seen. The black and gold car, the 88 car, apart from the penalties that Giorgio Roda has picked up, they had a dramatic early pit stop because the rear deck, the boot lid, the trunk blew off, or almost off. So they were hampered there. Battle for 10th place and a point. Ria Hirakawa in number 8 Toyota ahead of Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari. So it's been a dramatic change in the landscape in the World Endurance Championship. Now this is the first race of an 8-race season. It's a very different track from the next 2, 3 that we're going to, 4, 5, from almost all of them really. So is it giving us a fair indication of what to expect? Yes and no. Certainly, I would think we'll see in Imola and Spa that Porsche have definitely closed any gaps there might have been between last year's lead teams, the Ferrari team and the Toyota team. And that means not just Penske, that probably means Jota, that probably means Proton as well, because they've all had time working on the car. And what will the new Peugeot bring? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see. I think Peugeot will probably struggle with a brand new car in Imola, where we've not got race data. I think they might struggle with a brand new car in Spa, but when we get to Le Mans, that's where it's got to make its money.
Well, I think they would have struggled with this current car in Imola. If this first race were in Imola, there's no way that Peugeot would be running in 2nd place on genuine speed at the moment, because the ride quality was always its Achilles heel. We saw that even at the last race last year in Bahrain, where it's a much more bumpy circuit than here in Qatar. So I feel like this track has really, like you've kept saying, Martin, all the way through this weekend so far, is favouring their car, or at least working to the design of that car, and maybe flattering it to some degree, because I don't think on a circuit like a bumpy track, slower speed corners, where you really have to monster over the curbs like you do in Imola, I can't see them overhauling that fundamental design flaw in the car in many ways, where it relied mostly on ground effects without that rear wing. The car always seemed to buckaroo and porpoise around all the way through last year. Sebring being the worst, the best case to highlight that, and the worst track for them.
The one other thing I'd raise here, gentlemen, it's not a subject we've had to actually talk about yet, which is remarkable. 4 hours and 8 minutes into this race, and with the exception of some issues for the Isotta, reliability has been remarkable.
You had to say that, didn't you?
I know. I thought I'd waited till 4 hours to do it.
I thought you were going to mention safety cars.
If you look at the number of new cars and the number of teams running these cars for the first time, that's astonishing.
One reliability issue that we have had was the remote shifter on the 81 Corvette, and that was relatively quickly traced and fixed. But you're right, other than that, 2 bits of bodywork have come off, one from contact, one we're not sure what happened with the black and gold 88 car. I'm sure the team have got a good idea. They may actually have been shunted up the rear in the first corner, and it took a couple of laps to finally come loose at high speed. But no, I mean, it's modern race cars to a degree are really like modern road cars. The metallurgy, the understanding of stress is so phenomenally well documented that it tends to be stuffing it into other things that is the key reliability issue with the car.
Not even halfway through the race yet. That's all I'm saying.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, but the key
no, I agree. So far, so good, as they say.
So far, we're 2/3 of the way through a regular WEC 6-hour race, and this is not what I expected. I think
but particularly the GT platform, though, the GT3 has been around for a long time now.
Particularly thinking about Hypercar, where we have got a whole lot of new, and some of these projects have been struggling for track time for a variety of reasons, logistical, supply chain, weather, you name it. But 4 hours in, 195 laps to go against race distance at the moment. Great stuff from all of them, and the gap between the top 18 of 19, 2 laps and 17 seconds.
27 laps from half distance, which is effectively almost a whole Hypercar stint still away from half distance, and we have had 4 rounds of pit stops now for most of our cars. A couple have made 5 or 6 stops, but the 50 Ferrari made a 5th. That was a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line. As you see, the 95 McLaren, the better placed of the two. Stopping, Josh Cahill at the wheel of that car. The other car in Hypercar that has more than its regular fuel stops is the newest, the youngest, the least tried of the bunch. You just saw it go through shot there, the red, white and blue Isotta Fraschini, and that car has not had major issues, although on the formation lap, Jean-Carl Vernet did have to turn it off and on again.
He did.
But it did make it work.
But I don't think it's been the garage. What we have seen is mistakes from the team, and that's something you can fix quickly. That's something you can fix quickly.
Yeah, making errors, not being familiar with pit stop procedures because you've never done them before, then yeah, these things, they will be sortable in a hurry. If you've got a major frailty in the car, and Peugeot and Glickenhaus particularly I'm thinking of with those in their early days, then that takes a lot longer because you've designed it to be perfect, and then it turns out it ain't. So then suddenly you've got something homologated that's broken, and that's not great.
The two-way fight that we were looking at, by the way, of Kamui Kobayashi and no, it wasn't. It's it's the other. It's Ryo Hirakawa and Fuoco. You can see that there was the Jota behind. Actually, I think it might have been coming up to lap them as well. Norman Nato. That's incredible
because they're both ahead of them.
Yeah.
Well, there is 99, the Proton competition Porsche, right up behind the 36 Alpine. Of course, 36 is the number that Alpine have used for such a long time in LMP2, in Hypercar, and Vasivier keeps his nose in front of Julian Landauer. Why? Because Julian Landauer didn't want to make the pass having hit him.
Yes.
Because that would definitely have incurred a little bit of wrath at the stewards. You may get a bit of a ticking off for making contact, but you will get a ticking off and possibly more for making a pass by using push to pass in a track where there is no push to pass. Exactly right.
Or like a shove to pass.
Yep.
Great looking cars. The 963 is a handsome beast and looks great in that heritage livery, but that new A424, I think one of the prettiest cars of the grid.
It is. It's a very attractive looking car. You just saw it in a garage with the Diet Coke in his hands, Philippe Signot.
The A-styled rear lights, fabulous.
Yeah, that's the Alpine logo, the Alpine blue rather than Gordini blue or French racing blue on the car, because there are blues in the palette, and it's not Heart of Racing blue, and it's not a Kyriakos flag blue. I mean, if you want a blue racing car, you have to go and start mixing your own. Now here is the Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey about to get back in. Now she did a double stint at the beginning, so she probably needs to do another double.
I think she's got to do at least another hour.
It's basically a double-double, because an hour, you can't make a GT3 car go an hour on this track, so it is going to be a double-double. So she's going into do her time. Yasser Shaheen in the 91 Manthey EMA car. I'm sure this is his third stint, maybe even his fourth, but all of these drivers, Daniel Mancinelli, Clement Mature back in the car, started the car, so he's doing more of his driving time as well. Certain ranked drivers have to do a minimum amount of time, and some can only do a maximum. We still have no more than 4 hours within any 6.
Something like that, yeah. Sarah, by the way, does need to do more than 2 hours. She did 51 minutes at the start of the race. Then we had Michelle Gattigan, who you'll recall was in tyre trouble at the end of her second stint.
So Sarah did a single stint at the beginning, okay.
We've not yet seen Dorian Pan.
We have. Dorian Pan is in the Iron Dames car at the moment. So that's, again, her first drive in the GT category for Iron Dames in this World Endurance Championship rather than in European Le Mans Series or anything else. And then you can see as we ride on board with Dries van Toor, about half his energy per stint has been used. That's the NRG, and that's a combination of hybrid power and internal combustion fuel.
Car behind is in 42. Can we help you with some settings? Anti-roll bar?
I don't know, my tires is greasy.
I've been watching this gap actually come down. Remember, it was in above 30 seconds when Kevin Estre got out from that lead car to compared to the 93 Peugeot of Jean-Eric Vergne. And it's come down to 23 seconds. So that hence the message. I wouldn't say a panicked message from his engineer, but just inquisitive to know, is there any more we can do here to help you out, because we're starting to lose ground to the Peugeot behind us. Lotterer reporting that a greasy feeling to the tyres. It's a feeling where it's not nice. It's where you feel like the car, like the tyre's not cutting into the circuit and overheating. He might have experienced a bit of tyre graining coming on actually. That it gives you that kind of greasy feel. Obviously in a single-seater, you can just take a quick look and check the front tyres at least, and even in the mirrors, to see if you experience any graining. In a sports car, however, with the closed wheels, it's impossible to see it. So you have to rely on feeling, and that is the feeling he's just described of tyres they're feathering up.
Two BMWs, as they have been throughout, really, lapping pretty close together to each other. Just one quick correction, Martin. I just had an inkling that something you said may not have been quite correct. I've already used wrong. That is that Dorian Pan has made a GT appearance in WC. She had a one-off in 2022 at Spa in the Ferrari, and I'm trying to recall why, but I thought she had. There was a race that shared the car with Rahel Fry, and a one-off as well for Christina Nielsen, which implies a clash somewhere.
Are they racing in IMSA? Okay, don't remember that. I do remember in Spa, Richard Leeds missing a race because he contracted COVID, but I can't remember. You just saw Valentino Rossi making his first World Championship pit stop on 4 wheels. He has made them before in the World Championship on 2 wheels, but then they had to change bikes. When it used to rain, you'd have a bike with wets and you'd start on wets and slicks, whatever. So fuel only for the doctor, though. Again, to mark the progress he's made in that stint, after his first stint, he's come out in 6th place. He joined the race in 8th. Dorian Pan hands over to Sarah Bovy in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. After a year of saying Iron Dames Ferrari, last year we got used to saying Iron Dames Porsche, now we're saying Iron Dames Lamborghini. Not sure what the squeezy cushion is there. Is that for the horn?
It can be for the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have airbags inside the driver's seat sometimes. Just if you don't need a complete insert and you just need a little bit of extra support, say like around the rib area or hip area, for example, you can just squeeze that a couple of times. You've got airbags in the seat, and then you can let it down before you come into the pits.
Drive-through penalty is going to come the way of Tom van Rompuy, our pole sitter. Had that problem, of course, with the gear selection earlier. There's that car going through as Sarah Bovy emerges. Car is way down the field, I'm afraid, in 17th place, just ahead of the final car in the order, which had problems early in the race too. Gregoire Saucy, by the way, aboard the 59 McLaren now.
Daniel Juncadella is in the pit lane in the other TF Sport Corvette. Car number 99 under investigation for technical infringement. That's the Proton Fat Turbo Express Porsche 963.
Fuoco's getting a bit impatient here, isn't he? Behind Hirakawa, who made a small mistake there through turn 10, but it's not going to be enough to give Fuoco a chance to attack into this high-speed section coming up. The triple right-hander, both cars on the hard tyre, but Fuoco with the tyre life advantage. Hirakawa's left-hand tyres really old at 76 laps. Unbelievable stuff then. So he's doing a great job in keeping those alive as you get the flash of the Jota behind, because he's coming up to lap both of them.
Interesting, they did right sides only at some stage on the Toyota there, and I don't know where that's going to help.
Just to avoid graining,
I guess.
As you see Norman Nato there coming up to lap Fuoco in the number 50, and ahead of him is Ryo Hirakawa.
Yeah, that golden Hertz Jota Porsche is third overall right now. And Antonio Fuoco with Julian Andlauer, that is the battle for 10th.
Well, we saw the Jota Porsche fighting the Ferrari, the Works Ferrari, at the end of the season last year in Bahrain, but that was for track position. This is to lap them.
Yes, yes. Well, Jota were right on the money, weren't they? The moment they got their brand new car, it was a week old by the time they got to Spa last year, and they were in the lead group right from the start on pace. Now, they didn't manage to hold that pace up all the way through the season as learning troubles got in their way, but they still had a very competitive car. Tom van Rompuy's Corvette in for a penalty.
It's getting another penalty. It's a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, so that's another repeat offence, and that is for United Autosports 95 car, currently in the hands of Josh Cahill for track limits.
So while we're watching on-track battles, other battles are being played out with penalties, with trouble in the pit lane, with not being able to stay between the white lines on the grey stuff. That's what it's there for, son.
So this must be frustrating for Nato behind. We heard Kevin Estra kind of having a bit of a mini rant, wasn't he, about the behaviour of some drivers not respecting the blue flags, and here we got Nato as well. He could be making great headway here, and he's losing ground by effectively being stuck behind Hirakawa, who Fuoco stuck behind, but they're fighting for that genuine position, and there's nothing that Nato can do about this. And both drivers, so Fuoco will definitely have the blue flag warning on the marshal system constantly, I'm sure.
But he might just think it's for the Ferrari that he knows is there. He may not be aware entirely that the third place Porsche is coming up behind them as well.
So Philippe, that's it. You're in front of all the other big names. How's the beginning of the race going?
Tough race. We avoid any problem during the first lap. We survive, and now we keep the pace the main target of this race is finish the race with the two cars. We have two different strategies, and we will see at the end, but it's on a good way at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Philippe Signot never overstates their confidence, but they are a very well-drilled, hugely professional team. The only blot on their landscape is they've got a new toy that they know very little about. So for him, it's again like Isotta, like Lamborghini, kilometres under the wheels, the Ferrari looking on the inside, and again trying to make a pass by cutting underneath the GT3 car when the car in front's being forced around the outside. That didn't work for him. Jota car of Norman Nato did get through pretty quickly as well. Now, Nato in a double toe down the straight, so he will close in a fraction, but behind him, is that the race leader?
No, it's Fred Macco coming forward for a battle for third place.
See, this is the problem for Nato. The cars in front are getting blue flagged. Sorry to go on about this, but he's going to end up, he's losing ground to the Porsche behind him.
The drivers are now going to have to rely on seeing trackside flags because the radio monitoring system, the video system in the car, is temporarily disabled.
Oh dear.
So they're not being relayed inside the cockpit. So that means you can ignore any other flags you see, basically, apart from yellow or red. 94 driver not being changed. Loic Duval stays in. Loic Duval in the 94 Peugeot. This car currently in 15th place. So some of our big hitters, you can see how teams are going to be split this season, because half the cars in Hypercar basically aren't going to get any points unless they get a point for pole position. So you could see easily how teams will be split, whereas previously in the last couple of seasons there have been fewer than 10 cars in the Hypercar class. So if you made it to the line, basically you were going to get some points. That ain't going to happen this year. So Kamui Kobayashi might have been a little bit less disingenuous than we actually gave him credit for. On
Fred
board,
McAweeke really putting pressure on Nato here now. Through the traffic they go, and actually catching that car through the triple right-hander is finally we see the move from Fuoco into the final corner. That must have been a very late lunge on the brakes, but the problem is for the Ferrari, the Toyota's got the speed in the straight line. Hirakawa could be coming back at him here by the end of the straight, but no, I think he's got it covered, just about.
It's astonishing how that change of livery makes that car look so different.
Utterly different, doesn't it? Utterly different. The Toyota, a very different looking car this year, and unfortunately, change of livery doesn't seem to have been very beneficial in terms of pace, but there is that change for 9th place, and possibly one for 11th coming up.
So finally that change of position that Fuoco was looking for. I think we're going to see the move here. This is on the exit of 14. This is 15, the left-hander. Oh, there was a small mistake from Hirakawa. Lost the momentum coming out of 15, the penultimate corner. That gave the opportunity to Fuoco. I wondered how he got the move done, but it was just Hirakawa. He must have lost the rear just ever so slightly on the exit of the penultimate corner there. That's all that it took.
Looking back at Fuoco, was it your impression that he had all 4 wheels inside the white line through the inside of 15?
He had definitely been in those couple of corners, well, 15, but also 14 and 13. He's been cutting to the inside quite regularly. I don't know whether it was all 4 wheels off the track there. I was watching for the mistake from Hirakawa.
Yeah, sorry, I can't see this guy. I mean, losing that time by blocking. Sorry. They're like 4 times faster, sector 3 here.
Yeah, copy, man. I saw him cut 15, I think.
It wasn't cutting 15 that made the pass, it was Rio dropping the car that made the pass. Into the pit lane comes the Porsche.
Vicky on the pit lane, as is the 51 Ferrari. The car delayed by that change of bodywork that's required, and the penalty, they didn't get a penalty, they got warning afterwards.
I think the biggest problem for Hirakawa in Sector 3 was, yes, I know that Ferrari has been cutting on the inside, and I think they'll have to do something about that. I'm pretty sure on the inside at least of 13 and 14, the fast rights, I did see that. I missed it in 15 though, if it was. But what I would say is that the left-hand side of Hirakawa's tyres being, what was it, over 70 laps old, as he's debris on the track there, that might be a full course yellow to recover that, because it's quite a big chunk to hit if you do.
That's not going to be a might, that is going to be a definitely will be.
So you look at the steamer brakes on the left-hand side of that Porsche, the left-hand side of Hirakawa's tyres, in those high-speed right-handers, that's where his speed loss will be in Sector 3. Not so much in turn 15, where the Ferrari is potentially cutting on the inside. You could just see every time the car went through the left corner and lent more on the right-hand side tyres, the Toyota looked much more competitive.
Yeah, and Rio was saying really struggling in Sector 3, and that's why, because the tyres are getting on for 100 laps.
Just looking, just a little bit of reaction, some lap times coming in there. We just saw Robert Schwartzman putting in the fastest lap of the race for the 83 Ferrari, which is the best placed of all three. That was a 1:42.1, but the fastest lap overall at the moment is a 1:39.7. So even on their ultimate best pace at the moment, they are, what is that, 2.5 seconds off what the Porsches are capable of.
Well, what you'll see is the fastest lap should usually come from the first stint, having put a brand new set of tyres on. It comes from the first stint right at the end on a clear lap, of course, or a couple of clear laps, so you can scrub off the pickup that you've potentially picked up on your tyres from all the ducking and diving through the traffic, picking up marbles on the tyres. You need a couple of laps to free them up of any excess rubber, but also the low fuel as well at the end of the stint when the car is running faster. So I think that all that combination of elements came together for Campbell on his
Yellow will be deployed at 15:30. 35 seconds to full course yellow.
And that's to retrieve that bit of body. We were seeing the lead for our
30
GT3
seconds to full
lead
course
battle
yellow.
there. Daniel Mancinelli on 2 stint old tyres, closing down Alexander
20
Malikin
seconds to
in
full
the
course
Pure
yellow.
Racing Porsche on 1 stint old tyres. He's now right with him.
Seconds.
And
full course yellow.
Lisa Bott
10
counts us down
9,
to the full course
8,
yellow. You can race
7,
right up to the
6,
0.
5.
Don't have
4,
to start slowing
3,
down until
2, 1.
now.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Nice work, Lisa Bott. And there you saw actually dramatically the Porsche and the Aston started to slow, but coming out of the corner, the Mustang was still hard on it right to 0. And it's you do get like a 2-second window for the car to slow down.
And that's exactly where I would have overtaken you, Martin, because you would have slowed down at 1, I would have slowed down at full course yellow.
And then serve the drive-through afterwards.
No, as long as you're at 80 kph when the yellow flag comes out.
100% right.
Yeah, and that's what you play with. So well recovered there from the marshals. Great job,
guys. Gloves. You
Yeah.
have no idea what that was, what it came off, and how sharp the edges are. I'm just saying.
Or how hot it is.
Well, it's been sitting there for 2 or 3 minutes, so probably not that hot, even if it was an exhaust shield, which is what it looked like. But somebody's lost something out of their engine bay, I would suggest, from that. That did look like exhaust shielding. So I don't know whether it's out of a GT car or out of a hypercar, but it wasn't bodywork.
It's funny how stuff happens in endurance racing. You've got no idea. There are so many cars on track and there's so much action, you've got no idea how this fairly significant part of someone's car has ended up just at the side of the track.
It wasn't left there by the delivery driver. You know, I've left it on the track, mate. Oh, thanks. Excellent.
So
full course yellow will be removed at 15:32.
So just waiting for
30
confirmation
seconds to remove full course yellow.
on whether or not we have seen the end of the driving time from Ian James. Live timing suggests we have. We thought not.
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow removed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
I can't wait to find out what the internet makes of AA Eduardo.
I think the kids are used to it. Yeah. I think I love
it's
it.
great.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's
What are you
very,
talking about?
it's
what's
very
different?
clear, and as Martin said earlier, it does help Eduardo with his multitasking.
Eduardo and Lisa and everybody else in race control. Yes, absolutely. You just press the button and that's automatically
And
counting.
do you know why?
and focus on
You know
other
why
things.
they use a female voice for all of that, in all seriousness as well? Because it's more calming than a male voice, and you can react to
What
it
do you mean?
better. Yeah, there's a lot of research has been done into that. That's why they use it in the army as well. They have these automated systems in place. And some F1 teams have used that in the past as well.
RD display is back on. We just saw in the heart of racing Aston, Daniel Mancinelli being shown the blue flags. They repeat what's happening trackside.
The point I was about to make as we went into full course yellow was that at this phase of the race, that the answer to that question about Ian James is pretty critical, because Daniel Mancinelli, who is the silver driver, has overcome all the advantage that Alex Malikin and Joel Sturm actually eked out to this point. He's still got plenty of racing time to go, and Alex Malikin has still got a way to go to complete his driver time too.
Well, you said 2 hours when he got into the car 46 laps ago, so he's still got an hour and change. So it's more than a double stint that Malikin has to do.
He's got actually another 15 minutes now to do.
Oh, only 15 minutes.
Just
Gosh,
15 minutes.
That has really flown by.
But it basically means we're not far away, if Ian James has finished his time, from honours even. And what looked like a dominant performance from Manside Pure Racing, all of a sudden looks slightly less so.
Well, even if he hasn't, even if he only needs to drive for another 12 minutes, you'll keep that into the last couple of hours when you're much closer to being able to back time fuel fills from the end of the race, and you'll put him in with a short fuel stint and then get him back out with a full stint left to go, or something like that.
Well, they've also got the opportunity, should we go into a virtual safety car situation, to do that right then and save a good proportion of time that otherwise be lost.
Well, you then have to hope the virtual safety car happens a minute after he's exceeded his driving stint time and no later, because then potentially you are giving away a little bit of pace. But again, as we saw with Ian, that car was in the top 3 when he was driving it.
No,
so he's not slow against his peers in that category.
No, the point was that Ian lost time on track against Joel Sturm. And that's now, the pendulum is now swung back the other way, and away they go.
There is the lead change. Well, that Harter Racing Aston has been closing right in on the Pure Racing Porsche. Alexander Melikin, the bronze-rated driver in that team. Daniel Mancinelli, silver-graded driver, gets in front. And when the battle is not defined so much by the performance of the car, but by the performance of the driver, we know that we're in the situation that drivers want to be in, where you've got a fighting chance. And that's what the rule sets have given in Hypercar and also in GT3 now.
Well, right now, there's still looks like a race between Porsche and Peugeot, with the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari in the mix, should anybody stumble. And then Cota are recovering up the order, slowly but surely, but nowhere near the ultimate pace.
I think only through attrition, Graham. They're just, as you would expect from Toyota, you know, they're getting the pit stops spot on. It's all they can do. Strategy's good. They haven't got the speed in the car, but they're just there through attrition. They've kept their nose clean. They've done what they do best, and they've just got to carry that on through the rest of the race.
What are the rules of endurance racing? Stay out of the pits, don't hit things. And they are past masters at it. They're so well rehearsed, they are not going to make silly errors. They're not going to get drive-throughs for crossing the white line. They're not going to get drive-throughs for exceeding track limits. They're not going to get drive-throughs for hitting other cars. They are just going to grind out 10 hours of hard-fought racing and see where it leaves them. And that's all. That's their option.
And you said this earlier in the broadcast, Martin. We're in an era now with this depth in this class that a poor finish is as bad as a retirement in points terms. You know, if you're out of that top 10, you're effectively nowhere.
It's going to, I mean, we're now where I've been for so many years with touring car racing. It's not the performance of the car, it's the zeros that kill your championship challenge. Zeros are going to slaughter you.
I can't begin to kind of quantify the number of times in 25 years of writing about sports car racing that I've had to write that their season was spoiled by usually a retirement.
Before we get to Le Mans, there'll be a maximum of 107 points on offer. I guarantee nobody will be in triple figures by the time we get to Le Mans. Not one car. Because even if Penske, even if Cota, even if Peugeot with the brand new car are spot on in Imola, are spot on in Spa, it won't be the same driver lineup. And if it is, then oh boy, if you have a good Le Mans, that's it, you're champions. Because nothing is going to go wrong for you therein. It's going to be very interesting. We need a proper live graph of where the points have gone and to see the cars crossing over.
Are there two more different GT cars on the planet than the Aston Martin Vantage, the new 2024 version of the M4 GT3 BMW? This is a battle. This is a battle for sixth, because ahead of them, and some distance ahead of them, is Valentino Rossi.
Well, it's pretty coming towards you, and the BMW behind it. It's
purposeful.
Looks only a mother could laugh, I'm afraid, especially when he highlights it with the bright white grille. But it's a very effective weapon. All right, it's not a Z4 GTI, you know, and very few things are going to be that pretty in GT racing. But he's got a good run going, Darren Leung, and you know he's, I have to say, stepping up from British National Series, which is competitive, but this ain't Alton Park. This is not Donington Park. That's a very, very impressive debut that he's looked absolutely fully head above water on his debut here, and it would be very easy in this company to kind of sink.
And Mancinelli puts in the fastest lap of the race, of the now race leading 27 Aston Martin, some distance ahead of this battling pair. This is Clément Mathieu in the 777 car, and you say the 31 in the hands of Darren Young, the reigning British GT champion. Quite some step for Darren. Already done a season in the Asia Le Mans Series in a Project One motorsport car, and really sad to see that that's a team with us for so long in the FIA World Endurance Championship. They've closed their doors now. It was their last track action. The championship winners in GTM in their debut season with Porsche.
And the most successful single-mark Porsche racing team in history.
Toilet, as they used to be called. And I've had all sorts of amazing driver names through their doors in that history. So good luck to everybody that's involved in that. Damage on the front left, yeah?
Yeah, a bit of extra airflow there on the front of the 83 car.
I think that's still the battle scars that remain from the
Turn
start,
one.
where they even turn 12, I think, where he touched the Alpine.
So if you think your pillow's uncomfortable, there's...
Can I just point out, at least he hasn't got disco outside his window. All right, this is noisier, and it will stop before midnight, but even so.
Martin Haven there, look out for his review of his hotel on...
If I could give it negative stars, I would. A lovely hotel. The only slight problem is actually being able to sleep in it. Driver change here at the number 12 Jota team.
Yeah, Nato out. Who have we got jumping in the air?
Norman Nato changed his helmet. Why does he look like vintage Jamie Davis?
Big Jamie Davis fan.
Yeah.
Massive.
Is it the Jamie Davis tribute helmet?
Almost certainly.
Jamie just turned 50, I think, last month.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Fondly from his days in Maserati MC12s.
Yeah.
I used to watch him as a kid in go-karts.
When he was a kid?
Long a long time
So we're listening to what's going on aboard the number 2 Cadillac.
Good job. 10 laps to go. How are the tyres? Question.
Fine, I just struggled to clear pickup, that's it.
Pickup is going to be more of an issue, isn't it, Anthony? The longer the race goes on, it's a very low wear, low micro macro for those of you who understand that stuff, but it does mean that a lot of the tyre wear is going to be an issue. But we have a visit from Jota. He's brought sandwiches and cakes.
Other teams take note.
Afternoon tea.
Matt Sankey knows how to get great publicity for the Hertz team.
Well, have we said what an amazing, our favourite team, our best car is doing very well in this race?
I'd love a Singer.
Fantastic battle here with the BMW and the Aston Martin. BMW back in front, just creeping away a fraction. Valentino Rossi, beg pardon, Darren Leung from Clément Mathieu. No coffee, I noticed, from Hertz. Never mind. Into the pit lane comes
Martin.
The number 5, number 15 BMW.
He's been called a lot of things, but I've never heard that one.
That is excellent service.
We definitely need coffee. So Hertz Team Jota, Callum Eilert taking over the number 12 car in 6th position. And Jota with 2, and again, for the teams and for the privateer teams, as much as for the factory teams, 2 scoring cars, any race, boom. And everybody looks at the final race because that's where the championships tend to be finally decided. It's the first race that defines your season. Scoreboard pressure. If you've got points on the board, you feel a darn sight more relaxed going into the next race than if you've got a big fat 0.
There's 2 things to say, I think, here, Martin. You're absolutely right, but you're expecting any kind of coherent response when someone's just delivered food from the pair of us. So you're on your own for the next 20 minutes.
I'm just receiving a message saying, did you say Normanato's helmet looks like Jamie Davis? This is from Piotr from the FIA. So, Normanato's helmet is terrible. It's not.
That's commentary.
It's perfect. Well, that actually is actual commentary as opposed to having fun talking about cars. 99 coming out from a busy pit lane. So that is the Proton competition Porsche. Julian Andlauer stays in. And here comes the number 15 BMW Dries van Tor. Again, one of our 4 battling brothers. And look at the gap ahead of the number 5 Porsche. First 4 cars all due in. And again, Peugeot on its in-lap, 1% fuel. They are absolutely playing Russian roulette with their fuel numbers. They are on the button all the way in.
It's working for them because it's 22 seconds now behind race leader Andre Lotterer.
I'm going to say some words now that Aston Martin fans the world over will cheer for, and it's not because he's not quick in his own right or they don't like him. Ian James does not have to get back in the car.
Okay, well,
Rob's time is done
but
for Heart of Racing.
That is good for Heart of Racing because they don't have to try and jiggle that all around. And by the way, with Peugeot and their final energy, last lap energy coming in, if you're going to ask anybody to juggle energy on the final lap, multiple Formula E champion John-Eric Verne is high on the list of people who've got a handle on that, right? He is in second place in the 93 Peugeot. Welcome to our coverage of the opening rounds of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024. Martin Haven on his own in the commentary booth because the Pastel Donata are being devoured by my colleagues Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin. And into the pit lane now, whole field pit stops. This is 93, John-Eric Verne into his second stint in the Peugeot that lies in second place. Andre Lotterer, the race leader, stays out. Kamui Kobayashi up to third in the number 7 Toyota. But again, when they finally stop, that will come back in. And Daniel Mancinelli in the pit lane as well in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, with Vista AF Corsa now back in the lead of the race in the GTE class in the 54 car.
Can I just say again how delicious as a team Hertz Team Jota are?
What, through a mouthful of cake, you may. As I always say in bobsleigh, cake for mentions. It's a rule. And we'll throw coffee in. Yeah, now this is the first incident we've really had for the Porsches. The 91, which is the Manthey EMA team car. Yasser Shaheen has done a really good job in that car, but suddenly he's in the pits just about on schedule, but backed into the garage. 7 comes in. This is from third place from Kamui Kobayashi. It's going to be very interesting. 160 out of 335, 162 of 335 laps. We're 10 away from the midway point. It can be very interesting to see if somehow Toyota can ghost their way into a podium here, because this is very, very, very long-term strategy.
Real shame, by the way, for the EMA team, because that was Yasser Shaheen just having completed his driving time.
I think he was in right at the end of the stint. I think that was probably his in-lap. What the problem with the car is, don't know. Well, it'll check around the GR010. Fuel still going in, no driver change. They are looking at tyres. Let's not cut away to Robert Kubica arranging his underwear. Let's take a look at what tyres the Toyota takes. Hello in the truck. Thank you. Okay, so it's a left side change. That was left sides only. So that right side only tyre change we've seen a couple of teams make is to put them on for a long time, not a good time.
I think it's a way that the teams have figured out how to extend the performance by keeping at least one side of hot tyres on the car, because the warm-up, even in warm conditions like this on a high-speed circuit, it's very painful having to bring them in very incredibly slowly. If you put all 4 brand new on. So you only see that really at the driver changes. So when they're coming in like this, you expect us to see the one-sided set going on. And yeah, like I say, it just helps with the warm-up, and also on the car, ideally you'd want to put them onto the left side, from where the driver sits, the left side of the car, because that's the one, like we saw at Hirakawa, taking the brunt of the force.
To stretch the tyres longer, maybe they're triple or maybe even quad stinting those right side tyres. Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane. A couple of things, Lou. Sun is going down a little. Are you feeling a noticeable difference?
Yeah, there's definitely a difference in the temperature. It is cooling down, ambient temperature. But just to pick up on those tyres, again, I have seen the BMW hypercars change right side only.
Yeah, I do think that's a way of managing the tyres, because you can't just throw 4 tyres at it every time. So if you make the rights work longer than the lefts, they'll be out of sync. So, yeah. Now then, we'll catch up with Heart of Racing, one of our Aston Martin teams, the lead battle in GTE we were just watching. Daniel Mancinelli is with...
Daniel, not only the car is probably one of the most beautiful GT3 cars, but it's also working very well. How was the beginning and the second part of the race for you?
Until now, it's pretty good. Difficult to manage all the traffic out there, especially now outside the racing line. There are a lot of marbles, so when prototypes lap you, it's very, very difficult then to make the next corners, because we got a lot of pickup. And but it's challenging. We are having fun. We feel that we have quite a strong car, consistent. Will be not the fastest, but I think consistent. So I'm very happy, and the team has been doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Had to guess who he was with. Wasn't sure whether he was with Louise or Bruce Giovanni, and I backed out of committing there.
You can usually tell by the height of the microphone. Yeah.
Well, no, I could see when he came on screen, but when I was saying we're going to listen to Daniel, I wasn't quite sure whether Louise had just chipped in while she was waiting. Robert Schwartzman on board in the 83 Lamborghini, Ferrari rather.
That car going very well indeed still. Running at the moment. Just off the lead lap, but that of course is with the ebb and flow of pit stops. And in comes Darren Young.
And for the tiny AF Corsa team, how delightful to be beating the full factory team.
I know, it's great to see a privateer, plucky little privateer coming in and handing it out.
Yep. In gets Augusto Farfus, formerly of this parish and formerly of the BMW crews of this parish as well.
First time aboard the car today.
And you actually can see Augusto Farfus and a handful of our other drivers. The WC media team have reposted an FIA explainer about GT3, where some of the rule makers, some of the rule enforcers and some of the drivers are explaining what GT3 is all about, and specifically what LMGT3 is all about as well, because of the gorilla in the room at Isla Mons, GT3 cars in our race format have a few other little tricks up their sleeve.
This WRC team, the team that for me changed GT racing by being too good for the rest. That's why rules were changed and a lot of strategy was taken out, because it could not be matched. And we're joined down at the booth by the special guest. There's 3 cups of coffee, and in common with the Hertz Team Jokers, still our favourite team caterers. We're going to say thank you to Stephen Kilby from Racer and Daily Sports Car.
Right, well, we have cake and coffee. Are we just going to throw Sam Smith on air on his own? I think that would be entirely safe. Nothing at all to see here.
Oh, problem with the left rear wheel gun there. Can't get any purchase on it at all.
Oh, wow.
It's a jammed wheel nut, isn't it?
Finally, the wheel comes off, but that's such a rare mistake.
I don't remember seeing that from Cota before.
Mechanical problem inside the pits, and yeah, even the Ferrari team watching on in disbelief as well.
Ale going,
what the heck? What is going on here?
It is really interesting, isn't it? Because this is the first time that we have seen Toyota striving to catch rivals, not having to battle them coming from behind. I mean, on a full race basis, not in the first stint, not until the tyres go off on the Porsche, so far on a half race basis, and it's a whole different mindset ball game for the team and for the drivers, not to be the pace setters.
Is this what it must be like being in a multiverse? You know, where things are not quite as they should be. Something doesn't add up.
This is what's called a race.
Like that.
I like this, and they're going to have to think differently and work on different ideas to try and conquer the beast that is the competition, and the beast this year has grown many more arms and many more legs and a lot more aggressive.
See Kazuki Nakajima there, just asking a few questions straight on it. Is Kaz, ex-driver of the team, of course, just working with the car crew to say what was the issue there. They're going to investigate this straight away. Hopefully it doesn't happen again for the rest of the race. I don't believe it was a wheel gun issue. It looked like more of an actual wheel issue or wheel nut issue.
Yep.
So yeah, something they've clearly never seen before. Kazuki wants to see straight away to try and find a solution, but I've got a feeling this will be a longer term solution for the team. And you've seen it arise once, you have to now just cross your fingers, hope it doesn't happen again. So far it's been okay until this one instant, so who knows what that was, but the team's certainly perplexed by it.
Paulo Chatin, meanwhile, is pushing on. And in this Alpine A424.
So that was on the car number 8, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where they had that problem.
It cost them about 12 seconds, that problem, and that pit stop.
And it's hard to imagine what it was. The gun wouldn't go on the nut. Clearly, otherwise the gun would have been on the nut. It would have been, you know, we'd have heard him trying to undo it. So it wasn't that the nut was seized on, because it did come off, but he's hitting it with the gun.
No, I think he tried to get the nuts off, and it hadn't come off cleanly. It was then jammed on the spline, and then he was battering the thing so he could actually get the nuts off the wheel.
Try and square it up again.
It was very, very odd.
Antonio Serravalli in the Isotta Fraschini. He shares with Carl Bennett.
Carl, the Tyler Bennett tie flags, Carl. And
just being warned about driver exceeding track limits.
Yeah, from Toronto in Canada. And a surprise announcement from Isotta Fraschini for this pair of young drivers. But so far, actually, no mistakes.
Let's through the Cadillac, car number 2 into turn 1, and we have El Bamber at the wheel now there as his teammate Alex Lynn watches on. Still love to know, I'd love to speak to Alex Lynn to find out exactly what happened in that first corner moment. Where was he hit from the back? Was it not?
Full access 10 days from now.
I
bet there will be more. I bet there will be more.
It's a great. We'll keep an eye on Paulo Chatin as we're on board with him. No chance to talk about GT. That ebb and flow of the driver mix is reaching a really interesting period in this race, with some big name teams and big name drivers involved in this ebb and flow. For me at the moment, where things stand at the moment, there are 5 teams with a realistic chance at the kind of pace they're showing of being on the top step of the podium at the end of this race.
1 lap to go to mid-race distance. 1:67 in the books, 1:69 to go, and the second mechanical problem of the race, which seems to be slightly longer than the TF Sport Corvette, is that Mante EMA car of Yasser Shaheen. It's in the garage at the moment and has been in for 2 or 3 laps.
I think a bit longer than that, actually. Yeah. It's the number 91 car, of course, ran a strong second earlier on this afternoon.
Well, it's only 2 laps off the class leader, and they were on the same lap and in much the same battle as the class leader. So it hasn't reappeared, it hasn't gone back out, so it is going to lose more time. And unfortunately, again, as we said before, you're not getting laps, you're not getting back seconds. You're to be doing really well to get back. Anthony, I was hoping that we would see, and I really feel we definitely are seeing, a massive increase in the intensity of competition this year in GT and in Hypercar.
Well, definitely. You can see the Isotta Fraschini limp back into the pit lane there.
Well, he's
going to make it.
Yeah, he's under the speed limit there, but gets to the team.
That's in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, is it, or has he got a penalty that he needs to serve?
No, I think he's in trouble. Carl Bennett getting up.
Or Carl's looks like he's got real cramp. Real cramp.
Yeah, he looked incredibly tired.
Let's hear from the Isotta team.
That's going to go back into the garage.
Yeah.
Something happened, I'm feeling. Something broke. That's what I was saying. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, that right front wheel did not look at all, and it's still not tight.
Sounds like it's something he had felt quite a while before, because he said, I knew something was wrong, so it must have been on the radio beforehand as well.
So something in that right front suspension, I'm assuming.
And that's why we saw him creeping into turn 1 as well, because I thought he was going rather slowly and being a bit too overly generous to let the Cadillac through. That's just pick up on the inside of the tyre as you drive slowly.
Remember as well here with this car, this is a full LMH spec hypercar. It does have the hybrid system operating on the front axle.
Well, part of that will be affecting the brakes as well. It could be a suspension failure.
It could be that.
It is a brand new car. It's probably done more miles in a row, more kilometres in a row since the start of the race than it had. I wouldn't mind betting decent money that it's not done this many laps in a row, because that's not what a test program tends to focus on in the early days.
We did see, didn't we, Mathieu Vazivière being passed us a while ago by Julian Andlauer. They're back in reverse order again now, so this battle still goes on. That is a really excellent representation of a Le Mans winning livery on that car. And it's the subtle parts of these heritage liveries that sometimes you need to look for. It's the front bodywork between the headlamps, the black there, that just gives it the proportion that just pays off.
Makes
here.
the 963 look more like a 962 is what you're saying. Exactly so.
It's not just +1.
So the swap has happened in the last round of pit stops because the Proton Porsche, the white and red Fat Turbo Express 963, took on tyres and the Alpine did not. So that's where the change happened. So this is Max there, leading their engineering program, talking to the team a couple of days ago, and their only target here is to finish the race. Change the stack.
That's the only thing I can imagine makes sense. Change the stack.
Stub.
Well, let's see if we can.
Couldn't quite work it out.
It's not the starter.
Not sure who's closest there. Maybe Bruce can get down or Louise can get down. But again, Mathieu Vaxivière, tyres are a stint older. Julian Andlauer needs to capitalise instantly, because otherwise his tyres are going to start losing their initial edge, and he'll be slowed down, and everything will start to overheat in the hot, turbulent air behind the Alpine. And that's all part of your brake cooling, your engine cooling, your driver cooling, your tyre cooling. The longer you spend in the wash of the car in front, imagine bouncing around on water skis right behind a boat. They don't do that, and for a very good reason. That turbulence is not good. Andlauer looking for a way through. He's got a grip advantage, but they've got to find a clear bit of track where he can use it.
And you've got to make that moment when you can as well, as early as possible, that overtake before the tyres start to lose that edge. Oh, we're looking at race leader there, Lotterer, getting all crossed up on the exit of turn 12. What happened here? It's on the second part, isn't it? 13 actually. Oh, just the car just got beached momentarily, didn't it? As he ventured too far out onto those curbs. And for the prototypes, the hypercar category, they do get penalised by running onto those curbs too heavily. The GTs can take it more, so for me, I feel like those curbs in particular are self-policing for the hypercars, but not so for the GTs. We look back at the fast work going on down at Tota Fraschini.
Yeah, not quite sure what the deal is there. Guys from Michelotto on hand.
By the way, this team, when this car finally does get back on track, will have a drive-through penalty for not respecting the full course yellow procedures. It's been a baptism of anything other than fire at the moment for them.
Yeah.
But they'll be learning. The hard way, but learning.
100%. You know, and small team, single car effort. They're not in the same situation as a Proton or a Jota, where they've got a fully resourced, backed up, and tested car like buying a Porsche. They are in the foothills of developing a brand new car with an engine, a chassis, an aero package, and a hybrid system that are not related to anybody else's. There is nowhere outside of the garage that they can get help, assistance, backup parts or knowledge.
I think we've got another hypercar in trouble, by the way, because the 94 car has, I believe, been on pit lane for some little while. that's plummeting down the order. I think the Peugeot 94 may be in trouble.
We have passed mid-distance in terms of laps. 171 completed, 165 to go. 5 hours and 3 minutes in. We are going to be touch and go between race distance and the 10-hour race. Now, Bruce Giuani down in the pit lane. Bruce, what do you know? What can you tell us? Okay, I misheard that communication. I thought he was coming with information from the Peugeot team. All right, in which case, let's go again. Here we go. Okay, what do you know, Bruce? What are Peugeot telling you?
Okay, well, actually, I'm just seeing they're taking off the wheels of the car, but they've jacked the car up and they're dismounting the rear axle. I don't know, I believe it's something electrical, but they're really lifting down into the engine and electrical side of things. They're putting everything down and out of the car, so it's gonna take a while.
Okay, see what you can find out, and thank you for that. I wonder if that is a sensor or whether it is actually part of running the car.
I wonder if it was the right rear, because that's the corner that got hit at the start of the race, of course. And sometimes these things take quite a while to manifest.
Yeah, what a shame. So we've got one undelayed Peugeot now. 5 hours into the race. 165 laps to go.
And the good news for Peugeot is that it is the better placed of the two in the first place, so it is still in second place on pace after 5 hours of racing. So Jean-Eric Verne in the second place Peugeot, looking here at the number 5 car. This is the car that started from pole position for the Penske team, and Penske looking for a 1-2 here. That you don't doubt that for a heartbeat, that yes, they'll take it, but is only 1.5 seconds off Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot, and only 1.9 make that 1.8 ahead of Callum Eilert.
Correct.
Are we going to see a Porsche podium sweep?
Good grief, what would that be like from absolutely nowhere? but the Peugeot at the moment still showing great pace. The lap times coming from the 9X8 are still very good indeed. It's not that they are carving chunks of seconds out of that lead. It's been a fight. It's been a fight for 5 hours so far.
It really has. The Peugeot is lapping quicker than the Porsche in the lead, but not as quickly on the last lap as the two Porsches chasing it. Actually, what we're seeing is that the Jota in fourth and the 5 Penske Porsche in third are pushing against the Peugeot, which is also closing up on the leader. The lead gaps, 5 hours in and 5 hours to go, are getting smaller. Anthony and Graham are standing up. We are going to get excited for another 4 hours and 5 hours of racing.
Definitely encouraging, isn't it? 5 hours into the race, or 5 hours and 6 minutes, 163 laps to go, and the gap, the lead is just under 30 seconds from Porsche to the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne. So yeah, it's, I mean, one small mistake, all it will take is a pit stop moment like Toyota just experienced, and that's your lead gone.
Well, better still, Anthony, 3 of the 5 gaps in the top 6 are a second, or between a second and 2 seconds.
And here's one of them, look.
Absolutely, we've got battles, there's 2 of them in fact.
Yeah.
Fabulous stuff. Porsche out of nowhere. Peugeot, I don't know where to start with
I'll
this.
take Peugeot out of nowhere. Porsche, we knew were going to have the speed. They showed it all the way through this week.
Here's the thing, I'm as guilty of this as anybody else. We've all had our eyes on, oh, there's a new car coming, they're just going to get through this race. No one's been looking at their form at all.
Well, because I spoke to them and they said that they're going to be, the speed of the car isn't there.
Hang on a minute, I'm just looking down there, and indeed their pants are on fire.
And have they come up to give us food? No, they haven't.
Terrible.
Peugeot qualified 6th and 10th.
Yep.
Now, they did at least get 2 cars in the top 10. I'm looking at you, Toyota. But they were 6th and 10th on outright pace on one lap, and nobody had that much traffic issue. Maxime Martin taking over from Valentino Rossi.
Who, by the way,
let's have a look at this. Sorry, Graham. Let's have a look at this driver net now. Let's see what Valentino. Oh, look, easy as that. The driver net goes on. Click.
Oh! Now again, rehearsing, running out wide and all the way around because the tyre guys are coming at you. That's why we rehearse these things.
Hits from 4th position this time. He's made great progress in that stint.
Well, speaking to the drivers that share the car, not just his direct car, but the sister car as well, they say that he's really on the pace, within 4 to 5 tenths of some of the fastest drivers in across the two cars. So yeah, Valentino Rossi looks like a job well done, a nod of approval by the team around him as well.
A winner in Road to Le Mans, nearly a double winner in Road to Le Mans, one in the GT World Challenge sprint races, the hardest ones to win. He is a class act. I mean, obviously you're not accidentally a 7-time MotoGP world champion, plus all the other titles he won, but yeah, he's converted superbly well in a way that Jorge Lorenzo was not able to do with less time in cars, but has come nowhere close.
Well,
loads of battles.
He's just got that eye for detail, and the drivers I spoke to said he's just constantly asking questions.
He's 40, he's got the synapses of a 12-year-old still. His mental acuity is astonishing. Now, battles on track. This is the Peugeot in second, the Porsche in third, and the Porsche in fourth. That is second, third, and fourth. Right now, 5 hours in and 4 hours and whatever, 50 minutes still to go. That's electrifying. We've got another battle. In 8th place, the Cadillac. 9th place, the number 50 Ferrari. The gap has halved down to 7 tenths of a second. So there's a battle on there as well. There are some very tight groups, and again, the Jota at the back of this has been consistently lapping quicker than the 2 cars in front of him.
They've got to be careful here through the traffic. That is Valentino Rossi's car he's just stepped out of.
Yeah, Maxime Martin on his outlap, so the tyres won't be up to temperature, but Maxime is very spatially aware.
I should say, by the way, I know there's a lot of new fans coming for a whole range of reasons to the World Endurance Championship. If you are a Valentino Rossi fan, that was pretty good going from the Doctor, but he's got to get back into the car. That may be something that's not obvious to you. He's got well over another hour still to do, so he will get back in, likely when we go it's full dark under the floodlights later.
If you're not a Valentino Rossi fan, what on earth is wrong with you? Back to the Peugeot in second place. This is Jean-Eric Verne, Fred Makovici, and the fly in the ointment here is the least experienced of the trio, young British driver Callum Islet in the Jota car, and he's the one with the pace. He's the one that has caught Mako. He's the one that has caught Verne and Mako. He's the one in our rear view mirror right now as we ride with Fred Makovici, who is most likely to be making a move. Yep. Peugeot are still looking very strong.
Well, one of the cars looking very strong. This is the other car on the stands in the garage, unfortunately. Yep. Car number 94. Paul de Resta, Loic Duval and Stoffel van Dorn, who was driving the car at the time.
Guy in the red gloves with the hooky thing. He's got red gloves and a hooky thing. That's part of the hybrid safety processes. The deal is, if for any reason, even if the car is green and showing all signs of being safe, there is an electrical problem, he's got insulating gloves and the hook is used to pull the person off rather than actually making physical contact with them, so that you don't then get wired into the electrical circuits in the car, because these are extreme high voltage circuits in the hybrid system. Well, 5 hours in, 160 laps to go. This is already a spectacular event. And the FIA World Endurance Championship season opener started in glorious Qatari sunshine. First time ever visiting the Lusail International Circuit. A flyover from the Azim Academy, just to add a little bit of colour.
Formation laps.
Cars being waved away by the national flag after a beautiful rendition of the national anthem and an epic field of 19 hypercars and 18 GTs released down to the first corner for what is likely to be a 10-hour encounter. From the second row of the grid, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari sweeping around the outside of the Toyota that ran out wide. A spinning Peugeot after contact from the number 2 Cadillac, and everybody gaining or losing positions. On board in the middle of the GT3 field, with a delayed Peugeot after that spin weaving his way through. And the GTs were just as fraught. 18 cars from 9 different manufacturers and no quarter given or asked. The early leader ahead of the pole-sitting Corvette was the pure racing Porsche. Porsche taking the lead, taking second place, I beg your pardon, from Peugeot early on, as well as Ferrari led in Hypercar. But it was clear that both Porsche and Peugeot had the pace to challenge the team that won Le Mans last year. And it was the Peugeot that was first to strike. Nico Müller starting the 93 car, driving around the outside, inside of Miguel Molina. Turn 1 and 2 becoming a favourite passing area here for these hypercars, using their aero grip to great effect. Then it was the number 6 car from Penske Porsche coming into the battle and driving up the order, Laurens Vanthoor, getting onto terms with the Peugeot and then taking the lead. A penalty for the 50. Ferrari dropped them out of the lead contention, crossing the white line going into the pit lane. And then in traffic, finally, Nico Müller getting caught out by a GT car, ran out wide onto the dirt, and Laurens Vanthoor, as ever, snapped up the opportunity, the Belgian grabbing the lead. Drama for the 51 Ferrari, rear bodywork blowing off after this contact with a McLaren GT3 car. And the McLaren almost getting clumped a second time by the same car. Well, that cost them a couple of laps in the pit lane and may well result in them not scoring points. Drama for the GT3 field. The 81 Corvette had a gear selector issue. And one of the most famous motorsporting figures in the world joining the action in the World Championship for the first time, Valentino Rossi in the BMW GT3 team. Battles all the way up and down the lead in GT3. It's been Porsche versus Aston Martin versus
30
Ferrari.
seconds to full course
Only
yellow.
one slight period of full course yellow, a lap and a half to collect a bit of somebody's car. We don't yet know whose. And the battle for supremacy in GT3 continues to rage as it does out front. So Heart of Racing leading in GT3 from Pure Racing, and then the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris 3rd and 4th, and the group covered by about 23 seconds. But out front, it's a 26-second lead for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Andre Lotterer, and then this 3-car battle is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. John-Eric Verne, you just seen Fred Makovici in the red and black Porsche, and in 4th place, in 3rd in that little group, Callum Eilert in the number 12 car from Cota.
Absolutely, and still a huge battle for the podium positions. Yet halfway in terms of the time limit. We are more than halfway in terms of the distance limit for this race. That GT battle ebbing and flowing. I'll come to that when we get a chance to talk about the top 5 there, because it's an interesting phase, this race. Still battles up and down the field between this just epic grid of hypercars. Ferrari and Cadillac here battling away. This is for 8th place, and side by side yet again, Alpine and the Proton Porsche.
So the Proton, remember, still on those fresher tyres. As he finally goes on the inside, he's going to try to muscle him out of the way, but he's hanging on in there. He finally gets through by the time they get to turn 2, but he had to use all of the width of the track.
That was proper Porsche Super Cup racing there from Julian Landauer in the Fat Turbo Express car, really was. Mathieu Vassivière just being a little bit more conservative with the health of his Alpine. Alpine, like Lamborghini, like Isotta, brand new car, first time in the championship, they need miles under their wheels. BMW new to the championship in Hypercar, but it's a better known car, at least the Hypercar is. Let's catch up with BMW's GT driver, Valentino somebody.
Valentino Rossi, welcome to WEC, and how was that stint?
Yes, it was my debut, so I was quite excited. I feel good, especially in the first stint. I was fast, and I keep a good pace, and I feel good with the car. In the second stint, it's a little bit more difficult because the track is very different compared to yesterday, because I have a lot of rubber, a lot of grip, so you stress a bit more the tire. So in the second stint it was a little bit more difficult, more tricky, and for some reason I have always a bit more traffic. And so the condition of the track is always in evolution. If you go a little bit out of the line, have a lot of dirt, so it's difficult. But I enjoy. We are in the top 5 now. We want to try to fight for the podium, but looks like at this moment we are not strong enough. But we try to arrive in the top 5.
You've been working with this team for quite some time now, racing with them in other championships. So how is it to come here now? How is it as you expected on track?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's an evolution from last year. It's a World Championship, so I'm very happy, very proud to be here for BMW with the factory car. And it's different mainly because you have to control all the hypercar that arrive very fast. But it's a great pleasure to share the track with these names, these drivers, and I enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ciao.
I tell you, the pleasure is entirely theirs and ours to be sharing, to ever dream that you might share a track with Valentino Rossi would be way beyond the dreams of most racing drivers, because no matter how good they think they are on a motorbike, they ain't. But yeah, it's all about learning. I did think, as we were watching that pass from the battle between the Cadillac and Ferrari, is the right rear on the Caddy smoking a little in some corners?
Keep an eye on that. Maybe a little bit of bodywork rub.
When it loads up on the right-handers.
Perhaps, but I thought maybe it was the dust as well, just being kicked up. Like Valentino was saying, very perceptive, as you'd imagine he is, keeping an eye on the track evolution as well, and saying how that affects not just the first stint, but especially going into the second stint. As you get offline, overtaking or getting overtaken. Let's hear from El Bamba.
Well, the Ferrari behind will need to stop one time more than us. We're racing the cars in front, we're racing the 3 cars in front, and you're catching them.
But at the same time, if you can keep that car behind you, knowing that you're on a better strategy, actually, the longer you hold them up, the even less of a problem they're going to be in your race moving forward.
That was the unspoken truth of the message, wasn't it? They're on a different strategy. They already need to stop longer than us. Hold him up. You're catching the guys in front. Don't let him get by. Valentino Rossi, what do motorcycle riders need more even than car racers? They need to feel the grip. He's literally lived or died in his entire motorcycle career on feeling the grip. Where it is on the tyre, where it is on the track. If you want anybody to show you where grip is or isn't, then somebody with that background is exactly what you need. And you can already see the marbles building up on the side of the track. We've got 4 hours more of this at least to go, I would think. So there's going to be a lot more of that. El Bamba with newer tyres on the right than on the left-hand side, but still fresher tyres than Antonio Fuoco. So he does have that advantage. Yeah.
The Antonio Fuoco. Just a quick update, the 91 car is back out to the race. That was electronic throttle actuator for the Porsche. A big slide there from the number 50. Did we hear, I think, from Bruce that it was a change of battery for the Peugeot?
Yes, it was. Yeah, that was while we were listening to Valentino. He gave us that. The Isotta is still in the pit lane, as is the 94 Peugeot.
Yeah.
So,
and the other thing I was going to mention, by the way, is for the first time since the first couple of laps of the race, where we have the delays with the off for the Peugeot, because of the delay for the Isotta, we've got a hypercar that's now dropped off the back of that train. So we still have 18, the first 18 cars in the order are hypercars, albeit with the Peugeot dropping laps as that battery change is progressing.
It'll be another 7 laps before the GT leader actually overhauls a stationary Peugeot, if it remains stationary that long.
Again, it's another massively different dynamic than we're used to.
Ferrari complaining that El Bamba's moving under braking. Well, I think that slightly negates the fact that the Ferrari is probably moving a lot more under braking, because he's got half the tyre underneath than El Bamba has. But I think they mean moving over to close the door when the Ferrari comes to call in.
It is impressive, though, as you rightly spotted, Graham, as well, that the Ferrari with older tyres is still harassing the Cadillac. What are you watching here? Is this race leader?
It is the leader.
That's a massive hit to the bottom of the car. You really got to watch out for that.
The problem with these curbs is they are MotoGP compliant, so they're very gradual and quite wide, but then they drop off the edge. But when the outside wheel drops off, the car, you've seen a few times, just like wood smoke off the bottom of the car.
Well, that wasn't even curved. He was so fully off the track. He was actually on the red painted tarmac. Now look at this, the Ferrari. This is the closest it's been down the main straight, thanks to that traffic they've just worked their way through. And he's on the inside. The Cadillac doesn't defend, and that is an overtaking move down into 1 for Antonio Fuoco. That's been a long time coming.
Yeah,
He's had the speed, and but just couldn't find a way through. Like we've seen so many times around this track, it is a difficult one to overtake on. There's a driver change there down at car 51.
James Collado taking over, or Alessandro Pierguidi rather taking over. I saw the gold, but I didn't see the blue.
In this phase of the race, just one to keep an eye on, and it's not just that little bit of an off for the number 6 car. The Peugeot is closing.
Yep.
It's still 23 seconds back, but it was 27 seconds back. So
he has been as low as 22 seconds before. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit, but yeah, he's brought it back down to 22 again.
Looking at the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 83, Robert Schwartzman lies in 5th. Behind him, Oliver Rasmussen trying to put a second Cota car in the top 5. Cota are having, so far, a very, very strong race. Now, right now, we've got one Peugeot, one Ferrari in the top 6. The rest of it is Porsche.
Yeah, it's turned this championship on its head from pre-season expectations, hasn't it? And what we're seeing are two teams. It's Porsche Penske Motorsports and the Hertz Team Cota guys, as the number 5 car comes into pit stop. Both of whom tested here, really showing that they've cashed in on that experience.
It's like the LMP1 season, isn't it? When they arrived first season, yeah, showed potential of speed here and there, but ultimately didn't really it wasn't a complete package. Year 2, champions, Le Mans winners.
Yeah, accidentally winning 17 Le Mans overall obviously clearly hasn't had anything to do with that. Worth mentioning as well, by the way, because we didn't there, 5 of the top 10 cars, all the points, 5 of the top 10 are Porsches, because the Proton 99 car is in 10th place. So half the point scoring cars are Porsches. None of the non-point scoring cars are Porsches. And that is going to give them a massive lead in the manufacturer's standings. Cota dropping like a stone as it remains in the garage, the newest of our new hypercar cars. And out goes Fred Macco. No driver change there. That car, the fastest in the race so far, a 39.74 100 years ago. In the pit lane, Louise Beckett. Lou, what's the story?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the pictures from the 51 Ferrari that came in for the pit stop. They had a second rear wing put on. That's why it's got no colour to it. It's all black. Now remember, that's the one that James Collado had that contact with and the damage at the beginning. So that's the second rear going onto that 51.
Wow, good spot, Lou.
Well, that suggests that they have been struggling with a wing that is not remotely set up correctly for the car, which would be unusual because normally you have a spare part ready and you transfer the settings you've got on the car onto the spare. But yeah, that's a very interesting point. They've had to change it again. So just been reminded by Piotr from the FIA Communications Department that curbs are officially known in FIA speak as Misano curbs. Well, hello, the doctor again. So many doctor references. Misano, of course, Misano Adriatico. The circuit Marco Simoncelli is home turf.
No, so much research goes into the curb design on these Grade 1 FIA circuits in terms of the safety, and the curbs are very much part of that safety, and they're there to accommodate the motorbikes that we see race here, as well as sports cars and Formula 1. So it's not easy to do, but I feel like, of course, they are safe. The car we saw bouncing around in the air, the race leader, that was off the track. So it's nothing to do with the curbs at all.
Also for the FI, by the way, agreed with the circuit that the peak, the sharp trailing edges of those curbs at turns 12, 13 and 14 have been ground down to reduce the risk of the sidewall damage when the car runs wide on the inside.
Well, yeah, exactly, when he cuts the corner, and I was thinking that's exactly where you need it, because normally the shuttering is on the inside. Correct. And they blend down to the track, and so you do get these sharp, bobbly, concretey edges, which you would immediately, you know, tidy up in your garden, on your patio or whatever. But here, they have been ground and rounded, and actually that's going to benefit motorcycle races as well, because they're not going to get a sharp edge on the edge, and that can be a major high side issue. So again, battle here. Robert Schwartzman with Oliver Rasmussen, matching him pace for pace, minute by minute, blow for blow. 50 is in, 51 just stopped.
50 amongst the things to recognise this car, yellow shade band as opposed to black on the 51, and a yellow light above the cockpit as opposed to a red on the sister car.
So much to applaud in Ferrari's season last year. Their first racing season in endurance racing in the top tier in half a century, and they won the one that everybody covets, adding to their overall victory tally that hadn't been added to since 1965, 7, something like that. I forget now.
The other very impressive thing for me was what happened in the off-season, which was the launch of a track-only private version of this, the Modificata, unrestricted, so more power, will never race. Part of their Corsa Cliente range. I'm trying to think exactly what they do call the Olivier Bretta, I know, is their brand ambassador for it, as the 94 likes. Look, it's ready to come back out.
It does, doesn't it?
The fact that they are trading on the immediate heritage of this programme bodes very well for the future for Ferrari and sports car racing.
It's not even heritage. They had barely even started establishing any heritage when the cars were up for sale to favour clients. And actually, you know, customers racing the cars has always been Porsche's model. Customers buying cars has always been Ferrari's model, and it's that very direct link. You like our race car that we're racing at Le Mans? You can buy one.
Well, I can run it for you. I can tell you, at least one person said to me, yes, but they're just trading it on Le Mans success. That car was testing. It was testing at the Red Bull Ring in Le Mans week.
Trading on Le Mans success. Well, what do you expect them to do?
Yes.
Throw it away with the garbage on Monday morning? Oh yeah, there's the Le Mans trophy. We don't care.
But the point is important. This is a car that is for sale to the most prized of Ferrari Motorsports customers, at and above their F1 Cliente clients, which is quite amazing.
Quite in the super exclusive range.
Absolutely, off the clock.
What was it in the words of Enzo Ferrari all those years ago? I make road cars and sell road cars so that I can go racing.
Correct. Road cars always paid for Enzo's racing activities. And in the end...
for 94, will rejoin and will not drop into the clutches of the GT3s. So well done, Peugeot. That was done rapidly.
Look at that for a battery change.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's not 2 AAAs we're talking about here.
Exactly. I mean, it's a complex bit of kit to go changing one of these huge lithium-ion batteries.
They are not meant to be changed during a race. Let's have a quick look as it clears the pit lane as to how long that took. About 1 minute 30 is a regular full service. Take them just about half an hour.
Well, and the other thing is that it's not a serviceable item like brakes or something else. So it's like a fuel tank. It's buried. And also, what do batteries not like? Noise, vibration and harshness. So it's buried and insulated.
By the way, we've got a great example here of what happened. Well, we did have before we went to riding on board with the race leader, Andrea Lotterer, of exactly how hard it is if you put cold new tyres on all four wheels, all 4 tyres changed. You can see Stoffel Vandoorne just really fighting front and rear of the car, the thing's snapping around all over the place on him, and you just hemorrhage lap time that way. So that's why we're seeing so often they just side this car's going right across the track there.
Oh! Whoa! Now that's the second Lexus that we've seen at World Rally Crossing.
That was an unsafe rejoin. They're definitely going to look at that.
I think that was Arnaud Robin. I think that may be Arnaud Robin.
87.
He was desperate to keep,
Takeshi Kimura.
I think so.
He was desperate to keep the momentum going because you daren't get beached in the gravel, but unfortunately that meant he arrived literally at the apex of the corner for the oncoming cars. Let's have a look at this again.
This is 8-9, and he just basically goes straight off on the gravel.
He was trying to get out of the way of the faster car behind, got on the gravel and straight off.
You can see the side of the car. I'll tell you which car this is. That is...
It is 87, because I saw it on the tracker.
A very unpleasant surprise. Was that the Jota going through on the exit of turn 10?
Yeah, but he'll have been tracking him all the way across the gravel going, where's he going, where's he going, when's he coming back on? Yeah, but you are, because you're spatially aware of stuff like that. That's why racing drivers can drive race cars, and mere mortals would have just gone, oh my goodness, the moment.
The problem is, Martin, you're so cocooned inside these cars as well. The big A-pillars, you're looking through a letterbox, it seems like. It's not like this lovely camera shot we've got just sitting on the nose of the car.
Yeah.
When you're sitting further back, it's very, very limited. So it's hard to look to his left-hand side as it would have been for the Cota going through this corner here, turn 9. Then you're preparing turn 10, and suddenly there's a car right in the middle of the track in front of you. But
right now, Alpine in their debut with this car. I've got a car in a point-scoring position. BMW right now don't.
No broadcastable radio from the Lexus, by the way. There is radio traffic, but it's essentially a very long bleep. Ditto the Cota team. So that was unfortunate, but actually the end result was very fortunate. But yeah, back with a big battle. BMW we haven't talked a lot about because they haven't had competitive pace so far, but looks like 5 hours and a half into the race, they're starting to work out things that the car likes better. And that's what racing is all about. Start with what you've got, work on it until the checkered flag.
I should say, by the way, Kobayashi now right with Oliver Rasmussen for 6th place.
But at some point they were going to get out of sync, weren't they? The Toyota seemed to be saving more fuel than any other car out there, and also siding tyres when others weren't. So maybe it's just got into a window, perhaps, where he's on a completely fresh set and others aren't, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Also keeping an eye on the lead gap. It's under 20 seconds now, so that is coming down.
That's the lowest it's been for probably about 2 hours.
Callum Islet in the pit lane, so Will Stevens waiting for him. So the 3rd place Hertz Team Cota car comes in, which means that the Ferrari is back up to 3rd. The number 38 is back up to 4th. And the Toyota is back up to 5th, or will be as they cross the stripe this time. Will Stevens hops around. Super well rehearsed, this team.
He's been so impressive since he stepped into sports car racing, Will Stevens. Confident, quick. There's
another one. There's a lot of gravel out there, and Eduardo will be looking at this and going, right, I need to get that sorted. And actually, in the top 4 drivers briefing, there was a question about keeping the track clean, and he said, I will do what I can when I can.
It may well be one he's had in mind as on the to-do list should the opportunity arise.
There is the lead Toyota, not leading, notice, the better placed of the duo. Oh, good work in traffic by Oliver Rasmussen. Leapt in front of the Lexus, leaves the Toyota to try and get by its stablemate.
It's a 3-car battle, this, because Schwartzman is just there ahead of Rasmussen.
Well,
yeah, as expected, look at the tyre age, especially on the left-hand side for Kobayashi, just 27 laps old. So he's got the advantage, at least on all of the right-hand corners.
But Rasmussen, 91 laps on those tyres already. 91 laps! I tell you what, Michelin don't half build a good race tyre.
They did say that this track's very kind on the tyres. Oh, there's that moment. I mean, that was so lucky that the Porsche had the awareness not to turn in.
Yeah.
And really shot himself in the foot as well at the same time, as we see that damage that's been carried on that Aston Martin from the start of the race.
Absolutely.
Still hanging on in there.
It's one of the 5 cars in real contention, and that's now Alex Riberas aboard. It's going to come to a point when we've got a chance to talk about the top 5 battle in GT. It is the ebb and flow of the driver ranking system. We've got 3 of the top 5 that have already served all of their bronze time. The top 2 both have. Then we've got the 2 Vista AF Corsa cars with the bronzes aboard to complete their driver time. Maxime Martin trying to chase down that pair to get into that battle.
And Augusto Farfus in the other BMW close on his heels as well. Those are the 2 Team WRT cars, 5th and 6th. D Station, they have got Marco Sorensen on board, so that car lapping as quickly as it has done. New tail on the yellow Ferrari as well, the 83 car. Well, now, are they changing the setup on the balance of the car as the temperature changes?
I wonder.
As there's more grip on the track, as the track evolves. You're always, American racing, you're always chasing the track.
In Hypercar, as completely different to the LMP1 days where just about everything can be changed, you're allowed to change one element for the vast majority of runners, it's the rear wing. It's the rear element that you can change within strict parameters.
And quicker to set it on a spare wing in the garage, off with the bodywork, on with the bodywork, than it is to fiddle with Allen keys in the pit lane.
That would be my guess.
Well, I'm thinking that's exactly that. Now then, United Autosport, their other car, 59 is delayed, still running, but last. 95, Marino Sato being pushed back into the garage.
That 59 car is still last, but actually now finally catching for position the also delayed number 91 car.
Yeah, it's not the first time that number 59's been in the garage, because he got spun around in turn 4 on the opening lap and limped back into the pits then. So
they changed the suspension. That was 59. That's 95 gone in. That is the other McLaren. That's the one that hadn't had problems. So all trouble on the right front for the BMW. And this is 15, and again, right sides only. Was that right sides only? It looked like it. Double stinting the lefts. Thank you, Louise Beckett.
So look at this on the Energy. We've got the Peugeot, the Jota and the Toyota all in the red, but Peugeot and Jota on only 1%. Oh, 0% from the Jota team. That's really taking it to the edge.
Where is 38? How far round the lap is he? He's not in the final corner.
He's in the final corner now.
He is in the final corner. He's coming into it now anyway. 93 will head into the pit lane. He better with only 1% on board. I tell you what, there's a lot of amber gamblers, aren't there? Fuel gamblers. A game we used to play when we were young, seeing how long you could go on zero.
We believe they're only going to change the two left-hand side tyres on this 93 Peugeot, and the driver change as well. Vern's been in there for quite some time. He's done a double stint.
Rasmussen is on the pit lane ahead of them. There are the green indicator lights. And those are the claws of the Peugeot Lion, which has been part of their branding since day one.
So, yeah, Nico Müller jumps back in. So Müller started this race and put in some pretty feisty. He had a phenomenal start, didn't he? But some feisty elbows out moments, actually, to the complaints of other drivers around him. But if that's what's needed when you're in the fight for a win, then that's what you got to do.
And what a good lineup they've got in that car. Mikkel Jensen, Nico Müller, Jean-Eric Verne.
Well, they had a change around at Peugeot, didn't they? So some 93 drivers went to the 94. We lost Menezes. We've now got Stoffel van Doorn. So they had a hard look at the driver allocation and combination, and tweaked it in year 2.5 of their program, because they joined in Monza, didn't they? Back in 2022.
Yes, they did. Yes.
And that's not top-loading one car with all the drivers. That's the guys that work best together. And when you're standing back a little bit in the garage, you see the relationships between them. And actually, the combination of three guys or three girls or however you combine them, three drivers working together as a unit, like in any miniature unit. So with this team, you want to have the most cohesion in the driver lineup, and so moving people around is no insult. It's just trying to
also driver weight as well, because the weight distribution changes quite dramatically. I remember when I used to share the car with Alex Wirtz. There's a 25 kilo weight difference between us two.
Is that 1 kilo per centimetre of height?
But also, what that meant was it was a 0.7% weight distribution change between the two of us.
But that means you had a 2-second lap advantage automatically, just from being Anthony Davidson.
You would always take the weight advantage, of course, but you also had to deal with a very different balancing car. And that's what they're trying to avoid at Peugeot this time around, because that was Peugeot back then. So the science moves on all the time. And if you can get your driver lineup to be more of an equal spread, you can tune the car in a better way that each driver experiences at least the same balance, because 0.7%, any engineer will tell you that is a huge change. You usually only change 0.1, 0.2%.
It is a pedal box. We talked about this when we saw Valentino Rossi with a slide and tilt steering column in his BMW. Here in the Lexus, to fit Takeshi Kimura in, I'm assuming after Jose Maria Lopez, different driver height. The seat remains in the same place. The steering column and the pedal boxes move back towards the driver or forward away from the driver, depending whether in their business or economy class seat.
Car is going in the garage, and at the end of his stint, he is being summoned to have a chat with Eduardo Freitas. I have no doubt that's about that rejoin after the long trip through the gravel trap. We've got the number 7 car from third place, Kamui Kobayashi on pit lane.
Yep. And the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde of WRT. Number 20 car is in as well. Here is driver change for number 7. Mike Conway will take over. Kamui Kobayashi slips out of the seat.
He says, "Good job, boss." The team principal jumps out. Mike Conway in.
You go off and do some admin for a while, I've no doubt.
Redecorate the walls or position some stickers. Leader will be due in this lap as well. Andre Lotterer, number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Repositioning the driver drink tube, but Conway grabs it immediately.
Kamui likes to do the expenses claims in the middle of the race.
How the track would have changed. We heard from Valentino Rossi just from one stint to the next how the circuit was evolving. Now Mike Conway jumps back into the car. He started this race, of course, in the number 7. When you first go out there, it's such a different experience when you think, well, you know, the car, it feels quite used as well. The brake pedal might be a bit longer. The steering might be a little bit crooked compared to where it started when the car was perfect. And the track, of course, has rubbered in a lot more marbles offline. It's cooler, the sun is setting now, so that's in your eyes. It's the same but different, and you've got to quickly react to that.
Yep.
Both Toyotas currently in the top 5. Leader is in now then. Leader is in, Andre Lotterer in the number 6 Porsche. Where will the Peugeot be? It's just crossed the line, so they have got 1 minute and 46 seconds to get this car out of the pit lane in front.
So 1 minute and 22 seconds on pit lane for the Peugeot. Last time around, Imola powering round now, and every second he's out there is cutting the deficit to this car. Came in around 20 seconds back, so a lot is going to depend on how good, how efficient the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew are going to be. Lawrence Vantor.
It looked a little bit of a difficult stint for Lotterer.
Yeah.
An uncharacteristically difficult stint.
Yeah.
So a couple of stints. At best, he could keep the 93 at bay. Quite often, it was slowly catching.
All 4 tyres being changed for Lawrence Vantor.
Well, that's interesting. This should be... I didn't see what happened. Oh, it's just the lefts, wasn't it, on the Peugeot? So his outlap will be vastly slower.
Much slower.
Compared to what we saw with Nico Muller.
So it's going to be 2 things. It's going to be where is he through the first timing beam, and where is it at the end of the lap?
There goes Jev running over straight away.
What's going on?
Just saw the team manager Isotta walking back to the pit wall, so I wonder whether that car is not rejoining or whether it is close to. Yeah, watch the car squirm everywhere. Anthony, this must be like driving on ice, whereas the Peugeot Toyota has got its tyres up to temperature and a full head of steam. It's coming, Nico Muller.
Yeah, coming through to the final turn now, so they are, where are they? 6, just going into turn 2. So that's the gap. Well, that gap will close fairly dramatically on this lap, and then we'll see what the real world gap is.
I'd like to see so back to the car number 6 and see what the outlap looks like as Muller's in traffic here. That's not going to help. But at some point, those new tyres all round, it's going to start to pay off for the Porsche.
Cost him dearly, hasn't
Interesting shot though. It means that both McLarens now back out on track.
Yeah, we saw the 95 rejoin.
Yep.
Here comes the 77 Mustang.
Right, what is that gap? So 22 seconds. It was 25. It's already come down to 22 between Muller and Vantor.
So we're not getting a sector time off sector 1.
21 seconds. I'm watching the sector times. I'd love to see. So he's clearly struggling, is Vantor, as suspected, with those 4 tyres going on new.
And he's had to clear a fair bit of traffic, and actually he's got 2 or 3 hypercars behind him who will all be looking to get through past him as well.
He's got the number 7 Tota just ahead of him as well, which won't be helping.
19 seconds.
There's the Proton GT3 Mustang, 77 car, their 88 car is just in front of it in 10th place. This car not in a points-paying position at the moment for Proton Porsche Mustang.
17 seconds. It's really coming down. So yeah, I mean, it's a combination of Vantor is in traffic and on all 4 tyres are hard to warm up, and Muller is coming.
Vanthoor is stuck behind the number 7 Toyota as well. And
16 seconds.
That's not going to be easy. Number 8 Toyota is in the pit lane. 36 Alpine spits out Mathieu Vaxivière. This could be very entertaining in the next lap or two.
15.9.
I like this game.
As the Peugeot crosses the line, 50.8 as the Peugeot crosses the line.
Yep.
So he's the big winner at this stage, but you're right, once those tyres come in, it will turn around. So he's got now or never, really, at this part of the stint.
I don't think he's going to quite have enough time to catch and pass, but it's fun watching at least at this point.
But it means that the Porsche lost 10 seconds, not the 25 it needed to lose the Peugeot, and that's the big damage lap. The second lap won't be as fast. He still hasn't cleared the Toyota in the front, which is getting the flags. He's still got 2 more hypercars queuing up behind him, Laurens Vanthoor, as he comes out of corner 7 and down the hill through 8 and 9. But he has staved off the battle at the moment. In between the 2 McLarens is the, and almost into the 2 McLarens. Is that the 50 or the 51 Ferrari? Didn't quite see 50. How much yellow
That's
it was.
The 50.
And the 2 McLarens there with that combination of the papaya orange of McLaren and the black of the Ueno Clinic car that won the 1995 Le Mans 24 Hours. It was car number 59.
And you've got the 51 coming up pretty soon as well to this duo of McLarens.
Ooh, bit of place swappery going on. And that is for position, is it? No, it's not. No, they're a while away.
So 59 in the hands of James Cota and Marino Sato is in the 95. They're 14th and 18th at the moment.
So that was Cottingham going by Sato. No, yes, it was Cottingham going by Sato. The 59 has got a little bit of colour on the front, on the nose, up just underneath the windscreen, and the 95 doesn't.
15.3 seconds now is the lead gap.
Seems to have stabilised around the 15-second mark, isn't it, for now? And at some point, that gap will start to extend once again.
Yeah, 10 seconds lost, but that gap has stabilised. 92 Porsche is in from the lead. Klaus Bachler, again, a great Porsche exponent. Let's catch up with the Peugeot team. We saw Jean-Eric Verne running to the pit wall. He's run back now to talk to Bruce Joanny.
Jean-Eric, the gap is now down to, you've made a 10-second gain on the leader, so it's been super tight, super good 2 double stints from you, and now only 15 seconds and it's catching.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, it's good to fight in the front of the field. It feels really nice to get the blue flag and not to receive them for once. I'm very happy. I mean, the team is doing a fantastic job, no mistake. I think Porsche definitely quicker than us. So that we are able to stay there and fight with them at this level is pretty impressive. So I hope we can hold like this until the end of the race. But Nico and Michael, they're also they're on fire today. So it should be good. If we end up on the podium at the end, it would be a fantastic result. But hopefully we can give Porsche a bit of a hard time.
140 laps to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great stuff there from Jean-Eric Verne, and great to see him with a smile on his face, and the guys at Peugeot too. GT, by the way, Vista AF Corsa lead again. Thomas Fleur, though, is at the wheel of the car, and right on his tail is the heart of racing Aston Martin, because Klaus Bachler has just been in and out of the pits from the lead in the number 92 Porsche for a full service.
So you look at the Vista Ferrari, number 54. In the lead of the GT3 category of Thomas Fleur, back behind the wheel.
Has to be.
That is first and second.
It is.
This is the Harter racing car of Alex Riberas.
This is for the lead, of course. Alex Riberas is the gold-ranked driver for the Aston Martin team here, the 27th crew.
So the longer that Fleur can keep him behind here, the better.
100%.
It will flip around later on in the race when Thomas Fleur's job is done, and you'll have the bronze driver. And the bronze driver still has to drive in the 27. Is that right, Ian?
No,
it's done. Oh, they're done.
This is why it's so important. So Thomas Fleur at the moment, just looking to see where things stand for Thomas. Still got about half an hour to go in this car.
Oh, there's a late move there. Attempted, I thought it was brave from Floor not to bother defending, and he just took his normal line. He does defend, though, however, into turn 2.
In the background, Klaus Bachler is catching this pair for what is going to be a 3-car battle for the lead very shortly.
Now, I don't know how much, not sure how much he's catching, because last lap was his out lap, so he is probably still not quite on hot tyres. And so it's really important then for Alex Riberas to clear Thomas Floor and leave Floor to hold up Bachler while the Aston Martin disappears into the distance.
On his out lap, Klaus Bachler took half a second out of this pair in the final 2 sectors. He is pushing really hard.
I don't doubt it, but...
he's gone a bit too tight there. It's just a bit of a different line in turn 7. And you see through turn 8, you hug the inside to open up. You don't want to go anywhere near that gravel, as we've seen before. Thomas is defending, but maybe a bit unnecessarily so into turn 10. And the pressure that a bronze driver feels, and imagine how intimidating it is. You got the hardened pro behind you, a gold driver harassing you through every corner, every braking zone, and your eyes are everywhere in the mirrors trying to keep them at bay.
Look at the background, that next pair of headlamps is the Porsche, and it is coming.
Yeah, it is.
Under 3 seconds back for this pair.
So this is where we saw quite a difference in speed last time around through this final corner.
There's a hypercar coming too that's going to be involved in this very shortly.
Yeah, that's a Proton car. It's down the inside. That's a great move. Just slinging it down the inside. There's the Proton Porsche coming up behind. There's Klaus Bachler in the pure racing Porsche. That is 1, 2, 3 in GT3 after 5 hours and 54 minutes of racing. Nearly 6 hours, and there's not even a second between them.
So it's a late dart to the inside, very late on the brakes.
Yeah.
He arrived, and Floor wasn't expecting that, but I think the move was on.
That was a pro racing driver move, wasn't he?
Here we go, from on
he
board.
Moves left, waits for Floor to commit, boom.
Well, he did arrive very late, and I mean, you're putting a lot of trust in the driver that you're overtaking at that point. He did have a significant part of his car. It's a tricky one, that, because he did really, he sent it down the inside, and a move where I feel like a pro driver may have expected that a bit more. But to do that against a bronze driver is, I think that's putting a lot of trust in them. But he felt like that the move had to be done there rather than turn 1.
Sad news, I'm afraid. Isotta Fraschini have retired the number 11 car.
I did think when I saw the team manager walk into the wall, I did think might not be great news.
So we'll hear, I'm sure, from them later what it was that put that car to the sword. 157 laps, though, of data they'll have got aboard the number 11 car. They'll be back for their home race next time out for sure.
5 hours of lapping. Yeah, that's a long test day, isn't it?
Coming back to the GT battle as we look at the very handsome number 88 Mustang there. In terms of the classification of the drivers, Alex Riberas leads. Klaus Bachler is 3.5 seconds back with Thomas Fleur between them. It's limbering up there.
Is that Ferdinand Habsburg?
Looks like it could be Ferdy. It is Ferdy.
Yep.
The other point to make here is bronze time done for both those cars, and they're in almost exactly the same position with their silver drivers. Both need to do another full stint in the car and maybe a little bit more. So those two on driver circulation of those classified drivers are broadly speaking on the same strategy.
Just looking at this 88 Mustang, Dennis Olsen aboard now. I think they are now in pro driver only territory, and they're in 12th place.
Yep.
So they have every opportunity, I think, to make their way into the points. Just ahead, 78 in 11th place. We're with Timo Boguslawski in the Acodis ASP Lexus, and again, they look like they're now starting to get into quicker drivers doing the remainder of the race.
Well, Ben Barker is already in a point-scoring position in the other car. Despite the problems of the 77, that car is in point-scoring position, but we have seen a number of problems for the GT3 cars.
Yeah, and it's the first time Ben Barker's been in the car, so again, he's their best-rated driver, so they are producing, or they are getting rid of all their bronze and silver driver time. Ben Barker is their highest rated, their gold rated driver, so he took over from Ryan Hardwick.
Second stint for Ben, second stint.
Oh, second, okay, but he's taken over from Ryan Hardwick. So Ryan and Zach Rubicon have basically passed the buck between them until they've used up all their time. And well, I can't imagine that Ben's going to do the remainder of the race. We've done more than 200 laps. We're nearly 6 hours in, but so they may have a little bit more work to do.
Maxime Martin leaving the pits in the 46 car from 5th.
That's El Bamber out of the number 2. Cadillac comes in from P5 with Alex Lynn taking over.
For the first time, I think, Alex. Oh, no, he started the race.
Yeah.
He didn't.
You're now at that stage of the race, in the hypercar category at least, where you're seeing the starting drivers getting back.
6 hours in, we can't be having anybody doing their first stint. Really, I mean, that's just, you know, you could have flown in today for that one. Alpine out of the pits. That's the 35 car, Ferdy Habsburg on his first outlap in the car, his first in hypercar. So remember, he raced in LMP2 for the last couple of seasons. And boy, does that car need some grip. Lots of debris. That's tyre muck. Those are marbles that have been pulled out of the air duct. Yeah, and that's to stop the car overheating its brakes, because that would break
it even comes out when you take the wheels off with the wheel gun.
Yeah. So on board with Alex Lynn.
One last tighten of the seat belts before you head out from pit lane.
Now, we said, didn't we, that that gap was going to come down not much more off the lead. It is still coming down. It's 12.5 seconds at the moment. That could be traffic. It was a slower lap last time around for Ron Santor.
And Vantor's got a lot of traffic in front of us. We walks Alex Lynn, creepy, crawly out of the pit lane. Here comes the 51 Ferrari. And that is not a battle for position.
Look at the speed difference when you see that car coming out of the pits. This is what we were talking about. No tyre warmers in any of the category you have here, GT3 or hypercar. And as the temperatures start to cool, that becomes more and more of an issue.
It looks like a well-driven road car as opposed to a direct class rival. Does that mean you leave them? Where's he gone? Look,
The feeling
you leave
is
them
awful.
so far behind.
When you're on new tyres, they're cold. Without the tyre blanket, I've done it before. The best way I can describe is it's like walking on ice. You kind of tippy-toe along, and it's either grip or no grip. There's nothing in between. And that's exactly the feeling when you go out on new tyre. You feel
it's horrible.
It is an absolutely petrifying, awful experience. And then you've got the cars buzzing all around you as well, and you daren't let the thing slide or snap or grab a front wheel under braking. As soon as you slide, it ain't stopping.
That lead gap, Lance Vantor to Nico Muller, 9 seconds. Now that is traffic related, no doubt whatsoever, but that was a slow lap again through traffic for Lance Vantor, 1:47.6. Is he just looking after these tyres, waiting for the opportunity to be able to use them properly?
Well, you daren't bring them in too quickly. You daren't scratch the surface of the tyre and open them up, and you see the number 38 Jota just trundle past on the inside through turn 2 as we run on board with Thomas Floor still
Thomas Floor is third, because up the road you can see Klaus Bachler.
That's Habsburg still struggling in the Alpine.
All Corvette battle. The Peugeot's gone by him. Is that Nico Muller? I think it is the 93 car. Yes, it is.
So the lead gap, by the way, in GT, as you watch this train coming through, 6.6 seconds. Alex Riberas, Hartford Racing Aston Martin, against Klaus Bachler, Montai Pure Racing Porsche.
10 seconds now, the gap between first and second in hypercar.
Wow.
I need to take a bit of the tires. The right side are quite on the limit.
Copy, understood. You think the right-hand side can survive one more stint after this? It's a bit early, but...
Yes, the main problem is the pressure.
Copy.
Pressure.
Trying to keep the pressure up. So as the tyre gets worn, the gauge, as they call it, the compound level, the tread depth, comes down and down. And as that continues to fall and you shed the rubber, they cool down more because there's less mass there. So as the temperatures start to fall and your tyre gauge comes down, the tyres cool down. So that's what he's saying. The hardest part right now is keeping the right-hand side tyres warm enough.
Wow.
Because I've lost so much gauge.
Now, we saw earlier on, was it the Cadillac had gone to mediums on the right-hand side? but we're going to start to see more of that. Now, whether we get 4-tyre medium changes or not, I don't know. Maybe the risk of graining is still too high, but potentially at 6 hours in, we might have another 4 hours of racing to go, very nearly 4 hours.
You're going to see some cars really come alive, and vice versa in these conditions.
By the way, Miguel Molina is about 2 seconds back from Robert Kubica in the factory Ferrari, so there's another potential storyline.
I'm reading into what Paul di Resta said earlier on when we spoke to him in the garage. He had just got out of the car and he said, let's see how the car performs in the cooler conditions when probably the track will come to our car. So maybe we'll see the Peugeot improve in speed compared to the Porsche, even in the cold conditions.
Think back to Le Mans last year. Now, I've talked about the nature of the surface, but think back to Le Mans last year. When did we first start to go, oh, hello, look at Peugeot? When the temperature dropped and the grip level dropped, when it got wet.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Pit caller from Manthey EMA, Richard Leitz. Now, this car was in among the top 10 in the GT3 class early on, well, for half the race pretty much, but they've had a couple of delays, dropped down the order.
Throttle actuator, wasn't it, that kept them in the garage. We've just passed, by the way, gentlemen, 6 hours. This would be a regular WEC race distance. And look at the reliability and look at the pace. We have got one hell of a season to come.
But again, like I said earlier, modern cars, race cars, road cars, are so resilient that unless you stuff them into solid objects, they tend to complete the race. But again, as ever, since the dawn of time, the human element is possibly one of the weakest links in the whole thing.
Listening, kids, that's the voice of experience. Martin Haven, he's hit a few walls in his time. Anyway.
Well, actually, very few walls, in fairness. A couple of trees.
How dare you talk about an old classic like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's go to the other expert, Andy Davidson.
No, we weren't discussing flying, so we'll move on from that.
Yeah, I have not looked after the equipment.
Pit stop for the 54 car. From third place, Thomas Floor stays in, so this will be his final stint in the car. And boy, he did a great job in the opening stint in the hottest of hot weather. This is a brand new car with a brand new screen. I was just going to say, look at this. It looked like there were a couple of bullet holes in it already from the stones being spat up by other cars.
He only needs to do about 20 minutes. So will they put Thomas in for a short stint and hope there's a caution that comes and helps him here?
Well, the other thing is, how far are we away? We've got 130 laps. That's a lot of back timing to do, but you can do the maths and say, okay, if we do 20 minutes now, which is 11 laps, let's say, maybe 12, let's say, then how close are we to full fuel all the way to the end? Does that work?
There is another point here, and it's stick with me on this point. He's 63. He's 63 years old. He's 63 years old. We're about to get to the stage where we're under floodlights. Now, one of the things age brings with it is there are issues around your night vision and the way in which your eyes actually process dazzling lights, which can be the case if you're under floodlights. It's better to keep him in now with conditions he's comfortable with and has adapted to. That's the point. On board with Lawrence Vantor in the number 6, 10 seconds is the gap. Certainly the ebb and flow through that traffic has gone Peugeot's way to the tune of about 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So Porsche, Peugeot, Porsche, Hertz Team Jota, Porsche, Toyota, the second Jota car, and the 83AF Corsa with the factory car, the 50 car right behind them, and then completing the top 10, the Cadillac, and then Proton Competitions number 99. And behind that, an array of brand new cars in this championship, learning their way and finding out just how tough it is. Look at the debris there.
Problem, you were talking earlier on, Graham, just about the visibility for any driver in the dark, but the visibility of that gravel, I know you're going to be under floodlights, and the lights on these cars in general are very good, but still you won't have the same visibility of that gravel laying on the track when the sun sets compared to how it is now.
And my guess would be if we do get another interruption, they will opt to clean that. because that is getting to the point where a car gets that wide. That's a massive difference in, well, there's no grip.
Yeah, you're on a whole load of ball bearings, aren't you, if you go onto that stuff?
The problem for Eduardo Freitas, the race director, is it'll take more than 2 laps to sweep it away. It'll take more than 2 laps to get a sweeper out to brush it away. So if he attends to that on its own, he will trigger a full safety car situation, which will not be ideal. So something else has to happen for him to also be able to do that. Everybody else is just going to have to deal with it. It's off the racing line. You shouldn't be that far offline there anyway, and you know now if you are trying to put in a move that you risk running straight through the gravel trap there, and so you don't want to do that. So you just have to live with it, I'm afraid. That's all there is to it, unless there's a major incident.
Yeah, we've only seen 2 cars actually suffer so far with that gravel on the track, and in a way the GT cars are the ones that are putting it there in the first place, so the same problem will just arise once again as soon as you've cleaned the circuit. So they're kind of they're falling foul of a problem that they've created in many ways, because the hypercars, as far as I'm aware, they haven't been picking up the gravel on the inside of turn 9.
Not so much. The Acodis ASP Lexus of Takeshi Kimura, which we saw being wheeled back into the garage, it's got a brake balance problem apparently. Lead gap is now down to 9 seconds. Dries Beckett in the pit lane.
Very loud in the background, but the 87, they are still working on that car. They are trying to fix it to get back out, but there's quite a few team members working on it right now.
I think we might give sorry, wrong button. Might give Takeshi Kimura the benefit of the doubt then in his gravel trap excursion. If they can't get the brakes to work properly, that could possibly explain his bit of rally crossing. That might have been effect rather than cause. Ben Barker out of the Proton Competition 77 Mustang, and handing over to whom I didn't quite spot.
What was that?
Oh,
that
look
was
at that
a
clash.
big
That's
touch.
the Cadillac.
Whoa.
So
now, was there contact with the BMW?
Well, the BMW did not want to drive through that desert on the outside of the turn, did he? And that was a bit of a lunge from the Cadillac, but it was the BMW not wanting to take that line in avoidance.
That was more Alex, I think.
That was the BMW on the racing line.
Well, and also it was just a bit of a day late, dollar short kind of moment there from Lynn, because he arrived at the apex pretty much and wasn't completely alongside. It is really hard. I remember actually Alex telling me off once when I was in the LMP1 and he was in a GT car in Bahrain. He's like, "It was a bit late, mate. It was a bit late." Well, yeah, it's easily done, and
there's a swing, there's a roundabout.
Exactly, it's not easy to judge it.
Further troubles here for the Monza EMA car. It looks to be like a really great run ruined here. A good point, by the way, to talk about something else that features in the World Endurance Championship this year on behalf of our partners Goodyear and their Wingfoot Award that rewards drivers for their speed and consistency. This is the trophy that Goodyear will be awarding every one of the WC rounds this season. Currently being led by Davide Rigon with a 2-stint average 154.819, head of Alessio Rivera, Daniel Mancinelli right up there, Nico Costa, Nico Pino, Valentino Rossi, 6th quickest at the moment against the stints that he's done so far. So we'll keep an eye on that. That, of course, is going to ebb and flow, but particularly start to push towards the professional drivers as they get aboard these cars.
Yeah, perhaps no surprise to see an ex-factory works driver like Davide Rigon.
Still a works driver.
But yes, exactly, but at the top of the pile. But again, you know, it's a great metric that the lower ranked drivers can use to measure themselves against the hyperstars, but also against their peers. Okay, so the EMA car is back out, but it clearly has had a couple of little issues.
Yeah, the throttle actuator cost them dearly, and I wonder whether or not it might be a recurrence of the same problem.
They've lost about 10 or 12 laps to the class leaders.
Incident involving Thomas Fleur and Alex Riberas, was that the move for the lead? It was a bit. It was
turn 16, yeah.
It will be 16:54. So that being looked at. That aside, by the way, the two lead cars, as I said, in terms of their strategy on driver usage, they both have to use their silver rank drivers at least another hour. There's the language of international sign.
of it's done, mate. Claudio Berro there in the blue body warmer, former head of Maserati Customer Racing, and now
with Ferrari at one time as well, and Lotus.
Yep.
So one heck of a CV for Claudio Berro.
And now Isotta Fraschini. Never in his wildest dreams as a child growing up in Carmad, Italy, could he have possibly imagined that a name that had been moribund by that stage for half a century would ever cross his doorstep.
Claudio's a lot of years behind him, shall we say, but I very much doubt he had a poster of Isotta Fraschini on his wall.
Oh,
Let's
he
put
might
that way.
have done.
But he might in a few years.
Figoni and Falaschi.
If you've seen the road car version of that, and by the way, that is the only hypercar on this grid that has actually got a living, breathing road car version of it, driving down the autostrada, paying tolls. Astonishing stuff. The point about GT is this: 6 seconds separates Alex Riberas from Klaus Bachler, and they've got the same driver time still to burn in silver. So that's a real world gap. Maxime Martin, meanwhile, with Team WRT having burned their bronze time, is a further minute and a half back.
Right on board with René Rast, car number 20, the BMW Hypercar.
First time we've said his name all race, so he has been on the back burner a little bit.
He has. They haven't really featured much, have they, the BMWs? But they have they've been reliable enough. They just haven't quite had the speed. But the drivers have, I think, they've done a great job.
And that's both of them in one shot. We're on board with one. That's Marco Wittmann right in front of them. 0.7 of a second. I mean, they've been absolutely nose to tail in terms of pace. So we know what their pace is. They know what their pace is. All we don't know is where they're going to be when we get to Imola, where we're going to be when we get to Spa, whether a different circuit will suit the car a little more, whether they have had a bit more testing and sort of work their way up to speed for it.
They've got work to do. It's a first-year car in the WEC. It's a second-year car for BMW.
It reminds me a lot of where Peugeot were when they first arrived
and
on the scene.
And
yeah,
Porsche.
Porsche.
Well,
yeah. Nothing different about that.
I like seeing big manufacturers, in a way, struggle when they first arrive, because it shouldn't be easy.
It's not,
and it's not easy.
I think this is the point. I mean, there's a lot said about the way in which the rule set is brought to give us this depth. It's not dumbed-down racing. You've got to be world-class to win at this level. Balance of performance, oh no, you've got to produce the performance that the car is capable of through the whole race.
I go back to what I said at the beginning. You could give me a Toyota and it would be so far off the pace that it would be struggling at the back of the GT field. It's not the potential of the car, it's what you use of it. In the Lamborghini, looks like a gear selector issue. Is that what they're fiddling with? Well, no, they've got a vibration. Yeah, they've got a vibration and they're not sure where it's coming from.
It's been a struggle for them today. They've had a couple of
Well, they've run
moments.
6 hours without a drama so far.
You know, we go to Imola and at this point they'll be finishing the race.
Yeah,
they'll have finished the race.
Popping the champagne, exactly. 6 hours 15 in. Race will be done. Let's see if we can garner anything. Bruce Ioani is racing down there. Let's see what the team have got to say.
So last lap you get the feedback that there is something wrong?
Well, I mean, it's just that the rear is hanging in the air all the time. I don't know if something is wrong. It's just that, I don't know, that's the feeling I have. Maybe nothing is broken. I have no idea.
The rear is hanging in the air a lot. Maybe something is broken. I've got no idea. Well, they've had an examine. Bruce Ioani is down there. He'll grill them. He's good at that. Thumb screws out.
It's good, though, that the team acknowledged the driver's feeling and the complaints or concerns, and you know, it's a new car, and I'm glad that they took it seriously enough to go around checking everything.
And as he was leaving the pits, I could just see the 87 Lexus being rolled out onto the aprons. That looks like the issues there for what brake balance it was, wasn't it? That Lou was telling us that car may well be coming back into the fray.
And they had enough time down at Lamborghini to actually do that. They're not really in the race with the Ferrari in front of them. The Peugeot is 13 laps behind, and with the Isotta Fraschini, pretty much where they are out the race as far as we're concerned. They did the right thing there.
Yeah, 100%. And bearing in mind the speed that their only car is doing, their only car, they, first of all, safety is the prime issue, and secondly, they want to make sure that if something is going astray, they can fix it and gain more mileage. So it's all about keeping the driver safe and accumulating data.
Well, and also making it through to the end is that's the first thing you got to do in an endurance race. There's no point ignoring a very experienced driver's comments like Danny Kvyat, and then you ignore that and the car ends up in the gravel trap or in the barrier, and it's a little bit of a humiliating time. It's better to do what they did when you're not really in the fight with cars around you. Unfortunately, the speed's not there, but let's just get to the end of the race. Let's survive it, and the more laps you can do, the more you learn, and the better you can be in the future.
More employers need to be like that. Don't hire knowledge and then ignore it. In the pit lane is the number 5 Porsche from Penske Motorsport. This is the car Michael Christensen brought in from 4th place. And again, lots of looking around. They're checking all the ducts. Lots of air flows through the body in these cars. So with the air comes all those bits of rubber you're seeing there, all the marbles, and a lot of them get flicked up in the air by the car in front. They'll go through, they're hot, they're sticky. If you put them on your finger, they stick to your finger. So it's not even like chewing gum, it's much more sticky than that. It's like a blob of honey or something. It will stick to an air duct, it will stick to a brake vent, and they start to accumulate and block the airflow that gives you grip, that gives you cooling. So all of those are super important to be cleared out during the pit stops. 51 is in as well, Sanjay Pierre Guidi.
No further action called between the 54 and the 27. That was the move for the lead in GT a little while ago at the final turn. That's the way I saw it, was no further action.
No, I agree with that decision. I'm surprised it was really even looked at. It was a hard move, but I think the move was fair enough.
I wonder if it was reported from the judge of fact at the marshal's post that he thought there might have been contact. It didn't look like there was, but...
Oh no, there was very much contact. You saw the mirror go up on the inside.
In which case there's contact, it's always investigated.
Exactly, but you know, in that kind of move, it does take two. And I stand by what I said in the first place. If to do that against a bronze driver, you're putting a lot of trust in them for their awareness. But if that was if you were looking at two professionals there from gold rated above, that's an absolute common move to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Further troubles for the 81 car. CF Sports getting deep into this race now. This is where be one or two of these teams hoping this has been a 6-hour event, but
and it's funny when you see how excited people get in an endurance race qualifying session. That car was on pole position, and wow, what a momentous occasion, and the medals were handed out, and you know, this right now, what you're looking at, that's what endurance racing is about. You daren't be in this position with a car in the garage.
Driver out of the car as well.
Yeah, and the wheels are coming out from under the car. That's going nowhere.
I think that might be maybe a game over. We'll have a word with Corvette, see what they will tell us.
Well, I'm sure Tom Ferrier will give us chapter and verse. We talked about the stickiness of the rubber. All those black marks on the front of the cars, that's not insect squash.
No.
That is balls of rubber bouncing off and leaving a black smear on the car.
Here's what I like about our two friends from the GMPR team, Ryan Smith and David Lewandowski, is see what they'll tell us.
They're sending cake?
And as soon as I said that on air, my little WhatsApp group piped up with Ryan is typing.
Spring changes for development on the 81 using this as an extended test session is most common.
So they know there's nothing to be gained at this point. They can't get into the points, use the time they've got to do work that's going to do good further down the order.
This is a 10-hour test session for some of these cars, and it's now a potentially 3-hour test session for the 81 car if they feel there's anything left to be tested.
Sebastian Buemi getting out of the way there of the, is that the lead Porsche that's just coming through?
Wow. The sunroof on that car camera is quite spectacular.
That is the access to the main hospitality area.
And there's the nitty-gritty of motor racing. This is the level at which you start. This is what journalists are given to do. I'm joining the Bentley crew for Le Mans. You're washing wheels, mate. That's what you're doing.
Exactly right. I can remember one of my guys the Spa 24 Hours doing exactly that. If you're listening to Paul Slinger, that was a long time ago.
And do you know what? Because that's literally the only job that somebody with no qualifications is even remotely trusted with. And that includes bringing coffee and sandwiches into the garage. You can't be trusted with that either because there are laptops.
By the way, Paul, now a pretty senior commercial solicitor and was washing wheels, and I'm happy to be doing it.
But it is, I mean, it's all part of it. Why are they washing them? Because preparation of the car is critical, and because, as we've just seen, rubber, muck, debris, brake dust and everything gets onto the wheels, and it affects their balance, it affects their cooling, and yeah.
As you've seen, there was a young lady doing that wheel washing there. And lest we think that that's what we've got in terms of the female involvement in this paddock, well, look and learn from team principals, from major manufacturer representatives. The Cadillac, a new strategy engineer, and the #1 mechanic on one of those Corvettes, all ladies.
Huge number of female engineers coming into the sport, and really good to see as well. Second placed Peugeot, 94 Peugeot into the pit lane, I beg your pardon, not the 93 car. And that car is Stoffel Van Dorn, currently running last in Hypercar. So Peugeot almost surrounding the entire field with one at the front and one at the tail. And again, between the two teammates, there's this old adage, if you can't beat your teammate, you're never going to win anything. And sometimes it's one incident between competitive cars in the same team that makes a big difference. And here, whatever it was, the spin that cost the 94 car so much time, that is the difference. They have not been able to get back on terms with their teammates. So whether their teammates finish on the podium, win the race, or in the top 6, they're still going to score points. And their rivals, their other teammates won't. Ooh, little bit of contact in traffic between Proton and Proton. This is blue on blue action here. Proton Porsche versus Proton Mustang. There is the 94 car service for Stoffel Van Dorn. He's down and gone. We have 119 laps to go, 6 hours and 24 minutes of racing here in Qatar. The season opener of the FIA World Endurance Championship is turning into the 3rd longest race ever in the history of the discipline. In over 12 seasons, Le Mans clearly the longest.
That's the leader.
That is the leader in GT3. Alex Riberas just avoids the gravel.
And he's just got back on track just ahead of the second place Porsche. That is now a nose to tail back. There is the white
there
Porsche.
Is Bachelor. So where are they now? Absolutely nose to tail, and with another Corvette Lamborghini rather in front of them. Too many yellow nosed cars. The McLaren right behind is not past the battle. 3rd is Maxime Martin in the 46 BMW right now. So
he's almost a lap behind.
Yeah, but WRT, you could be 10 laps behind. If you're 3rd, you still get 3rd place points.
And Backer, he can smell blood here, can't he? He's properly on the attack after seeing that weakness from Riberas in turn 4. That spin has really rattled him, and you can see that opportunity arising as he goes down the inside through turn 1. All of them seem to run a bit wide through there now. It's this point in the race where mistakes start to creep in. Drivers are getting tired, the sun goes down, visibility is a little bit lower than it was before, so the Cadillac really squashes its way through the middle of those two as well.
Alex Lynn on a charge.
Trying to make up ground. 2 platinum rated drivers, as high as you can get apart from an F1 super license, battling for the lead here in GT3. Alex Riberas from Spain and Porsche exponent Klaus Bachelor. Bachelor, not such a familiar name in world endurance circles, but boy, does he know how to pedal a Porsche.
And that move through the traffic from the Cadillac is not what he is trying to make up ground, but he's also trying to fend off a closing Harry Tinknell for his 8th place. And under review is his rejoin. Was that a safe rejoin from his mistake?
Well, I'm not sure how else he could have rejoined, other than by, he didn't lurch straight on track. But we'll wait and see what they make of it. Richard Leeds, another pro driver in the Manthey Porsche lineup. So both their pros, Richard Leeds and Olaf Manthey and Alex Riberas, are Austrian Porsche pedalers par excellence.
That was Backler, not Alex Riberas. But you said Alex Riberas.
Both Mantheys.
Yes.
Did I say Riberas?
Yes.
I meant Backler. Yeah,
right.
both Austrian. Yeah, Alex Riberas, not Austrian.
Is that the Aston in? Number 27's come in, so the leader of this group. Yeah, that's why we've got now the 91 car.
Takes the lead.
Sorry, the 92 car.
He's going by Matteo Cressoni in that yellow-nosed Lamborghini. The number 60 car, driver change here.
Now, what are they going to do with these tyres? I'm sure they'll do the tyres.
Mancinelli getting back in.
It will be.
He's got an hour or so to do.
So he's lucky in a way that spin came right towards the end of his stint, because otherwise he would have been struggling with those tyres at the rear. And we've already seen that problem arise once before in this race.
I think the pendulum has just swung towards the Porsche here.
That could be a very costly mistake. He had what was the lead? It was a what?
5.
Only 5 second lead.
5 seconds.
Before the spin?
Yes. Yep. Ferdy Habsburg, what's he going to say here?
Struggling a lot with front locking and entry stability at the moment. Which corner mainly? Turn 16 is quite bad at the moment, and in the high speed I'm struggling with the front.
Oh, so that's a bad combination. He's got a car that's on the nose, as they say, as he's turning into the slower speed of turn 16 when he's braking. He's also got front locking at the same time as the car being nervous at the rear, and then he gets to the high speed and he's got understeer. That's a difficult one.
Understeer,
not easy
oversteer,
to, yeah.
wobbling free. Yeah, no, it's...
I've got a headache just from listening to those comments from the driver there. What did you do there?
Doing utterly different things in utterly different types of corner, and that's track evolution and chasing where the grip is and isn't and how the car's responding to it. And again, setup sheet is basically a blank piece of paper for this track, because whatever testing they've done, it won't have been in these conditions, and so they're now you, as an engineer, this is where you really start to go, well, when we used to have that with the such and such, we used to do this. Let's see if we can try and maybe soften up the roll bar or put a little bit less pressure in, or, you know, you play with tyre pressures and the things that you can change.
My mind's whirring as to what I would do. So, I mean, he's feeling the car mechanically is on the nose into the slow speed corner, so he's gone forward on the brake bias to try and mitigate that. But then he's got to the point where he's locking up the fronts at the end of braking. But as he first turns into the corner, he's unsure what the rear is going to do. It's moving around on him. So I'd say mechanically it sounds like a bit of a poor setup, and it's a bit of a band-aid in what he's doing with the brake bias.
Well, some of this as well is the drivers are going to have to learn how the car needs to be driven, and that's a very different deal from an LMP2 car, from whence he is, and from whence they've all come essentially. You know, none of them had full hypercar experience last year, so this is all transition. Sometimes you have to adapt. I mean, you know, even in Formula 1, you have to adapt your driving to what the car needs under the current rule set or in the current conditions.
In an F1 car, speaking of F1, what you would do probably is you'd soften the rear of the car for mechanically to give you more stability on the rear on entry, so that means you could go rearward on the brake bias, but then you'd go up on the front flap, the front wing. These don't have front wings.
Well,
so you have to rely on the ride heights and the pitch of the car. The more of an angle of attack, so the higher the rear is and the lower the front is, that's effectively like increasing your front wing on a single-seater. So it's much more, I feel, more complicated with a sports car to try to create that, to take away the understeer he's got in high speed, but also give him more mechanical grip on the rear and the slow speed.
Change for third coming up. There's the third place car moving off the pit stand. Number 5 Porsche comes across the line and will be in third place now as the Cota exits the pit lane. So change back into the top 3, both Penske Porsches.
And loses the lap as he does so, as he rejoins, because that was the leader coming through again, the number 6 car. A couple of points to make here. That gap we said would come back up as the tyres came into play. It has gone up and it's almost doubled. It's now 19.6 seconds.
In Hypercar.
In Hypercar.
Yeah.
Spot on with that one. We also got a quick graphic, by the way, about the top speeds, the highest top speed we've seen. That's gone to the 93 Peugeot at 193 miles an hour on the back straight here. So that is...
And it's not the longest straight in the world either.
It is not. It is not. Now, you may be watching this and be more familiar with road-going supercars and hypercars and thinking, but there's loads of cars that do 240 miles an hour. Try doing it more than once. Try doing it for 6.5 hours. Try carrying as much of that speed as you can through the corners. And trust me, these are very, very impressive machines.
According to my maths, by the way, with 221 laps of 333 completed, we are at about 2/3 distance.
Correct, Mondo.
6.5 hours. So add another third to that. I reckon there's another 3 hours and 30 minutes nearly.
So we're going to get
to 3 hours and 20 minutes still to go.
Almost at 10 hours.
We are going to be hard up against the 10-hour maximum time limit.
Wouldn't that be lovely if we got 10 hours exactly at the right? Wouldn't that be a wonderful kind of tribute to the event?
And you know, it would be even more lovely if your name's Martin Haven and you predicted the race would be 10 hours.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Exactly. Speed up, guys. Speed up.
They are going as fast as they possibly can.
Is that the 99 car? It is on
Yes,
the way
it
out
is.
to the pits.
Yeah.
So
that's Neil Gianni at the wheel of the Proton, going about as fast as he would do on a bicycle.
Another of our world champions, of course, with Porsche back in the day, and back in a Porsche now.
We've gone down from 3 Formula One drivers to only 2 on track at the moment. Oh no, in fact, I think only 1. Well, Jenson Button's going to bring that back up to Formula One World Championship count. Mick Schumacher is the only Neil Gianni, did he race Formula One briefly?
We've actually got, I beg to differ,
Tested, he didn't race.
We have 5 Formula One drivers on track at the
Stoffel
moment.
Van Dorn's there, Danny Kvyat is there. Okay, now they've just got in,
yes,
or relatively recently, because we lost Robert
Seb
Kubica. Robert Kubica has stepped out, and
Mick Schumacher's out there as well.
Will stepped out as well. Mick Schumacher's still in the car.
And Seb Buemi.
Yeah.
And Lopez isn't out there as well.
He's not out there yet, but I'm just saying on track at the moment. Yeah.
It's again, you know, we look up and down the order, particularly now we've got, for the most part, the full pro drivers out there. It's just this parade of talent. Absolutely wonderful. And better still, with the exception of one driver, that's Seb Bourdais, who's confirmed for the moment just from one race.
Look at this as a great example, sorry to butt in there, of how the driver's rear view camera works. You had the blue flag on the Marshall system, but if you just look to the right hand side of the glove, you get to see the arrows and that proximity measuring device it has built into that. They call it the radar system of the rear view camera, and it goes from green to red the closer the car gets. It's such an impressive system.
Predicts the side of the car it will pass. That was technology debuted at Le Mans with Corvette Racing so long ago that Oliver Gavin was still racing.
I think it was still on 365 lines at that stage.
Yeah, it was. And the other thing is they didn't have those coloured arrows, because back then it was in black and white.
Yeah, and they had
been very ageist.
They had a scribe there doing it with papyrus for him. It goes from green, safe distance, to amber to red, and
Absolutely.
as you said, shows which side the car is
actually,
coming.
at a multi-car race, will predict which class of car is catching you.
Yeah, now, luckily, apart from at Le Mans, you only have one guess. If it's catching you, it's going to be a hypercar.
92 pits from the lead, and confirmation, by the way, that they rejoin after that spin for Alex Riberas is under investigation. We'll wait and see what the result there is.
Driver's change, Bachelor out, and did we see...
This should be Joel Sturm back in the car.
I think it should be, yes.
He's got another hour or so to do.
So this will be close, depending on whether they changed all 4 tyres. I believe they did on the Aston Martin of car 27 last time round. So as they exit the pits here, let's keep an eye on where that 27 car is.
And he's actually coming out with the 777 just ahead of him on pit lane here. There is the 27. Trying to pick out where that is in the order.
Here's that marshal assist, well, combination marshal system on the right, the blue, and you see the arrows pointing to the right-hand side. And so the right-hand side of the rear view camera, it's got the increments, they're seconds. So it tells you how close they're going to be in seconds before they reach you.
Really clever system. Really clever system.
And on the left-hand side of it, you've got, I think it's the distance. So you got the predicted seconds of when it's coming towards you, and then the distance of the car where it starts. So clever.
So that works not just for when you've got a faster car approaching, but when you've got a class. If he stays green, you can see how many seconds he is behind you or how far he is behind you. Change.
Tight.
Is that for position?
It is for fourth.
7 versus 12. That's Mike Conway passing Norman Nato. Now Nato only just out of the pit lane a couple of laps ago, and the Toyota owes us a stop. So Mike Conway, though, up to 4th place.
Second place Peugeot is on pit lane now.
Jenson Button is out on track in the 38 Hertz Team Toyota Porsche. That's 9th ahead of the number 8 Toyota, so that is back in the points now, the number 8 car.
And the car 7's up there still, isn't it? In 4th place. I know they've got to come into the pits again, but they've just been methodically working their way through this race, just trying to maximise what they have, and that's what Toyota have been so good at doing, well, all the way through last season.
Toyota due in 2 laps, so they're running on nearly nil fuel against a very fully laden Porsche, and made the best of the traffic.
That was a great move from Mike Conway, wasn't it? He went to we've seen this move a couple of times from Hypercar today, and Mike really making best work of the traffic, like you say there, Martin. Jumping on the inside. Here's what it looked like from on board. He's got the Jota in front, Lamborghini in front there momentarily. Ducks down the inside, hard on the brakes, judges the braking distance perfectly, and overtakes the Jota number 12 at the same time. And that really showed some good quality driving, classy move there from Conway.
And Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames car. I've got no option but to sit in the middle of the road here between these 2 corners, because I can't take the racing line, because she knew they were coming either side of her, and she was spot on.
Keep straight, breathe in, wait for it, let them all go, and then carry on. It was great driving all around, brilliant awareness, and it's so hard to do in these cars where you're so cocooned and blocked by huge parts of bodywork in your vision.
It's a good turnaround from the Peugeot team, and a minute and 14 seconds on pit lane for them.
Actually, this is much more representative of what it looks like inside the car. So look, you really can't see anything from the right-hand side. This letterbox that you're looking through, the windscreen in front of you is very far away, actually. It's a bizarre, you don't see your front wheels, and you actually see sit a little bit lower than this. So the screen seems so far away. That it's a very odd experience to drive one of these cars. You feel so limited in the visibility.
There's been a change for last place of the running cars in GT. Esteban Masson in the Acodis Lexus has just moved ahead of Charlie Eastwood in the 81 TF Sports.
That's the car that's in the pit garage at the moment, because they're looking to do some development work and some test work with that car.
And the 87, of course, had that long stop with brake issues after it went rally crossing.
Correct.
So, yeah, the two halt in the lane, potentially still running at the tail of the field. At the moment, the TF Sport car isn't running, but 17 of the 18 GT cars are running, and 18 of the 19 hypercars are still running.
Mike Conway on pit lane from 5th place, the number 7 Toyota. It's not been their night. The 5th place at the moment for this car, and we'll drop down the order, of course, during the pit stop, and the 8 car into the top 10 now.
Not yet their night.
No, things can happen, as we know.
We are at 2/3 distance.
I'm looking at a lap counter that says we've still got 110 laps to go.
I mean, it's a monumental amount of mileage that they're going to cover here. 1,812 kilometres is a long. I mean, I'm stating the staringly obvious here. It is a hell of a long way to go. Standard 6-hour race, 1,000 Ks, 1,812 kilometres. That should be getting on for a 12-hour race.
Absolutely. 54 car, by the way. Thomas Fleur's drive time is done. As down pit lane comes the race leader, Laurence Vanteur. He comes in with a minute and 40 seconds advantage, though that will start to tick back all the while he's on pit lane. with the Peugeot of Nico Müller catching, but he's only getting turn 2. I think that lead has gone up since last time around.
I'm not saying they've had a flawless race so far, but I can't remember them putting a foot wrong. They have had a really clean run.
It's been an astounding start to 2024 from Porsche. Winners of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona, winners of the Bathurst 12 Hours second, by the way, at the Dubai 24 Hours, and winners in GT as well of the Asian Le Mans Series last month. So could this be yet another? And by the way, leading both classes.
If we were pushed based on what we saw last year, and somebody said, will there be a Porsche in the top 3, we might have said, Cota might do that, you know. Would you agree?
I wouldn't disagree. I think the other thing is, all of the conversation coming into this season was about whether or not we would see any of the LMDH cars, and I'll explain that term if it's not one that's familiar to you in a moment, be competitive. We saw one of them on a podium last year, and yet here we are with 2 of them in podium positions, including the lead, and they've been dominant. The number 6 car leaves the pits, and the 93 car is finishing the lap.
It's across the line now, so the gap is about 20 seconds, and this car is on warm tyres this time. It's not a full tyre change, and so it will have its initial speed.
So, let me explain just briefly. Hypercar, a genius formula that has drawn together 2 completely different rule sets. One of them born out of the ACO and the FIA, the other realistically born out of IMSA across in North America. All under the Hypercar banner here in the World Endurance Championship, and that was very close as well as it gets the lap back. That's the 38 going by
number 7. That's for position. That's
it is,
Jenson Button tucking up Mike Conway like a kipper.
Okay, so we've got 2 examples there. The gold car ahead is the Porsche 963. That is an LMDH car. There's a car built around a next generation LMP2 chassis, cars we've not yet seen, with a standard hybrid system driving to the rear, and then the manufacturers can choose one of 4 chassis, 4 different chassis makers, their own bodywork and whatever engine they like. The cars behind, because it's both of them behind, are the 2 Toyotas. The car in front is not the Toyota, it's behind at the moment. They are LMH, Le Mans Hypercars. Those cars can be hybrid, front drive hybrid, therefore 4-wheel drive, or don't need to be a hybrid. We'll talk about one of those that's coming shortly. But they drive the front wheels with the electric power and are entirely bespoke, potentially more expensive, but entirely bespoke. It's the manufacturer's choice based on what their marketing priorities and frankly their budget are. And anybody that thinks that's a terrible rule set, I refer the honourable gentleman or lady to the fact we have 19 cars on this grid and 23 at Le Mans.
To what we're watching now. And the deal with Hypercar is you don't have to drive the front wheels either. You can drive the rear wheels only. It's not mandated. You can have hybrid or not. You can have petrol or diesel or hydrogen in the next 5 or 10 years maybe. Who knows? That's the great latitude of it. And if you paint them all black, they still don't all look the same. You know, if they're all in primer, unlike Formula 1, they still don't all look the same because the shape of the car is not mandated. What is mandated is a maximum amount of drag and a maximum amount of downforce, a maximum amount of power and a minimum amount of weight. And those are the essential criterion around which you do whatever you like.
It's shaking a lot again. Not like in the before, but 6.
Copy, Michael. Copy.
He's had the worst of it, hasn't he, Michael Christensen?
Really has, and it's hard to tell whether it's how he's driving, where he's driving over the marbles and everything else, or what he's driving, or maybe just that. Maybe just that we're picking on him by selecting his radio messages while other things have been going on with other teams. And again, I think there's only one way of knowing, and that will be for the team to go and really deep dig the data after the race to say, why was Michael struggling so much with vibration? What was going on with that? Did nobody else just complain because they were actually, the eyeballs were rattling in their sockets so much they couldn't find the radio button? I mean, who knows?
93 with a big brush with the 91 car, and that is cramped his style a little.
Second placed Toyota. Don't do that in traffic.
10 seconds added to the next pit stop for the Cadillac for contact with the number 31. That's the WRT BMW turn 9. And also, it's a drive-through penalty for Esteban Masson for track limits violations.
Now, TF Sport have retired the 81 Corvette. I was right. Oh, I double guessed myself.
Talk yourself out of it.
Oh, that's 50p in the jar. So we have lost one GT3 car and one hypercar in 6 3/4 hours, and we haven't even broken a pit report yet. I think we need to up the pace.
I think we need to do that. So, by the way, if you do know of a charity that would like $1 million, that would be the mistake jar from the for the commentary booth of the first two races here.
While we watch the number 5 Porsche closing in on the Jota, Louise Beckett, what do you know from the pit lane?
Valentino Rossi is back in the 46 BMW. He's got a fresh set of Goodyear tyres and he's back out now.
So what we say is the doctor will not see her now. Jenson Button under pressure from Mike Conway. Jenson having tucked up Mike a couple of laps back to snatch that 7th place away. Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche, 1.8 seconds now behind Jamie Davis stroke Norman Nato. Not sure quite which one it is in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota car. So again, both Jota cars, well, not quite in the top 6 yet. They've got to catch Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari, but really strong race from them. Really strong race from the Penske Porsches. 99 Proton is the only one really that hasn't unlocked the pace of the Porsche.
Indeed, an hour and 17 minutes we need to see from Valentino Rossi in this stint and whatever follows to meet his 2 hours and 55 minutes. Another car on pit lane just rolling beneath us now, and that is
V8.
That's the 87 car with his stop and go. It's a drive-through for that car.
That's that's the grumbling Lexus. It doesn't have that sort of Japanese technical yowl that you expect from an RCF.
No,
it actually sounds much more like they've just stuck an LS motor in it.
It's not one of those kind of watchmaker screwdrivers. It's a sledgehammer. Yeah. That's what it is, and all the better for it.
Brutiful is what you would call it.
I quite like that.
Brutal and beautiful. That's a Corvette phrase that after all these years I've only just come up with. I'm not quite sure what the leaderboard there is. It looks like you're a sim racer and you've got your sort of leaderboard there. We need to find out what that is in the Toyota.
It looks like the kind of thing you put those loyalty stickers on for a free cup of coffee, but I don't think it's that.
But you get a star every time you meet your fuel delta. I genuinely have no clue what it is. I don't remember having noticed it before. Did notice in one of the cars, maybe the Cadillac, on the A pillar, the windscreen pillar, they had a strip with all of the pit allocations. I thought, not sure you need to know where Lexus are pitting. You just need to know what colour your guy's suit is when he's waving the arrow at you.
Well, I did say, didn't I, that nightfall comes quickly here, and this, by the way, is the Ferrari on very old rubber.
Well, look at various newness. Raffaele Marcello, 8 laps in on the left side only changed, 37 laps in on the right side, 46 on the Ferrari and 78 on the outside. Did we had somebody with nearly 100 laps on their right side?
I think you said something like 70, 80 laps, something like that. So, showing real resilience, this Michelin rubber.
Look at the progress of the two cars. 15 up and down there like the Assyrian Empire, and right behind, flat line, 16th position all the way through so far for the 51 Ferrari. After that rear deck blew off because of the contact, they have not been able to recover one place in the race. Driver change.
Michael Christensen climbing out, and this was after we heard again that he was suffering vibrations in this car.
And he did not rush out of the car. That looked like somebody who's got quite a lot of lower back problem actually getting out of the car.
I think he just caught something under that belt.
Oh dear. Well, if you catch something under the belt, normally that's a very uncomfortable moment. smooth operators. 4 operatives only allowed to change the tyres. So 1 with the gun, 1 with the tyre. None of your 16 people 2-second Formula 1 changes.
And again, that's an important distinction for anybody finding the World Endurance Championship this year, for whatever reason it is. And by the way, whatever reason it is, you're really welcome and welcome to the show, which is amongst the ways in which cost is governed is that restriction on the number of people allowed hands on or over the pit stop line.
And in the garage. And
that
on
was
site. Whoa, a biff. For the 78
31 of the 78.
Lexus.
I think there's damage to that Lexus as well. I think there's smoke from the rear. Smoke to the rear of that car.
That would sound like there's a penalty coming the way of the 31 BMW. That's Sean Gillale, another ex-LMP2 racer.
He's pushed the rear bodywork onto the wheel of that Lexus, the 78.
Now 31, he was in a hurry because Marco Sorensen in the D-Station Aston is right behind. That BMW Aston Martin battle is a battle for position. It is the battle for 4th place in GT3, and the BMW ahead of them in 3rd is Valentino Rossi in the 46 car.
Yeah, Valentino, by the way, does need a bit of help here. He's not going to bridge that gap on pace. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds to Daniel Mancinelli.
The problem in that moment into turn 1 with the 2 GTs, it was actually a 3 into 2 situation. The move was happening. And you got a car coming out of the pits as well, and that created the pinch point. I think the move from Gillale, was it Gillale and the BMW? Yeah, it was on the late side, but would have been okay, probably, without this car number 5 coming out the pits as well. But I mentioned it at the start, the pit lane is a bit of a precarious one here.
That's
what it looked like on board.
But we also got a better look at the damage to the right rear of that car. It has just pushed the bodywork onto the wheel. So my guess is it's gonna either fall off or it's gonna do damage there.
It's one of those unfortunate things of where the pit lane bleeds into it, but with the driver doing the overtake or potential overtake, having a look down the inside, you also see the car coming out from a pit lane, and you can see from this shot, it shows it very well how it's so close. I don't know why when they design these new circuits that they don't take into account the fact that the pit lane can go through the inside of the corner, perhaps. I don't know, they've built these new buildings on the inside, but you could maybe feed out the pit lane on the outside before turn 2. Might have been a safer way to do it, but that's all part of circuit design, and it's not easy to get right. I'm sure they had their reasons.
103 laps to go, 32.6 seconds is the gap now, runs sponsor to Nico Müller, and Müller has a further 30 seconds on 3rd place Norman Nato. It is Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport, number 6, taking in the lead. The 93 Peugeot has been there all afternoon, now into the evening. Hertz Team Jota 3rd.
That's a tricky one. See Mike Conway going around the outside of the D-Station GT car. And I was speaking to Jenson Button actually about this. He said because the GTs have got ABS, anti-lock brake system, they can brake incredibly late into those kind of corners. And you feel like the move is done. And you look in your mirror, you can't believe they're still hanging on in there, let alone coming back at you as well before you get to the apex of the corner. And you daren't turn in, and you're unaware of where they are. So, yeah, one of the problems that is created by such an incredible system on these new cars obviously wasn't there last year in the GTE category.
Yeah, cars are a little less physically demanding than GTE cars. They've got a little less in terms of
the Lambo off there. Sorry, Martin. Yeah, the Lambo just off in one of the Iron Dames car.
Now that car is not on the same lap as this battle. Yeah, Michelle Gatting. They've gone a lap down. That Lamborghini again, relatively new here to all of this, new on the tyre as well. So whatever Lamborghini know about racing Gallardo's, it's not been on this tyre. There you can see she's trying to clean off some of the muck on the tyres. The Codis ASP car of Kelvin van der Linde behind the 78 car is not in a battle for position. That is a battle for position. That's a change. Marco Sorensen goes by Sean Gillale. He's going to hang on there, but the BMW Hypercar on the inside is going to ease him offline. Gillale might have a chance to come back courtesy of another BMW. Ferrari goes around the outside. That's the 50 car.
The awareness you need from Sorensen there. See, he would have been looking in the mirrors at the Ferrari coming around the outside, and you want to be drifting out there onto that curb, thank you very much, and suddenly you're having to make way for the Hypercar. I mean, your eyes are everywhere, but a great move down the inside, late on the brakes. Like we said, you don't see any lockups on these cars because of that anti-lock braking system, and it encourages you to brake very hard. You just slam your foot on the brake pedal as hard as you can.
And right behind them now, that white Porsche with the yellow highlights, 92, Manthey Pure Racing. That is the GT3 leader. So he is now about to put a lap on the battle for 4th place.
It really goes to show the level of dominance and that car crew today.
And we're counting down with just 100 laps to go at the end of this one. Just 100 laps to go. Look at that, Sky. Wow.
I just stepped outside for a bit, and the temperature really has fallen as well. So it's gonna create a bit more grip for in terms of downforce. The air density comes down and goes up. The air density increases, so that gives you more downforce. It creates a bit more drag, but also that cooler air gives you more power as well. So globally, it's a win. The tyres as well hang on in there even longer. So we've already seen, like I say, some drivers eking out their tyres over 90 laps with 101 laps to go.
Just seen a message I've never seen before on our little WhatsApp group with the Cadillac and Corvette guys. The next stop for the number 2 caddy, energy only. Not a fuel only stop, energy only. So now we're starting to really get into the fact that it's not just liquid fuel, it's an energy consumption, however it's generated through the entire stint, and that's where we need to start looking at.
And that's something else we should really explain, which is, if you're familiar with the WEC and its LMP1 days, you remember the hybrid boost. There's astonishing machines. Doesn't work like that anymore. The LMDH cars, the Caddies, the Alpines, the BMWs, the Porsches. That is the rear drive system that has got the hybrid system on all the time to the rear wheels. With the LMH cars, Totas, the Peugeots, the Cota, now no longer with us here, and the Ferraris have a speed limit. Lamborghini Alpine LMDH. That is a speed limited deployment of the electrical energy, but when the electrical energy comes in, the engine throttles back. You're going to get the maximum of around 680 horsepower. It's not a boost, it's a boost in efficiency. It's
exactly what a hybrid road car does. In something like a Prius, the electric motor cuts in, or the internal combustion engine motor cuts in, depending on where you're drawing power and how, in that case, how much you want to draw. But here it is a blend of the two, and when the hybrid comes in above the certain speed that's mandated by the rules, depending on tyre size and which axle it's driving, then that just bleeds out some of the internal combustion engine power by replacing it with the electrical power. So yes, it's not an overboost, it's not a boost button, it's not a push to pass like it used to be effectively in the LMP1 era, where you had so much extra power. Now your maximum power is still your maximum power, whether you generate it by hamsters in a wheel or more traditional manner.
And, efficiency is just as much the watchword as performance, and you'll see that with the cars on broadly the same strategy, squeezing more mileage out the same package.
Well, the thing is as well, in terms of energy, you've got the electrical energy as well as the fuel energy from the petrol, or the 100% biofuel, yes. I should say. From the excrement from the wine industry, they're using that to create biofuel. And these cars are 100% sustainable fuel. So for all of you that like your red and white wine, keep drinking, because you're fueling the World Endurance Championship. You're actually helping.
And in the long-term future. And it's not something that would have been used for agriculture or fertilizer or so. It is biomass that is unusable, that previously was being binned, basically, that is now creating fuel. And again, in all the different combinations we're looking at, this may well be a way forward. Matt Campbell in number 5 Porsche, battling with the number 7 Toyota. This is now for 6th position. Outside, you're clear.
That was pretty inevitable, wasn't it? They've had so much speed this weekend, particularly this guy, Matt Campbell. He was your pole position driver from yesterday, and he's continued to show such speed all the way through this event. So yeah, it's just incredible to see a Porsche catch, pass, and pull away from the champions from last year.
Just in that one corner, that right-hander turn 5, the Porsche looked so much more darty on turning, really alive, and the Toyota looked a little bit more relaxed. And maybe it's just the way he drives it.
It's the tyres as well at this stage. I mean, the car has been quicker anyway, but when you see a car pulling away at this rate of knots, it's tyres as well. Mike's been out there for quite some time on this set.
Now, Matt Campbell, 2.6 seconds behind the Jota 38 car of Jenson Button in 5th. Okay, Matt, your new target is Jota 38, 2.6 seconds. It's Jenson Button, go get him. Those are the sort of messages that engineers are giving drivers to gee them up enormously.
And that was an important pass for Campbell there to get past Conway. The Toyota has been quite difficult to overtake for some of the faster cars out there, as it's got pretty great straight line speed compared to, say, like the BMW. We saw that seems to be lacking a little bit compared to the fights we've seen from before. I think it was the Ferrari actually managed to overtake earlier on in the race, and we're riding on board with Pierre Guidi now in the number 51 as he comes up to the back of the BMW. So the BMW not quite as quick, it seems, in the straight line before turn 1 as the Toyota. But yeah, so that was a pivotal move, I feel, for Matt Campbell to get past Conway on his race back up through the field. He's got the car to do it, and it's so enjoyable when you've got the equipment there under you. The lap times are coming, the car feels great, and you're seeing cars in the distance now. Jenson Button in front of him by, what is that now, 5 seconds? So he can see him. You can hear the car just clobber that curb pretty violently.
Well, that's the floor clumping down on the peak of the curb, isn't it? As the wheels straddle it, the cars run fairly low, not incredibly low, but fairly low enough that when one wheel goes outside the curb, it's the central bit. It's like going down a grassy track when you're in the wheel tracks, and the centre of it is much higher. Carving their way by the 59. That is Nicholas Costin. The 59 is now behind 95. United Autosports McLarens are fading as the race progresses.
I wondered why Marcello was slightly offline there on the exit of turn 7. But why are you missing the apex of turn 8? Just because he was making the overtake on McLaren.
Now then, if you said to BMW, you'll be ahead of the 51 Ferrari that won Le Mans last year in your first race, they'd be going, wow, take that. Not really the way that's panned out. This is the battle for 15th place at Ferrari in 16th. And you said, at the end of the straight here, the Ferrari was closing up on the BMW, but look how much the BMW's pulled out in one lap, just because the way traffic has fallen. It's going to take another handful of laps for the Ferrari to get back in position to be able to try and make a pass for a spot 5 places out of the points.
And it's so hard to stay motivated as a car crew. I've been there myself before as a driver, when things haven't gone your way in the race. So with Pierre Guidi, for example, to stay motivated and as hungry as you were at the start of the race when you're starting from a clean sheet, and you know that the car should have had more potential to have a better result, and now you're fighting down in 15th, like you say. Collectively, that's where you need to be strong as a car crew, and also rely on your team as well to stay motivated, to crack on with the pit stops as fast as you would be if you were leading the race or within a podium position. So I know it sounds silly. Lots of people say, yeah, but that's your job. You have to be driving full speed all the time. But to find that last tenth of a second and take the kind of risks necessary, it is a challenge.
And it is all mental. 7 hours into the season opener for the FIA World Endurance Championship in Qatar. First visit ever to the Kingdom of Qatar, to the Lusail International Circuit, with a flyover from the Alzheimer Academy.
Green flag, start of the formation
the national
lap.
flag waving the cars away for the first of 2 formation laps in this no tyre warmer era. A brand new era beginning, 19 hypercars, almost double the number we've ever had before, and 18 GT3 cars, a whole new world for Hypercar and GT3 beginning. And around the outside of the front row starters, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari taking the lead as the 94 Peugeot got tagged into a spin by the number 2 Cadillac. Porsche already right in the mix early on. In the GT class, contact as well. Iron Dame's Lamborghini there into the side of one of the rivals in a three-way battle for supremacy. The pole-sitting Corvette being passed early on by the 92 Pure Racing Porsche. Peugeot with more pace on a track that really suited them, battling with the number 5 pole-sitting Porsche and the number 6 car as well, trying to move up the order, getting by the number 6 to challenge for the lead, and then the Peugeot rather, under attack from the Porsche, coming back at them. Drive-through penalty for the number 50 Ferrari would take them out of the early hunt. That was for entering the pit lane across the white line, and then a mistake by the leader, Nico Müller, allowing Laurens Vanthoor to go through in the number 6 Porsche to take the lead. That was within the first hour of the race, and 6 hours later they continue to lead. Drama for the 51 car after contact with a GT3 car in traffic, the back of the car separating, the car picking up a puncture and shedding its entire rear structure, and that took several laps to rebuild and reconfigure. Problems for the 81 Corvette TF Sport with a gear shifter issue. Valentino Rossi's BMW going strongly in the lead group in GT3. GT3 producing as much close racing as the overall hypercar battle. No LMP2 in the
30 seconds to full course yellow.
In the championship, the only delay so far has been a brief full course yellow for debris. Some close battles in traffic among the GT3 and hypercar crews. It is Manthey Pure Racing who lead in GT3. Number 6 Penske Porsche leading overall, and somebody running very wide there out of the first corner. So after 7 hours and 8 minutes, this is where they are. Porsche, Peugeot, Porsche, Hertz Team Cota, ahead of the privateer Ferrari in 4th, Hertz Team Cota in 5th, and Porsche in 6th position. So now with a 99 Proton car just outside the top 10, we've gone from 5 to 4 Porsches in the top 10, and all of them are in the top half dozen. So Porsche with a very strong game here. In the GT class, Manthey's Porsche leads from the Heart of Racing Aston and WRT's BMW. D-Station Aston in 4th, WRT's second BMW in 5th. The best of the Ferraris now in 6th position. 2 cars have retired, the 81 Corvette after gear change issues and other problems, and the Zotta Fraschini retired after about 6 hours of racing. We're inside the final 100 laps, down to nearly 90 laps to go. Andre Lotterer watching from the Porsche Penske garage. They are currently in a very strong position. Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin in the booth, Louise Beckett and Bruce Ioani in the pit lane. And Graham, a fascinating race, and still impossible to tell who's actually going to come out on top here. But the number 6 car does look like it's having a bit of a charmed life.
It does look very strong indeed, and that gap, remember, down to single number of seconds. And with long tyre life on that Peugeot chasing, now up to 42 seconds.
So we reckon probably another 2 hours, 20 minutes of racing still to go. We should get way beyond 9.5 hours. We're 7 hours, 10 minutes in. It does look maybe as though the Peugeot is keeping itself in competition with the Porsches in front and astern, while using fewer new tyres. We saw at Le Mans when it was at its absolute best was when the grip level declined a little bit, and maybe in the cooler temperatures the team were hoping that it would come to them. Here's our 4th place car, the best Ferrari in the race.
Would not have written this story before tonight. No. Excellent stuff from AF Corsa. Here's a car that's been struggling through this race, but it is very, very early days for the Lamborghini Iron Lynx effort with the SC63. One of the cars making its global debut here, of course, this evening.
Yeah, that's what IL stands for there, Lamborghini Iron Lynx. Iron Lynx, the team that are running, have run the development program for this car. Edo Mortara getting back in, and of course Iron Lynx also running 2 Lamborghini Huracans in the GT3 category.
I think we're hearing from
Louise
Louise
Beckett in the pit lane. Hello, Louise.
James Collado is getting ready to get back in the 51 Ferrari. He's not been in the car since that incident where they lost the rear of the 51. I was speaking to the team earlier and they were saying they still do not understand how it was suggested that it was James's fault with that incident.
Okay, well
I don't think they served a penalty for it, did they? But he was given a warning for it.
Meanwhile,
however.
much the same, we did hear that there was the stewards were looking at the rejoin after the spin for Alex Riberas aboard this car. Now with Daniel Mancinelli trying to chase down Joel Sturm. 8 seconds the gap. It's a reprimand for the Heart of Racing Pro driver after that spin and rejoin in front of the pack.
Yeah, we never did see the moment clearly enough, did we, with Collado when he eventually lost the rear end of the car. We didn't see the exact cause. We know that he got hit from behind.
But with side-by-side contact with the McLaren right rear of the Ferrari hitting one of the McLarens.
Yeah, it was James Cottingham in the car.
And in traffic, and Collado was whistling through, and the McLaren was trying to take its racing line, and there were 2 into 1 didn't quite go. But I mean, and never mind whether the reprimand was justified or not. Slight worry that the contact that didn't damage the McLaren at all to make them even think about pitting took the entire rear end off the Ferrari and gave it a puncture.
This could be quite the moment. 9 times two-wheel world champion Valentino Rossi in a podium position and being chased down by double WC champion Marco Sorensen, the Aston Martin, for the final podium position in GT.
First started commentating on Valentino Rossi when he was in the Spanish Campeonato Velocidad, when he was racing 125cc motorcycles in the Spanish National Championship when he was 14. So had never been in the same paddock other than an occasional visitor to MotoGP. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's really interesting to see his development as a race driver and how well he has come on. Of course, famously, John Surtees became Formula One world champion after being a multiple motorcycle champion. Mike Hailwood, perhaps regarded by many as perhaps the most gifted motorcycle racer ever, also raced in Formula One and probably could have had better results, but you know, in this era, Valentino has been head and shoulders above most of his rivals for most of his career and is absolutely in there swinging with some of the best GT drivers in familiar machinery.
Well, we heard with him talking to Louise Little earlier on, 2 things, didn't we? Both the passion and the application that he's bringing to this. It's very warm.
Yeah, they've got to get that car out there as quick as possible because the left front brake is on fire. It will sort itself out once it gets going again. Yeah, but that's the heat soak we often talk about. You leave the car standing there long enough, these carbon fiber brakes get up to around 700 degrees Celsius, and as you sit there without the airflow going over them, that just increases in temperature.
Yeah, we saw that dramatically in one of the Porsches at Le Mans, didn't we? Actual flames from the brake disc rather than anything else. Valentino Rossi doing a very strong job. And Marco Sorensen, nobody's fool in an Aston Martin. One of the ace drivers in, for many years, Aston Martin's Dane trains.
And a delight to have him back in the championship after a year or so away. And he's delighted to be back as well, been broad smiles every time I've seen him in this paddock.
And with AMR as well, so back with the people that design, develop and build the car, ProDrive. So yeah, AMR back in the fold. In fact, we had them at the beginning of last season, but not by the end of it. This car, or in that livery, was run by TF Sport. It was the Heart of Racing car taking over from the 98 car of Paul Dall'Olana, which was run by AMR.
That's the more delayed of the 2 Peugeots. The car running in 18th place. We've so far lost a car apiece in both classes. It's sort of Fraschini with an as yet unknown problem. 81 had its problems through the race, and I think they gave best to that to retire the pole-setting car.
It's impressive stuff from Valentino Rossi here, I've got to say. He hasn't quite got the speed of Sorensen, but I mean, you can't blame him for that. Sorensen, as you said, multiple champion in GT racing, and he knows that car like the back of his hand, even though it's the GT3 car now. But Rossi's holding his own. You see it coming into the pit lane, just a bit of a smoky lock-up there from the 94 Peugeot.
Yep.
But as long as you get down to the speed limit by the line. That's all that matters. But yeah, going back to this fight between Valentino Rossi and Sorensen here, Rossi's just holding his nerve really, and keeping checking the mirrors, not making any mistakes. And I'm impressed that Sorensen hasn't managed to find his way past already.
Rossi has been learning his trade, as Martin was saying earlier. There's that car recovering.
Yes, it is. Gravel coming out the back of the Alpine. This is the 36 car, Mick Schumacher. So where is he on track? This is 13, 14. Yeah, 12, 13,
top 10, by the way.
So he's gone off somewhere down corner 9, corner 10. Has he had a trip across the gravel? Let's see.
So look.
Oh, yes,
it
he
was
has.
over that gravel. It was over that gravel field. And lucky to keep that out the barrier as well there.
Well, he had gone down the inside, probably a little bit too late into turn 9, as we saw with Alex Lynn.
Being very safe with his rejoin there.
This is the moment. So this is turn 7, and then you've got turn 8, the left-hander, and he's going to send it down the inside a little bit too... Oh no, to be fair, he was more alongside than I thought he would be. And I think he was just completely unsighted in a way from the GT guy. I don't know who he was overtaking.
It was one of the Ferraris.
Yeah, it was one of the Vista Ferraris. He comes around, so he won't get pinged for an unsafe rejoin or anything. But he committed and then locked up. Bit of a moment, and then onto the gravel. Heck of a moment.
Well, the moment came held because he got turned in on. He didn't arrive at the apex on the inside.
Okay, copy. Can we check the car? All is okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I don't really, from what I saw from the onboard, I was expecting a much later move like we saw from Alex Lynn into that turn 9 corner. It wasn't like that. He just as he wanted to turn into the corner, you saw the hit, and he was actually, I think his car was at least alongside. So yeah. I think that was just, you have to call that a racing incident.
It was the Alpine I was looking at, and in fact now we had a little longer look at that from the onboard camera. It's not what I thought it was, which is allocation. It's obviously a whole list of the map functions for when you're stopped. This is where we go, and that takes you to there, and that takes you there. There are 2 or 3 of them that are highlighted, so they're clearly more likely to be used ones. But it's a brand new car to all their drivers, and when it stops going, you need to be able to work your way through the things that need doing.
I am massively impressed with the reliability to this point from that team. Both cars, massively impressed. It's a very new car. So we'll listen to what's going on with Seb Buemi in the inner brakes. Tota?
Just check the exit of turn 6. I mean, the car is shaking like a kangaroo. I don't understand why you cannot find the solution. It's shaking like hell.
Copy, Seb. The guys are going to have a look. 15 to go, mate. 15 to go. You're doing well. Very well.
Like a kangaroo. This is Seb, turn 6.
And he had that "I'm driving over a cattle grid" vibrato in his voice that we heard earlier on from Michael Christensen as well. So he is clearly... Drivers struggle with vibration. It's part of the fact of life. These things are noisy and bumpy, and that's just the way it is. But when they start complaining about it, you know it's a big deal. Sorensen sends it very late down the inside of Valentino Rossi. Doesn't have to back it in, but picks up the place. So Marco Sorensen in that Aston Martin now up to 3rd position. So Aston Martin's 2nd and 3rd in GT3, and the Porsche is still leading for Manthey Pure Racing.
Well, Manthey Pure Racing lead. We did have that second Porsche, remember, running second for a long time until it hit problems, gear actuation, and then we're told a plug that had come astray. I presume that means an electrical connector and not a spark plug.
Or a core plug.
But either way, that was the second delay. Then it's 2x2. It's the 2 Aston Martins, 2 BMWs, 2 Ferraris.
Yep. This is exciting stuff. You've got Matt Campbell staring at the back of Jenson Button's Cota now. He's done the job by catching him up. Now the next thing is passing him. So will this traffic help on the run up towards turn 12? They come. Jenson gets through. So does Campbell. So that's 12. Then into 13 and 14. So he's definitely got the speed on his side and the car to do it. Campbell, the car is absolutely flying. He's properly hooked up. But Jenson's going to be very difficult to overtake.
Well, we're keeping an eye on the action here. Just a comment that this is exactly what is needed in international sports car racing. These two cars are essentially identical when delivered, but what the gold-coloured car in front is being run by a private team, the second car is being run by the factory, and they're battling for position. That's what you want to see.
I wonder what their tyre life is like. I don't know if we saw the graphic earlier on, but I would expect to see that Campbell's got slightly fresher tyres on board.
I think he has, but don't forget as well that he's the man who's run the fastest lap out of a Porsche in qualifying, and also the fastest lap out of any car in the race so far. So he is the quickest man on this grid, at least in this car in this race. So. And we talked about it earlier on when he made the pass to go by whatever it was, the Toyota of Mike Conway, 3.8 seconds behind Jenson Button. You know the engineer would have going, you can get him, go on man, go and get him. It's Jenson Button, go catch him. And that's a big carrot for a young professional like
Matt Campbell.
Like Matt Campbell, yeah, or any young professional, is that you've got a Formula One world champion who is definitely not past his sell-by date in the car in front. If you can run him down, doesn't matter if anybody else notices or not, you know that you've got real pace, and that's a big deal.
Well, Jenson finished on the podium at the Rolex 24 Hours in January in the Acura. He's absolutely should be on the pace right here.
Yeah.
It's great watching these two races. Very different ends of the spectrum in terms of their career, but both incredibly talented, of course, and have got the speed here. And in, like you said, Graham, in equal machinery, albeit run by different teams, one the works team, one a privateer, but I mean, that's doing them down really. Jota, it's calling them a privateer team. They operate as if they're a manufacturer, and that's 100%. What Jenson's been so impressed by.
Absolutely 100%.
And I think it's unfair because Jenson's actually really in the very start of his career here as a hypercar driver.
Did you see that? He knew that Campbell was getting closer, so he just moved out to the inside to block the path of what Campbell was trying to do. Campbell will be enjoying this. He desperately wants to get past, but that wealth of experience, not so much in sports car racing, but Jenson gives the look to the inside of turn 4.
Yeah.
Button knew he was there, and Campbell gave him the respect. He gave him the room he needed, because turn 4 is not an easy place to overtake.
Well, don't forget, Campbell still thinks a podium is absolutely guaranteed for that car. Taking the nose off on the back of Jenson Button in a rash move is definitely not helping that target. The other thing is that you'll learn tricks from Button by following him that you might not have thought about in your own car, and because it's the same car, it will translate directly. What Jenson's doing, you'll know where your car is stronger or weaker against some of the rivals, so you'll also have a pretty good idea of where Button might be vulnerable. You've got to try and turn that around.
Didigash, the team principal for Hertz Team Jota, traffic including another privateer 963 ahead. This could be a moment. That is going to be Neil Jani. He's not going to be that keen on being passed.
So they're coming up to lap Neil Jani, and then these two are coming up to be lapped by the other Jota car of Norman Nato.
I mean, the races are now getting so long that we're starting to see this, which we won't in regular WEC races. Kevin Esty in the Penske garage.
That's that lead, by the way, stabilised at 42 seconds, as Norman Nato, by the way, will not go by here because he's just taken the number 12 car down pit lane.
Yep. Interesting to note that the 94 Peugeot is running a full medium setup. What does that tell us? Well, it tells us that the 93 team, without committing, are getting all the feedback on whether that's going to work or not, and that might pay dividends in the end. Norman Nato is out of the 12 car. They are doing single stint, single stint, single stint. If you've got the time to do it, it helps keep the drivers fresh.
Well, it's working for them.
It is working for them.
They are in a strong podium position at the moment.
Yeah, Jenson in 5th, being chased by Matt Campbell.
They've been there all day with both cars. So have Porsche Penske Motorsports.
And the sole interloper in the, two sole interlopers in the all Porsche lead group. One Peugeot, one Ferrari. was a rather unfortunate garage shot. I quite fancy a brew now, don't you?
Especially if the driver looks over at that exact moment and sees his car crew just sitting there, gently relaxing with a cup of tea.
Yeah. That's good though, because you know that they're not feeling tension and pressure. The guys doing the tyre change will be.
What happened here? Is this the moment an overtake happened?
Not there.
I'm just going to lean on you a little bit through turn 7.
Introducing him to the curves.
I told you it'd be
there.
tough to overtake, then put him onto the gravel. Well, he put himself onto the gravel on the exit of or through turn 8 and 9. This is what it looked like on board.
I wonder if we're going to hear from the number 5 Porsche now. Possibly.
Copy. Just completely ran into me, pushed me straight off.
Mate,
there was a bit of contact.
Mate, that's racing.
This is a World Championship event.
Elbows out. Who said that earlier on?
It's always a brave thing to try and drive around the outside of somebody in a corner.
Yeah.
And Jensen, yes, you know, he let the car drift out wide. There was a bit of contact. The cause of contact was because of Button drifting out wide. I wouldn't say he forced another driver off the track, but it's always a risk to try and just drive around the outside of somebody in a corner. If you arrive and you're already a part of your car ahead before you turn in when you're on the outside, very different story. To try and drive around the outside during the corner, you're asking for compliance from the driver that you're trying it on with. And Jensen did not give anything there.
Meanwhile, back to Adventures in Porsche Hypercars with Jensen Button and Matt Campbell. This is now the battle for 3rd place at this stage.
I think his best opportunity here is to try and overtake him on the inside of turn 1.
I think his best opportunity is if Jensen Button get out of the car.
I said it'd be hard to overtake, but maybe not quite this hard.
Robert Kubica in the Ferrari Garage 83 AF Corsa car, now down to 9th place as we cycle through the next group of pit stops. He's just stepped out of the car. They have made their 8th stop. So too the number 12 car from Hertz Team Cota, and so too the number 5 from Penske Porsche Motorsport.
We're now getting into that area, gentlemen, aren't we, where the pit stops always matter, but particularly because these battles are shaping up towards the end of the race, we're counting back rather than counting forward. This is where that team aspect of sports car racing really comes into it. You cannot afford to put a foot wrong.
And it's where you look at the... Oh, there's the dive down the inside that I was expecting at some point. Button go, oh, and there you go. That's how. Yeah, that's how you play it. So, you know, I appreciate that because it is fair enough, and I think the stewards have to let that one go. They've taken care of themselves.
I told you Campbell would learn something by following Button.
Exactly. What goes around comes around. Jensen knows full well why he got a little slam to the side there.
It's how it's played. That is how the game is played. Jensen saying, you're not going to tuck me up like a kipper. I'm a world champion, Sunbeam. And Matt Campbell going, there you go. We can both do that.
And tell you what, he did exactly to the same degree what Button gave him on the exit chance. It's exactly the same amount of contact.
Let's catch up with the 83 Ferrari team. Robert Kubica out of the car in the garage and fronting up to the mic.
Robert Kubica, the fastest of the Ferrari hypercars out there at the moment.
Yeah, until now has been a quite good race for us. It didn't start nicely before the race. We had some issues on the car, so we had to go to the grid, solve the issue. Then the first stint was quite chaotic. The tires were very cold. The car was all cold. But yeah, we managed well. We did have some couple of contacts, so we have to change the rear tail. So yeah, it's happening a lot of things, but we are, let's say, rolling quite nicely. So let's see.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a good night for the 83 crew.
Yeah,
and that's
so
been one of the
far.
surprise packages of this race to this point.
Apart from the performance of the Porsches and the Peugeots, yeah.
So,
apart from almost every car that's in the top 10, that's been one of the surprises.
Jensen out of the car.
Well, Jensen probably wasn't overly displeased to lose that spot on what was his in-lap.
I think he enjoyed that.
I'm sure he enjoyed it, and that's why he's come back to racing, because it's fun.
Exactly, that's the joy of actually watching his journey since his Formula One career. Is he's doing things that he's really enjoying. You know, every interaction we saw him have at Le Mans last year with the Garage 56 NASCAR Camaro was exactly the same. Joy. Look at that.
But again, even in the height of his Formula One career, the joy of Brawn, and then what did he do for more fun? Went to Lewis's McLaren team, because that was going to be a fun challenge.
And it's been the same since. Baja 1000, GT3 Racing, Super GT, where he's a champion, and that's not easy to do. And now, in a multi-year deal in the World Endurance Championship, we're going to have big fun with Jenson Button.
But it's interesting for a driver like Jenson to arrive into this championship, the World Endurance Championship, and you meet drivers like Matt Campbell. Who's Matt Campbell? This Australian driver. Oh, he was on pole position yesterday. What's he ever done? I'm an F1 world champion. I'm going to show him a thing or two. And you quickly learn that Formula One is just, they're the best single-seater drivers in the world. You arrive into this world.
He is one of them, but some of them.
Well, I mean, you've gone through the world of single-seaters to get to the top. And you're right, it's very easy to actually look down your nose when you're that kind of caliber of driver at other series around you or around the world, and you quickly realise that how niche it is. Every single category, they have their big dogs, and you know, you have to say that Matt Campbell, what he's doing so far this year in the world of sports car racing globally,
astonishing.
He's a big dog, and I think there will be a high level of respect. Even though there was contact between the two of them, there'll be a high level of respect now because of those moments they've just had.
There will be banter about it in the next Porsche Meet the Team, because of course they're both Porsche drivers, and Porsche will bring them all together again, and there will be a little bit of, okay, yeah. But, you know, Jenson was on the podium in Daytona. Matt Campbell's team were on the top step of the podium. He does know who he is.
He does
he has spent a lot more hours racing against him than he has so far here. So, yeah, that's the beginning of a whole new set of stories for both of them this year.
I like watching these kind of relationships and sparring partners that are created in a series.
It's going to be the stories we're telling for the next 8 races. By the way, second place Peugeot on pit lane, Nakamura out, and Mikkel Jensen in for 93.
And a gap that was down to 15 seconds was 45 seconds.
Down to 9 seconds at
All
one
right,
point.
but yeah, it's just about single digits. Is now out to 46, 47 seconds when he came into the pit lane. So the number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vantor has done an astonishingly strong job of getting away from that second place Peugeot. However, with only under 80 laps to go, so only about another hour and 3/4 to go, the Peugeot is still right in the frame.
I would say, by the way, the Ferrari 83 car is dropping off here. That car was, what, 4th? Challenging for 3rd? What feels like an hour 90 minutes ago. I know there's a pit stop cycle to come.
4 cars ahead of it have yet to stop. 3 cars ahead of it, ahead of the position where it was, have yet to stop. So again, as we get into the last hour, which won't be for, well, we're 7.5 hours in, probably won't be for another 2 hours, then, or won't be for another hour. When we get into the last hour, then we're going to start to see, then we're going to want the who's got what left energy graphics more and more frequently. So in a graphics truck, gonna have your tea now, have quite a few minutes, because when we get into the last hour, we're going to need a lot of who's got what.
Well, and also not just the energy remaining, but also the tyre graphics, because with 79 laps to go, we've seen Tyre Life easily achieve that. So you could be getting into the realms now where we're seeing the final tyre stop in the race.
Maybe the final right side, and probably they are, you know, they are saving as many tyres for the left side as possible. You don't have to, in your tyre allocation, it doesn't have to be split evenly, front and rear, or full sets. You don't have to have in your 16 tyres, you don't have to have 4 of each. You could have only 6 tyres for the right side and 10 for the left side, which is the side that gets used most. So, or if it's if the car's particularly tough on the rear tyres, you could have more rears than fronts as well as more lefts than rights. Let's join Louise Beckett and Jenson Button.
Jenson Button, your first race with Hertz Team Cota, and wow, that was good, wasn't it, with Matt?
It was. I don't think he was very happy, but when he tried to go around the outside of me in turn 7, I guess he thought I would take a tighter line than I normally do, but why? And then he just turned in thinking I was driving him off circuit, but I wasn't. I was just in my position for the corner, and I think he was out on the dirt, so he turned in, and we hit as he turned in. So it's a shame. He didn't want to make contact. But then he decided to nail me at turn 6 when he did get past me, which is a little bit unfortunate, but there you go.
All right, thank you.
Cheers.
He knows exactly what was going on. He knows he's just spoken like a true pro.
You know what? He has got a twinkle in his eye.
Exactly.
He would be terrible at poker.
Excellent stuff. All right, so
I saw him go around the outside, and I just took my normal line.
Yeah,
that's where I always go.
Yeah.
Well, he was just introducing to the curbs, you know. But you're right. I mean, as we said, Jenson took a nice, relaxed line through there. When Matt came back on the inside, he gave him racing room and then decided not to.
I think you'll find with Matt that he had just the tiniest of micro lockups at the mid-corner point, and that's just unfortunately sent the car a little bit wide.
Yeah, leader in.
And the 5th place Toyota also on pit lane at the same time, so Lodge Fantor pulls into the pits, gets out of the car.
Number 20 BMW had 1% fuel when it came in, so again, single stinting their drivers.
Yeah, I wanted to see where Toyota car number 7 was, because they're in 5th place, but they're very low down. It's actually just come into the pits as we speak.
By the way, that was a very good stint from Lance Fantor. That's basically saw off the Peugeot. Will that be the stint that actually makes the difference at the end of this race?
Well, he had the advantage, don't forget, of those fresher tyres. We expected it. It was coming.
So where's Peugeot's catch-up going to come in with those tyres?
Well, they've just got the new tyres now, so Mikkel Jensen, 4 new tyres for the Peugeot, but is it going to be right sides only this time? No, it's 4 new tyres for the Porsche too.
So are we going to start seeing double stinting then? This is the BMW, Robin Friends taking over from Rene Rast.
Number 7, Toyota, also go to work. 6 is rolling.
Oh, Toyota's coming out with its nose just in front of the race leader, avoiding losing another lap. That number 7 Toyota is a lap down. The BMW comes out in front of the number 6 Porsche as well.
So the question here then, 77 laps to go, all 4 tyres going on new for that Porsche, the race leader. Can they take these tyres all the way through to the end? Incident involving car 5 and 38. Turn 8 under investigation.
Well, I'm assuming they will also investigate the one at turn 10.
They should leave them. It corrected itself.
I know,
but just leave them alone. It corrected itself.
But it is contact. They are duty bound to investigate, even if there's nothing deemed to be irregular or.
This is the ongoing battle. 83 in the hands of Ye Fei ahead. Chinese driver in the privately entered 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 499P.
Might be the first time in the race that the number 8 Toyota's been ahead of number 7. Can't remember having seen that before. Number 8 does owe us a fuel stop, and it can't be far away. I think they might have gone a lap or maybe 2 longer.
On daddy duty, quite correctly so.
Yeah, that's half of Bamtor right there.
There you go, that's a very proud young lady. Being very used, I'm sure, to seeing Dad at work.
Well, I think she wanted to know if they could go and play Lego yet.
Can we go play Lego yet?
Not quite yet.
What's another Speed Machines 963? How many have you got now?
So Buemi is starting to put pressure now on
he is.
EFA, in which the 83 Ferraris had the advantage the whole race compared to the Toyota. So
they're catching Phil Hansen as well here. Phil Hansen is just ahead here, so this is a battle for 7th place between these 3 cars.
Don't forget that's the 2nd lap out of the pits for the 38 Jota, because Jensen only just brought it back in. It's
Correct.
Not his out lap, but it's the lap after his out lap, so it's still got cold tyres. So they are catching him, you're not wrong. And don't forget, in the first 10 minutes, I think Sebastian Buemi was saying, the race will come to us. Now, this may well be his in lap. If not, then they are properly soft shoe shuffling on fuel.
Well, look at the energy. He's on that 1 bar remaining, so I'm guessing 1%, 2%.
Yeah.
So he
well,
should
I
be
don't think
in
there
this
are
lap.
100 bars, but it's got to be very close there. If there are 20 bars, he's well down in single digits.
I would say he's coming in this lap.
Yeah, ready for him.
Got the glass cloth ready.
76 laps to go. And again, looking up and down the virtual energy tank graphics, it's all over the place.
Alpine 36 is due in this lap as well. Number 8 Toyota, 1% energy left, so it's right down in the depths. And the number 5 Porsche, 9% energy, so maybe 2 more laps. Now the 93 Peugeot, still with a lot of stint to go, but look at the bottom of that timing pylon, 18th place, the number 94 Peugeot. We pointed out earlier on that car on a full set of medium tyres. The most we've seen so far is a right-hand pair of medium tyres and left-hand hards. I wonder what they're learning. That would be really interesting, whether Peugeot can make the difference in this race by having possibly fresher tyres and possibly being able to make mediums work and be quicker than the leading Porsche on hards.
Can this 36 crew come home with a World Championship point or more than 1 point, because they're up and down the order here. Pit that car from, I think it was 6th position, dropping back as the pit stops taking account. Here comes the number 8. But that would be some result for Alpine Endurance Team.
Tyres are on the apron, and it's going to be a driver change. Sebastian Buemi out. And Rio Hirakawa.
Yes.
Rio gets in. Oh, Buemi's limping away as well. Is this dead leg from brake pressure? Is this lack of fluid?
It's from bracing yourself. It's a bit like when you're in a, if you're in a kayak or a canoe and you brace your knees to the outside of the car. You brace yourself the whole time to try and make yourself as tight as possible in the seat to feel the car, what it's doing the whole time. You want to become part of the car, and that's the way that you, when you're going through a corner, you naturally just sort of, you tense up all your legs and your glutes as well to really feel what the machine's doing around you. In a case of the canoe, or you know how, I don't know if you've ever been in one, but it's, you're rocking around and you don't want to fall in, so your whole body goes tense, and that's because you're trying to feel the motion a bit more, and it's exactly the same in a car. So when from lap after lap of doing that, you get out and your body's gone into a bit of cramping.
Oof, ouch.
Quite often the glutes are the tightest muscles that need releasing for a racing driver when you get out of the car.
Is that why I can't drive? Because I've got no core strength?
It's not your core. It's your glutes.
But my bum's not big enough, so I can't drive.
You should come up with several reasons why I can't drive. But
and that's why you see, the drivers sometimes see them wearing the knee pads.
Yes.
Inside, they're facing each other, so it's not to stop your knees from clattering against each other. It's to try, because when you're in the car, you don't want your inside knee to be falling over itself from the G-force towards the other one, and that's where so like in this double right-hander, your right knee will be falling over towards the left knee, so those pads stop that from happening and releases the glutes from doing that job instead. When you're talking about 3G, it's 3 times the weight of your leg as you go through a long corner like that, falling over on itself.
That's like one of your legs against one of my legs.
So in fact, Sebastian Buemi has got cramp, but in his backside as he gets out. That's why he's struggling to walk. Wow. See again, every day's a school day with the number 8 Toyota, and about to be gobbled up, eaten alive by Matt Campbell. 5 will be in this lap. But just makes very short work of going by the Toyota. And that's important, not because he gains a position and the Toyota's going to get it back, but because he's not slowed down on his in-lap. And those vital couple of seconds might be the difference between a position at the checkered flag and not. So he is in from 3rd place. And that will move Hertz Team Jota, car number 12, back up to 3rd. They are currently coming through turn 13, about 2/3 of the way round the lap.
And he'll be hoping that he'll get out there ahead of the number 38 Jota, which I'm sure he will, because he looks like he's going to be staying in the car. Yes, he is. So how many tyres are they going to change, though? All 4 are ready by the looks of it. so timing will be fairly close.
He's definitely going to lose one spot to the number 12 Hertz Team Cota car. But what about the Cadillac? Suddenly that's starting to look like it's got a little bit more about it.
This is the quicker of the two cars, both for the overall fastest lap. It's had the quickest sector in every sector tonight.
Yeah, no tyres, so they're out of sync with the Jota's strategy.
Well, that means they're needing to save a little, maybe. Number 12 has already gone across the line, so now into turns 4 and 5. No tyres, he'll be back up to speed pretty quickly.
Cadillac moves up to 4th.
Yeah, Caddy's just gone past the into turn 1. So again, how tight this field is. One pit stop on strategy, no tyres, short as it possibly can be. It's immediately lost 2 places.
There is ebb and flow to this, isn't there? There have been players who've been in the game all the way through, but there's others that just pop up depending on the ebb and flow of the pit stop. We can hear one of them. It's the predominant sound of the Cadillac.
Well, look where the number 8 Toyota is now, down to 13th place. They came into the pits from 9th.
Yep.
But they've been hovering around the 13th, 14th spot the entire race when everything is level again.
But all this means is any kind of major caution at this point in the race changes everything utterly.
Don't forget, so much of what we see is just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath, in the garage, behind the scenes, there is a lot more going on. You can catch up with some of that in the middle of next week when the first full access program of the season comes out. We have an entirely separate film crew going around with a number of the teams throughout the weekend, and they will bring you inside information. It gives you a broader idea of what the teams are doing, how they manage the race, what the drivers are like, a whole host of great insights in those shows. If you can't wait for that, you can take a look back at all of last year's. They're all on the FIA WEC YouTube site, and if you've really got a lot of time on your hands, then all the race sessions, the qualifying session, qualifying and hyperpole from this week, the first ever of those, and FP3 sessions from the last couple of seasons are up there online as well. There's a wealth of information, and that's before you start getting into the statistical data. If you're watching on broadcast TV, you can watch all the sessions, get all the information, and see all the video as well on the WEC app. And if you want to watch it in person, and why wouldn't you, the next race, Imola, and then Spa-Francorchamps before Le Mans. I think you can still get tickets for the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. So if you've never been to any of those venues, I can heartily recommend all 3.
Well, here's the sell. It's very simple. Whatever motorsport you've been a fan of, or even if you haven't been a fan of motorsport, be prepared to be blown away by the level of access you will get at an FIA World Endurance Championship race.
100%.
It is, you are welcome to ask whatever question you like to almost everybody, almost any time. And I've yet to meet somebody coming to a WC race for the first time that hasn't come away from it thinking, telling me that they've been blown away by the comparison with other major world-class events.
And that is another element of it. This is strictly word of mouth. You know, we don't have the exposure of Formula One and Drive to Survive. If you like this the way we think you do, because you're watching it, and we're 8 hours in, tell a friend, tell all your friends, make them watch the next one, persuade them to go to Imola, to go to Spa. Now then, the 94 Peugeot has just stopped and was on medium tyres, and actually Louise Beckett is close. I think we need to go and see if we can find out from them what they have learned. Maybe it's Bruce's opportunity to go and parlay a bit of the franglais and see, because I think 94 rather, is an experiment for the 93 Peugeot to see whether they can somehow win this race against the head, against that number 6 Porsche that's just carving through the GTs here, and the D-Station Aston running offline and going very slowly. Very slowly.
That's who best are, and I think he's got trouble.
That is 5th place in GT. Is he out of fuel? Everything seems to be attached, nothing's on fire. It's still got the correct wheel count. I'm not sure what's happening there. Where is 777 on the tracker? I can't see him because he's with other traffic.
Maybe it's just a mistake and it's just taken a while to get the marbles off the tyres, but I didn't see what caused him to run off the track.
Look in the wheel arch on the right-hand side of your shot. Look at the rubber that's being thrown up on the inside of the wheel arch, never mind anywhere else. That's where this stuff gets to.
It should definitely not be fuel. Also going to drive through a penalty coming from another GT car, Simon Mann, in the 55 car from 7th place. That should not cost him a place. The next car back is Michelle Gatting in the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 8th place, and she's over a minute back.
70 laps to go here in Qatar. Let's hear from the Cadillac crew. They're currently in 4th place.
Alex currently P4. Porsche number 5, 11 seconds behind, just came out of the pits. He's on C tyres all around.
Oh, okay. What are C tyres?
I'm not sure that's a genuine P4 though for the Cadillac. So, that was a move, wasn't it, going on from Yi Yifei on the car 38 Jota. I wonder how that played out because we just cut away from that.
It got by him.
And Caddy ahead, 10 seconds ahead, but he has 2 full stop to do.
That's what I was getting at. So
30 laps on this stint for the Cadillac.
Yeah, I think it was one of those kind of encouraging messages from an engineer just to keep the driver fully on song, but I doubted whether it would be a genuine P4 at that stage, still based on what happened to them at the start of the race.
83.38, are you in trouble? Yi Yifei ahead of Phil Hansen, the AF Corsa Ferrari, ahead of the Hertz Team Jota Porsche by about a car length and a half.
I'd like to see that move actually, because we just cut away from it as he dived to the outside. I think it was before turn 6. They were in traffic as well.
See if they can find it in the replay. Little lock up from the 99 Proton Porsche Hypercar there in front of Nico Costa.
Worth saying, by the way, with the variation in pace here, tyre state, fuel state, traffic states, single digit gaps are easily closable here with a bit of fortune.
Well, 10 or 20 second gaps aren't as big as they look necessarily, because they're on different tyre strategies and going at different speeds, and will spend differing times in the pits as well. United Autosport McLaren in the FIA World Endurance Championship for the first time ever.
There's the 91 car, it's another car that's had its problems. United Autosports and McLaren knew they were coming here with a steep hill to climb. This was another of the programmes that came together quite late, but they'll have learned a lot. There is pace in that car, no doubt whatsoever, and everybody's on a learning curve. The drivers, the team, everybody, and they'll have learned a lot from this, and I'm sure with United Autosports' traditional way of going about their business, there'll be another one that makes progress.
Look at all the different cars in here. You've got the Mustang, the Jota Porsche, you've got the Lexus, ahead of them a BMW, a Lamborghini, another BMW. Somebody just diving into the pit lane there.
That may have been on the Alpines.
Yeah, 35 it was.
It was, it's Freddie Habsburg.
Feather-footed Freddie. Again, look at this, battle of two absolutely huge sounding V8s. The Mustang, which you expect of an American muscle car, and the RCF Lexus, which again sounds like an American muscle car, even if it doesn't look quite as brutal maybe as one. Timo Boguslawski in your Codis ASP car. Jerome Polygon's team running this pair of Lexi, I guess we say. And there is the other Mustang with company from the 720 McLaren behind. Ben Barker back at the wheel of the 77 Proton car, and right behind him on track is the McLaren, but that's not actually a battle for position. Behind Ben Barker in terms of positions on the leaderboard is Matteo Cressoni's yellow Lamborghini.
Nicholas Nielsen's quest to stay in the top 10 in points will get a little more difficult because the 50 Ferrari will get 5 seconds added to its next pit stop for an infringement.
And they
just
had
adds the pressure.
And they had been closing in just gradually on the car number 7 Toyota, now with Nick de Vries driving it, so that gives them a little bit of respite.
So all sorts of things up to grabs. By the way, fortunes of the Mustangs, which didn't look great to start the race the first couple of hours. We've now got the number 88 car in the top 10, 9th position, the 77 car just out of the pits and down to 12th. So in on the bubble, really. Could these two cars come home in the points? That would be some result for them.
Well, it would, even to get one home in the points. Again, in the GT category, 18 cars, points for 10.
Yes.
So the chances are one of your two cars won't get points. And that's just the simple way it boils down. Of course, because the performance of both cars is likely to be similar, actually, slightly bigger chance, statistically probably, is that you'll either get points for 2 or no points for 2. Yeah, that's the way it works. But yeah, the Mustang is a new piece of kit. The Lexus is certainly untried in European championships in the races that we're going to. The McLaren is a brand new piece of kit, as you know, effectively. TF Sport dealing with a brand new Corvette, brand new unraced in Europe ever Corvette, so that's a whole new piece of kit. I mean, really, even the GT3 cars that we think are the same, like the Aston Martins, they look predominantly the same as the GTE car. Still going to be a very different ball game for the teams that are running them.
That car utterly different now with the new 2024 spec for the Aston Martin. GT3 car had been a car that perhaps wasn't the favourite of the non-professional drivers. This new car has been developed to deliver that performance, and this is what that means. We've got the 777 car here harassing the 31. This is for 4th place. Sean Gelael under attack here from Erwin Bastard, the French GT4 champion.
So GT4 stepping up to GT3, so that's a power, grip and everything else increase. It's quite a big leap from GT4, which is kind of like Group N in old nomenclature, to Group A. And Sean Gelael changing from LMP2 to GT, so they're both exploring a brand new car. Now then, we talked about potential tyre interest at Peugeot. They've just run the 94 on medium tyres. Bruce Ioani, what does that tell them, and does that relate to what they might look at doing with the 93 car?
Well, if it works, they want to replicate what they've been trying on the 94, which is actually using the medium tires that they had in the first part of quali on the left side of the car, see if they can hang on and find some performance, and if so, then they will do the same on the other car.
The 94's already done one stint, so they should have knowledge, but whether they dare risk it or not remains to be seen. And again for position, Sean Gelael hanging on ahead of Erwin Bastard. This really tight little battle here.
Sean, no mug, and by the way, Sean spent the Asia Le Mans series in GT3 machinery in preparation for this in BMW for a couple of races, and
as
with an Audi.
he did in LMP2 before he arrived in the World Championship. So it is a great winter training ground, the Asian Le Mans series. I don't think there's quite enough drivers really sort of recognise that potential, but Sean definitely does.
I reckon we got a good 20 or more of this grid in some machinery or other, just getting really good lap time, and Bastard looks up the inside of Gelael.
All over. I mean, he's apart from underneath and over the top, he's tried every other way of getting by the BMW.
Absolutely great stuff. GT Racing always delivers.
He had a look here last time down the inside of turn 10, but he's not quite carrying enough speed, or it's impossible to carry that extra speed through turn 9 before you get there. It's a bit of a short run down towards that corner, flashing away the lights towards turn 12, just to try to put off the driver in front, intimidate them, but that's not going to work with Sean Gelael, I'm sure, as you're just eyes fully forwards through this part of the track. I think the best bet is down in towards turn 1 on the inside. So get a good run through here, 15 late on the brakes into the final corner, try and stick with that car in front as close as you can. He takes a slightly wider line to carry the speed on the exit. And that's a mega run, actually. That's exactly what he needed to do. Galeo knows he's coming. He's probably going to dart to the inside at some moment to protect it. He's staying to the outside for now.
Oh, the Aston
that's going to be easy picking, surely.
Aston almost inhaling the BMW there. He was so close behind.
Excellent stuff. Lewin Bastard up in the D-Station racing car, up into fourth position at this stage.
Exactly. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens now with that D-Station car, because those two cars are doing 1:57s. The cars in front, who weren't battling each other, were doing 1:55s. So if Bastard can pick up the pace now that he's clear of Galeo, that could be very good news. There is Augusto Farfus ready to take over the WRT number 31 car.
28 seconds the Frenchman's got to get to catch up to Valentino Rossi, who is sitting at the moment in a podium position in his WC debut. That's no mean feat.
Yep. Especially in this high-ranking, talented field. It's a very strong field. These are not guys that are new to the sport.
There's a lot of developing talent in this LMGT3 field, but there's an awful lot of known quantities and one or two secret weapons as well, and Lewin Bastard is one of those without a shadow of a doubt. Shift back to Hypercar, where the talent pool is deeper than the Marianas Trench, and it really is an extraordinary field this year. Kevin Est is driving away now for the second place car. It's 1 minute and 7 seconds, and the pace is going out of that Peugeot. Now, what happened here? Big kick up from the inside of the curb from the number 95 McLaren.
That's the example that I was talking about with the GTs, just throwing on the inside of turn 9, kicking up the gravel, and in a way created their own problem when they're coming to get overtaken into that corner by the hypercars. They're now they're restricted as a single file line because of those stones. Kevin Estre, what can we say about this number 6 car crew? It's been phenomenal all day, and Estre has definitely been a huge part of that dominance.
And in the last 2 or 3 stints, 3 stints probably, they've added a minute to their lead over the Peugeot. Now, the Peugeot had dropped a little bit of time on the last lap. That might well have been traffic related. A couple of seconds on the last lap slower than the race leader. But actually now, Estre down into 1:43, so he has had some clear track. He's about to hit a fairly large gaggle of hypercars and GT3s.
Let's hope he doesn't hit them, but I know what you mean. It's it has proved tricky, traffic. And spotted it the very early laps of this race, and he's bang on.
Battle for position, Timo Bogusławski in the red, white and black. Lexus right behind him, Ben Barker in the turquoise, sky blue, duckhead blue, whatever we're going to call it, 77 Proton Mustang, and a big wobble there as the Akodis ASP driver tried to take a bit too much curb. And the Mustang's all over him. Mustang under investigation for another technical infringement, not necessarily another from them, but there have been so many investigations for technical infringements in this race. I don't think I've ever seen a race.
On the inside for the Mustang. There he goes.
See how much Bogusławski was struggling for grip. He had to cut the corner and still lost ground to the Mustang.
We're also under attack here from one of the 2 Vista AF Corsa Ferraris, and that would be trying to put a lap on them.
Yeah, that's putting a lap on them. The Vista Ferraris now from 3rd and 4th are now down to 6th and 7th. So again, maybe they have given their lower rated drivers better tyres or more of the fresher tyres and left the pros to deal with what remained. Is the 55 car of Simon Mann.
8 hours and 5 minutes gone, gentlemen, and we've had 2 full course yellows.
Oh, and that's the leader off. No, it's not. It's the 5 car. So Matt Campbell pushing to try and catch 3rd place Will Stevens. That's just cost him an entire stint of progress, probably.
There's another car, I'm guessing, caught up by that
in the gravel. Trap, yeah.
But you wouldn't usually venture out there in a hypercar all by yourself. So let's have a look. Is there another car involved?
He was all by himself, lost the rear end, snapped, and then
half a metre offline, the rear tyres on the gravel.
Wasn't expecting that.
Sorry, I went off.
We meant so that.
just a little bit late on turning, and you pay the price. So
he still had the inside wheels on the curb. That bit of clear track is getting narrower and narrower.
Like I say, long race, even the best drivers out there can start making mistakes, so straight on the radio to apologise to the team.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course he's pushing on, but I would say that's a lapse of concentration, not carrying too much speed. He just turned in too late. The speed wasn't the problem, the line was.
So Matt Campbell then drops back further, now down to nearly 24 seconds behind Hertzteam Jota's Will Stevens in the number 12 car in third place. There is the race leader. No, that's the number 5 car again. The race leader has white stripes across the top of the paint.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful when you go across gravel like that at high speed. You can easily end up puncturing radiators, stones get caught inside the brake ducts, it goes everywhere.
Look how little track there is left without gravel on it.
Got the rear of the car onto that gravel, didn't he?
I quite like it that they had the circuit like that. It makes it more of a challenge.
It is a heck of a challenge.
It's more like a rally course, isn't it? You just got to be right on the right line, and as soon as you get on that gravel on the circuit,
no bites. Rear end of the car gone.
He was so lucky to get away with it through the barriers. And this is
another. That was the Alpines.
That was the Alpine a little earlier, wasn't it?
That was Schumacher, wasn't it, from earlier on?
Yeah.
So that was another car involved.
That was the Ferrari, wasn't it? We saw that earlier.
I still think so. Watching that again from two different angles, I'd still say that was a racing incident. I can't really blame Schumacher for that one.
No, but he was barely in the same postcode as the Apex there, so he wasn't giving himself too much of a chance. We just saw Matt Campbell go off with 2 wheels on the curb on the inside, still on the gravel. So
it's not been the night for the number 51 car at all. I'm guessing any post-race interview with the 3 drivers there will be short, not that sweet.
They needed a race without having the pace of the car, like the 83 car. They needed just a completely clean race. And I still say, through no fault of their own, lost the rear end of the car when James Collado was at the wheel. And I'd still like to see how that really unfolded. And we only saw the end result, where the car got hit up the rear. I don't know how he found himself in that position to get hit up the rear. But yeah, clearly losing the rear of the car was catastrophic to their race result today.
Yeah, that incident for them, and crossing the white line coming into the pit lane, Miguel Molina in the number 50 car, basically has destroyed Ferrari's race, apart from the fact that they now have a 3rd arrow in their quiver. Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane. Lou, what do you know?
Just picking up on that Miguel Molina, again, I was speaking to the team earlier. They said it was a very late call, and that's why he crossed that line. Obviously, he did cross it, but it was a very late call to come in.
Yeah, again,
thank you for that. Do we know
Lou.
why it was a late call? Did they explain that?
I can't hear you very well, I'm sorry.
All right.
Is that what they said?
Very good.
Nothing.
I'm sorry, I must go now. But yeah, no, go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
No, try again, because I can't hear you. I couldn't hear you.
But did they say why it was a particularly late call? It was the end of the
let me see
stint.
if I can find out, because Luke is right next to me. So give me a moment, and I'll come back to you.
All right. Well, Ferrari...
Lou the Terrier Beckett.
I have to say, since the moment they arrived, Ferrari have been nothing but helpful, outward-facing, warm and welcoming. It's like we're new in the paddock and they've been here the whole time. It's been absolutely a joy to be around them and to see them taking the fight to Toyota all the way through the year last year. This is a blip. I don't think this probably reflects any lack of pace for Ferrari.
The interesting thing is that they've gone backwards relative to the competition by pretty much the same rate as Toyota have. It's like their pace relative to each other hasn't really changed that much. They've got the advantage on Toyota here, but relative to the others, the Porsches and the Peugeot, particularly the Peugeots,
and there's something else. They tested it. Now that is a surprise that they've done that. For me, there have been mistakes. There have been mistakes, and we did say at the very start, it's going to be tougher if you continue to make errors, and they've made errors.
But in a way, the biggest error is always arriving at the racetrack with a car that's not fast enough to compete. It puts extra pressure on everybody, and that's where, maybe through no fault of their own, their drivers, they got hit up the back like we discussed, or mistakes happening in the pits, but it does put extra load on people when the car's not fast enough.
From where they were last year, right now with 60 laps to go, 59 laps to go, they are 15th and 16th in a field of 19, and they're not a new manufacturer in their first race. They are behind both WRT-run BMWs.
And both Alpines.
And both Alpines.
And they haven't got a problem, by the way, with Nick Nielsen driving. It's just the fact he's on fresh tyres, cold tyres out the pits. We see it so often, and getting overtaken by a GT3 car quite comfortably before you get the tyres up into the working range.
You'd struggle to stay ahead of the safety car, quite honestly. Even a badly driven safety car with me at the wheel.
Well, we saw it, didn't we? We saw it last year at Spa with safety car and cars coming out of the pits, and that did give us problems.
And this car, of course, ended its race in Spa in the barriers on cold tyres coming down the hill out of the pit lane. Now then, Louise, the ferret?
The terrier.
The terrier. Louise, I don't know. Ferreting.
I suppose they don't give up either. So
Louise the terrier has been ferreting out information.
Goodness, it gets worse.
Well, listen, there are not going to be many more buses coming past in the race. I need to push you under a few.
Thank goodness I am not easily offended by you, Martin Haven.
Louise, you and I have known each other far too long for you to be easily offended
He's
by
been
me.
trying for an awfully long time, though.
Anyway, back to business. Miguel Molina, right at the beginning, he was questioning with the team, shall we change tyres, shall we not? Or he wanted to. The team were then having a conversation about it, and then it was a very late call for when they said, yes, come in to change.
But I don't understand that, because he needed fuel anyway. So what was the conversation about tyres is entirely incidental.
He didn't need fuel. He came in way earlier than the rest of the competition.
Just for tyres.
Remember, he was completely out of sync with the rest of the hypercars at that point.
All right, in which case, top ferreting work there. Well done.
I can't really hear you, but I know you're being rude.
Only slightly. Lou, thank you so much. We love you.
Yes, we absolutely do. Bruce Joanna, you've got particularly tiny and elegant shoes to fill.
I'm not sure he's going to get his feet in, even in the wedgie wellies. Sean Galale into the pit lane and out of the car. Is that Gusto getting in? It is Gusto. Darren Leung, the British GT champion, has done his time. He's going home. And the 31 car in 6th position as it makes its stop. Gusto Farfus ready to go out yet again in a Works BMW entry. So Gusto Farfus has fuel. Tyres now going to go on to the 31 BMW. I will retract that. It is not a Works BMW entry, it's a WRT BMW entry. He is, however, a Works BMW driver. And he should know how to turn the car on by now.
Eight hours, 14 minutes into the 1812 kilometres of Qatar. 57 laps to go. Part of racing bring their number 27 Aston Martin in the hands of Daniel Mancinelli. We'll just double check as to where Daniel is with his drive time. It'll be Alex Riberas, I'm sure, getting back into the car. 27 seconds back from the race lead team, almost from the start. Martin Pure Racing car. Alex Maliki took that car to the lead. They had to fight back a little against the Aston Martins, but the Porsche has been the dominant force. Could we be looking at a Porsche double win in this new era? We're looking for where is the first ever LMGT3 winner in the FIA World Endurance Championship going to come from? It isn't going to be from Corvette. The 81 car has retired from TF Sport, and the traditional, as you can see in the background, garage door down on garage 25 for car 81. As away goes the number 27 car.
Yeah, it's been a really strong race for Heart of Racing, and Manthey are doing what you expect a Manthey Porsche to do.
Absolutely.
Making everybody else work hard for a living. And let's not make any bones about it, this is going to be an incredibly tough category to win a race in, whether you're in SRO rules, ACO rules, whether you're racing in Australia, in Asia, in Europe, in North or South America. It doesn't make any difference. The whole ethos of GT3 is to make it almost impossible to have a mechanical advantage, which then means how you operate the car is everything, and that's what customer racing is all about, and that's what this is.
Important and pressured pit stops ready, race leader, and particularly if you are a team, as Pure Racing is, that are leading this race on your WC debut.
It's a the key word there on the back is possibly Pure Racing, but really Olaf Manthey's team. When Porsche retreated for commercial reasons, because they had to build road cars that kept the company alive, from prototype racing, they went GT racing, and it was Manthey's cars that flew the flag for a decade, so successfully in the GT categories, and basically continued the rebuild of Porsche's racing infrastructure and kept all those engineers on board, and that's what allowed them to come back in LMP1 nearly 2 decades later.
Olaf now in a much-deserved international racing retirement, and the team now in the hands of the Rader brothers, Nicky Rader, the team boss at Manthey Racing, but nothing has changed in terms of their capabilities.
No. It still has all that history and all that engineering backup. And again, if Vincent Vos retired tomorrow, WRT would still be the team it is now. Look at Valentino Rossi, all over the back of Alex Riberas. You saw Riberas weaving there because he's trying to get heat into those tyres. This is a podium battle. Valentino Rossi was superb at Le Mans last year. Jerome Polican, his AM driver, teammate, was actually slower, despite all of Jerome's experience, than Valentino Rossi was in the car. They ended up being very close to victors in the first of the 2 Road to Le Mans GT races, and they won the second one. So Valentino Rossi has won at Le Mans on 2 wheels for Yamaha and for Aprilia, and I don't think for Ducati, but has also won on 4 wheels at Le Mans in a BMW.
Checking to see where Valentino is on his stint here. I think he's still got a little way to go.
777 D station car, again a real potential podium finisher, and it's a very different driver lineup this year than we saw last year, but boy are they in the mix. They come in from 4th place and only 31 seconds behind the WRT BMW versus Heart of Racing battle. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, half a minute apart with 50 laps to go, 54 laps to go. So that's getting on for 90 minutes of racing still to go, and 30 seconds in the podium battle.
Riberas has got his tyres up to temperature. He's starting to get them in at this point, so he started to just eke out that gap on Rossi, who was cashing in momentarily.
And so he should. Valentino is a silver-graded driver, but Alex Riberas, not gold, but platinum, the highest grade that comes under the Formula 1 Super License.
And Valentino, by the way, has now completed his allotted minimum driving time, so can hand over whenever the strategy is best fitted to the team to Maxime Martin for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, Max, when he takes over from Valentino, will likely do the remainder of the race, because Ahmed Al-Hati did all of his minimum driving allowance in a monumental stint from the beginning of the race for 3 hours and 26 minutes.
We've just seen Bastard get out of the car and Sorensen get back in.
It's the overhead rig tangled.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, as the 777, you see the replay going away there. LMGT3 coming towards the end of the first race. What do we think?
as exciting as I expected and as unpredictable as well. Who would have put who would have put Porsche, Aston Martin and BMW in it? You could just as easily have guessed another half dozen cars. I mean, you know, the other car from each of the teams for a start could just as easily, the EMA Porsche could have been in there. Who knows?
Ferraris have been strong.
Yep. Yeah, the Ferraris have faded as the race has gone on, but Davide Rigon now in the 54 car, Simon Mann in the 55 car.
I think Rigon, by the way, could go to the end here. I think they've now burned both their bronze and silver time. As the Iron Dames come in.
Going to be a driver change for the number 12, Cota, from 3rd place. 83 AF Corsa Ferrari will be in this lap as well. 38 from Cota next lap.
What's up for grabs here are podium positions.
And what a start to the season. New team put together for this car, and Callum Eilert has played just as big a part in it as any of them in the overall race, as any of the more experienced, better known names of sports car racing. It's not that Callum's not a well-known name, he's got a good single-seater pedigree, but he is definitely new to this World Endurance Championship full season field and new to the hypercars as well.
Yeah, he used to be a part of the Ferrari Young Driver Academy once upon a time, and he teetered on the cusp of getting into Formula One.
Well,
he had very
had
good
25
F2.
million quid in the bank, we'd have seen him in F1 cars. So
Exactly.
there's no question about it. He had the ability, but occasionally money talks. So Callum Eilert taking over the number 12 car, comes out ahead of teammate Phil Hansen, and Ye Fei in the yellow Ferrari is in the pits as well now. So we're getting towards this. This can't be the.
It's the shape.
Can't be the last stop, can it?
It's
penultimate stop.
One more stop for all of these cars.
Yep.
But we're getting to the shape of what the battles are going to look like at the end of this race. 52 laps to go, and the laps are, broadly speaking, 1 minute and 3/4.
And whatever everybody else does, the number 6 Porsche in the lead is just driving away from every other car in the field. Let's catch up with the Iron Dames team. Dorian Pan is at the wheel of the 85 Lamborghini, and Bruce Ioani is with Michel Gatting.
Michel, I saw you on the grid, you were all pumped up. How did it go so far? Is it tough? Are you happy with the results? You're in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, I would lie if I say that we're aiming to be in the top 10, to be honest. We knew this would be a difficult race. We're struggling with a bit of, let's say, oversteer. So the first 2 sectors, the car is super nice to drive. The last sector, the fast part, it's moving a bit.
It's a new car, so you need to work on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, step by step. We knew it would be tough, but yeah, like I said, we're not aiming for a top 10, but I think for this time, it's the best that we can get.
Okay, good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to be very interesting to see what the Italian fans make of the wealth of Italian racing talent or heritage in this field. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Zotta Fraschini in the lead category, and of course we've got the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris in the GT3 category as well. Sure, we're going to see a lot of fans in Imola, and you really should. If you've never been, honest to goodness, you know, watching it in the 80s, I thought this looks like a great track. The first time I ever went, I was absolutely blown away. It's such a great place to watch racing. So many challenging corners, so many great views of the track as well.
And you can walk around it, that's the other thing. You can walk around it to other grandstands and trackside views as well. 60 car, rolling. That car down in 13th place, Ryan Links. Matteo Cressoni brought the car in, and Matteo Cressoni, I think, no, Frank Pereira. So this car's pace will pick up here. Frank, a full Lamborghini factory GT driver.
And I think in these races going forward, there is no chance you're going to pick places up from attrition. It's just not happening. It will be people crashing their cars or damaging their cars on other cars, or making mistakes that give them penalties, and driver errors and particularly track limit driver errors, have actually really hamstrung a number of the cars that otherwise could have been point scorers that will not be point scorers. 36 Alpine is in.
They are going to be massively buoyed by tonight. They've not been challenging for the podium, but we're now 8.5 hours into this race, or bar 4 minutes.
I wonder what was the longest run that they did in testing?
They'll have done a 24-hour test by now, no doubt at all, with the cars. But
yeah, but will they have completed one? What was the longest run they did without stopping to fix anything or change something?
I think the other point here is they've not done it in racing conditions. They've not done it in a situation where the part of the track they wanted to be wasn't occupied by 15 other cars. They've not done it in traffic. And those things, they're why racing is just completely different from testing. We saw it, didn't we, with the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars in year one. They'd done so much testing, and yet it wasn't there in year one for them at all.
Well, the classic was the year that the wide-mouth frog Audi died a death in the race because they had not tested it, because they'd not been allowed to go testing, and it ate all the sand. Now then, Maxime Martin takes over from Valentino Rossi. Valentino is a silver-graded driver, has a minimum drive time to complete. I think that is probably that.
He's done it.
There is our all-access team, so there will be lots from inside WRT to talk about during this. Ahmed El-Hati there in the baseball cap. He's very happy. So Valentino has completed his first ever World Endurance Championship race. It is a big, big deal.
What a buzz for someone like Darren Young coming into GT racing very recently, and here he is as a legitimate part.
Can you imagine going from a wet Wednesday in Snetterton in British GT, and then all the excitement of winning the championship, and then the next drive you turn up with, you've got Valentino Rossi in the garage.
Anybody's been to Snetterton knows this is just the same.
To take nothing away from anybody else in that team, it's Valentino Rossi. Back to the race in hand. Penske Porsche looking for their first FIA World Endurance Championship win. They had their first pole position in the Hyperpole shootout yesterday. They have turned last season's form upside down. They've torn up the rule book and written their own this afternoon. And Peugeot and Hertz Team Cota, and amazingly, the number 7 Toyota are clinging on.
Well, the most amazing thing for me, quite aside from the step up in performance across the board from Porsche here, is if drama did happen and they don't win, it'll be a Peugeot win. That's completely remarkable.
Yep. 50 laps and counting. 49 laps to go. This will be, if nothing changes in the top three, not only will Penske have one podium, but a double podium and their first win, but this would be Peugeot's best ever result with the car as they punt it into touch.
Yep. As it's towed to the museum.
Someone's off there. Big moment for the 35 Alpine.
And staggers back on in amongst the BMWs as well.
Charles Milesi, and is that for position? It is. That is for position. Robin Freins goes by him.
Both BMWs go by him, as does the number 5.
Just one lapse of concentration. That's all it took. Matt Campbell's been there himself.
Well,
the number 5 Porsche.
20 car of Robin Freins was for position. The 15 car of Dries van Tor has just left the pit lane, so that was not for position. It's some way back, in fact, behind the Alpine. So that is Dries trying to come up to speed.
I think the number 5 Porsche senses that the Peugeot may be harbouring a bit of a problem. I think that the lap times are not quite where they should be. The drop-off to the lead car has been not extreme, but it's been gradually dropping back.
Everybody's drop-off to the leader has been gradually dropping back. Last lap, the Peugeot, 144.242. The number 5 Porsche, 144.248.
But the lap before that, 141 for the Porsche, which is now in traffic.
Okay.
So it's worth keeping an eye on the relative lap times as we find clear air for these cars.
Yeah, Campbell was over a minute behind. Just a couple of laps ago, he's now 53 seconds behind the Peugeot.
53 seconds.
They're applying pressure.
53 seconds, 48 laps. That's the maths. He's got to catch him by a second a lap. Not allowing for anybody having a shorter fuel stop, not changing tyres. Now, if Peugeot want to gamble on mediums, they need to do it now, and they need to do it in this pit stop. If they're on medium. They're on mediums. The Peugeot is not on the red sidewall. It is on medium, so it is on the softer tyre, but they are doing driver only. There is one more fuel stop to come. 47 laps? Yes, there must be.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Another fuel. They've got tyres ready for this.
They have got tyres ready.
Mediums. It's another set of mediums.
It is. Well, if they're running mediums now and they're not binning them, then they absolutely are. Now the question is, can the Porsches survive on mediums? Do they need mediums to combat the Peugeot? Right now, Matt Campbell moves into second place.
And there's the difference in the energy, 16% difference of energy between the two 93, between the 93. That's a set of hard tyres that's gone on.
Now, does that means they're not going to change again? That means they're going to splash. Does that extra 16% mean that the number 5 Porsche might only have to stop once? It's going to be very, very close indeed. So the 94 car also carrying on with the mediums, but we did see that tyre change on 93. They definitely went on to hards.
It looked like to me that they were on the red side. Yeah.
You can see quite clearly that the BMW has gone mediums again. That was the first car. The BMW was the first car that could live with mediums on the right side, but the Peugeot was the first that went for all 4 medium tyres.
And I love this because this used to be completely secret and only the teams knew which types of tyre they were on.
Oh, they used to get very grumpy.
For me, this brings a whole new element for the spectacle of the World Endurance Championship. So there you see the hard tyre. It's not exactly easy to spot when the cars are actually circulating out there. And in time, you say that's going to change.
By Imola.
And that's brilliant because it gives us something more to talk about. It gives the fans more to be engaged with. So the teams obviously would like to keep everything secret because as an engineering exercise, I don't blame them. But first and foremost, this sport has to be entertaining.
And here's the thing. You discover sports car racing, and if you love it, as a little bit more gravel tracking there.
Don't tell me that's Timo Boguslawski again.
The 7 car.
You can take the boy out of rallycross. No, it's Takeshi Kimura now. It's the second time he's been off. This car had brake balance issues.
To complete the point, people love to delve deeper because there are layers to this area of the sport. There are layers of strategy. There are layers of variation. And there you go, dear me.
Speaking of variation,
but this was the car with a brake balance issue.
Was that the number 6 Porsche inside him there at the apex? It was a red and white car. Let's take a look again.
Well, this is back to life.
I want to see that again. I just want it rewound a little bit further. Let's catch up with Bruce Ioani. He's just been hovering around Peugeot. Bruce, you spoke to Mikkel Jensen just after he got out of the car. We saw them change the left sides from mediums back to hards. All right, bit of a gamble. All right, so that's why they went onto the hard tyre, so they know that it's not going to give up under them. Again, for Peugeot, in 3rd place, if they're on the podium, they'll be happy bunnies.
It's a set of hard tyres waiting there at the side of the car.
You're asking as well about the number 5 car. That's due on pit lane the next couple of laps as well.
So yeah, they're getting ready for a tyre change here, clearly.
Which of the Porsches was it that was inside the Lexus? May have been no contact, but it's definitely one of the 2.
Oh, did you see, by the way, that tyre that just came off the left rear?
There has been contact with something.
Yeah, there was definitely contact.
Yeah, because all the
on that
lettering
left
was
rear.
completely smeared.
Number 7, Cota, also on pit lane for their penultimate stop. So anybody stopping in the next 10 laps and a little more will still have to stop again.
Nick de Vries in the car, he will stay in. Again, Hards. Luis is lurking in the doorway. Lou?
They've got left side only ready. It looks like, yeah, he's picked up the tyre gun, so it looks like they're going to change left sides only.
Now, do they look like that's a scrub set, or do they look like they're brand new?
Scrubbed.
I thought there might be tyres that had done a quali run, thank you. So, it does look like left sides only. In fact, they've raced. Look at the pile of brake dust that was left behind that tyre. And there's a set that has come off. No blistering, that's good news. Here are the 2 Peugeots, Linus Stern and the Mustang in the middle. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Fortunately for Peugeot, it was the 94 car that had that little bit of a moment. That's not their best placed one. That's Paul de Resta, who's currently running in 18th place, or last, as we like to call it, in the hypercar class. Louise Beckett.
The 78 Codis is in the garage. I just saw Kevin Vanderland trying to get leave from the pit stop. The car stalled or something. He managed to get it out, but he's come straight back in again.
Thank you. Well, that's not their problem child. That's the car that has not had issues so far. It's the 78 and 87 in that car. The 87 car was the one that lost time in a pit lane and smoking in underneath the Jota car. It's the number 7. Is that a battle for position?
Yes.
It was. 38 and 7. Nick de Vries, fresh out of the pits, could not get it slowed down.
It's both of the Totas.
It is. The number 8 of Rio Hirakawa is there as well. So they're ganging up on the number 38 car of Oliver Rasmussen.
Here's that moment. So de Vries on the inside, he's trying desperately to slow the car down, but with the cold front tyres, it just locks up inevitably, just a sitting duck there for waiting for the others just to overtake. He tried to stay out of trouble, but yeah, tough to do.
But it did allow the other Tota to overtake the Jota car.
Because Rasmussen basically had to come to a dead halt behind de Vries, who cut his nose off as he was having a minor moment. And yeah, the number 8 Toyota, Rio Hirakawa, zip right back. And actually, they're in 7th place now, so they'll stop in a couple of laps, and that will drop them back. Again, we saw before they dropped back from 9th to sort of 14th. Another car heading into the pit lane.
Yeah, the Toyota, the car 8, even though it overtook, it's not really in the fight with that Jota today. They're further back. I think their realistic position, when everything shakes out, they're more like 13th, 14th. That's where I'm expecting them to be.
Yeah, this car is unlikely to be a point scorer unless there's some calamitous catastrophes in the final 44 laps.
I'm hearing, by the way, from Tim Fulbrook, watching on online, the Only Endurance Twitter account. The in-car shows conclusively it was the 6 on the Lexus.
That's what it looked like in the aftermath as the Lexus was fired off. Now, there's been no mention of examination yet on our screens from the steward's office, but if there was contact, it would have been seen and heard by the judge of fact on that corner on the marshal's post.
I've just watched the video that Graham showed me. It's quite damning. I must say, it's quite damning.
And that is the race leader. All he needs now is to pick up any penalty, a drive-through or anything.
Drive-through, he would still be okay.
Just hearing from Bruce Ioani in the pit lane that Peugeot are backing away from their medium tyre option, as we thought was going to be the case when he spoke to us a couple of minutes ago. 93, the soft medium tyre dropped off the end of the stint. Let's hear from number 5 Porsche.
Sure you don't want to keep these tyres? Will we gain anything?
Their last stop will be 12 seconds slower. So we are considering doing 4, keep the pace and stay behind for the last stop so you can overtake.
Copy.
All right, Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2. They are considering how to keep Matt Campbell in 2nd place.
Here comes the 5.
And potentially in a race-winning situation if the number 6 runs into a penalty. Paul de Resta warned for abusing track limits. That's a very cut and dried situation. We're waiting for the TV truck to try and find on board from the number 6 car of that incident with Alexis, because we still have no official notification that there will be an investigation. If there was contact, there will be, and if it was the Porsche that hit the slower car, let's take a look.
So this is riding on board with the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre. There's the Lexus in front.
He's off the track.
Well,
went to the there.
He's off the track. He's off the
Fired
track.
him off.
Bits fly off the car as well.
He was
you
in
called
two
it right,
lines.
Martin.
He looked left and right and went right to the inside, but that was a big car in a small gap, and he absolutely fired him off. And the basic rule of thumb is, whether by accident or intent, if you fire somebody off, the stewards will bring you into the pits to pay for it.
Here's the reality as well as the Peugeot number 94 on pit lane. Reality as well is how many times have the cars been through that turn, knowing there is one line off the gravel. That's not the place for a lunge.
Now,
it just isn't.
Now the stewards have notified that will be investigated. I mean, sometimes you have to. You're trying to win the race. You're not just trying to tootle around. Sometimes you have to.
So once the race director has noted it, and it's on our screens now in front of our eyes, it's under investigation, it gets handed to the stewards. The stewards then have more availability of camera angles. Yep. They can often use CCTV as well, which gives them a completely new perspective, and they will analyse this deeply. It's an important one because it's the race leader, of course, the outright race leader. They need to make this decision quickly. They need to make the right decision. But it's not the race director now who makes the decision. It's the race stewards who the race director has handed it over to. So, yeah, it's in their hands. Potentially, this race victory for Kevin Estre and the rest of the number 6 car crew is in the hands of the stewards.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
The number 15 Team WRT BMW is going to come into the box. I can see they've got the dollies up. It's just being jacked up now, and they have a set of brake discs ready in the garage for that car.
Wow. Okay. Now, don't forget that in our LM hypercars, so the Toyota, the Ferrari, their hybrid recovery system and delivery system is on the front axle, which does wear the front brakes, but the Porsche, the BMW, the LMDH cars, all of the recovery and all of that hybrid system is on the back. So if they're looking at changing front brakes, no, it's rear brakes, Louise is saying, so it is hybrid related. Okay, that's very interesting. Battle for position, Julian Andlauer in the number 12 car.
James Collado in the 51.
Yeah,
makes the move into turn 1.
Yeah, could Collado get to a point scoring position
well,
this race?
It would be. It's possibly important for trying to be a world champion. Well, nose looks like it's getting adjustment as well. Nose is coming off, so that suggests front disc. And again, that's not hybrid related. That is brake disc. Brake disc. Okay, back body work is off already, Louise reports, so they're working on all the braking system now. That's not really good news. This is a car that's brand new to us. American fans, IMSA fans, they've seen this race all year long last year. This should not be running into new car problems.
Yeah, Dries van Soort sits placably at the wheel,
muttering Belgian profanities quietly to himself. Yeah. It's one of those things. It is one of those things. WRT are brand new to this car. They're learning as they go. There are the asbestos or the heat-resistant gloves, because those brake discs do not work at 100 or 200 degrees. They work at 1,000 or 2,000 several thousand degrees actually. So the residual heat in that is going to be enormous. Never mind the heat rejection from the engine, the exhaust, the gearbox, and all the other grubby bits that produce and transmit all that power.
I told you a million times not to over-exaggerate, Martin. It's more like 600 or 700 degrees.
Okay.
Not thousands.
Well, turbos work at thousands of degrees, so it's still going to be warm. Okay, so Porsche lead, but potentially under a cloud. Could it, I mean, is it possible that Peugeot, now only 8 seconds ahead of Callum Ilott in the Jota Porsche, could they do, if the number 6 car gets a penalty, as surely it must on the evidence we've seen, Is it Peugeot? Is it Cota that start the season with a win? All sorts of ifs, buts and maybes in motorsport, and we're still 40 laps away from solving most of those here.
I'll go into this. I think the most likely penalty is a drive-through, in which case that gap is not going to close enough, but it's enough just to unsettle the team. Remember, they're still going to bring that car down and through pit lane. There will be jangly nerves without a shadow of a doubt at Porsche Penske Motorsport. They have not, at the moment, as things stand, got 2 bullets in the gun. Matt Campbell at the moment is battling for a podium position as things stand right now, not for the win immediately. It's going to depend on the way that things pan out in these final pit stops.
Final stop for Manthey EMA. You just saw Maurice Schuring step out of the orange and white car, and Richard Leach takes over.
Is that the
orange and black car? Beg your pardon.
87 is reprimanded for that.
No, that was for an incident half an hour ago. So 87 was Takeshi Kimura being reprimanded for
something else.
Previous bit of rally crossing. So James Collado with the 51 Ferrari.
And that was a different corner, by the way, Graham. It happened at turn 7.
This is for position with Ryo Hirakawa, by the way, for 11th place. So this is a battle to get within range of points rather than into the points.
Yeah, depressingly close, I think. It would be 11th place, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Collado's really flying at the moment. Last lap 43.3 compared to Hirakawa's 44.6.
The problem's not been the overall speed of the Ferrari, or it's not been the absolute fastest car. Their real problem was the time they lost with that tail coming off. That took them 2 laps out of the frame. You're never getting that back in 24 hours, never mind in 10.
The genuine performance of that car is it lies somewhere where the 83 yellow Ferrari, the Air Force Ferrari.
Top 6.
Yeah, it's around. Yeah, I think even within top 5, because the Cadillac's still in front at this stage because they're out of sync with car number 83.
Yeah, the number 5 Porsche now having made 10 pit stops compared to 8 or 9 of most of the cars around them. Who owes us a stop? Caddy do owe us a stop. So too does the 35 Alpine, which is just ahead of the 50 Ferrari. And that might bring the number 8 car into the top 10. Might possibly also just bring the number 51 car into the top 10. Rather depends how long they need to be stopped for. 38 laps. If you stop now, you will not need to stop again.
Well, that's the key, and there's the graphic that gives us that story. So,
and the deeper you go into the remaining laps before you need to stop, the less time you're going to spend topping up to get to the end of the race.
Anybody that stops in the next 6 laps will have to stop again.
Okay. That might be number 2 Caddy. Number 2 Cadillac with just 20% fuel may need to make a stop and a splash. What about the number 6 Penske Porsche? They should just get to the end without a second stop, but that might be a little bit touch and go as well.
I think the key here is the bigger loss of time is just having to make the stop. It's not actually how much fuel they're going to need. For the most part, it's do they need to make a stop. The cars do need to make a stop before the end of the race. Then you get into, are they going to have the fuel line attached for 5 seconds, 10 seconds? There are margins here that are going to come into play in the last 20 minutes of this race.
Now, there's another thing that we haven't been able to keep track of is whose tyres desperately need binning off and have something else put on, because that's another delay in the pit lane that you're never going to get back. Or are you? Because there's more time spent stationary putting the tyres on, but then there's the 2 laps it takes to get really properly back up to speed, where you hemorrhage 10 or 15 or 20 seconds maybe on any hot-tired rival. So there's a big balance whether you think that your tyres that might have done 70 laps by that stage can go another 20 or 25, or whether you're going to lose so much more time there that actually bite the bullet now and see what you can do. And these are all calculations that every team is now agonising over for every single car probably in the race, that we have no indication of what's going on. all we can do is look at the battles on screen, and there is the battle between the number 8 Toyota and the 51 Ferrari. And the Ferrari's not yet in shooting distance now. And he's not quite got into that position where he can try and make a pass on the Toyota.
He has been closer, but the traffic on that last lap wasn't very kind to him, so he's got to make that ground back up on this lap. Just looking at the circuit map, it looks like they've got a little bit of free air coming up. So Collado, he's got the speed in the car, naturally. We've seen that all week so far, and very much so in the race today. But also he's on lower fuel, and naturally that's going to give him a bit more of an advantage as well. So he's got to get a bit lucky in the traffic and then have a go down the inside into turn 1. That's going to be his best place.
37 laps to go, maximum of 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. We've got margins for podium positions in GT as well that are closable. Marco Sorensen with Maxime Martin, both used to be at Aston Martin. Maxime Martin back to BMW in later years, of course. 13.8 seconds the gap.
15 BMW back out of the garage after brake changes or attention or whatever, but heading back out into the race.
That has, by the way, elevated the Lamborghini up a position for the first time in what feels like many hours.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane. Okay, fine. That's fine. So back with James Collado.
That was very close. Very close to the Lamborghini there into the final corner. It looked like there wasn't contact from where we were looking on the onboard, but sometimes the offboard tells a very different story. So not lucky again in the traffic that time around, but Collado clearly does have the speed.
The other issue is there is a very slow car in front. What is the very slow car in front? Much slower than the GT car. It's the number 15 BMW that's just left the pits on stone cold tyres, and that is getting into the wiggly 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sector of the track as they get up to turns 3 and 4. So these guys are going to catch that BMW, and that again might back the Toyota back to the Ferrari.
Another fight going on.
Pilot.
6 seconds now, or 5.9 seconds to make it sound a little bit more exciting. Callum Ilott, as you said, Graham, is catching the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Vergne, car number 93. Yeah. Imagine if we get a penalty of any kind, I believe, with Kevin Estre or the car number 6, whoever takes over from him, and serves some kind of penalty. We could have a three-way fight to the end.
And Ilott will only need one more stop. He's not going to stop in the next 4 laps. Unless he has a problem. He has cycled round to this position.
But in this battle, the 51 Ferrari is going to stop in the next 4 or 5 laps. So Ria Hirakawa will get a little bit of respite before it comes back.
Watching Anlo are getting involved here as well. He's coming back at this pair.
One thing Collado is going to have to be careful of as well is cutting on the inside of turn 14. That rear shot from Hirakawa's car clearly showed that.
Yeah, it's a good way of making ground. We've seen everybody doing it, but of course, so have the stewards. So you can only do it a certain number of times before you really get the final warning.
It serves 2 purposes. You're getting out the dirty air in front of the car, through the car in front of you, but also making shorter work of the circuit. So, yeah, you do have to be careful with that one.
Another battle, by the way, that is on is Nick de Vries coming back at Oliver Rasmussen for 7th place. The quicker of the 2 Toyotas at this stage.
I love the way that you get a race that's nearly 10 hours long and suddenly it's cataclysmically exciting in the last half an hour.
Always do it. And by the way, it's
yeah.
been done. There's no cautions been involved in this at all. We've got a hypercar on pit lane at the moment. I think that's the 35
Alpine Sharmi Lacey.
And this will be their final pit stop. They pit from 9th place, by the way. It is 10 seconds added to the pit stop of car 87. For the contact with car 6 at 1937.
Well, the stewards will have seen a lot of different video that we haven't seen, but
don't get that.
World champion Anthony Davidson, how do you read that?
I guess you've got to go with what the stewards say. They've seen different angles, I'm sure, to what we did. But I think it's a bit of a surprise. I mean, they could argue. I guess the stewards will argue that the 87 had the blue flag, should have been aware of the car overtaking. I've seen that happen before in this championship. That's probably where they're coming from.
It's the duty of the driver of the faster car to safely pass the slower car. Safely pass the slower car. Safely doesn't include slamming him off into the gravel.
What I didn't see from the onboard that we saw, it's on a small screen unfortunately for us, on a phone screen, was how wide that, did he leave space and then close the door too late?
He was on the racing line, so he went from wide to the apex. Here comes the Ferrari. Is he going to get by? He is not. Can't sweep around the outside of the Toyota there. Ryo Hirakawa keeps the car in the middle of the road, gives the Ferrari the curbs to deal with. Now he's looking on the inside of turn 2, but he can't get through there either.
And that was still coming.
Yeah.
Getting racy between these two. Hirakawa doing a great job in defensive driving, and Collado hoped that he could box him in with using the traffic in front, but Hirakawa just pulled to the outside anyway.
Malaysia, I believe, will have to stop for a splash again or do some mighty fuel saving.
And there is Julian Andlau, the third car in your shot, the white and red Porsche. That's the Proton competition car, and he is closing in, and the more these two hold each other up in the corners by taking the racing line away from each other, the closer Andlau will get, and that will make James Collado's life tougher. Collado's probably only got another 2 or 3 laps now before he's due in the pit lane anyway. And what are we seeing here? Ferrari and Corvette. Whoa! Taking a lot of the inside.
The problem is, as the gravel's coming further and further to the inside of the track, it's forcing all the drivers to take more and more of the curb on the inside there, and that lip of the concrete, the blue surface, is kind of flicking the car up into the air momentarily.
We just saw the line there that the Corvette was taking. That was the line that the Lexus had to take to get through the corner. Here we go. Not quite.
Danny Juncadella, by the way, the 82 Corvette we just saw is getting a drive through for track limits.
Now then, here's Collado defending hard against the 99 Proton Porsche, who's on the inside of him. And that's a great attacking move from Julian Andlauer.
So going from being the one on the attack to being attacked into turn 1, they're going to have loads of marbles on their tyres here, and hence running wide, both of them. A little bit of argy-bargy as well for good measure.
Well, that's the drama when you have somebody behind you. You're not free to attack where you want, because if you don't get through, then you leave the door wide open. You're hugely vulnerable.
That was a classic case of the hunter becoming the hunted.
Now with the pit stop from the Alpine, the next pass for Andlauer will put him into the points. That is 10th position up for grabs right now.
So here's the moment. So, he did go right over the white line.
He's going to have to give that back. All right, he was forced off, you would say, by Collado.
It's an interesting one. He did take the car right over. We see this quite often in Monza, don't we, on the main straight? So that's another one. Now the stewards are getting busy towards the end of this race.
Oh, they've been busy from the beginning. So many technical infringements that there have been penalties for. Ben Barker has been penalised for abusing track limits after warnings.
And he's the car that would have taken advantage of Danny Juncadella and the drive-through.
Yep, so Proton Competitions 77 Mustang will have a drive-through penalty as well. So honours even, or dishonour even perhaps, between them and the TF Sport Corvette.
There was contact. He turned and pushed me completely off. Completely. I was on the line.
All right, so that is the beginning incident. That's the incident down into turn 16. James Collado saying that he was forced off by the Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa, and as a result, he then lost ground, and Julian Andlau went by him. Andlau is probably on the radio at the same time going, I got forced off as well.
I think it could have been referring to what happened at turn 1.
No, turn 1 rather, yeah. Callum Eilert closing in on Jean-Eric Vergne for second place. The gap down to 1.6 seconds at the moment, and it is the Jota car that is half a second quicker on the last couple of laps, closing in.
We've had 10th place in GT, getting a drive-through penalty, and 11th. Juan Pereira joins in with 12th place now. That's 3 drive-through penalties for 10th, 11th and 12th place cars in LMGT3.
They're trying hard to toss away points there, aren't they? Or a point even.
Cadillac on pit lane.
All right, we are just about to start the final hour of the race. 32 laps and counting. We've just passed the 300 lap mark. On pit road, the number 6, the race leader on pit road. Number 2, Cadillac in 6th position.
The most important pit stop of this programme's WC history to this point. There's no number panel. The number panel's gone.
Less stress. Yeah, they haven't got illuminated number panel.
They've got to have a number panel.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They'll get a black and orange flag for it. Now, they didn't get reprimanded for firing the Lexus off the track, but that's the damage that look at the hole in the door. That's the damage apparently that the Lexus did by taking its racing line when a faster car was trying to come through on the inside. Can't let it go out. That's got to be back in the pits to have that fixed. Otherwise, they're going to be handed a post-race penalty. It is absolutely the law that both illuminated panels must be illuminated. That's not even on the car.
There's no number on the car, is the other point.
The panel is not on the car, so it can't possibly be illuminated, so they're going to have to bring it back in and change that panel.
It's both the number panel and the position lights are gone.
Both are mandatory.
It's not just the panel, that's the problem. Where the panel goes,
there's a hole. Well, that's not my problem. I don't make the rules, I just read them out.
Well, the immediate action right here is that number 93 is in trouble.
This could be the win. This could be the win because they're not going to fix that Porsche's problem if they're made to. So it is Peugeot versus Jota Porsche.
If they are told to come in and fix that panel, this could be Peugeot's race, it could be Jota's race. This is...
Wow. Driving the race of his life, I'd say, today. It's been a really impressive performance, and he's just mounting that pressure with 31 laps to go. Against
the huge experience of Jean-Eric Verne. I mean, that again puts that in even more stark perspective. So this could end up being, in 31 laps, the battle for the lead. Hertz Team Jota will need to stop, and will need to stop sooner than the Peugeot. The Peugeot will go probably another 10 laps before they need to stop.
Look for you.
The real question, though, is what happens with the number 6 Penske Porsche. I mean, we've seen countless times in races, and especially at Le Mans, where cars are being told to come into the pits to get that number panel working. They've changed doors on cars, panels on cars. But here is the battle then for what might potentially be victory in the season opener.
And you can bet your bottom dollar, guys, that if you've spotted it, then the cars we're watching on screen, their teams have also spotted it.
Well,
and piling on the pressure.
In fairness, we also spotted the number 6 Porsche firing a GT car off into the gravel, but that seems to have gone largely unnoticed. So we'll wait and see. Whatever, right now, Callum Eilert, I don't know what radio message they give him now. Just go and get him. Because go and get him is all he's going to do. Here's the final pit stop probably for the 50 Ferrari Niklas Nielsen, currently lying in 9th place. They might get a point. That might be the only point that Ferrari AF Corsa get today. The 83 car, their independent car, is in 5th place, could be 4th. Because if the Porsche has to stop, I can't see them changing or doing the work that is required in 2 minutes or 5 minutes. We'll have to wait and see. Jean-Eric Verne, Callum Eilert. And again, you know, for the team in the number 12 garage, suddenly this isn't about the podium. This takes enormous significance. But how much more important for Peugeot? 2.5 years in this championship with a car that has been largely trouble.
I don't know if they were required to do that stint on the medium tyres. I don't know if they didn't have enough in the allocation of the hard tyres, but that stint really hurt them, didn't it? The mediums, they hemorrhaged lap time, really fell back.
They said only right at the end did it drop off, but it dropped off so much that they couldn't double stint it, and that's why they went back to the hard. So it was a gamble. It seemed like it might have worked, but it didn't. And I wonder whether they weren't staying hot enough and they were starting to grain as a result of understeer or scrub. I mean, we'll find out later, or we won't, but it was something they tried to do to break the deadlock with the number 6 Porsche that was just driving away. He's just driving away.
Towards the bottom end of the points and beyond, we've got pit stops underway. 50 in and out. Nick Nielsen will take the car to the end from here. Proto competition, Julien Andlar on pit lane. He drops out of 10th place and is falling down the field as others advance. Charles Malaysi moves up into the top 10, but we think he may have to stop for a splash right at the end.
Norman Nato looking very sanguine there as he and Will Stevens watch their teammate Callum Eilert battling for second place with the 93 Peugeot of Jean-Eric Van. I wonder if they're quite as sanguine in the Peugeot garage. Nico Miller, Mikkel Jensen. I mean, Nico did a great job at the start, and Mikkel Jensen as well in his stints. And they could be in with a final podium, the last hurrah for this 9X8 before it is superseded by its updated replacement.
Verne just a little bit wide through the middle of turn 1 there. Eilert sniffed a bit of an opportunity and has seen a momentary weakness from Verne, and that's given him a little bit of a new lease of life on this lap as Will Stevens and the rest of the car crew watches on, engineers as well. Tense times for Cota.
Well, Will Stevens, Norman Nato there bearded. Callum Eilert hasn't been forced to grow a beard yet, but he might have to. We're looking understandably at the top 3 at the battle for the overall podium, but in the GT class, still, it could all be changed. Munte Pure Racing lead their Porsche ahead of Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, and the WRT number 46 BMW in 3rd place. D-Station Aston in 4th, only 6 seconds behind 3rd. There could be some changes coming up in the GT classes as well.
I've been watching that. Marcus Sorensen has been closing, but not that quickly. The position that looks like it may well change is Davide Rigon has dragged up to Augusto Farfus for 5th. We have, though, had a 3rd retirement, and that has come with the number 78 Acodis ASP Lexus. The team have retired the car.
Which was their healthy car. The 87 is the one that's been rally crossing, had brake problems, been hit and everything else. 78 into the garage, out of the race. So I don't know what that was, and again, that's something we'll catch up with before we get to Imola in another 7 or 8 weeks' time. But there's going to be so many stories after this race that will need following up. The journalists are going to be very busy indeed. Jean-Eric Verne still holding off Callum Eilert. And at what stage now is Verne starting to blunt the pace of the Porsche? You just saw the front end there wriggling under Eilert.
Oh, for the last 10-15 laps, ever since Eilert's closed that gap to within a second, he's losing lap time, but this is the race now. Eilert won't go on and catch car number 6. This is the race, so all focus is on this battle right now.
GT3 leader is on pit lane, the 92 car. That will, for the moment, cede the lead to the number 27 Aston Martin. So we'll listen what's going on with Callum Eilert in the currently 3rd placed Cota car.
Okay, Callum, I will try to take you out of traffic and try to beat them in the pit lane.
They're going to pit imminently by the sound of things.
Cota have always been brilliant at their strategy, and that's the engineer Bertie telling Callum Eilert that we're going to basically get you out of this turbulent air. We can't overtake on track, so let's try and do it in the pit lane instead, just offset you slightly.
So, hearing from Louise down the pit lane, it was an engine issue that has counted the 78 out as a finisher.
Yeah, that's pretty immediate and terminal. Brakes you can fix, gearbox you can maybe fiddle with, but engine going pop, yeah, that's a tough one.
Could this be the most important pit stop in Cota's history? Number 12 in 3rd place, in contention with the 2nd place Peugeot, but we're waiting to find out whether or not anything will be called about the damage to the number 6 car that leads the race.
Definitely the most important pit stop for this car crew, as it's their first race together. Right. 9 hours in to the WEC season opener here in Qatar, and still no idea, with just 27 laps remaining, who is going to win the race. We have about as much idea as we did when the cars were on the grid to start the season. 19 hypercars, 18 GT3 machines, all set to take on battle for the first time ever in the Kingdom of Qatar. Pole position, the number 5 Porsche with the Toyota alongside, but sweeping around the nose, Miguel Molina from third on the grid, or from the second row, from fourth on the grid, in fact, in the Ferrari, swept around outside, inside, as the 94 Peugeot's race took a dramatic wrong turn. They're getting knocked into a spin by the number 2 Cadillac, which would later pick up a penalty for that. In the GT class, just as close, and a little bit of contact there as well. The Lamborghini Huracan taking out one of its rivals. The pole-sitting Corvette soon lost the lead to the pure racing Porsche, and Porsche and Peugeot were closing in on the Ferrari that led right from the very start of the race. Peugeot moving past the number 5 car that had started on pole position, and then as the Peugeot led, it in turn was caught by the number 6 machine, holding off Laurens Vanthoor, Nico Müller early on, and then Müller making a mistake in traffic. But before that, the number 50 Porsche, Ferrari with picking up a penalty that would cause them problems. Müller trying to go around a back marker onto the dirty side of the track. Laurens Vanthoor, the ultimate hunter-killer, drove straight by him and into the lead of the race for the number 6 car, a lead it has not surrendered in the remaining 8 hours so far. 51 Ferrari's chances ended with contact with one of the United Autosport McLarens. That punctured the right rear and loosened the rear bodywork. It took them some laps to get the car ready to go back out on track. Gear selector issues hobbled the 81 Corvette in GT3. Valentino Rossi put in some epic stints in his first World Championship motor race on 4 wheels, battling with his rivals and keeping the 46 BMW in a podium position. The only delay to racing, a brief full course yellow for one piece of debris. Still no idea who threw that out. Harter Racing having a spin, and luckily to avoid the gravel trap. That Aston still in contention in the GT class. Lots of GT battles. BMW, Lexus and Aston Martin dicing. But it is pure racing Manthey that leads from the blue Aston in GTE Am. In GT3. GTE Am was last year, you idiot. So Porsche leading overall, Porsche also leading in the GT3 category, but with 311 laps completed, 25 to go, still not guaranteed to finish the way you see it now. We are 9 and nearly a quarter hours into this race, and still putting money on a potential winner is quite a long odds gamble.
Well, one thing I can confirm is that whatever the decision about the number 6 car, it will not have to repair the lights for the number panel. Waiting to find out whether or not they will need to replace the number panel, but they will not have to replace the light on it because it's not designated as a night race in regulations because we're under flood lamps. The 38 car, by the way, is on pit lane with Oliver Rasmussen. If that had happened, by the way, at Le Mans, it absolutely would have to change it. In which case, that will be the second bullet the number 6 car has dodged in half an hour, all from the same incident. Correct. As a world champion driver judges it, they should have had an incident for firing the car, a penalty for firing the car off in the first place, and they're lucky that they do not have to replace either the leader lights are not a legal requirement. There's the 51 Ferrari in the gravel trying to go by the remaining Lexus. Oh, that is veering off the corner in the most exemplary manner. That was a brake check in old school terms, wasn't he? He went straight on to basically give the bird to the driver of the Lexus.
Yeah, I don't think he was quite happy with what happened in the previous corner. So yeah, drivers they're getting tired. Mistakes are creeping in, and also just seeing the red mist a little bit.
Riding with Sebastian Bourdais in the number 2 Caddy. That is in 7th place now. Bourdais here for this race. Most of the other races in the season, it will be Alex Lynn and Earl Bamber. They're running mediums on the right-hand side. Softer tyre to give them just a little bit more grip and help with the tyre warm-up. There you can see the mandatory high voltage procedure in place. Why is the 38 car stationary? Why is nothing happening here? Hertz Team Cota dropping out of the points, the 38 car. No clue what's happening here. Car is
first
in gear. It's got green lights on the dash. We've got no fire in the hold. Engine is not running. At least not as much as we can hear.
They're clearing the garage.
It's got a green light, so the high voltage system is clear. But it looks like they may not be entirely happy with the car. 23 laps to go. They've dropped out of the points, and that now means that the number 50 Ferrari is in the points. The number 35 Alpine is in the points.
Let's see what's going on down there.
Okay, Oliver, so we are in contact with the e-safety officer to know what we're going to do because the car went red. At the moment it's green.
Okay, car went red, at the moment it's green. Now that will probably be an electronics anomaly, but when you've got high voltage like that, no chances being taken. So they've been in contact with the e-safety officer. You would think that even the hint that the car might be slightly red would mean that that is game over, but looks like they're replacing the monitoring systems and the drinks bottles.
I'm pretty sure they'll get the car back out there. It's just you've got to respect the protocol. If at any moment you see a red light on the car, it's too dangerous to just assume it's going to be okay just because it's gone green again. So that would be the procedure that they follow. Unfortunately, it means that they're well out of the race now, but they will be getting the car back out.
So 38 is still tumbling down the order here. Next car to benefit from its misfortune is going to be the Lamborghini. But you're right, Ant, it's out of the points. It will not be recovering that ground on pit lane. The best placed of the Ferraris, currently 5th place, the 83, the private car, the yellow car.
And these kind of moments that happen to a team like this down in pit lane means that Toyota, who haven't had the speed today, now have both cars running inside the points.
Yep. Davide Rigon also looking for the wing foot awards.
That is a change for position. That is Augusto Farfus, I believe, dropping behind him. Is that right?
31
yes,
BMW is Augusto Farfus. That's a change for 5th place.
Yep, that is.
So Davide Rigon picking off Farfus.
Maxime Martin in contact, just under 6 seconds back from Marco Sorensen for the final podium position, but not really making big inroads there. Sorensen, I apologise, that is Sorensen into a podium position. Yeah. That's Max Martin out of the pits.
Now, was that pit stop related? Because we didn't see Sorensen in the D station car going by Maxime Martin.
Martin has been in and out of the pits. Yes.
Okay. So too has the number 12 Hertz Team Cota car. That's now dropped down to 4th place. Number 5 Porsche is up to 3rd, behind the Peugeot, which remains in 2nd, but has potentially one more stop to make. And the number 6 Penske Porsche, which still leads the race by a growing margin, now out to 44 seconds over Jean-Eric Verne and Kevin Estre, 1st and 2nd. And then the Penske car 28 seconds behind him, 33 seconds further back to Callum Eilert in 4th.
The trouble for Cota, great news by the way for Alpine Endurance Team. Charles Malaysia, we've already seen on pit lane, will not have to stop again, and he sits now in a fine 9th position on that car's debut.
That moment that we saw, by the way, with Joe Venazzi in car 51 and Andlau in the 99 car is under investigation. So that was the run down the pit lane, almost the pit lane, the pit straight, where the 99 was well off the track, but was it forced off the track, and then what happened down in turn 1? But this actually says it down at turn 16. So yeah, they're specifically looking at, first of all, what happened on the exit of 16 before that white line. 99
that wasn't the
99.
99. That wasn't the 99 car. That was when the Ferrari was trying to pass whoever it was who was in front of him at the time, the Alpine. And it was the 99 car that closed up because the Ferrari had a lunge, got it wrong, and then passed on the straight.
But it wasn't Giovinazzi, wasn't it? Collado in the car with the car against the pit straight.
Right, so another incident, or perhaps the wrong name inserted. Here is Charles Malaysia in 9th place, ahead of Niklas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari. So that Ferrari is in the points at the moment. Points only get down to 10th place. And the 38 car again just sitting and waiting.
Agonising
Cadillac
for the 38 crew. And
the AF Corsa 83 Ferrari in the battle for 6th position. That gap down to 3 seconds. And a caddy only 2 and change behind Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. So those gaps could close a little as well. De Vries is about the quickest car on track at the moment, though, in the number 7 Toyota. So he's been a very valuable replacement to that crew for Jose Maria Lopez, who's now driving in the Lexus GT3 squad. There's our race leader. Now, we've been told that the illuminated panel on the side with the numbers doesn't have to be on the car or working because it's not a night race. I'm not sure about the leader lights. They seem to be mandatory requirements on the car.
I've asked about the number panel. I am told there will be no requirement to fix that either.
Okay, well, we don't know about the leader lights. Again, that'll be for race control.
So it's another moment with car 6 with the Lexus in front of it. A trip across the gravel momentarily. He got on the dirty part of the track, and that just pulled the car over the curb and dangerously close to having a proper trip through the gravel. So it's really not easy out there. They're pretty much confined to just a single file. It's almost like driving on a damp circuit or with a drying line. They daren't go veering off too far because it's treacherous out there.
Let's hear from the race-leading Penske Porsche team.
Stay away from curbs, please. Stay away from curbs.
Yeah, I try. Just started to pick up.
There was 2 poor sectors. There was a 150 that lap. We saw one of the reasons why, but I think he'd had 2 minor incidents on that lap.
Well, the team would have just seen the suspension loads go sky high and told him to stay off the curbs, but what they probably didn't see or aware of was that moment with the Lexus that we were just watching. And that was Kevin saying, well, I'm trying, I am usually staying off the curbs, but in that moment I got caught up with another car and I veered off the circuit. It's just a simple mistake.
The body language there of Oliver Rasmussen sort of had a little bit of, I think we're going to undo the belts and get out of the car. Not sure that's over yet for 38, but they are still on the pit lane.
93 car will be in imminently, and the number 5 car, I think, certainly will be stopping before the end of this race.
And the number 7 Toyota as well. Hertz Team Jota good to go, and better to go than Penske Porsche. Does 59% get it done with 19 laps? How long is a regular stint? We thought 32 maybe.
Caddy looking good to go to the end of this race and should get that position from the Toyota.
Oliver Rasmussen now, is he
I was sure they were going to get that car going again, but
is he going to be told to jump out? Do not earth yourself on the ground.
To stand on the car and jump.
Yeah, I think so.
We saw this from Seb Buemi, didn't we, at Spa?
Taking no chances. There is the e-safety officer you just saw in the all-blue FIA suit.
That's tough to take for the 38 crew. A great run tonight.
And it may just mean that they've got a brief duff.
Something.
Indication was the word I was looking for. And it's now gone back to green, but with the voltage that's involved, nobody's taking any chances, and absolutely rightly so.
If they see any kind of leakage of electricity anywhere within that car, you just can't take a chance.
Well, the deal is, if the green light's on, it should be safe. If the green light's not on, never mind whether it's gone red or not, it is not safe. So
they must have heard you, Graham.
Absolutely.
It was indeed Collado. Our message just popped up on the screen. Correction for incident at turn 16 with car 99 and 51. Driver Collado.
Yep, thought as much. 18 laps to go, 35 minutes to go. It's going to go very close to the time distance.
Speaking of close, Jean-Eric Verne is probably due in this lap with just 2% remaining of energy. And remember that fight he was having with the Hertz Team Jota car, number 12. They're on 61%. How's it going to be when this Peugeot comes out the pits?
Well, both of them have to stop, but it's not necessarily going to be a full stop. So, again, we could be looking at the number 5 car.
Carl doesn't have to stop. He came in and did fuel only.
No, 93 and 5, sorry.
Yeah.
That might switch the balance between the two of them. Here is the number 7 Toyota.
Now you recall as we watch this number 7, it is under investigation. Another one, Julian Anla and David Rigon, the 38 car, they have now been permitted, and that's going to be going away, and they, I'm afraid, look like they're done for the night.
Yeah, still got a green light. Now, it's not being taken to Area 51, which is for guaranteed unsafe cars. In comes the Peugeot.
This is really important, this stop.
Absolutely critical.
Remember, this was the call from Jota that said, we're going to take you out the traffic and try and make this move on the pit stop. Minute and 4 seconds it was for Hertz Team Jota. What are Peugeot going to be able to do here?
So they've been having a bit of a virtual race going on, and it's all going to unfold when the Peugeot comes out of the pits this time around. Has the Jota been fast enough in free air, not being bolted behind the 93 Peugeot, to then leapfrog it when the Peugeot comes back out?
It's
number 5 goes through.
It's a drive-through penalty for the 51 for the incident with the 99.
Well, when your day's not going well, your day's not going well. 51 Ferrari out of the points in 12th, unlikely to gain any in the final 17 laps.
So back to a Porsche Penske 1-2, and Jean-Eric Verne is underway and heading for pit exit. What is that pit stop counter going to tell us? Minute and 4 member for Jota. It is.
Going to come up
59 seconds.
Okay.
Where is the Jota car?
Well, it's 64 for the Jota car, so a 5 seconds shorter stop for Peugeot. Big breaths for the Peugeot team. This could be a final hurrah for the 9X8 in its initial phase, because it will be upgraded, not replaced, but upgraded before we get to the next race in Imola. So it's a Penske Porsche 1-2.
Matt Campbell doing his talking on track. 141s again all of a sudden for the Australian.
Ooh, and that is the replay. Now, no contact between the two cars. Nobody got fired off into the gravel trap, yet a penalty for the 51 Ferrari.
He was alongside him and pushed to the pit wall, was he? He wasn't there, though, was he? He wasn't at the end of the incident.
I think Collado was fine to do what he did, in all honesty.
And there was no contact, and nobody got fired off the circuit. And yet, you look at what happened with the number 6 Porsche.
I always say, if the white line was a brick wall,
he wouldn't have gone
the
for
99
it.
wouldn't have carried on going for it. So I think he took an active decision to actually drive over the white line to make the overtake. So, yeah, I don't agree with that one.
Kevin Estre leads this race, 58 seconds to the good from a charging Matt Campbell. Now in second place, Peugeot's TotalEnergies number 93, 9X8, Jean-Eric Verne, 34 seconds back, has made his final stop, as has the lead 6 car. 6.3 seconds back from Verne, and battling for the final podium position, Callum Eilert in the surviving number 12 car.
I think if that 99 car, the Proton, would have had a significant part of his car alongside before Collado moved over, yeah, of course, throw the book at him. But
he didn't.
It just didn't look like that from that angle.
The straight ahead looked awful. When you saw the offset, less so.
What you needed was the onboard of the 99, and that would have completely clarified it.
GT3 leader still is the Pure Racing Manthey Porsche. Klaus Bachler reeling out the final laps with a handy advantage. It's in double figures, just 10.3 seconds over Alex Riberas in the Heart of Racing Aston. D-Station in third with Marco Sorensen, so 2 Astons in the top 3. That's a great debut for the GT3 Aston. Not a bad debut either for the GT3 Porsche.
To well, Pure Racing, what a fantastic introduction they've had to the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's been a great race in GT3. We've seen numbers of teams and marks involved in the battles in and around the podium positions. That's the 51 car with the drive-through penalty.
And I know it looks dramatic and people might be questioning why I feel like it's okay, but it's by the letter of the law. Collado did nothing wrong there. You can defend your position if it's one motion, which he did. There wasn't any, there weren't any extra
weaves. He used the track and nothing more.
He just sweeped over to the right-hand side in one fluid motion and just stuck his car on the white line. And there wasn't a significant part of the other car alongside him. He didn't force that car off the track. That's the way I saw it.
Andlauer went off track into a gap that wasn't really there to try and make the pass.
So basically what you're saying is Andlauer knows that he had the run on the car and used that run whilst effectively off the track.
Yep. Exactly, yeah, he overtook the car off the track.
So it should actually been Andlauer that picked up the penalty for making a pass outside of track limits. Trouble for the 36 Alpine. Little moment of drama for the 36 car there as Nico Lapierre regains the track. Now what happened to start that off? It's the gravel again. Whoa, 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 come out, baby.
I was going to say Lapierre's driven a faultless race today, but they've seen another victim of the rallycross section at turn 9.
Probably is, isn't it? Let's hear from Porsche's Thomas Laudenbach.
Thomas Laudenbach, head of motorsport of Porsche. Great form, big progress over the winter, and the strategy seems to be paying off as well for Matt Campbell, who was on pole.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have to say the race is really working good for us. We have a good pace here. We had a good pace all the days before the race. So, but keep fingers crossed. It's not done yet. It's still a long way to go. But no, we got the performance, and it's really great to, I think awarded itself for all the work that has been done in the past month. So, yeah, and I hope we can bring that one home.
Do you think you can bring the progress that you've made this winter throughout the entire season, or particularly here on that track?
Well, I mean, of course, we are hoping to carry that through the entire season, but no, I think that track really suits us well. So I wouldn't expect it to be that all season long, but I mean, if we can take this one, it's great. And then we go to the next race and see what we can do. I think we made very, very good steps. If you look at last year, everything was new, the car was new, the team was new. And I'm really proud of everybody working in that team. So now we'll try to carry through the season, but I'm realistic. It won't be all the time like this. But it's great to be at that position here.
I'll let you enjoy the 15 last laps. Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
100% agree with pretty much everything he said there. They have made big steps forward. That is hard work, dedication, time spent on the car. They have raced strongly here. They've shown the pace here. Head of Porsche Motorsport, Thomas Laudenbach, has a lot to celebrate here. They have also been fairly lucky in the stewards room. Louise Beckett.
I've just caught up with the guys at 38 Hertz Team Jota. It's an isolation issue with the hybrid system at the moment. There's a lot of people talking at the back of the garage, but that's what I've got.
Thank you, Lou. And that is all part of what we are still learning about operating these hybrid systems. I mean, all hybrid systems, road cars, race cars, rally cars, everything. Motorbikes, they are all still works in progress and nothing yet. I mean, the internal combustion engine, we've had that for a century and a quarter, and that's still not perfect. So, we're still working on the newer stuff as well.
Well, but put it in a different way, if a car came in with a fuel leak, they'd have to fix it.
Yep.
It's much the same thing. That's the hazard.
Well, the difference is you can see the fuel leak, you can't see the electric leak, and that will kill you much more quickly. In comes the 94 Peugeot, and this is at the tail of the field until it overtakes the stationary 38 Jota. Number 5 Porsche coming in from second place. 13 to go.
What have Peugeot got left? What have Hertz Team Jota's number 12 got left? Well, that's the fight that I think could still be alight here if there's anything left in the tank, but both of them on old tyres.
Well, we're going to get, it seems, 2 Porsches on the podium, but which 2? Will there be 2 Penske Porsches, or will there be a Penske and a Jota Porsche? Is this car going to come back out in a potential 3rd place?
Well, the fun thing here for the end of the race is that the car we're watching on screen, Matt Campbell, is one of, if not the fastest car out there at this point in the race. He's faster than Callum Ilott in the Jota, and Ilott's faster than Jean-Eric Verne. So the three of them should, in theory, all be closing up towards the end of the race.
Well, to give you an idea, this is 1:42.0 as he comes to the pit lane now from the second place car, Matt Campbell. The cars behind that are allegedly chasing him are 2 seconds a lap slower.
And this will be a really short splash and dash.
And
12 laps worth of fuel going
only
in.
needs 11 laps worth of fuel because the leader is 12 to go. So let's take a look for the 93 Peugeot and the Jota number 12 car. Don't forget that this is a total energy consumption, so they don't have to fuel it for the entire distance because some of that is going to come from their hybrid system.
93 Peugeots just coming through turn 16 onto the pit straight now.
51 Ferraris waving as they come in.
And here comes the 12 as well. They're both going to go by.
Yeah, they're only 6 seconds apart, the Peugeot and the Jota Porsche.
And this is going to be a three-way battle for 2 positions on the podium.
Yeah.
11 laps to go.
And the fastest car starts behind, and that is Matt Campbell, the pole man and the man who set the fastest race lap here. And in fact, he came back out in front of the Jota car, didn't he?
No, just behind,
just
I think,
behind him,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Jota's just going through turn 3.
10 seconds between 3 cars, the second and third place.
Yep. And this is turn 6, riding on board with the 93. So that gives it, puts it into perspective for you. So Verne is going to be ever increasingly looking in the rearview mirror. There's the Jota just coming out of turn 6.
Well, this is good for Jean-Eric Verne. 11 laps to go, 10 seconds he's effectively in front of the number 5 car, but the longer that Callum Ilott clings to his third place, the harder it is going to be for Matt Campbell to get beyond Ilott and try and make it a Penske 1-2. On the podium, both Penske cars have been an enormous result for Porsche. That is no question. But again, Penske and Jota on the podium, still 2 cars on the podium for Porsche, and that's Thomas Laudenbach's hat as opposed to Roger Penske's hat. It's going to be tight. 10 to go at the end of this one, and a 10-second margin.
Kevin S well away, minute and 30 seconds clear in the number 6 car.
Well, he had 40% fuel, 40% energy left for his stint. There's only 11 laps in what will be normally a 30-plus lap stint, so he's got enough to get there. Of course, the car may be underweight at the end of the race.
I think you put that down to force majeure.
That'll be another lucky squeak in the stewards' room, wouldn't it?
I'd have said force majeure if it happened in the last stint. They've been on pit lane.
Well, force majeure if he hadn't hit some other car.
I'm being
I know, I agree.
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No, and as I've often said, never take anything for granted when it goes into the stewards' room.
10 laps to go, and the 10 in the 10-point scoring positions are the number 6 Porsche Penske, Porsche 963, leading with Kevin Estre. He's a minute and a half ahead of Jean-Eric Verne in the 93 Peugeot, who is in a battle with the 12 Hertz Team Jota 963 of Callum Ilott. Sorry, what was that?
Were they just holding a number panel down at Porsche?
They might have been. But, well, they've got enough in hand. They can do it. They can do it with a pit stop, slap the thing on and go, and then negate any problem at the end of this race. That's what I'd be doing.
The Alpine is really struggling. I have no idea how old the tyres are on the Alpine, but neither of them seem to be able to keep the car on the island at the moment. Back with our race leader, Kevin Est. 99 Proton Porsche being warned about contact with one of the GT cars, the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari. And let's hear a moment or two from Mikkel Jensen.
A lot of tension, 5 seconds, well actually between 5 and 6 seconds gap between you and Callum Ilott, and soon 9 laps to go. How is it going? Tension or not?
Yeah, a lot of tension, very exciting. Jeff is doing an amazing job trying to keep the Jota car behind. This guy is just good dealing with pressure. He works under pressure always, and that's where he's his best. So I hope and think he will manage.
You look very relaxed, actually.
Sorry?
You look very relaxed.
Not really. I mean, 9 laps to go, so it's getting to look better and better. Now 6 seconds, and he's keeping the gap. We have a bit better tires than the Jota car. who did one more stint on them. So I think as long as nothing happens in traffic, we should be pretty good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pace of the chasing.
He does look remarkably relaxed.
It is. That number panel is going to go on the car. I'm sure of it. They're going to stop this car. Where do you put it, though?
Over the hole with lots of gaffer tape. But okay. You know, again, they want to avoid any post-race penalties.
What they're going to do, I'll
so.
tell you what they're going to do. They're going to put that on with the full expectation it won't stay there, so that they can then say, we attempted to repair this car and it happened in the final stint. That's what they're going to do.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to panic, they're going to put that on, and it's going to say number 9.
Well, they're peeling off the sticky back on the sticky back plastic, so they're going to stick it on what bits of bodywork remain on the driver's side of the car, rather than in the hole where it would normally be.
What they're doing is offsetting the risk of a protest from another team.
Absolutely. Finally, they're actually actioning something.
You can see the faces on the Peugeot mechanics watching on, thinking, rather than us. I wouldn't want to put the sticker on with that pressure.
9 laps to go. Both gaps to 3rd and 4th are coming down. They're not coming down quite quickly enough without help. 5.5 seconds to Callum Islet in 3rd from Jean-Eric Verne, and a further 4.1 seconds to Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell in the 141s again. That car is.
It was a second quicker. It was a second quicker than Verne that last lap.
Yeah, but only half a second quicker than Callum Islet, and he's got to vault Islet to get to the Peugeot to try and make it a 1-2. So there is still definitely a possibility of both Penske cars being on the podium, but with 8 to go, the possibility gets smaller. What is Kevin Estre saying? You're kidding! No, don't make me come in now.
Yeah, he's got 1 minute 25 seconds in the lead. He's fine.
Okay, Kevin, we are going to box next lap. We'll box next lap for a short stop for a quick repair. Quick repair next lap, so we'll box. It's gonna last 20 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna repair the bit where you didn't hit anybody.
Campbell's going to catch Callum Islet. At this rate of closing, he's going to catch him.
But where that naughty Lexus just turned in on you.
Yeah, taking the racing line, I think that's called, going for the apex.
Here we go.
Well, that was the incident that caused the damage and fired the Lexus off into the gravel. So they'll stick it somewhere, anywhere, doesn't matter, frankly, because either they're going to be clear or they're not. They might stick it actually over the hole in the door. That would be quite a good place to put it.
Just not on the windscreen. That's
well, they don't have a big roll of gaffer tape or a big gaffer tape panel. They're just going to stick it on some bodywork and send it back out.
If it was me, it's exactly what would happen. I'd take the back off it, put it exactly where I didn't want it.
Yeah.
I wonder who was driving the Lexus at the time. Do we know whether it was a bronze,
87,
was it a
wasn't it?
silver, gold? I don't know, because if it was a...
It wasn't Lopez.
Well, it wasn't Lopez, no.
I think it was. That's the Takeshi Kimura car, isn't it?
If it was a bronze, then I think that's asking a lot.
It's in the pit lane.
To get out of the way.
7 to go. Yeah, they're going to clean the car to try and make it stick on. And stick on the panel. Still haven't put any position marker lights, which are also a requirement on the cars.
That's a defence. That's what that is. That's a defence
hang
against...
on, what's going on here? There's some bodywork.
Oh, there's...
No, I thought I could just see when from the glint to the lights. I thought the bodywork had just come up slightly on the rear of the car, but no, all good.
Yep.
3.7 seconds to 3rd, 3.7 seconds to 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be very close.
It's coming.
Gap 2nd to 3rd is down to 3.4.
Well done to the mechanics under pressure. Whatever else has happened, that's a massive pressure moment. Get it right.
Yeah. Well, they had a minute and a half to stick a panel on a car.
Yeah, but still, a fumble. You're right, it could have been number 9.
I would have backed myself to do that in 90 seconds.
Disappointed there wasn't a squeegee involved, but yeah, we'll let them off.
Jean-Eric Verne in 2nd place. Peugeot within 7 laps of the best result in the World Endurance Championship for the 9X8. They looked strong at Le Mans last summer, and it didn't quite pan out for them. But then they are now in 2nd place behind the Jota car. Stay with that shot. No, we've panned away from it. Now has Matt Campbell right behind. 2 seconds the gap between third and fourth.
Callum Islet had a poor third sector there, and he's now 2 seconds ahead of Matt Campbell.
Well, the answer for that is just behind them. That is the black Mustang. He obviously caught him in a bad place.
Campbell had a huge oversteer moment through turn 1 though, that lap around, really fighting the rear of that Porsche.
Well, I think Matt Campbell is in win it or bin it territory, isn't he? I'm either going to get third or I'm going to go gravel trapping.
Well, he's already done that, and actually, when you look at the gap, when the race unfolds, an endurance race of this length that we've had here tonight, almost 10 hours, it will be by the end, or maybe right on 10 hours. You look back at all the things that didn't quite go right, and he's got to look at that moment from a driver's point of view. He made that mistake through this corner here in turn 9, a trip through the gravel trap, and if it wasn't for that, he would be in front of probably both of these cars right now.
Yeah, very likely.
Alex Riberas, by the way, is catching the leader in GT3, but not quickly enough to do this on pace.
There's a lot of not quickly enough, and you're right, 9 hours 45 minutes. We've got 6 laps, 12 minutes probably remaining in the race. We are going to get almost hard up against the 10-hour cut-off. Hopefully the checkered flag won't come out an hour, or rather a lap early. So we are looking at a 335 lap race distance. The leader is on lap 330 and about to start lap 331.
Top of the screen, you just see the Peugeot in front. That's second place. There's the Jota, middle of the screen, with Campbell closing up all the time. 1.8 seconds behind now.
There's your leader in GT3, the white Porsche. That Aston Martin behind is in third place, not in second place, so it is a lap behind. However, if Marco Soren could somehow get by Klaus Bachler with 5 laps remaining, then he might be able to hold up the Porsche until the other Aston Martin gets there. And don't forget that although they're run under different banners, they are run out of the same garage.
They most certainly are. Don't think that's Sorensen's style, but I'll count out nothing in international motorsport. 6.2 seconds separates 3 cars for second place here.
Matt Campbell, 1.1 seconds from third place. Now Callum Islet is going to really earn his laurels. There is the leader in the GT3 category. He is comfortably clear, 8.5 seconds. And here's the view from Matt Campbell. This is the battle for third inside the final 5 laps.
Jean-Eric Verne looking more and more comfortable in this situation, counting down the corners, counting down the sectors, counting down the laps. He's got 4.7 seconds from the number 12 car that is under pressure. It's come third place.
Well, not least for Jean-Eric Verne. 5 laps to go, 4 at the end of this. He's 5 seconds clear of this battle, so even if the Jota car stops dead now and Matt Campbell is released, he's still got to catch the Peugeot at more than a second a lap and get by him before the checkered flag. And I'm not sure that that is a doable deal.
No, this is the race now between these two, the final podium spot, which Jota hangs on to at this point. It's going to be tough. We've seen how hard this track is to overtake, but Campbell really is on a mission.
Well, Callum Islet just pulled out 2/10 on him on that lap. Didn't lose 2/10, pulled out 2/10 on him, so the gap is actually just grown a fraction. Went from 1.1 to 1.35.
5 laps to go, and it will go to the race distance, not to the time, just.
So all those who said it was going to be an 8-hour race, I'm looking at Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin.
I said at best 8.5, but they've just driven too slowly.
They have.
That's the problem.
Unfortunately,
and you've all made Martin Avon look clever.
Unfortunately,
so, well done.
They're not in F1 cars.
Exactly.
So they didn't quite have the pace that Anthony had anticipated. Kevin Esher, race leader.
All of a sudden, Jean-Eric Verne loses a chunk of time in sector 1 to Callum Islet. So that's down to 3.2 seconds now.
And where is Verne? Has Verne just, Verne's just clearing a little bit of traffic. And he is still in amongst Hypercar and GT3s, but
that little bit of traffic has cost him 2 seconds.
Well, I'm not surprised, but then don't forget the cars chasing, and here is the Hypercar, it's the BMW, and the second place GT3 car. But don't forget that the cars chasing also have to get by them and aren't necessarily going to do it on the straight. They are on the straight behind him. Third set of lights just getting out of shot now is Jean-Eric Verne. There's the Cota car, and the gap is definitely much larger this time from Callum Islet to Matt Campbell. It's been a long 10 hours.
Been a long race.
But Callum Islet got the brakes in traffic there. I mean, he's destroyed that gap with Matt Campbell.
That, it came down by 2/10. It came down by 2/10. Callum Islet is now 2 seconds closer to Verne, 4 laps to go.
Yeah.
Matt Campbell is 1.1 seconds back. It is now 3.2 seconds.
Well, the decider's going to be the traffic.
It is the traffic. Yeah. It's where do you catch the Aston Martin?
Well, don't forget, when we started this chase with Matt Campbell, it was 10 seconds covering second, third and fourth. It's now 3 point something covering second, third and fourth. Flashing the headlights, Callum Islet.
Gets through before turn 7. He's got some prototypes in front of him, so he can carry the speed.
One of the prototypes in front of him is the Peugeot. There is the 93 Peugeot, second place. And there is the BMW, there's the Cota car. Callum Islet is absolutely fired up to take second place. But look at the age of his tyres, 81 laps compared to 44 of the Peugeot. That's why the front end of the car is not following directions of the driver.
He's doing an incredible job, is Callum Islet, with the tyres. He's got the oldest tyres out of this trio that are fighting it out at the moment.
He's fending off Matt Campbell. He's now within 2 seconds of Jean-Eric Verne.
Louise Beckett.
If you remember right at the beginning of the race, I spoke to Will Stevens and he said it's all about what you can get out of those tyres.
Yeah, and that's Callum Islet right now. He is looking to get second place out of 82 lap old tyres now, chasing down Jean-Eric Verne. Second to third, 1.2. Third to fourth, 0.9 at the line. There's the Peugeot. In between is the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Callum Islet gets a good run through. Does the Lamborghini block off Matt Campbell? It does by a fraction. And here, a fraction, a tenth or two, might mean the difference between a pass at the line and no pass at the line.
Gap is now 1.1 seconds. Verne to Islet, and 0.6 seconds to Matt Campbell.
Lap 3
he went off, didn't he?
Lap
the Jota went off. The went off
3.35
in between
yes.
4 and 5.
He did fractionally, so Matt Campbell is right there, but he's still got to get by. This is the anti-penultimate lap. There are 2 to go at the end of this one.
Don't lose your cool now, Callum.
Well, it's not his losing his cool, he's losing his tyres again. The Porsche behind him has got fresher tyres, and it shows.
He went off on the marbles over between turn 4 and 5, and he's carrying those marbles, speaking of which.
Oh, Matt Campbell this time.
And that's it. Surely Campbell can't close that gap back again. Woohoo! A little bit of a pressure relief valve there for the Cota car of Callum Islet.
Still traffic, still traffic.
On the inside. Yeah, they're in a massive pile of traffic. And off goes the Mustang. Well, that makes life easier for Matt Campbell for a moment. Where's Verne?
The track is so treacherous offline. One little mistake like we saw from the Cota in between turn 4 and 5, and then Campbell in turn 9. And then again that GT just there in between 12 and 13. You make one small mistake, you're completely off the track. So good luck with 2 laps to go.
Penske are going to win this. Who's going to be second? Still don't know. Peugeot, Cota, Penske.
It's the Peugeot. It's the Peugeot.
It's not the 94.
Yeah,
it's the 93. It's the 93.
The Peugeot is off the podium in one fell swoop. Callum Islet is second for Cota. The number 5 Penske is third, and the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne suddenly disappeared backwards.
It's going to be an all Porsche podium.
It is
it's
a podium sweep for Porsche.
Podium, but is it going to be a 1-2 for the Penske team? It's 0.8 of a second, 2 laps to go. What's
happened to Jean-Eric Verne?
Awful luck.
What has happened with 2 to go? Starting the penultimate lap of the race, the car has slowed dramatically, and a podium for the car snatched away.
Oh, they did not deserve that. I think we can hear from them coming
disappointment.
No power, no power.
No power.
Unbelievable.
Starting his final lap now. Kevin Est. He's got it back.
He's got it fired up again, but it's all too late. The podium has gone. The leader starts the final lap. He's already into turn 1. Here is the battle for the silver medal. Cota versus Penske. Is it going to be Penske's first win and a 1-2, or will Cota take their best results in the World Endurance Championship?
It's going to be a matter of if Callum Eilert can complete this race without fault, because he's clearly not got the tyres underneath him.
Yeah.
Well,
the gap at the line is going to be just about a second looking at this. It was 0.8, it's down to 0.78 of a second.
They should have no traffic on this lap by the look of the tracker we've got here.
Yeah, the 83 car of AF Cota is in front of them. The 82 car is a GT car, and that is a TF Sport Corvette, the remaining Corvette. That is a few corners in front. They will catch the Corvette on this lap. The question is, where do they catch it? Yellow flag removed at turn 4.
I think they might catch that Corvette through turn 12, 13 and 14.
Yeah, or maybe out of 6, 7, 8. I think they're going to catch it down into the turn 10 hairpin maybe, or the leader. No, it's not the leader, it's the 83 Ferrari will. There is the race leader, Roger Penske, on hand to watch the best day that his team has had so far in the World Endurance Championship, having embarked on this adventure last season. Porsches have won in North America. They have not yet won a global race, and they are going to win here. Victory goes after 9 hours, 56 minutes of racing to Penske Motorsport. Now, who is going to take second? Is it a Penske 1-2, or will Cota be there? There's the winner. Let's take a look at the battle coming down to turn 15. Let's see the battle for second place. We know that the number 6 car has won. Let's see who's going to take second place. They're coming out to the final corner now. There is Callum Eilert. It is going to be Cota. Callum Eilert holds off Matt Campbell, the pole man, the man who set the lap record here for Hypercar. Second for Cota. It's 1-3 for Penske, and it is a Porsche podium sweep.
Well, coming round turn 13 as we watch this, here is race leader in LMGT3, the first race for this brand new era in GT racing for the FIA World Endurance Championship. It is going to be the Unsafe Pure Racing number 92 car.
What a day for Thomas Loudenbach. They sweep the podium in Hypercar. They are going to win the first ever LMGT3 race as well. So a great result for Pure Racing. Klaus Bachler brings it across the line. The culmination in a really strong race from all 3 drivers, never out of contention. Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler take victory. And Jean-Eric Verne has stopped. He is crawling across the line. But let's hear from the winning team here in Qatar.
Yes, we won it. What a drive, what a car, what a team, what a potential we have here.
Yeah, fucking amazing job.
Two Aston Martins on the podium in GT3. Just right at the end there, the 93 has crossed the line and has finished the race. The Cadillac gets 4th. AF Corsa's 83 gets 5th. 93 is home in 7th because the Toyota is the final car to pass the stricken Peugeot. How cruel.
And apologies for any language you may have heard.
And one Toyota in the top 10, no, 2 in the top 10. They got points with both cars. So confirmation of that result. They're outside the top 10 Proton, both BMWs, and the GT category won by Pure Racing's Porsche. Aston Martin, Harter Racing and D-Station 2nd and 3rd. That's a really big result for ProDrive with the AMR team. And then WRT, the lead BMW, the 46 car, just off the podium, showing so much potential. Well, whatever else happened with the number 6 car, they were very fast and they really drove their hearts out.
Great result, by the way, for Alpine. Brand new car finishing in the top 10. It is 6 different makes of Hypercar in the top 10. It is 7 makes of GT3 in the top 10 and the point scoring positions.
The battle scars clearly show what a tough race it was for all of them out there, even for the race winners. Incredibly tough to manage that traffic situation. New for everyone this race, with a brand new category in WEC, the GT3 category, on a very tough circuit as well. So well done to all that survived, just about surviving, but not the position they wanted to finish in. Poor old Jean-Eric Vergne.
Absolute heartbreak for Peugeot, for a race that they had really worked hard and kept themselves in contention until the very last lap. Well, I thought it was only Le Mans that broke hearts on the last lap. Clearly, it is Qatar as well.
Definite shades of 2016, without a shadow of a doubt there.
To add insult to injury, there is a requirement for cars to drive into Parc Fermé. The number 93 car has not yet done so. I'm not sure when that times out, because there are still cars coming in. But Jean-Eric Vergne seems to have abandoned ship, maybe to have a quick sob with the team, to be honest.
Well, he was at the pit wall and distraught. I don't blame him. That was so cruel.
Yep.
What a turnaround in fortune for them, as well as for the Porsche Team Penske team.
Mind your backs. Here comes the winner. D-Station busy celebrating in the pit lane, forgetting, of course, that the winning car in each of our categories will come through and pull up under the podium. And there is the Penske Porsche team. Both cars in contention all the way through. They had the point for pole position for the number 6 car, for the number 5 car, and the number 6 car wins.
So, otherwise, we look at the winning hypercar, a first in the hypercar era in the WC for Porsche. It was under 5 seconds, the gap at the end of that race for GT3, with Alex Riberas closing in as Klaus Bachler ran a conservative pace at the final lap. Some race, some change in the heartbeat of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
And you'd have been hard-pressed to predict either of those podiums as they finished.
Well, this is going to be a picture that features in the Porsche Annual, isn't it?
Definitely is.
Double win in this new era, the first race in this new era. What dramas have we got to come in 2024 and beyond?
Yeah, I think there is little chance of those podiums being replicated identically in Imola, in Spa, maybe in Le Mans, who knows. But Porsche certainly have absolutely caught up with anybody stroke everybody else in the hypercar category. We saw that at one stage, all 5 Porsches in the top 10, and in the end only in 11th place the Proton 99 car, because that penalty did not make it through into the top 10. Otherwise Porsche would have filled half the points paying positions with just 5 cars. I'm saying just, they've got more than anybody else, but 5 of the 10 cars would have been Porsches. In the end, 4 of the top 10 were. And with the Cota car on the podium between the 2 Penske Motorsport teams. And there you go, there's your winning GT3 team as well.
In the glasses behind, the man that put this programme together, Edgar from Pure Racing from Lithuania. Massive headline for that nation. As the fireworks play, it's going to be down to talk to the winners of this race. They're down with the new face of WCTV on pit lane, Bouchouani.
Kevin, an amazing race, congratulations, and what a tension until right the end. You had to do a quick pit stop to stick a number on the car.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy. To be honest, I didn't thought I was taking risk in traffic, but somehow, I don't know, we didn't understand each other a few times with some guys, and I had a massive hit with the Lexus. And after that, we had a lot of vibration, lost quite some grip, but we did the last 1.5 hours like this, and when he told me pit this lap, I was like, please, no. But in the end, it was just a short repair and everything okay, but yeah, it was a tough end. Definitely made it spicy to the end, but thanks a lot to the whole team. I mean, they made an amazing car for this weekend. No issues, great balance. So I'm really pleased and happy where we end up today compared to where we started last year. It's quite an amazing jump, and yeah, thanks a lot to my teammates and to the whole Porsche Penske team. Excellent.
Does it look good for next year, for the next races? Sorry.
Yeah, well, I guess we are in front. We show that we have the potential on this track. Imola is a very different track than here, so we'll have to find the right setup for there. But definitely, it feels great to be on the top of the podium, and we'll definitely enjoy it.
congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first win in the series for Porsche, first win in the series for Penske, and a podium for the Cota team as well. And for long-standing motorsport fans, before we get to the podium ceremony, just want to take a moment or two to say thank you for all the fun times, and goodbye until we meet again to the late Hugh Chamberlain, who passed away just a couple of days ago, one of the towering figures of sports car racing, GT racing as well, back into the Group C era at Le Mans, one of the big name team owners who we've lost recently. Well, Roger Penske, luckily we have not. We still got him very much around and right in the heart of matters. And I'm sure he is very, very impressed with the way the team have turned their form book upside down over the winter and are now not just trying to find the pace to show something to the front runners of last year, Toyota and Ferrari. They've positioned themselves very much as the team to catch, whether they have a performance advantage in Imola or not, because they've got the points on the board. So, in the end, 9 hours, 56 minutes of racing, and what a season opener it was. Qatar, the opening round of the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship, starting in the desert. The first visit to the Lusail International Circuit, and with 19 hypercars and 18 GT3s on the grid. The manufacturer count was astonishing. A new era of sports car racing began with the number 5 Penske Porsche on pole from the number 7 Toyota, but into the first corner they were jumped from 4th on the grid by the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina. He managed to keep enough tyre under him as the 94 Peugeot got knocked off by the number 2 Cadillac, and behind the lead change, with the Porsche now being led by the Ferrari, there was plenty of action in the GT class as well. 18 cars from 9 manufacturers, all on the same piece of tarmac. The pole-sitting Corvette was soon deposed from the lead by the 92 Porsche, the pure racing car looking very competitive. Number 5 Porsche under pressure for second place behind the Ferrari in the early going from the 93 Peugeot, and it would make that pass to get up into second spot and then take the battle to the race leader. Molina collecting a penalty for a late call crossing the white line into the pit lane. The Peugeot in the lead, and then out on the dirty part of the track in turn 1, running wide. Lawrence Vanthoor snatching the lead away from Nico Müller in the 93 Peugeot. Drama for the 51 Ferrari that would end a realistic chance for them. Contact in traffic, a left rear puncture for the 51 car, and worse than that, the whole rear body section coming off. That required several laps in the pits to get it fixed. Their race was never quite the same thereafter, nor was that of the 81 Corvette. They would eventually retire after an early pit stop with gear selection issues. Valentino Rossi, one of the star names in the field.
30 seconds
only one
full course yellow.
Small incident that caused a full course yellow for a lap and a bit in nearly 10 hours of racing. A random bit of bodywork. Heart of racing were in the heart of the action in GT3 as well. There, Aston Martin right at the front of the field, despite a moment or two off track and some contact. The pure racing Porsche, though, kept its nose in front. So too did the number 6 Porsche in the overall lead. A late stop to replace a number that was damaged when they hit a Lexus in traffic in the last hour or so. They avoided a penalty for that, and onto the final lap, the Peugeot dropping out of second place. Jean-Eric Vergne's car losing power and eventually coming to a grinding halt. A podium snatched away in the last 2 miles of the race. The 92 Porsche came home to win GT. The number 6 car from Penske led a Porsche 1-2-3 with Cota, and Penske's pole-sitting number 5 car completing the hypercar podium. A dramatic 10-hour start to the season. The battle lines are drawn for 2024, and Porsche are out of the blocks with a flying start. 1.5 points at this second longest race of the championship, and the third longest race after Sebring and Le Mans over the last few years. So in the end, we got very close indeed, Graham Goodwin, to the time cut-off of 10 hours. I think we came in 4 minutes under time, so it could have ended maybe with still some laps left, but there were no red flags, there were no safety cars, no major slowing down of procedures at all.
Absolutely, 2 short full course yellows. Absolutely brilliant entertainment, drama, intrigue, you name it. It had just about everything, didn't it? There'll be a lot of words written about this one for all sorts of reasons after this evening. But it is an absolutely delighted Porsche Penske Motorsport crew, and correctly so.
Kevin Escher describing a big understeering moment, possibly the one that involved the Lexus and the loss of part of his car. It'd be interesting to see how that works in the scrutineering bay, because that is considerably lighter than standard. But they're led out by Andre Lotterer, always the man with the eye for the prize. They claim the opening win of the season. They have performance, they have a great driver lineup, and they have a great car under them. Cota in second place, their best result in the hypercar class, and they entered last year at Spa. They haven't had the car a year yet, and still they are splitting the Penske duo. But a Porsche podium sweep here in Qatar, not necessarily the story that too many would have written. Head of Porsche Motorsport, Thomas Lauder back there with the goatee, looking on very happily. Penske Motorsport, by the way, or Porsche Penske Motorsport, a German-based team. So it is the team's base that defines the anthem and the national flags. Cota, while running German cars, Porsches are a British-based team.
Indeed, and worth mentioning, by the way, what a bit of history here for Andre Lotterer, a winner, of course, at Le Mans, his first WEC win in the very first season in 2012. Went on to win the championship that season. Is this an omen of things to come? So a WEC champion with Audi. Could he be another name that wins with 2 different manufacturers?
Well, in the Cota team, Will Stevens we know, Norman Nato we know, Callum Islet really stepping up to the plate there.
What a star.
That was a great starring role from Callum Islet, the 38 Cota car crew watching on from down below with Jenson Button, hoping their day will come. Mind you, so is almost everybody else. And a Porsche podium sweep. It's been a while. I think we've had one of those. We had 3 Porsches on the podium before. I don't think we've had 3 Porsches to have on the podium.
We did have 3 at Le Mans, remember?
In previous years. So there is your hypercar podium at the end of the Qatar Airways 1812 of Qatar. 1,812 kilometers, 335 laps, and in the end, 9 hours and 52 minutes of racing. And it did not get dull for an instant.
Porsche domination, aside from just the most awful of luck for Peugeot in the very last knock into this. There's the overall result, Martin.
Yep. Porsche Penske Motorsport first and third, Hertz Team Jota's Porsche in second place. They're also the top privateer team ahead of Cadillac Racing. The privateer AF Corsa Ferrari in second. Toyota taking 6th and 10th place, getting both cars into the top 10. Tomo Kobayashi feared they might not score points. In GT3, it is Pure Racing, the Manthey Porsche, ahead of Heart of Racing and D-Station's Astons. Then WRT's 46 BMW, ahead of the 54 Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa, landing at the top half dozen. The second WRT BMW in 6th place. We had 3 mechanical retirements and 1 car that was excluded because, or that was retired because of a potential high voltage issue. And then, of course, the Peugeot down there did not make it through into Parc Fermé. They may still end up being excluded. Well, there are the drivers' points with the 6th team in front of car number 12. And in third place, the Porsche drivers from the number 5 car. We'll catch up with our GT3 winners as well. Let's hear how they feel on their debut and their first win.
Congratulations to all of you. Joel, I spoke to you earlier on in the race. You look confident, happy with the result?
Yeah, of course. It's a mega result. First race, first win is always nice. So really happy, yeah.
Okay. Alex, a few words from you. Did you expect that win?
Yeah, of course we expect for win. We expect for fighting for win, and we did the maximum what we can do. And yes, I'm happy, a little bit tired, but yeah, this is very good result for us. Yeah, and thank you team. They prepared car very well. Yeah, and my teammates, mega. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you, Joel. It's a pleasure to drive with you.
Well, that's good to have this working out between teammates. Klaus, the car looks really strong because the two cars were doing very well until the other one had an issue. So it looks good for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think already before the season I said we are really good prepared. We have a really good package with the team, with the car, with my teammates. We have proven it already before this start here. With Asian Le Mans series, and also we drove together last year, so we know each other really well. And it was a hard fight, honestly. It was a long race also. Quite difficult also to manage with the traffic and the tires. But in the end, we got the win. It's important for the season, and I'm really happy about this.
Congratulations again, very well driven.
Thank you very much.
So overall, podium sweep for Porsche and a win in the GT3. But the Aston Martin teams, second and third, Heart of Racing and D Station, and that will be very encouraging for AMR Aston Martin Racing that were running both cars, the ProDrive team that designs and builds the Aston Martin racers.
And a brand new anthem for the WEC. We're going to be hearing the national anthem of Lithuania. How many more times are we going to hear the tones of the Lithuanian national anthem?
Well, they've got off to a flying start, haven't they? So, again, they have pinned a big target on their back there, the guys we have to chase. Vice President of the FIA, Robert Reid, World Rally Championship winning co-driver with Richard Burns. He is the man who presents the trophies for our GT3 podium finishers. Somebody's got well belong their bedtime.
Absolutely.
But looking after Bunny. I didn't mean Robert Reid there. Robert Reid's not looking after Bunny.
Plenty of our WC rookies on that podium.
I mean, one of the things that we've had with GT3 is that we've got a whole bunch of new manufacturers that we didn't have in GT before, some that we have had, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche and so on, but a whole host of new teams that we haven't had before and a whole host of new drivers that we haven't seen before. So it's a really invigorating mix of experience and new in the championship, and that's going to make it hard to chart as well. I think, again, picking the podium here, you're basically tossing names in the air and just seeing where they come down. I think that's about as scientific as we can get. And then we go to Imola again, which is a totally different track. Will it suit the Ferraris better? Will the Porsche still be on top? Will Aston Martin be there? And what about the others? What about BMW? What about Lamborghini? What about Corvette? You know, they were...
Ferrari were there and thereabouts. Yeah. And here's the other thing. A lot of these teams, a lot of mistakes, a lot of bad luck that came their way, a lot of misfortune. People will learn and find their form. There are no duffers in the WEC this year.
That is for sure. One thing also I think we can absolutely predict in Imola is that there is going to be much more contact in traffic. It is a much narrower, older school circuit than this. There are far fewer runoff areas, and the speeds are still quite high. So it is going to be tough. It's going to be tough on the GT drivers. It's going to be very tough on the hypercar drivers, trying to keep their pace up without losing ground among the GT battles, which again are going to be extremely close, very intense.
That was a day of hard racing for all concerned. And there's the points, 38 points for Alexander Malikin, Joel Sturm, Klaus Bachler, points and a half, of course, ahead of Alex Riberas, Daniel Mancinelli and Ian James. That means, by the way, in both classes, that those two top teams will be no lower than second when we get to...
Yeah, because even if they score a 0, the winner's going to get no more than 26 points if they take pole and victory. So, yeah, and again, we're looking at, look at all the names here. You know, we're looking at vastly experienced WEC GT drivers and vastly experienced drivers from elsewhere on the planet coming together with some new star names like Valentino Rossi in GTs and likes of Jenson Button in the hypercar class. And in both categories, the potential for a total turnaround in form is absolutely up for grabs. Anything could still happen. I don't think this is going to define the form for the season. What it does do is give those who have had a good weekend a little bit of leeway and a decent head start. Porsche lead the points in the manufacturer standings from the Cadillac team, and Toyota in third, ahead of Peugeot, Ferrari, Alpine, BMW, Lamborghini and Isotta Fraschini.
Indeed, and that does reflect the efforts on the night, with the exception of Peugeot, who are so unlucky. That's the manufacturer's title, of course, this is the World Cup, and it's Team Jota ahead of a fine run from AF Corsa with the 83 car and Proton competition.
Yep, and here are the World Cup winners. This is for the private teams.
Dieter Gasch on the podium.
Yeah, Dieter Gasch, one of the leading lights in Audi's LMP program. AF Corsa with their bright yellow 83 Ferrari taking second place.
These three cars, by the way, all in the top 11 overall of a deep 19-car field, dripping with factory talent.
Proton car unfortunate not to get top 10 points. Mind you, you could say that's about half the cars that didn't get top 10 points, if not all.
Less than 10 seconds off, by the way, the number 8 Toyota for the final points, overall points scoring, Drivers' Championship point scoring position.
And you'd have taken that last year. Now you're thinking we're a long way from where we would like to be. We would like to be where those.
That result for the number 12 car, second overall, the winner in the privateer class, matches the best ever WC race position for Jota, the Jackie Chan GT racing effort, of course, that finished second and third on the podium at Le Mans in 2017.
And damn near won it. So, Proton competition, third place in the World Cup podium. The 83 AF Corsa Ferrari in second spot. Trophy's been presented by the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the ACO, governing body of Le Mans and Le Mans Rules Racing, Batti Pregliasco from AF Corsa, saluting his drivers who take second place, but victory goes to the drivers of the number 12 car from Jota, Will Stevens, Callum Eilert and Norman Nato. And that is pretty much it from Qatar, from the Lusail International Circuit, the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2024. Don't forget, in 10 days from now, you can catch up with all the behind-the-scenes action in full access. You can watch free practice, qualifying, hyperpole and the race back on YouTube. You can catch up with all last year's full access programs, including the super duper Christmas special. And you can join us trackside in Imola. You can join us now, buy tickets for Spa, for Le Mans, before we then start to travel to all four continents of the globe for the remainder of the season. But we have got underway. This platinum era of endurance racing begins with a bang, with one of the most storied marks in sports car racing, Porsche sweeping the Hypercar podium, taking the World Cup and also winning in GT3. Can they keep it up? There's only one way to find out. Join Bruce Giuani, Anthony Davidson, Graham Goodwin, me, Martin Haven, and the WEC TV crew in Imola for round 2. We'll see you then. Literally cannot wait. Bye for now. So there is the point standings, or there are the results rather, after our race here in Qatar. Very nearly 10 hours to get our 1,812 kilometers run, 335 laps of tight fought racing, and in the end, 4 cars not able to make it to the checkered flag. potential possibly of the 93 Peugeot also not being counted as a finisher. It did cross the line, but has not made it under its own steam into Parc Fermé.
Well, the evening will be full of tales of daring do and tales of what might have been, but the best part of this, as you look at the points again in Hypercar for the drivers, it is André Lottre, Kevin Estre and Laurence Vanteur ahead of Callum Eilert, Norman Nato, Will Stevens, and Fred Makovicky, Matt Campbell and Michael Christensen. I think they're going to be the most disappointed trio of the night, aside from Peugeot. The caddy with Alex Lynn, Earl Bamber and Seb Bourdais fourth. Then the second of the privateer cars, Robert Kubica, Robert Schwartzman, Ife Ye, and the first of the two Toyotas.
My takeaway from the Hypercar result is that customer racing is absolutely where we wanted it to be. Taking, this is like in Group C, taking it to the factory teams and beating them onto the podium. And that's exactly what the rule set was hoped to intend. Porsche have always made a point of selling customer racing cars alongside their factory program. They did it with 956, 962, they're doing it again with 963. And to see Ferrari doing the same as well, and to have, in both cases, customer cars, well, in Ferrari's case, customer car being the best of the three, but also the Jota car in amongst the Penske, quote, works team, that's really good news. And in GT3, again, it was such a tough battle, almost literally any car could have won it with a bit of luck and a following wind. The manufacturer standings, Porsche are leading. Astonishing, Cadillac with one car in second in the standings ahead of Toyota and Peugeot. But Peugeot, yeah, absolutely going away here. Bitterly disappointed. They had the car, they had the speed, they raced their race well, they didn't do anything silly, they didn't pick up penalties, they utterly deserved the podium that was a lap away from coming to them, and that's so heartbreaking for the teams that have poured their heart and soul into the 9X8. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they fare with the new car. In the Endurance Trophy drivers, this is the GT3 category. Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm, Klaus Pastor lead the standings. But again, with 7 more rounds of the championship, several with double points, and of course also double points for Le Mans and points and a half for a couple of others. It is still wide open. Anything could yet happen, and very probably will.